Chapter 62. Beside the coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai was concentrating on cultivating. Not far from him there were several Three Suns fruit trees growing healthily. The largest tree had already borne 3 fruits and was about to ripen. The smallest one was just a small sapling that had just broken through the ground. Since the day he returned from the Blood Group's mining area, Yang Kai had been cultivating here, day and night, forgetting to eat and sleep. Long Zai Tian's unreasonable actions had made him hold back his desire to become stronger. That humiliation, sooner or later he would take it back with his own 2 hands. After nearly 10 days of bitter cultivation, the tempered body 9th stage had already faintly reached the peak. Seeing that he was about to break through, Yang Kai felt helpless. He knew that breaking through a large realm required some opportunities, and it was not as easy as breaking through a small realm. Even if the Yuan Qi in his body was enough, he still needed to find the right opportunity to comprehend what he needed to comprehend. Speaking of which, these days of cultivation could be considered smooth sailing. Every day he did not need to sweep the floor, so he had more time to cultivate. The 3-leaved Chaos Spirit Flower and Dead Jedi Tree Grass had long been used up. Without the suppression of the strange fragrance, the true Yang tactic circulation speed was significantly faster than before. This made it easier for Yang Kai to absorb the Yang Qi from heaven and earth. However, the Yang liquid that he had condensed these days was all used to catalyze the 3 Suns fruit seeds. There was not a single drop left in the Dantian. The energy of heaven and earth gathered around him, waiting for Yang Kai to break through the mysteries of the initial element stage. Then it would pour into his body and cleanse his body. However, sitting cross-legged on the ground, Yang Kai did not succeed. After a day and a night, Yang Kai was still stagnant. Although his mood was not anxious, he was unable to break through the shackles that bound him. It was really strange. Deep in the night, under the vast star field, beside the coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai suddenly fell into a state of hesitation. His Yuan Qi was slightly disordered, and a painful expression appeared between his brows. Not far away, Xianing Chang, who was quietly watching Yang Kai, couldn't help but let out a soft cry of surprise. Although he was quite a distance away, Xianing Chang could still feel the unusual fluctuation of Yuan Qi. This fluctuation of Yuan Qi contained a cold and evil aura. How could this be? This was clearly a sign that a misfire would become the demon race. He had only broken through from body tempering stage level 9 to the initial element stage, so how could he possibly become the demon race? To put it bluntly, a weak cultivator like Yang Kai was not qualified to become the demon race even if he wanted to. Only when one's strength was one step higher would such a situation occur in the process of cultivation. But now, this kind of thing was really about to happen to Yang Kai. Xianing Chang's beautiful eyebrows slightly wrinkled. She couldn't understand. She was here because she found it herself. After all, she had silently observed Yang Kai for more than 2 years and had long since become a habit. These days, Yang Kai's sudden disappearance gave birth to a feeling of loneliness for no reason. It was as if she had lost interest in doing anything. After searching everywhere, she finally found him beside the coiling dragon stream. Only then did a big stone fall from her heart. After arriving here, Xianing Chang knew that Yang Kai was about to break through. After waiting for an entire day, Yang Kai actually did not succeed. Now that such a strange thing had happened, how could she not be puzzled? Just as Xianing Chang was secretly anxious, a pure and rich hot aura suddenly gushed out of Yang Kai's body. With this aura gushing out, the traces of the misfire that had become the demon race were instantly burned away. Yang Kai's Yuan Qi fluctuations immediately stabilized. True Yang energy. Xianing Chang's small mouth opened slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. She almost exclaimed, "How can it be so pure?" That hot aura was clearly Yang energy. Many of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples cultivated fire or Yang attribute martial skills and had this kind of hot Yuan Qi in their bodies. However, no matter which disciple it was, they were far from being as pure as Yang Kai's. This hot aura was not too strong. After all, Yang Kai's strength was not high, but it was exceptionally clean, without the slightest impurities, like an unpolluted water source. Before she could recover, Xianing Chang discovered that Yang Kai had once again fallen into that misfire that had become the demon race. A somewhat evil aura replaced the hot Yuan Qi and slowly spread out from Yang Kai's body. After a while, another burst of true Yang energy erupted, suppressing this evil aura and allowing Yang Kai to recover. This repeated several times, leaving Xianing Chang dumbfounded. She had never seen such a bizarre situation occur when a cultivator was breaking through to the initial element realm. Generally speaking, breaking through to the initial element realm was indeed met with some resistance. but after all, this realm was very low and could be broken through with a little effort. However, Yang Kai's current situation was obviously different. The resistance he faced was greater than anyone else, and it was already comparable to the difficulty of breaking through to the next realm. Yang Kai was also suffering unspeakably. Just a moment ago, he had faintly glimpsed a trace of mystery and had already taken one step into the threshold of the initial element realm. However, at this moment, the bones in his body suddenly emitted an evil aura, almost causing him to lose his mind. Fortunately, the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body erupted, waking him up. Now, there were two types of energy fighting in his body. One was the true Yang Yuan Qi that he cultivated, and the other was the evil aura emitted from his bones. They fought endlessly, using his body as a battlefield. Sometimes, the evil aura would gain the upper hand, and then his mind would become somewhat unclear. A sense of excitement and bloodlust surged in his heart, and he could not wait to find someone to kill. This feeling was similar to the excitement one would feel after being injured, but there was something different about it. Although he was excited and bloodthirsty when he was injured in battle, his mind was clear. Sometimes, the true Yang Yuan Qi would gain the upper hand, and his mind would be clear and his body would feel comfortable. The fight was endless and it seemed like there was no winner or loser. Yang Kai was suffering to death. Xia Ning Chang dashed through High Heaven Pavilion, wearing a tight black suit, showing off her graceful figure without a doubt. Her slender waist and slender legs were enough to cause people to daydream. Her beautiful hair was tied behind her head, and her face was covered with a black cloth. She quickly rushed over to Yang Kai. She watched for a long time and her heart was really worried for Yang Kai. After thinking it over, she decided to help Yang Kai. Generally speaking, a person should not be disturbed when they were breaking through, but Xia Ning Chang could clearly feel the surging battle intent in Yang Kai's body. It was a battle intent that longed for a baptism of blood. Only a battle could free him from this endless cycle. So Xia Ning Chang first returned to her residence and changed her clothes. Otherwise, she was afraid that he would recognize her. After all, they had met before. Coming and going in a hurry, when she returned to the coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai was still in torment, and his movement seemed to be a bit louder than before. Without the slightest hesitation, Xia Ning Chang directly threw herself at Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes surging with killing intent as she sent out a palm strike. Chapter 63. Since she had already decided to help him, Xia Ning Chang naturally didn't dare to reveal any flaws. She could only force Yang Kai to use all her strength to help him break through. Therefore, Xia Ning Chang used a killing move with the first palm strike. Yang Kai's strength was at the 9th level of the body tempering realm, while Xia Ning Chang only used the strength of the 3rd level of the initial element realm. Yang Kai, who was at a critical juncture, suddenly felt a sense of danger. He couldn't help but feel a chill all over his body. He couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis. Just as he was feeling puzzled, the sound of a palm strike whistling through the air came from the side. Someone was sneak attacking him. Yang Kai suddenly realized. Instead of being shocked, he was happy. He quickly jumped up from the ground, turned around and threw a punch. The battle intent in his body was raging. He was worried about how to vent it, but he didn't expect someone to deliver themselves to him. Who was it that wanted to sneak attack him was no longer within the scope of Yang Kai's consideration. Right now he only wanted to fight to his heart's content. With a bang, the Yuan Qi surged. Yang Kai staggered back a few steps. Xia Ning Chang used the force to do a somersault and steadily landed on the ground. A trace of surprise flashed through her beautiful eyes. Although she had only used the strength of the 3rd level of the initial element realm, she shouldn't have been able to fight evenly with him. She should have been able to suppress him steadily. After exchanging a blow, Yang Kai used the moonlight to clearly see the figure of the attacker. It was a woman, but her face was covered with a black cloth, so he couldn't see her face. Why is it a little girl? Yang Kai frowned and muttered with some dissatisfaction. When Xia Ning Chang heard this, she was so angry that she trembled. She clenched her teeth and lightly flew over. The Yuan Qi in her palm surged, turning into a sky full of palm shadows and covered Yang Kai's head. What he said just now made her very angry. Yang Kai let out a low roar and unleashed all of his strength. Yuan Qi circulated around his fists, and in an instant he exchanged blows with Xia Ning Chang. Although his opponent was a woman, Yang Kai didn't show any mercy. His opponent's strength was clearly higher than his, and every move she made was a killing technique. He didn't dare to be careless. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai and Xia Ning Chang were locked in battle, but the situation was obviously not in Yang Kai's favor. His moves were heavy and powerful, and although the lethality was fierce, they were far from Xiaoning Chang's nimble and versatile moves. When Yang Kai made 2 moves, Xiaoning Chang could make 3 moves. Furthermore, Xiaoning Chang's body was light and graceful, and as he moved around he only played with Yang Kai like a monkey. It could be said that Yang Kai was frustrated at every turn. He could sense that the other party's strength was slightly higher than his, but he would never have thought that the other party was only suppressing his true strength to fight him. Facing such an enemy, it would be strange if he could hit her. Under the black mask, Xiaoning Chang's angry little mouth slowly formed a smile. She thought to herself, "Who told you to talk nonsense? You deserve to be beaten." In just a few moments, Yang Kai's entire body was in pain from the beating. As the familiar pain spread throughout his body, the blood in his body became excited once again, surging like a great river. If one listened carefully, they could even hear the sound of waves slapping against the table. The warmth in his body spread out, and his strength rose steadily. Xiaoning Chang's eyes showed a dignified expression. She found that the yuan qi in this junior brother's body was surging more and more vigorously, and his strength was gradually breaking through the body-tempering realm and reaching the initial element realm. Moreover, it didn't stop there and was slowly but steadily increasing. The punches that carried the yuan qi became faster and stronger. Xiaoning Chang was faintly unable to bear it. She wanted to increase her strength, but she was somewhat unwilling, so she could only grit her teeth and endure. "Who told you to kill me?" In the midst of the fierce battle, Yang Kai suddenly asked with a gloomy face and a low voice. Xiaoning Chang didn't answer and tried her best to resolve Yang Kai's moves. After fighting for so long, Kai Yang's strength was actually on par with his own, and he couldn't gain the upper hand at all. Every time he was swept by Kai Yang's fists, he would have to divert some of his attention to neutralize the pure yang qi invading his body. Xiaoning Chang was shocked. She found that she had underestimated the purity of this yang qi. This purity was not something that could be cultivated by ordinary martial arts. Once again, in a head-on confrontation, Yang Kai and Xiaoning Chang's palms crossed, but neither side retreated. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and stared at the woman in front of him. His gaze fell on her forehead, where there was a faint mark. Yang Kai said, "I found that you look like a senior sister of mine." Xiaoning Chang was resisting the invasion of Yang Kai's yang qi. When she heard this, she was stunned. When did she expose herself? How could she know that it was precisely because of the faint mark on her forehead that Yang Kai would suspect her? Yang Kai remembered that senior sister Xia had a sapphire pendant on her forehead, right where the mark was. Xiaoning Chang nervously blinked her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling incessantly. Laughing out loud, Kai Yang suddenly grabbed her wrist and fiercely pulled her into his embrace. Reaching out, he pulled off her face scarf. At this time, Xiaoning Chang suddenly came back to her senses. She did not want to see her real face. First, she wanted to put pressure on Yang Kai, and second, she was a little embarrassed. After all, what happened last time was too embarrassing. How could she be willing to let him take off her mask now? In a moment of desperation, he could no longer suppress his strength. A ferocious burst of world qi burst out, causing Kai Yang to cry out strangely. He was directly sent flying far away, tumbling several times on the ground. When he got up again, that woman was nowhere to be seen. He did not know where she had run off to. Could it be true? Yang Kai pondered. He had just said it casually, but he did not expect the other party to have such a big reaction. Moreover, that last burst of yuan qi made Yang Kai realize that there was a big gap between their strength. If she really wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. Why would she need to fight with him for so long? Whether it was true or not was no longer important. Yang Kai felt that the shackles on his body had been broken after that battle. He quickly sat down cross-legged and carefully felt the energy between heaven and earth. In the next moment, the energy of heaven and earth surged, fiercely pouring into Yang Kai. Yang Kai took a deep breath, and all the pores on his body opened up like a whale sucking in water. He absorbed all the energy of heaven and earth into his body, guiding the enormous power of heaven and earth to circulate in his body, cleansing his body. This was an opportunity that every cultivator would have when they broke through a big realm. As for how much benefit they would get, it would depend on their own efforts. 1,000 feet away, Xiaoning Chang panicked as she clutched her chest. She didn't think that Kai Yang would be able to see through her identity. Fortunately, she had helped him break through, so her efforts weren't in vain. While she was panicking, a figure suddenly appeared beside her. An old man wearing simple clothes suddenly appeared. The old man had white hair and a kind appearance. After seeing the other party's face, Xiaoning Chang hurriedly said respectfully, "Greetings, martial uncle sect master." The old man smiled kindly, You are not a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion, so there is no need to be so polite. Xiaoning Chang said softly, but sect master and master are good friends, so naturally you are my martial uncle. Chapter 64. Seeing that Xiaoning Chang was so obedient and sensible, the sect master couldn't help but laugh. Meng Wuya is really lucky to have such a good disciple like you. Thinking of his two disciples, the sect master let out a long sigh. Xiaoning Chang obviously knew about his past. Seeing his gloomy expression, he didn't know how to comfort him and could only remain silent. The sect master silently stretched out his hand to block the sky and pushed towards Yang Kai. In an instant, Xiaoning Chang felt that the heaven and earth were separated, as if there was an invisible hand blocking anyone's prying eyes. This brat's breakthrough this time should have caused quite a commotion. It's better to take precautions to avoid being discovered. The sect master explained. Xiaoning Chang felt a bit strange. He didn't understand why this sect master, who rarely appeared in front of others, was so attentive to Yang Kai. Although he was puzzled, he didn't dare to ask. The old man and the young man were separated by a distance of 100 feet, watching the situation on Yang Kai's side. The heaven and earth energy entered Yang Kai's body, impacting and tempering every inch of his flesh and skin. Although he couldn't feel the fluctuations of the Yuan Qi, he could see with the naked eye that Yang Kai was within 100 feet of him. It was obvious that the commotion was not small. He had just broken through to the initial element realm. How could this be? Xiaoning Chang really couldn't understand. As time passed, Yang Kai's body slowly swelled up like an inflated balloon. His skinny body grew fatter for no reason. This was because too much heaven and earth energy had entered his body. Just as Xiaoning Chang was secretly worried about him, his body suddenly shrunk back and returned to its original size. Even with the sect master's method of blocking, Xiaoning Chang could still feel the fluctuations of the Yuan Qi that made his heart palpitate. What was even more shocking was that after Yang Kai had completely absorbed the heaven and earth energy, a fiery red energy visible to the naked eye burst out from the coiling dragon stream in front of him. This energy was like a red ribbon that rose from the bottom of the coiling dragon stream and drilled into Yang Kai's pores. Yang Qi. Xiaoning Chang understood that Yang Kai's first absorption was of heaven and earth energy, but the second absorption was of Yang Essence Qi. Although it was also a type of heaven and earth energy, it was of a single attribute. After the Yang Yuan Qi was completely absorbed by Yang Kai, the commotion over there suddenly subsided. It's done. The sect leader smiled and removed the restriction on that side with a flick of his finger. His figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. His faint voice sounded in Xiaoning Chang's ears, "Say hello to your master for me." Yes. Xiaoning Chang responded respectfully. Then he had time to check on the results of Yang Kai's breakthrough. With just one glance, Xiaoning Chang was stunned. Second level of the initial element realm. She almost thought that her perception was wrong, so she checked again worriedly. She found that Yang Kai had really reached level 2 of the initial element state. This time, not only did he break through a large realm, but he also broke through a small realm on top of this foundation. Was she dreaming? Xiaoning Chang had a special physique. Since his cultivation until now, he had made rapid progress. However, every time he broke through, it was one step at a time. He had never broken through 2 levels at once. Today, seeing Yang Kai achieve such a feat with his own eyes, how could he not be surprised? Just as he was surprised, Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly muttered to himself, "So that's how it is." As soon as his voice fell, the Yuan Qi fluctuations on his body became stronger. Third level of the initial element state. Monster. Xiaoning Chang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His confidence was once again hit. After staying in place for another 2 hours to make sure that Yang Kai wouldn't suddenly break through, Xiaoning Chang sighed in relief and quietly left. Yang Kai sat at the edge of the coiling dragon stream all night. He didn't cultivate the true Yang tactics, but instead used his heart to feel and comprehend the insights of last night's breakthrough. After last night's breakthrough, 2 kinds of energy poured into his body. One was the power of heaven and earth, but this energy wasn't absorbed into the Dantian. Besides a part of it being used to temper his body, the rest was absorbed by his bones. The second was the Yang Yuan Qi absorbed from the bottom of the coiling dragon stream. This had become his own and had already turned into 5 drops of Yang liquid, quietly settling in the Dantian. After thinking for a whole night, Yang Kai finally figured out a general idea. The unyielding golden skeleton could increase his combat strength when he was injured or felt pain, but this increase in combat strength also required energy to support it. It couldn't be produced for no reason. Thinking about it this way, it wasn't difficult to explain why it could absorb the power of heaven and earth. The power of heaven and earth was absorbed by it, and when he needed it, it would give back to him. This was the mystery of the unyielding golden skeleton, and also the fundamental reason why it could increase his combat strength. For a long time, Yang Kai thought that he could only absorb Yang attribute energy. After all, he cultivated the true Yang tactics. Now it seemed that this problem was worth experimenting with. If he could really absorb energy other than the Yang attribute, then his cultivation in the future would be much faster. This discovery made Yang Kai somewhat happy. Although the true Yang tactics was powerful, after all, it had its limitations. If his guess was correct, then he wouldn't have to worry about his cultivation environment in the future. Letting out a long breath, Yang Kai stood up and carefully felt his body. He had indeed broken through, and unexpectedly broke through to the initial element third stage in one fell swoop. Thinking about the two enormous amounts of energy that poured into his body last night, Yang Kai was relieved. When the Yuan Qi in the body first opened, it was at the initial element stage. Although Yang Kai already had a lot of Yuan Qi in his body, this breakthrough was still significant. The Yuan Qi in his body formed a large cycle, connecting the heavens and earth, and the true Yang tactics once again sped up. Moreover, after breaking through to this stage to some extent, it was much easier to cultivate compared to the tempered body stage. Of course, the premise was that you had a good cultivation environment. Walking back from the coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai felt both physically and mentally comfortable. After breaking through to this stage, he now felt that the world was somewhat different, and his eyes and ears were much clearer. Within 50 feet, he could even faintly feel a person's breathing. While walking towards the wooden house, Yang Kai suddenly heard a familiar scream. After pausing and listening for a moment, he couldn't help but laugh. Why was Sassafras being beaten again? But this was inside the sect. If he was beaten, then it should be a challenge. If his skills were not as good as others, then he couldn't blame others. Since there was nothing to do, Yang Kai decided to go and watch the show. Within the High Heaven Pavilion, as long as there was a challenge, anywhere could be a battlefield. The place where Sassafras was beaten was not far from Yang Kai, so after walking a short distance he arrived. There were quite a few people gathered there. Sweeping his eyes over them, Kai Yang discovered that the people there were divided into two groups. They were clearly divided, and the smell of gunpowder filled the air. Li Yuntian and Jianghu, who he was familiar with, were all there, but their expressions were somewhat angry. They were currently confronting another group of people. The situation was not right. Yang Kai frowned as he saw this. When comparing notes between sect disciples, no matter who won or lost, it would definitely not end up like this. Li Yuntian and the others clearly looked like they were filled with righteous indignation and wanted to fight. Chapter 65. In addition to these two groups of people, there were also many High Heaven Pavilion disciples gathered to watch the show. There were quite a few of them, and they were all pointing at the field. With some doubts, Yang Kai squeezed into the crowd and slowly walked to where Li Yuntian and the others were. Inadvertently glancing at the field, he found that Sassafras's face was bruised and swollen. He was in a very sorry state as he fought with a young man who was not much older than him. The young man's face was calm and composed, and there was not the slightest injury on his body. He had a contemptuous smile on his face as he dealt with Sassafras' attacks while taunting him. Sassafras roared in a low voice and bravely rushed forward, but his attacks were easily dealt with by his opponent. After watching for a moment, Yang Kai's brows slightly wrinkled. He found that something was wrong. It was not that Sassafras' attacks did not hit the young man, but rather that his attacks had no effect on the young man. When his fists landed on the young man's body, the young man did not even frown. On the other hand, if Sassafras was hit, he would definitely suffer some small injuries. The Yuan Qi fluctuations that burst out from the two's moves were almost the same, which meant that their strength was not much different. How could there be such a difference when they fought? What's going on? Yang Kai patted Li Yuntian's shoulder and asked. Li Yuntian turned around, his expression overjoyed. Brother Yang. With this shout, Jianghu and the others also noticed Yang Kai. They all greeted him and turned around to face the opposite group of people. Why is Sassafras not his opponent? Yang Kai asked his doubts. Their strength should be about the same, right? Li Yuntian quickly nodded, his expression resentful. Young Master Su is currently at the initial element second stage, while that person is at the initial element third stage. If it was a fair fight, even if young Master Su is not his opponent, he would not have it easy. But this person is really despicable and shameless. He is actually using a defensive artifact to challenge his fellow disciples. How could young Master Su use his skills? Yang Kai's expression sank. Defensive artifact? Yes. Li Yun Tian clenched his teeth and said, he is the great elder's grandson. His name is Wei Zhuan. His defensive artifact was bestowed upon him by the great elder. Another spoiled brat? Yang Kai faintly understood that there was an elder behind Sassafras, and this Wei Zhuan was the grandson of the great elder. Everyone had their own backing and their status was about the same. Others did not dare to fight Sassafras, but that did not mean that he did not dare to. However, it was a bit too much for disciples of the same sect to wear defensive artifacts while exchanging pointers. First elder and second elder have always been at odds. Even young Master Su and Wei Zhuan don't see eye to eye with each other. This time he will definitely ruthlessly teach young Master Su a lesson. Li Yun Tian was secretly anxious. Yang Kai said, oh, so it's just a boring infighting. Brother Yang, please think of a way to save young Master Su. You know his temper, if this continues he will definitely be seriously injured. Li Yun Tian pleaded. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. When disciples of the same sect are exchanging pointers, the weaker will be beaten. Do you think High Heaven Pavilion disciples are afraid of this? But this battle was never fair. Wei Zhuan is relying on the power of his artifact. Yang Kai sneered, this world is never fair. The weak are prey to the strong and the strong are respected. You should already know this. Li Yun Tian was stunned and was also speechless. When disciples of the same sect were exchanging pointers, they really could not interfere. Although Yang Kai's performance in the past few days was fierce, the sect rules were still there. How could they expect him to save Sassafras like last time? In the arena, Sassafras was already on the verge of collapsing. He did not have much strength left in his moves. Wei Zhuan, on the other hand, laughed loudly and proudly. He patted his chest and said, Sassafras, don't be polite. Come and hit me. This young master will not move today. If you can hit me until it hurts, then I will admit defeat. Sassafras's eyes were blurred. Both of his fists were stained with blood. Wei Zhuan's defensive artifact not only had the ability to protect him, it also had the ability to reflect Yuan Qi. Every time Sassafras punched, he would have to bear most of the force. This was why both of his fists were injured. Hearing Wei Zhuan's savage words, Sassafras spat out a mouthful of blood and said with disdain, if you have the guts, then take off that turtle shell of yours. If this young master doesn't beat you until you crawl, then you are not my grandson. Wei Zhuan's expression turned cold. His face suddenly turned sinister and he laughed, you have guts. You dare to take advantage of me? You will pay the price for your words. Wei Zhuan was clearly enraged. He rushed in front of Sassafras and threw a punch at Sassafras's face. In his weakened state, Sassafras tried to block, but his condition was not as good as his opponent's and he could not block the attack. His face was immediately hit by the fist and swelled up. His body was also turned around. Wei Zhuan's aura was like that of a tiger. He did not stop there. He directly kicked Sassafras to the ground and fiercely punched him with both of his fists. Sassafras tried to resist, but it was to no avail. The artifact that Wei Zhuan was wearing was not small. It was not something that Sassafras could break. Call me grandpa and this young master will let you go. Wei Zhuan stopped after hitting for a while and threatened. Sassafras looked at him coldly and laughed with disdain. Last time, Sassafras was almost hit in the head by Qing Xiaofeng but he did not yield. How could he compromise this time? I'll let you laugh. Wei Zhuan did not show any mercy. After a few punches, Sassafras lost one of his teeth and blood flowed out of his nostrils. His appearance was too horrible to look at. This Wei Zhuan was even more ruthless than Qing Xiaofeng. Young Master Su, Li Yun Tian and the others could not watch any longer. They quickly stepped forward, but due to the rules of the sect, they could not go forward to rescue Sassafras. Wei Zhuan did not attack again. Instead, he looked at Li Yun Tian and the others with a cold smile and said, you want to save him? Li Yun Tian and the others did not answer. They took deep breaths and their expressions were filled with righteous indignation. Let me ask you, do you want to save him? Wei Zhuan slapped Sassafras's face and asked fiercely. Seeing that Sassafras was attacked again, Li Yun Tian and the others quickly nodded, afraid that he would attack again. If you want it, then kneel. Obediently kowtow a few times. If this young master is in a good mood, then I'll let him go today. Wei Zhuan could not deal with Sassafras, so he set his sights on Li Yun Tian and the others. After all, these people were Sassafras's subordinates. Humiliating them was the same as humiliating Sassafras. Hearing this, the surrounding people were in an uproar. Li Yuntian and the others' faces were ashen and extremely humiliated. Sassafras struggled to look at Li Yuntian and the others. His eyes were about to crack as he said one word at a time, "Don't listen to him." With a pa sound, Sassafras was slapped again. Li Yuntian and the others were shocked. They knew that if they continued to hesitate, Sassafras would be tortured again. They looked at Wei Zhuan hatefully. Their faces were filled with endless grief as they slowly knelt down. Yang Kai looked at them in astonishment. He did not expect that they would go to such an extent for Sassafras. A man's knees were gold. If they did not have deep feelings for each other, who would be willing to kneel for others? Yang Kai originally thought that Li Yuntian and the others were just following Sassafras around to eat and drink. Now it seems that this was not the case. Wei Zhuan narrowed his eyes and suddenly laughed. He looked down at Sassafras and said, "I didn't expect that the dogs you trained were so obedient." Sassafras's eyes were filled with tears of humiliation. Even when he was beaten into a pig's head by Wei Zhuan, he did not shed a single tear. But now, seeing Li Yuntian and the others kneeling on the ground, those two lines of tears could not help but flow. Chapter 66. Looking at Li Yuntian and the others kneeling on the ground, Wei Zhuan's face became even more smug as he laughed out loud. "Just kneeling doesn't show your sincerity." Li Yuntian and the others' faces were ashen as they clenched their teeth and prostrated themselves with their heads on the ground. Their voices carried boundless sorrow. "Brother Wei, please be merciful." Wei Zhuan's eyes narrowed as his smile gradually disappeared. Li Yuntian and the others' sense of righteousness caused him to be moved. "Wei Zhuan." Sassafras swallowed the mouthful of blood into his stomach. "You and I can't exist under the same sky." "That's exactly what I was thinking." Wei Zhuan clasped his hands together and fiercely smashed them towards Sassafras' chest. With a bang, Sassafras spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted from the pain. "Young Master Su." Li Yuntian and the others roared. They never would have thought that Wei Zhuan would dare to break his promise in front of so many people. "Don't let a single one go." Wei Zhuan fiercely ordered as he stood up from Sassafras' body and kicked him like a dead dog. The group of Sky Tower disciples who were previously confronting Li Yuntian and the others all sneered as they charged forward, blocking Li Yuntian and the others as they issued a challenge. Li Yuntian and the others were furious and didn't know how to vent their anger. Now that the other side had delivered themselves to their doorstep, how could they not accept? This was a brazen group fight, but each side had a fixed opponent. Wei Zhuan sneered as he looked at Li Yuntian and the others and ridiculed, "Who dares to not accept, beat them to death. If they die, it'll be my fault." He clearly wanted to teach this group of people who followed Sassafras a lesson and let them know the consequences of following the wrong person. Because Yang Kai was close to Li Yuntian and the others, he was also targeted by one of Wei Zhuan's subordinates. This person rushed in front of Yang Kai and reported his name. He didn't even wait for Yang Kai to respond before directly attacking. Yang Kai kicked out with a thunderous force and landed on the person's stomach. The person immediately knelt down. His strength was probably only at the tempered body boundary, so according to the rules he wasn't qualified to challenge Yang Kai, but since he had asked for it, he couldn't blame anyone else. Flashing through the chaotic battlefield, Yang Kai walked towards Sassafras step by step. Wei Zhuan narrowed his eyes as he sized up Yang Kai. A trace of doubt flashed through his eyes. Wei Zhuan naturally knew how many people Sassafras had and who they were. However, he had never seen Yang Kai before. For a moment he couldn't figure out the identity of Yang Kai. Yang Kai remained silent. He walked up to Sassafras with a cold face and reached out to check his breathing. He was relieved to find that Sassafras had only fainted. "Who are you?" Wei Zhuan was immediately unhappy. He had a grudge with Sassafras, and this person actually dared to check on Sassafras's injuries in front of him. He clearly didn't put him in his eyes. Yang Kai stood up and quietly looked at Wei Zhuan. "This young master is asking who you are." Wei Zhuan raised his chin and asked in a stern voice. "Trial disciple Yang Kai, please enlighten me." Yang Kai cupped his hands towards Wei Zhuan. This was the etiquette of Sky Tower disciples when they challenged each other. "Yang Kai?" Wei Zhuan was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized, "You are the Yang Kai who has been in the limelight recently? You flatter me, but if there is no one else in the sect called Yang Kai, then I am." What a joke. A trifling trial disciple dares to challenge this young master. "Do you have the qualifications?" Wei Zhuan sneered. According to the sect's rules, as long as the difference in strength between disciples is less than 3 levels, they can challenge each other. This young master is at the initial element boundary 3rd level. Who do you think you are? Wei Zhuan said disdainfully. Trial disciples were disciples who had not broken through to the initial element boundary. Since they had not broken through, then they must be more than 3 levels away from him. I am also at the initial element boundary 3rd level. Yang Kai replied indifferently. A series of bewildered voices rang out. Impossible, Yang Kai is already at the initial element boundary 3rd level? Didn't they say that it took him 3 years to reach the tempered body 3rd level? Did I say it wrong? Or did I remember it wrong? That's strange, when Yang Kai challenged me he was only at the tempered body 8th level. How did he reach this level in less than a month? All kinds of doubts were raised. Wei Zhuan also looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, as if he was wondering if he was telling the truth. Since he had already reached the initial element boundary, why was he still a trial disciple? How could he know that Yang Kai had only broken through last night, and he had directly broken through from the tempered body 9th level to this level? Now I have the qualifications to challenge you, right? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and asked, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. If you really have the strength, then you do have the qualifications. Wei Zhuan nodded and laughed sinisterly. If you are not afraid of death. Yang Kai said indifferently, I hope you are not afraid of death. Shameless boasting. Wei Zhuan was furious. He thought to himself, I am wearing a defensive artifact. Even a cultivator at the peak of the initial element boundary would not be able to break through my defense. I am in an invincible position. How can you, an initial element boundary 3rd level, win against me? Come, I will let you try punching me. Wei Zhuan waved at Yang Kai arrogantly. How could Yang Kai be polite? He rushed up and directly punched Wei Zhuan in the chest. The burning hot true Yang Yuan Qi poured in. Not only did it not hurt Wei Zhuan, but Yang Kai's body shook and he staggered back a few steps. He looked down and saw that his fist was completely red. It was obvious that he had been injured by his own Yuan Qi. Ah, you overestimate yourself. Wei Zhuan became more and more proud of himself. Before he finished speaking he was startled again. This was because he discovered that Yang Kai's eyes had suddenly turned red. A fierce wave of Yuan Qi came from his body, bringing with it a boiling heat. His eyes did not have the slightest trace of fear, only excitement. These eyes were like the eyes of a fierce beast. When it saw a prey it was interested in, it was the precursor to a violent attack. For no reason Wei Zhuan's heart skipped a beat. Yang Kai had already pounced forward with a grin. A drop of yang liquid quietly appeared on his fingertips. With a thought, it transformed into a blood-red blade as thin as a cicada's wing. The blood-red light flashed, followed by a light-piercing sound. Yang Kai and Wei Zhuan's bodies crossed each other. Wei Zhuan only felt a chill in his abdomen. He looked down and his heart sank to the bottom. He screamed, my embroidered cloud chainmail. This embroidered cloud chainmail was a common middle-level defensive artifact. Although its grade was not high, it was very suitable for a cultivator of his level. The Great Elder had obtained it from somewhere and gave it to him. At that time, the Great Elder had clearly said that an initial element cultivator would not be able to break through the defense of this artifact unless they used a powerful martial skill. But now, the artifact that he had placed such high hopes on, had actually been cut open by a mere initial element stage 3rd stage trial disciple in a single round. What kind of weapon did he just use? Could it be that the blood-red weapon was also an artifact? And its grade was even higher than the embroidered cloud chainmail? If it was not, how could it have such an amazing effect? Chapter 67. At this moment, Wei Zhuan was both shocked and distressed. He was shocked that his embroidered cloud chainmail couldn't defend against the opponent's attack. He was distressed that this defensive artifact had been cut open and had completely lost its ability to defend. In his extreme anger, Wei Zhuan turned around and threw himself at Yang Kai, shouting, "You dare break my artifact, I'll kill you." Wei Zhuan was also at the initial element boundary 3rd stage, so when he used his full strength, his strength wouldn't be too bad. But Yang Kai had already killed an initial element boundary 5th stage cultivator when he was in the tempered body stage, so what could a trifling 3rd stage cultivator do? When Wei Zhuan arrived in front of him, the blood-red blade in his hand crisscrossed and slashed a few times. Wei Zhuan's body suddenly froze. His fist was only 3 inches away from Yang Kai, but he couldn't hit him. This was because he could feel a burning sensation in his chest. His eyes trembled as he looked down and saw the blood-red blade in Yang Kai's hand. It was like a snake spitting out its tongue, swallowing and spitting as it pressed against his chest. A defensive artifact, it's not that great. Kai Yang sneered. His eyes swept over Wei Zhuan's close-fitting embroidered cloud chainmail, which had several large cracks. Yang Kai was also surprised. He didn't think that the blade formed from his yang liquid would be this sharp. If he really fought with Wei Zhuan, although he could win, it definitely wouldn't be this easy. He was only relying on the power of the yang liquid. But since the opponent was relying on the embroidered cloud chainmail, why couldn't he use the yang liquid? You dare to hurt me. Wei Zhuan's face trembled as he looked at Yang Kai with a ferocious expression. Even if his life was in Yang Kai's hands, he didn't have the slightest fear. He was the grandson of the first elder. With such a revered status, no one in Sky Tower had the guts to hurt him. Little brat, you don't know my grandfather is the first elder. If you dare to hurt me, you're dead. Wei Zhuan threatened. Yang Kai remained unmoved. The blood-red blade on his finger became more and more dangerous, and the red light in his eyes became brighter. I wonder if you'll die first, or me? Yang Kai looked at Wei Zhuan with interest. A strange smile appeared on his face as he slowly exerted more force on his fingers. A trace of dark red blood seeped out from Wei Zhuan's chest. Wei Zhuan's face paled and he couldn't help but groan. The moment his body was injured, he felt a hot yuan qi enter his body, burning his flesh painfully. You dare. Wei Zhuan looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. He had never thought that there would actually be someone in High Heaven Pavilion who dared to hurt him. Whether I dare or not, I've already done it. Do you think I dare or not? Yang Kai continued to exert more force. The blade penetrated half an inch, causing blood to flow out. Wei Zhuan's body suddenly trembled. He put on a strong front and said, You're not afraid my grandfather will kill you. Disciples of the sect are only comparing notes. Life and death is their own responsibility. Yang Kai coldly snorted, You're not as good as others. If you die you can't blame anyone. So what if he's the first elder? Sky Tower doesn't belong to him. Wei Zhuan was frightened. He looked at the crazy fellow disciple in front of him. A chill rose from the bottom of his heart and his whole body turned cold. Just as he was about to open his mouth, Yang Kai suddenly interrupted him. Before you can say the two words admit defeat, I will kill you. You better not think about it. Wei Zhuan's face turned pale. He really did want to admit defeat. When disciples of the same sect were comparing notes, once one side felt that their strength was not enough, they could admit defeat. The other side could not continue to attack. But now he didn't dare to say those two words. He didn't see any trace of a joking expression in his opponent's eyes. They were extremely serious. What do you want? Wei Zhuan clenched his teeth and asked. Nothing. I just feel that you're not as good as Sassafras. The only reason you could win against him was because of your secret artifact. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I'm not as good as him? Wei Zhuan was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He roared in a low voice, How am I not as good as him? My strength is higher than his and my background is better than his. How am I not as good as him? Yang Kai tilted his head and sized him up. You don't believe me? Let me show you. After he finished speaking, his fingers suddenly exerted more force. Wei Zhuan couldn't help but let out a low roar. His face turned as white as gold and his body staggered. Yang Kai slowly turned his head and sized up the group of Wei Zhuan's subordinates. Just now they were fighting to the death with Li Yuntian and the others. But after Wei Zhuan was suppressed, they didn't dare to make any moves. At this moment they were all staring blankly at Wei Zhuan. You want to save your young master Wei Zhuan? Yang Kai raised his voice and asked. No one dared to answer. Everyone was shocked by Yang Kai's craziness. The people present were all teenagers. When had they ever seen such a cruel scene? If you want to save him, then obediently kneel down and kowtow to me. If I'm in a good mood, I'll spare his life. Yang Kai said coldly. The group of people's faces turned white. These words, weren't these the words that Wei Zhuan had said to Sassafras's subordinates? When Sassafras's subordinates heard these words, they didn't hesitate to kneel on the ground and kowtow to Wei Zhuan. Were they going to follow in their footsteps? There were so many people watching. If they really kneeled down, they would lose all face. How would they have the face to stay in Sky Tower Pavilion in the future? But if they didn't kneel, what would they do if Wei Zhuan blamed them? The group of people had different expressions. Hundreds of thoughts ran through their minds. Some of them couldn't make up their minds. You all want him to die. Yang Kai lightly sighed. The blade on his fingertips moved a bit deeper into Wei Zhuan's body. Wei Zhuan was scared out of his wits. He could clearly feel that if the blade in Yang Kai's hand moved a bit deeper, it would directly pierce his heart. That was a fatal attack. Wei Zhuan didn't want to die. His whole body was drenched in sweat. He shouted at his subordinates, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and kneel down. If I die, none of you will live." His subordinates trembled and hurriedly kneeled on the ground. Li Yuntian and the others were overwhelmed with emotions. The anger they had just suffered seemed to have disappeared with this kneel. It was indescribable how carefree they were. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Wei Zhuan and lightly said, "Now do you know the difference between you and sassafras?" When Wei Zhuan heard this, his face froze. Soon after, his expression changed and he resentfully swept his gaze over his subordinates. In order to save Sassafras's life, Li Yuntian and the others were willing to be humiliated. But what about his subordinates? They had no choice but to shout out and threaten them with their lives. Only then did they reluctantly agree to Yang Kai's request. Comparing the two, the difference between Wei Zhuan and Sassafras was obvious. In terms of charisma, Wei Zhuan was indeed not as good as Sassafras. "Are you satisfied now?" Wei Zhuan forcefully raised his spirits and coldly looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. His expression was uncertain. Wei Zhuan was shocked and said in a trembling voice, "You can't be," but before Yang Kai could answer, a roar came from afar, "Everyone stop!" Chapter 68. Just as the voice rang out, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. Without any explanation, this person's palm landed on Yang Kai's shoulder. With an unparalleled strength, Yang Kai let out a groan and was sent flying. "Brother Yang." Li Yuntian and the others turned pale with fright. They hurried forward to support Yang Kai. Yang Kai struggled to get up. He lightly coughed while sizing up the newcomer. He saw a youth standing next to Wei Zhuan. His expression was dark as he stared at him. With one hand supporting the staggering Wei Zhuan, he asked, "Young Master Zhuan, are you all right?" Wei Zhuan resentfully glared at Yang Kai. His body staggered as he shook his head. "I'm fine." "It's good that you're fine. I came late." The youth couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Although his strength was higher than Wei Zhuan's, he was still a subordinate of the first elder. In terms of status, he couldn't compare to Wei Zhuan. "You're not too late." Wei Zhuan sneered and asked in a strange voice, "Brother Chao, as a disciple of the disciplinary hall, you should know the rules of the sect like the back of your hand. Let me ask you, if someone dares to commit murder within the sect, what is the punishment?" Chao Zhengwen's expression turned cold as he firmly said, "Depending on the severity of the case, the light punishment is breaking the hands and feet and expelling the offender from the Sky Tower Pavilion. The heavy punishment is killing the offender on the spot as a warning to others." Wei Zhuan laughed and pointed at Yang Kai. "Just now this person tried to kill me. Brother Chao, you decide what to do." With someone backing him up, how could Wei Zhuan compromise like before? Chao Zhengwen sternly shouted, "Is this true?" Wei Zhuan sneered, "When Brother Chao came, didn't you see everything?" Chao Zhengwen nodded, "That's right. Just now this disciple really did hold a weapon against young Master Zhuan's chest. If I didn't stop him in time, young Master Zhuan would have been killed. This person is really daring. He dares to commit such a crime in broad daylight." The two of them sang the same tune and cooperated seamlessly. In a flash they pinned the crime of murder on Yang Kai. "Bullshit." Li Yuntian roared, "Just now Brother Yang and Wei Zhuan were only sparring. How could it be as serious as you say? What are you trying to do by distorting the truth?" Chao Zhengwen snorted, "Is it really that simple?" Jianghu said, "If you don't believe me, you can ask the brothers who are here to watch the show. We can all testify. Moreover, this matter was started by Wei Zhuang. Brother Yang was only dragged into it." "Someone will testify? Who will testify?" Wei Zhuan tilted his head and sneered as he looked around. Many of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples who had gathered to watch the fun suddenly scattered like birds and beasts, quickly fleeing the scene. They had all heard of the pavilion's elder struggle, so they naturally didn't have the courage to intervene. No matter which side they offended, their future days in High Heaven Pavilion wouldn't be good. When Li Yuntian saw this scene, he couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger, but he still straightened his neck and said, "We participated in the entire process. We know every detail clearly. We are the witnesses." Chao Zhengwen shook his head, "You gathered a crowd to fight, so you are guilty. How can you testify?" "Gathered a crowd to fight?" Jianghu jumped up and roared, "It was clearly Wei Zhuang who asked his subordinates to challenge us. Where did this come from?" Chao Zhengwen, "Don't think that just because you are a disciplinary disciple you can do whatever you want. High Heaven Pavilion is not for you to decide." "How dare you?" Chao Zhengwen rebuked. The disciplinary hall represents High Heaven Pavilion's rules. It has always been fair and just. You dare to question the disciplinary hall's authority, your crime is even worse. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Yang Kai waved his hand to stop Li Yuntian and the others from arguing. Looking at Chao Jingwen, he sneered, "Fair and just? Today I have seen what is called fair and just." Chao Jingwen sneered and shouted, "Arrest all of them. After the Elder Council's discussion, they will be dealt with." So. A series of clothes flapping sounds came from all directions. More than 10 disciplinary hall disciples rushed out from all directions. Even the weakest among them was at the initial element boundary 5th stage. How could Li Yuntian and the others be a match for them? In just a few moments they were all pinned to the ground and restrained. Yang Kai didn't resist because he knew that it would be useless even if he did. Let's wait and see. Wei Zhuang was a petty person who got what he wanted. He walked in front of Yang Kai and sneered at him. "Take them away," Chao Jingwen ordered. The disciplinary hall disciples took Li Yuntian and the others away. Looking at the unconscious sassafras on the ground, Chao Jingwen frowned. He didn't care about Yang Kai and Li Yuntian, but Sassafras's identity was special. He didn't have the guts to touch him. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Send junior brother to the second elder." "Yes." Someone answered and picked up Sassafras from the ground and hurriedly left. "Young Master Zhuang, you've suffered," Chao Jingwen said softly. Wei Zhuang narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth. "That Yang Kai, I definitely can't let him go. He humiliated me today. If I don't take revenge, I won't be a man. You should know what to do." Chao Jingwen hesitated. "Young Master Zhuang, today's matter is a bit big. It will definitely alarm the elders. If we make a move now, I'm afraid it won't be good. Why don't we wait for the elders to make a decision before making a move?" "But I can't take this lying down," Wei Zhuang said with a ferocious expression. "Don't worry, I'll help you teach him a lesson. I'll let him know the consequences of offending you. Don't beat him to death. I want to end him with my own hands." "As you wish." In High Heaven Pavilion's forest prison, Yang Kai and his group were all imprisoned here. The forest prison was dark and damp, the temperature was very cold and there were rats and mosquitoes everywhere. Waves of nauseating stench rushed in from all directions. The environment was extremely bad. The forest prison was the place where Sky Tower imprisoned disciples who made mistakes. Li Yuntian and the others never thought that they would one day be imprisoned here. Each and every one of them had a bad taste in their mouths. "Brother Yang, this time we've implicated you." Li Yuntian sat next to Yang Kai and softly apologized. Yang Kai smiled. "This isn't your fault. I couldn't help but jump out. I can't bear to see my own family fighting each other." "Fighting each other?" Li Yuntian almost choked. Didn't these words also include us? To put it nicely, it's called fighting each other. To put it bluntly, isn't it fighting each other? Yang Kai chuckled. "That's true. But Brother Yang, don't worry. Young Master Su won't ignore us. We only need to wait here for a few hours and young Master Su will be able to rescue us." Li Yuntian's thoughts were relatively simple. Yang Kai turned his body and assumed a more comfortable position. "Tell me, why is there a rift between the Great Elder and the Second Elder?" Li Yuntian heard this and sighed. "This is related to our sect leader." "I'd like to hear the details." Li Yuntian said, "Last time, young Master Su also told you about the sect leader's 2 disciples. Ever since the sect leader left the mountain to capture the second disciple and banish him to the coiling dragon stream, our sect leader rarely appears in front of others. He doesn't even pay attention to the matters of the Sky Tower. These past few years, the Great Elder has been acting as the sect leader. Maybe it's because he's been here for a long time that he's become more ambitious. The Great Elder now truly considers himself the sect leader. The Second Elder doesn't like this and thinks that the Great Elder often oversteps his boundaries. Over time, there will naturally be friction." Chapter 69. In the current Sky Tower Pavilion, the Great Elder, 4th Elder and 5th Elder have allied together. The Great Elder is the leader, while the Second Elder and 3rd Elder belong to another faction. The former wants to replace the sect leader, while the latter wants to protect the sect leader. It's just that the Great Elder's faction is a bit stronger. The Second Elder and 3rd Elder have suffered many losses in the past few years. Hearing Li Yuntian's words, Yang Kai immediately understood. If the elders don't get along, then the younger generation will naturally fight as well. The conflict between Sassafras and Wei Zhuan probably came about because of this. Jianghu sneered, "It's just that when the tiger doesn't come out of the mountain, the monkey is the king. If the sect leader really does appear, then who are the great elder and the others?" Li Yuntian stared at Jianghu and said, "Don't talk behind our backs. We younger generation disciples shouldn't speak ill of our elders, even if we don't like their methods." Jianghu stuck out his tongue and said softly, "Isn't that what you think too?" Li Yuntian said, "But I won't say it." In the contribution hall, Xia Ningchang hurriedly rushed in. Old man Meng looked at her with a smile and said, "Disciple, you've come to see your master again today? And this old man is very happy to see you so filial." Xia Ningchang anxiously said, "Master, something bad has happened." "What happened?" Meng Wuya was a bit puzzled. He had never seen his disciple so flustered before. Xia Ningchang quickly told him about the conflict between Yang Kai and Wei Zhuan today. After hearing this, Meng Wuya's face became gloomy. "You're saying that Yang Kai has already reached the initial element boundary third stage? And he even defeated Wei Zhuan?" "Yes." Xia Ningchang repeatedly nodded. She thought to herself, "I was the one who helped him break through." It seems that his last fortuitous encounter in the Black Wind Mountain was not small. His cultivation speed is very fast. Meng Wuya was slightly surprised. "Master, don't be so emotional. You should quickly think of a way to save him," Xia Ningchang said anxiously. Hearing this, Meng Wuya stared blankly at his disciple. With a strange expression he asked, "Disciple, why are you so nervous?" Xia Ningchang was stunned and stammered, "Do I?" "Yes, you are very nervous now." Meng Wuya nodded. His disciple was as pure as ice and as pure as jade. No one knew her better than he did. Over the years, it wasn't as if there weren't any outstanding male disciples who had pursued her, but her attitude towards them had always been one of respect and respect. Today, however, she had actually asked for help for someone who was only at the initial element boundary third stage. Obviously, this wasn't normal. Xia Ningchang said, "I just don't want his path of cultivation to be stifled just as it has begun to take shape." "Are you very familiar with him?" Meng Wuya immediately became vigilant. "No, but I've been observing him for 2 years. Master, you also know that I'm on duty in the Dark Hall. I'm responsible for the territory where he lives." Xia Ningchang told the truth, then begged again, "Master, please think of a way to save him. This time he has offended the Great Elder. Without the help of an expert, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape this calamity. The second elder may not necessarily care about his life or death. Master, you are that expert." Meng Wuya's face was full of enjoyment. Flattery always worked, not to mention it was his own precious disciple who was flattering him. After feeling proud for a while, Meng Wuya frowned. "Disciple, this matter is not something Master can intervene in. You see, this is after all High Heaven Pavilion's internal affairs. This old master is just a caretaker. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to intervene." This was the truth. Although he had a good impression of Yang Kai as an outsider, how could he have the nerve to intervene in High Heaven Pavilion's affairs? Xia Ningchang didn't answer. She just stared at Meng Wuya with a pair of watery eyes. Although there was a veil covering her face, Meng Wuya could still see her angry little face. Meng Wuya couldn't stand this kind of look, so he immediately put on a bitter face. Hey, my little grand, don't be so stubborn. Even if this old master doesn't intervene, the second elder will definitely make arrangements. This time Yang Kai was involved because of sassafras. If the second elder doesn't intervene, how will he win over people's hearts in the future? What if? Xia Ningchang asked angrily. There shouldn't be any what if. Meng Wuya was also a bit uncertain. After all, when the upper echelons fought, sacrificing 1 or 2 disciples was a very common thing. Xia Ningchang turned around and sat down on a chair next to him. She said sullenly, "Master, if you don't help him, then I won't be able to go to the 19th congregation ground. I'm afraid your disciple's strength will stop there for the rest of his life." Hearing this, Meng Wuya turned pale with fright. He ran out from behind the counter and stood in front of Xia Ningchang. He lowered his posture like he was serving a grand and, "Where did this come from?" Xia Ningchang turned her head and didn't say anything. Meng Wuya quickly turned around and walked in front of Xia Ningchang again. "Tell me, why can't you go there if you don't help him? In any case, if you don't care about his life or death, then you don't need to care about my life or death either. Master, you are such a heartless person." These words were like a sharp arrow that shot straight at Meng Wuya's heart. It was like he was struck by lightning. His whole body trembled and his little heart broke into countless pieces. "Grandaunt, my grandaunt, can't we talk nicely? These old bones of mine can't stand you tormenting me like this. Meng Wuya bowed again and again. He was extremely humble. How was this the attitude toward a disciple? This was clearly the attitude toward an ancestor. Xiaoning Chang turned her head and stared at Meng Wuya. She said softly, "He cultivates a yang attribute martial skill, and the yang qi in his body is incomparably pure." Yang attribute yuan qi? Meng Wuya's expression was dignified. To what extent is it pure? It's 5 times purer than the person you found last time. Xiaoning Chang replied. You tested it? Meng Wuya couldn't wait to confirm. Yes. If that's the case, then nothing can happen to him. Meng Wuya suddenly straightened his back. After thinking for a moment, he walked out. When he reached the door, he paused and looked back at Xiaoning Chang. He asked, "Disciple, do you dislike him?" No. Xiaoning Chang slowly shook her head. Then you like him? It's not that I like him, I just don't dislike him. Xiaoning Chang's face turned red. Good. You know what you have to do if you want to go there, but you have to promise me that you won't be tempted by him. Only then will I go save him. Master, what are you saying? Xiaoning Chang was very embarrassed. I haven't even spoken to him. These words made Xiaoning Chang feel very guilty. She couldn't help but recall the awkwardness of last night. It's not that I want to cut off your love, but this kind of small place is not a place for you. There's no one here that you can fall in love with. Sooner or later you'll reach a height that no one can reach. At that time, you will live for hundreds of years or even thousands of years, while the person you love will slowly die of old age in front of you. I don't want you to suffer that kind of pain. Disciple, you have to remember, the peak of martial arts is loneliness, and loneliness. Chapter 70. Meng Wuya's words were said with a sigh, as if he was speaking from his heart. Xiaoning Chang could naturally hear the grief in his words. Could it be that Master had experienced this kind of thing? Just as he was about to ask, Meng Wuya had already disappeared. At the same time, in Black Wind Trade, in front of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples' wooden house, a sweaty young man hurriedly ran over. Standing in front of the door, he gently knocked and calmed his breathing before softly calling out, "Senior Sister Su." "What's the matter?" A cold voice came from inside. The voice was very pleasant to hear, but it carried a kind of coldness that repelled people thousands of miles away. The sweat on the young man's body almost condensed into ice. Shivering, he said, "Young Master Sassafras has been knocked unconscious. His subordinates have also been arrested by the law enforcement hall and locked up in the forest prison." As soon as his voice fell, the door of the wooden house suddenly opened and a white-clothed Su Yan appeared in front of him. The man quickly retreated 2 steps and lowered his head, not daring to look directly at Su Yan's flawless face. "Speak clearly, what happened?" Su Yan lightly asked, but the whole wooden house was emitting a burst of cold air visible to the naked eye. Cracking sounds could be heard from the ground, the sound of ice forming. The young man quickly made a long story short and told the whole story. After he finished, he waited for a long time, but there was no movement from the other side. He couldn't help but whisper, "Senior Sister Su?" After calling out, there was still no response. The man gathered his courage and quietly looked up, but there was no trace of Su Yan. She had already left at some point. Oh my God! The High Heaven Pavilion disciple almost collapsed and fell to the ground. The Senior Sister Su was too cold. In the future, whoever married her would have to sleep under a quilt on a hot day. However, for such a cold and noble person like Senior Sister Su, there was no man in the world who could match up to her, right? No one would have thought that just a small conflict between High Heaven Pavilion's younger generation disciples would cause such a stir and stir up so many heroes. In the High Heaven Pavilion's forest prison, Yang Kai, Li Yuntian, and the others were still imprisoned. It had already been more than an hour since they were captured, but there was still no movement outside. Li Yuntian and the rest were anxious. They didn't know why Sassafras hadn't made a move yet. But on second thought, Sassafras had been knocked unconscious at that time, and he didn't know if he had woken up yet. If he hadn't woken up, there was no way to rescue him. Just as he was worrying, the gate of the forest prison was suddenly opened. Along with the sound of footsteps, a disciple of the law enforcement hall came to the cell where Yang Kai and the others were imprisoned. After opening the door, he shouted, "Who is Yang Kai?" Yang Kai answered in a deep voice, "I am." "Come with me." The disciple of the law enforcement hall impolitely ordered, "Someone wants to see you." Yang Kai's face darkened. He sneered, but he wasn't afraid. He walked out. "Brother Yang, don't go out. Wait for young Master Su to come and save us." Li Yuntian was alarmed and pulled on Yang Kai. Let go. The disciple of the law enforcement hall angrily shouted, whoever dares to stop him is an enemy of the law enforcement hall. You know the consequences. Yang Kai said to Li Yuntian, I'll go take a look. Don't worry. Li Yuntian helplessly let go and said in a deep voice, Brother Yang, be careful. The disciple of the law enforcement hall sneered, you overestimate yourself. Walking out of the cell, the disciple locked the gate and then led Yang Kai outside. Not long after, they arrived in front of a room. The disciple opened the door and said with a strange smile, Please come in. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at him. He also sneered and stepped in. The disciple of the law enforcement hall followed closely behind and closed the door with a bang. Almost as soon as the door was closed, Yang Kai suddenly turned around and slammed his palm on the chest of the disciple who led him in. Burning hot true Yang Yuan Qi poured into the disciple's body. The disciple immediately screamed and was pushed into the wall. He never thought that Yang Kai would dare to attack him. This time he took the full brunt of Yang Kai's attack and almost couldn't catch his breath. You have big dog guts. An angry shout came from inside the room. Immediately, 3 or 4 figures danced and pounced on Yang Kai. Yang Kai only had time to block one of the attacks. In the next moment he was knocked to the ground, followed by a series of punches and kicks. In the chaos, Yang Kai roared. Blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. The sweet taste of blood made Yang Kai excited. His blood boiled. At this moment, true Yang Yuan Qi was flowing in his meridians at an incredible speed. The burning heat seeped out of his bones and spread throughout his body. Yang Kai's skin became fiery red. This time, the energy coming from his bones seemed to be much stronger than before. Yang Kai, who was being besieged, suddenly leapt up into the air. While in midair, he kicked out with his legs, hitting the heads of 2 law enforcement hall disciples. Accompanied by 2 screams, the 2 stumbled backwards. But before Kai Yang could land on the ground, a person appeared from the side and accurately grabbed his ankle. With a fierce fling, Kai Yang was flung into the wall like a ragged sack. Groaning, his internal organs were all turned upside down. Struggling to get up, Yang Kai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Under the dim light of the room, he was able to clearly see the situation in the room. This was a sealed secret room. There were 5 disciples of the law enforcement hall. According to the Yuan Qi fluctuations from the fight just now, Yang Kai estimated that their strength was around the initial element boundary. The one who threw him out had a violent Yuan Qi, which was the sign that he had already entered the Qi transformation stage. 1 against 5. Moreover, the gap between their realms was quite large. This battle was destined to be a one-sided battle. But Yang Kai was smiling. In this adversity, Yang Kai's fighting spirit was surging fiercely. You dare to take the initiative to injure others. The Qi transformation stage disciple shouted coldly. Your courage is not small. The other 4 stood behind him, staring coldly at Yang Kai. They had received orders from Chao Zhengwen to teach Yang Kai a good lesson, as long as they did not kill him. They did not expect that just as they entered the room, Yang Kai would actually take the initiative to attack, catching them off guard and causing them to lose face. Ha. Yang Kai leaned against the wall with his head slightly lowered. His scarlet eyes looked at the 5 people and said coldly, You want to hit me? Do you think I can't retaliate? The Qi transformation stage disciple's face darkened. He laughed sinisterly, You are quite smart. Since you know what we are thinking, then don't retaliate. Obediently let us beat you up so that young Master Wei Zhuan can vent his anger. If you dare to retaliate, you may lose an arm or a leg. You can try. Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Stubborn fool. Beat him up. Under the order, the 5 people moved out again. Their moves were ruthless, not showing the slightest mercy. With their strength, it was more than enough to deal with Yang Kai one-on-one. Now that the 5 of them were attacking together, it was naturally easy to teach Yang Kai a lesson. To be continued. Chapter 71. The secret room was suddenly thrown into chaos. Angry roars and the sound of punches and kicks were incessant. Occasionally, 1 or 2 groans could be heard, and blood splattered everywhere. As the saying goes, it is difficult for 2 fists to fight 4 hands. Yang Kai's strength was already lacking compared to these people. Now that he was fighting 1 against 5, how could he protect himself? Often, when he fought with others, he would have to endure 4 or 5 attacks. These disciplinary disciples were even more ruthless. Although they wouldn't take Yang Kai's life, after suffering such a beating, anyone would have to lie in bed for at least 1 to 2 months. Stop. After a long while, the Qi transforming stage disciplinary disciple suddenly shouted and quickly jumped out of the ring. Stop fighting. If you continue, you will kill him. The other 4 people also hurriedly retreated. They stared at Yang Kai, who was lying on the ground with some fear in their eyes. Fuck. One of them covered his cheek. I was slapped by him. My teeth almost fell out. The other man covered his crotch with a look of lingering fear. I almost lost my bloodline. If I didn't dodge fast enough, the first one to lie down would have been me. Even if he avoided his vital parts, he still felt a burning pain in his thigh. Yang Kai struggled to resist the powerful kick. Even now, when he thought about it, he still felt a chill in his heart. The 5 of them looked at each other, all of them stunned, because although they had managed to defeat Kai Yang in this battle, each of them had more or less been left with some scars on their bodies. This discovery shocked the 5 people. The 5 people's faces suddenly became embarrassed. Wasn't this too embarrassing? How could a trial disciple, who was only at the 3rd level of the initial element realm, be so cruel? When they were ganging up on him, they didn't care much about it. Now that they thought about it, they found it inconceivable. Pooh. The sound came. The 5 people followed the sound and saw that Yang Kai, who should have been paralyzed on the ground, actually stood up shakily and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flickered between light and darkness, constantly changing. There was a faint red light shining, and a scorching hot feeling rushed toward him, as if a volcano that had been dormant for thousands of years had finally erupted. This Yuan Qi fluctuation. The Qi transformation stage disciple was shocked. Something is wrong. How could this be the Yuan Qi fluctuation of a 3rd stage initial element realm disciple? It was obvious that he had already reached the peak of the initial element stage. If he took another step forward, he would most likely reach the Qi transformation stage. He can still stand up? The person next to him opened his eyes wide and almost bit his own tongue. Even if it was him, if he was beaten up like this, he was afraid that he wouldn't even have the strength to move a finger. How could he stand up? He's here. Another person suddenly screamed. Before he could finish his words, the originally trembling Yang Kai suddenly rushed towards the 5 people like a gust of wind. Halfway through, Yang Kai's fist became fiery red, like a soldering iron that had been fished out from a charcoal fire. The person who shouted used all the Yuan Qi in his body and fiercely exchanged a punch with Yang Kai. Boom. The person flew backwards and hit the wall before falling to the ground. He felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. Yang Kai's body slightly paused, but he had already found his second target. Presumptuous. The Qi transformation stage disciple leader was furious. His 5 brothers were fighting against a junior brother. Not only were they unable to defeat him, but they were also counterattacked. If this spread out, what kind of scandal would this be? Where were they supposed to put their faces? In his anger, the Qi transformation stage disciple pushed out his palm and shouted in a deep voice, "Whirling wind force." The room was suddenly filled with a whistling sound. From the palm of this person, a small tornado visible to the naked eye burst out, directly meeting Yang Kai's fist. Kacha. Kacha. A series of cracking sounds were heard. The clothes on Yang Kai's arms seemed to have been cut by countless blades, instantly becoming tattered. His entire arm was also covered with bloodstains. Yang Kai's crimson eyes revealed a shocked expression. His true Yang Yuan Qi moved, fiercely gushing out from his arm, blocking the opponent's martial skill. With a whoosh, a ball of fire exploded in the secret chamber. Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi merged with the Qi transforming stage disciple's whirlwind energy and ignited it. Amidst the flames, Yang Kai's fist flew out and collided with the palm of the Qi transforming stage disciple. Both sides were forced to retreat. What are you waiting for? Beat him up. The Qi transforming stage disciple's palm turned red. He had never thought that the opponent's Yuan Qi would be so strange. Although it did not injure him, he had still suffered some losses. Enraged, he immediately roared. The other 3 disciplinary hall disciples recovered from their shock. They rushed forward and surrounded Yang Kai. Using all of their skills, they began to beat up Yang Kai. The other man, who was the first to be sent flying by Yang Kai, also joined in angrily. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the 4 people gradually stopped. While gasping for breath, they retreated a few feet away from Yang Kai. They were almost an entire room away from him as they vigilantly sized him up. They were really shocked by this junior brother's craziness. The second time they ganged up on him, the results were obvious. Yang Kai's injuries were several times more serious than the previous ones, but the 4 people also paid a different price. He won't get up again, right? One of them covered his mouth and coughed as he softly asked. After coughing, there was a pool of blood in his hand. He shouldn't, he was already beaten to this extent. Another person rubbed his eyes. There was a bruise there and even a big blister, as if he had been scalded by boiling water. The 5 people felt bitter in their hearts. They felt that they had suffered such a big loss because of the terrain. In this small secret room, 5 people against 1 person seemed to have the advantage, but in reality, it was very difficult for them to attack at the same time. But the opponent didn't have so many scruples. There were enemies everywhere, so he could fight as he pleased. If they were in the wilderness and could use all of their strength, why would they be in such an awkward situation? But this junior brother called Yang Kai's strength was really amazing. A normal initial element boundary 3rd level was simply not his opponent. No wonder Wei Zhuan was defeated by him. Just when the 5 people thought that Yang Kai had been beaten to the ground, he unexpectedly moved again. He was extremely weak and battered, but little by little he straightened his body. The Yuan Qi fluctuations emitted from his body not only did not weaken, but also surged. Damn it! The Qi transformation stage disciple cursed. What kind of freak was this junior brother? Why didn't he faint after being beaten like this? Don't come over, if you do I'll really beat you to death. The person with the bruise on his eye shouted. This was an extremely comical scene. The people who were beating the other person huddled together and shouted for the one who was beaten to not come over. On the contrary, the one who was beaten seemed to be in a daze. His whole body was covered in blood and he was moving step by step towards the 5 people. Every step he took was heavy, and every step he took was shaky as if he would fall at any moment, but he still continued to walk forward. If it weren't for the wall behind them, the 5 people would have retreated. To be continued. Chapter 72. A series of gulping sounds could be heard. Brother, what should we do? One of them nervously asked. He was afraid that if they continued to beat this Yang Kai to death. This is a fucking madman. The Qi transforming stage disciple's eyes slightly trembled as he cursed. I don't care, if he dares to come over then we'll beat him. This time we must knock him out. The other 4 awkwardly replied. Just as the 5 of them were on high alert, a chill suddenly rose from the bottom of their hearts, causing the temperature of the entire room to drop by a lot. Cracking sounds could be heard from all directions, causing the 5 of them to turn their heads in amazement. They saw that the walls and floor of the room were covered with a thin layer of frost. What's going on? One of them doubtfully asked as he shivered. Bang! The door to the secret room was kicked open by someone. Who is it? The Qi transforming stage law enforcement disciple shouted and turned his head to look. His mouth suddenly opened to the size of a duck's egg and he couldn't close it no matter how hard he tried. Although the temperature of the room had dropped to the point where it was as cold as winter, a thin layer of cold sweat suddenly appeared on this person's forehead. He stared blankly at the woman who appeared at the door and stammered, Su? Senior Sister Su Yan. Senior Sister Su Yan? The other 4 people's faces also changed greatly as they followed his gaze. Sure enough, they saw a beautiful woman with a cold expression and wearing a pure white dress standing there. She was like a pure white snow lotus blooming on a snowy mountain that had never melted since ancient times. She brought a chill with her as she descended to the world. She was so noble, so cold. Wherever her beautiful eyes swept past, the 5 of them felt a sense of inferiority. They all unconsciously lowered their heads. Su Yan had just hurriedly returned from Black Wind Trade, so she didn't have time to investigate the situation. She only thought that Sassafras had also been taken into the forest prison. After rushing in, she noticed that there were traces of a battle and immediately came to investigate. After opening the door, what she saw made her heart tremble. There were 6 people in the room. 5 of them were law enforcement disciples. One was at the second stage of the Qi transforming stage, while the other 4 were at the initial element boundary. The last one was covered in blood and his clothes were tattered. He stood there unsteadily, but his eyes were filled with an unyielding will. I've seen this person before. Yang Kai. Once, Sassafras had brought him to Black Wind Trade. He was the disciple who had defeated Qing Xiaofeng. Using her divine sense to investigate, Su Yan was even more surprised. She could clearly sense that this Yang Kai was covered in wounds. Although these wounds weren't life-threatening, with his strength, it was absolutely impossible for him to still be standing. He should have been lying on the ground by now. Just how tenacious was his will to be able to withstand such a heavy blow without collapsing. In just a few moments, Su Yan already knew everything that had happened in this room. For the first time, a nameless fire rose in his heart, which was rarely stirred up. In a flash, Su Yan arrived at Yang Kai's side. Supporting him with one hand, she poured her ice-cold yuan qi into his body and controlled his internal and external injuries. Strangely enough, after being stimulated by this ice-cold feeling, Yang Kai's tumbling blood quickly calmed down. His drowsy mind also immediately cleared up. A clear fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Su Yan, who was standing beside him. His ferocious face gradually calmed down. This senior sister wasn't very tall. She was half a head shorter than him, but at this moment Yang Kai felt a kind of tranquility that he had never felt before. It was as if he was in an empty snowy mountain. There was only a refreshing coolness, and all the noise in the world had disappeared. With her by his side, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel an urge to join hands with her and live in seclusion in the mountains. Who did it? Su Yan's indifferent and cold voice sounded. The 5 people from the disciplinary hall trembled. They looked at each other, then lowered their heads and said, "Everyone did it." In front of Su Yan, it was as if even lying was blasphemy. Her noble and inviolable temperament and majesty made them not dare to lie. Su Yan nodded slightly. "Very good." After saying this, she supported Yang Kai and turned around, leaving the secret room step by step. Only after Su Yan's figure disappeared did the 5 people let out a heavy sigh of relief, feeling as if they had just survived a disaster. But before the 5 people could rejoice, they suddenly felt a chill on their chests. Looking down, they saw that there was a little bit of frost on their chests. Then this frost quickly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into an ice flower half the size of a palm. With a hua sound, the 5 ice flowers shattered at the same time. The 5 people groaned and knelt on the ground with pale faces. They only felt that their yuan qi had disappeared along with the explosion of the ice flowers. Moreover, their bodies had also suffered heavy injuries. So strong. Worthy of being the number 1 person of the 3 sects. The Qi transforming stage disciplinary hall disciple's face was pale. He was shivering from the cold, and his face was filled with lingering fear. He didn't see when Su Yan had made her move, but he had unknowingly been hit by her attack. If it wasn't for this senior sister's calm temperament, today's situation wouldn't have been as simple as just a few injuries. With her strength, if she wanted to take their lives, it would be as easy as pinching a conch with her 10 fingers. Outside the secret room, Yang Kai was still staggering forward. Hearing the movement behind him, he turned his head and looked at Su Yan in astonishment. "You made a move on them?" Su Yan blinked her long eyelashes. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Yang Kai nodded. "Oh right, bring Li Yun Tian and the others out too." "What about Sassafras?" Su Yan asked. "I don't know." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "He wasn't imprisoned. He should have been sent back. Those people wouldn't dare to touch Sassafras." Hearing this, Su Yan let out a sigh of relief. The 2 of them walked into the depths of the forest prison. Not long after, they arrived at the place where Li Yun Tian and the others were imprisoned. Seeing Yang Kai and Su Yan appear together, and being so intimate, they were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They even forgot to breathe. Heavens! If I could be so intimate with senior sister Su, I would be willing to be beaten to death. Li Yun Tian and the others were so envious that they wanted to die. "Come out." Su Yan waved her hand and broke the lock on the cell door. "Oh." The group of people unconsciously responded and then walked out in a daze. More than 10 pairs of eyes kept looking at Yang Kai and Su Yan. No matter how calm Su Yan's temperament was, being stared at like this, her expression became unnatural. "Come, I'll take you out." Su Yan's pretty face was cold as she supported Yang Kai and walked in front. Li Yun Tian and the others followed behind. Not long after, the group of people walked out of the forest prison. The bright light shone in, causing everyone to squint their eyes. However, outside the forest prison, nearly 100 disciplinary hall disciples were waiting in formation, surrounding the exit. "What a big lineup." Yang Kai sneered. "Senior sister, I'm afraid this is used to deal with you, right?" Su Yan didn't answer. She just faintly glanced at the crowd and continued to support Yang Kai as they walked forward. Wherever they passed, no one dared to block them. All the disciplinary hall disciples who blocked the way scattered in fear and took the initiative to open a path. Chapter 73. Pairs of eyes stared at Su Yan and Yang Kai, who she was supporting. All kinds of envy and jealousy quickly spread, and a strong sour smell rose up. Before today they had never seen Su Yan so close to a man. Even the several outstanding core disciples had never received such an honor. Su Yen cultivated the ice heart's secret art, and her heart had been sealed in ice for many years. Not to mention seeing her close to other men, it was rare for her to even speak. Every High Heaven Pavilion disciple, regardless of their strength, status, could only be cautious in front of her, lest they offend her. But at this moment she actually took the initiative to support a young man at the initial element boundary third stage, her jade-like small hand slightly supporting his waist, her icy face slightly blushing, looking very attractive. The person who was usually unreachable at this moment seemed to be much closer to them. However, the hearts of countless High Heaven Pavilion male disciples were broken. They felt as if the high and mighty goddess in their hearts had been desecrated. And this person who had profaned their goddess was right in front of them, being supported by their goddess, smelling their goddess's fragrance, feeling the softness of their goddess's small hand, and enjoying a treatment that no one else could enjoy. Murderous Qi. Yang Kai's mouth curved into a strange smile, his expression calm as he followed Su Yen forward, giving off the feeling of a fox exploiting a tiger's might. In front of them, a figure flashed. A handsome young man stood in front of Su Yen and Kai Yang. This person looked at Su Yen with a pair of eyes that were filled with tenderness and sweetness, but also concealed a trace of deep jealousy and unhappiness. Su Yan's footsteps paused and she looked up at the other party. "Get out of the way." As always, a cold voice sounded. Her voice was flat, without the slightest trace of anger, and no one could hear her emotions. The man smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Junior sister, don't make things difficult for brother. Brother is also doing his duty." This person was the second strongest of High Heaven Pavilion's younger generation, Xia Hongchen. "Get out of the way." Su Yen still said the same words as if she was unwilling to say another word. Xia Hongchen helplessly said, "Junior sister, these people can't leave yet. They have violated the sect's rules. Before the Elder Council makes a decision, no one can take them out of here." "Sect rules?" Yang Kai took a step forward and sneered, "Brother, may I ask, which rule have we violated?" Xia Hongchen looked at him contemptuously and snorted, "Gang fighting, murder, contempt for the law enforcement hall, any one of these is enough to get you expelled from High Heaven Pavilion." "Gang fight?" Su Yen continued, "Who are you fighting with? Since it was a gang fight there should be opponents, right? Why did the law enforcement hall only arrest one of them? What about the other side?" Xia Hongchen's face stiffened as he was rendered speechless. The other side of the fight was Wei Zhuan and the others, so how could they dare to catch them? Murder? Then where are the bodies of the people who were killed? Xia Hongchen smiled bitterly and hurriedly explained, attempted to commit murder, but fortunately our law enforcement hall stopped them, so there was no big trouble. When sect disciples spar, they are responsible for their own lives. According to what you said, every pair of disciples who spar with each other are attempting to commit murder? Your law enforcement hall has so many people. If you have nothing better to do, why don't you arrest all of High Heaven Pavilion's disciples? Su Yan's expression was indifferent, her tone cold. As for the contempt for the law enforcement hall, if your law enforcement hall is really fair, who would dare to despise it? I'm afraid that the law enforcement hall, which purports to represent the sect's rules, has long been reduced to a tool in the hands of some people in a power struggle. If you destroy your own dignity, you can't blame others for stepping on you. Junior sister. Xia Hongchen's smile was dry, his handsome face showing deep helplessness. Do you have to be so blunt? Right and wrong you know clearly in your heart. Xia Hongchen's expression was sad as he whispered, Junior sister, I have treated you with sincerity. Why do you make things so difficult for me? Su Yen lightly said, if brother's words were heard by junior sister Zhao Fei Shui, I wonder what she would think? Zhao Fei Shui, like Xia Hongchen and Su Yen, was a core disciple of High Heaven Pavilion. However, the relationship between this woman and Xia Hongchen had always been unclear. Xia Hongchen's body trembled as he stared deeply at Su Yen, his face filled with pain and helplessness. Immediately, his eyes turned and stared at Yang Kai, his eyes suddenly filled with resentment. Yang Kai's expression was calm as he stared back at him without fear. You're called Yang Kai? Xia Hongchen suppressed the bitterness in his heart and asked. Anyone who saw the woman they liked so intimately supporting another man would not feel good. What advice does brother have for me? I know this time's matter was caused by you. If it weren't for you there wouldn't be this trouble. If you don't want to implicate junior sister Su, you should obediently return to your cell and save me the trouble of taking action. Xia Hongchen faintly said. He had no way to persuade Su Yen, nor did he dare to touch her, so he could only find an opening from Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled. What are you smiling about? Xia Hongqin frowned and asked. Yang Kai was now covered in blood and looked quite embarrassed, but he was still smiling. While smiling, he slowly reached out and grabbed Su Yan's jade hand which was resting on his waist, gently patting it. Turning his head to look at Su Yan, he said sweetly, I also don't want to implicate senior sister, but senior sister has always treated me with sincerity. I really can't let her down, so I can only let her do as she pleases. Xia Hongqian's face suddenly paled while Su Yan stood in place, her pretty face filled with confusion. Li Yuntian and the others' jaws dropped to the ground as strange gurgling sounds came from their throats, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't say a single word. The surrounding 100 or so disciplinary hall disciples felt as if their hearts had suddenly split open, each one dumbstruck. Senior sister, what do you say? Yang Kai seemed to be unaware of the critical situation and sprinkled a handful of salt into the boiling oil. Xia Hongqin nervously looked at Su Yan, afraid that she would give him an answer he didn't want to hear. Su Yan suddenly regained her senses. In all her life she had never been so frivolous by a man. Her hand was actually held in his palm and caressed as he pleased. That rough hand rubbed against her skin, causing a burst of tingling pain and a bit of warmth. Su Yan was furious. She almost sent Yang Kai flying on the spot, but after thinking about it she understood what Yang Kai wanted to do. Suppressing the anger in her heart, Su Yan nodded slightly and generously admitted, yes. While answering, she sent a stream of dark qi into Yang Kai's meridians. Yang Kai groaned as 2 streams of blood suddenly flowed out from his nostrils. Why are you bleeding? Su Yan asked as she took out a white handkerchief and gently wiped Yang Kai's blood. It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Kai Yang felt a chill in his heart, thinking that although this senior sister's temperament was calm and indifferent, in reality, if you crossed her bottom line, she would not hesitate to act ruthlessly. You. Xia Hongqin was about to go crazy from jealousy. If Su Yan had just admitted it, he wouldn't have believed it, but seeing the scene in front of him made it impossible for him to doubt Su Yan's feelings. When had he ever seen Su Yan treat a man so gently? When had he ever seen Su Yan's hand being held in the palm of a man's hand without any resistance? If she wasn't really willing with Su Yan's strength, how could this Yang Kai have succeeded? Junior sister, you are a genius, how could you fancy such a waste? Who are you calling a waste? Yang Kai and Su Yan turned their heads at the same time, their faces cloudy like the night before a storm. Chapter 74. As if they had discussed this beforehand, as if their hearts were connected, Yang Kai and Su Yan unexpectedly shouted out the same sentence. Even their tone and demeanor were the same. Xia Hongqian was startled by the roar. Looking at Su Yan in pain, he bitterly said, how is he not a waste? In terms of status, he is just a trial disciple. In terms of cultivation strength, he is only at the initial element boundary 3rd stage. This kind of person is a waste. Junior sister, why would you like him? You don't need to worry about us. Su Yan was obviously in character. She also wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of Xia Hongqian's entanglement for so many years. She even used such intimate words. Brother, do you know the saying, love at first sight? Yang Kai looked at Xia Hongqian playfully. You shut up. Xia Hongqian's expression was ferocious as he roared, I am talking to junior sister, how can a waste like you interrupt? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he sneered. A waste will always be a waste. Xia Hongqian's calm and confident demeanor had long been thrown to the back of his mind. Under the influence of jealousy and hatred, his handsome face became twisted and ugly. When I was your age, I was already at the qi transforming stage. You are only at the initial element 3rd stage, while I am currently at the peak of the separation and reunion boundary. There is a difference of 2 large realms and 6 small realms, how can you compare to me? Brother, please wait and see. Yang Kai didn't say much. Some things couldn't be said. Only by doing it would it have an effect. Xia Hongqian, I don't want to be entangled with you here. Get out of the way. Thanks to your disciplinary hall, he is seriously injured. I want to treat him. Su Yan coldly shouted. Today no one will leave here. Xia Hongqian roared. Looking at Su Yan with pain, his body slightly trembling, he ordered, disciplinary hall disciples, listen to my order. If anyone dares to rush out, kill them all. Even if it is your senior sister Su, you must not show mercy. Deep love, deep hatred. At this moment, Xia Hongqian perfectly interpreted the meaning of this sentence. Asterisk hua hua hua. Asterisk the 100 or so law enforcement hall disciples hesitated for a moment before immediately moving, once again surrounding Su Yan's group. You insist? Su Yan's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. Xia Hongchen smiled bitterly. Junior sister, I know I'm not your opponent, but if you want to pass, you'll have to step over brother's dead body. He was willing to sacrifice himself for a righteous cause, attempting to use his courage and selflessness to move Su Yan. Su Yan was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. She wasn't afraid of the law enforcement hall. Her strength was as high as Yuan Qi level 3, which was 3 levels higher than Xia Hongchen's. Once she used the Ice Heart technique, no one here could stop her. But Yang Kai and Li Yuntian were destined to have a hard time as well. After all, she was only one person. It was impossible for her to protect everyone under her wings. The situation suddenly reached a deadlock. Su Yan didn't dare to lead her people to rush out, and the people from the law enforcement hall didn't take the initiative to attack, only blocking them here. While a group of juniors were making a ruckus here, the elders of High Heaven Pavilion were in another place, arguing with each other. In the Elder Hall, High Heaven Pavilion's Great Elder Wei Shitong, Second Elder Su Xianwu, Third Elder He Bei Shui, Fourth Elder Zhou Fei, and Fifth Elder Yu Zizai were all present. The 5 elders sat in 2 rows. On one side was Great Elder Wei Shitong, while 4th Elder Zhou Fei and 5th Elder Yu Zizai sat below. On the other side was 2nd Elder Su Xianwu and 3rd Elder He Bei Shui. This was the current elder faction of High Heaven Pavilion. Wei Zhuan and Sassafras, who had a conflict before, were kneeling side by side on the floor, reporting the events that had happened today. Sassafras spoke first. Every word he said was true. How he was blocked by Wei Zhuan, how he was provoked, how he was humiliated in the battle, no matter how big or small, he didn't have the slightest bit of emotion as he spoke. After the 5 elders finished listening, they didn't say anything. They only waited for Wei Zhuan to repeat himself. But when it came from Wei Zhuan's mouth, it was a bit different. At the beginning it was no different from what Sassafras said, but after Yang Kai appeared, Wei Zhuan did his best to slander Yang Kai. His tongue flowed like a lotus flower, and with snot and tears, he said that Yang Kai had gone too far. He even used a secret artifact to break through his embroidered cloud chainmail and tried to kill him on the spot. The bitterness in his tone made those who heard feel sad and those who listened cry. Coupled with his exaggerated body language, the scene at that time was magnified 100 times in front of everyone's eyes. Bullshit. Sassafras was furious and couldn't help but curse. It's the truth. Wei Zhuan took advantage of the fact that Sassafras had been knocked unconscious and didn't see the situation at that time, so he insisted. Truth my ass. You're just a piece of trash who makes trouble out of nothing. You don't even have a draft for lying. All of you shut up. The 1st elder slammed the chair heavily. Sassafras scolded his daughter-in-law in front of him. How could the 1st elder not be angry? But although he was angry, it wasn't good for him to teach the younger generation a lesson. The 2nd elder coldly snorted. The 1st elder said, "The matter has been asked. What do you all think?" Although he asked this, his eyes were fixed on the 2nd elder, Su Xianwu. Naturally, he wanted to ask for his opinion. Su Xianwu said, "What do you mean by what we think? Isn't this matter obvious? Why don't we just let the younger generation deal with the sparring between themselves? Why bother the Council of Elders?" The 1st elder smiled. The 4th elder, Zhou Fei, who had always followed the 1st elder's lead, said, "Second brother, what you said is wrong. At the beginning, this matter was indeed a competition between the younger generation. But after Yang Kai started the matter, the nature of the matter changed." How did it change? Under the eyes of everyone, he openly challenged Wei Zhuan. He didn't break the sex rules. Wei Zhuan's own strength was not good enough and he was defeated. Who can he blame? Su Xianwu was angry that his grandson was being humiliated. His tone was naturally not polite. The 4th elder said, if he really only challenged Wei Zhuan and defeated him, it would be understandable. But the truth is that during the battle, he took out a weapon and used it to break Wei Zhuan's embroidered cloud chainmail. The sex rules say that when disciples fight, they cannot use weapons. That Yang Kai clearly broke this rule and should be punished. Su Xianwu coldly laughed. 4th elder, the sex rules aren't set like this, right? The sect leader hasn't come out for many years. Could it be that someone is so daring as to change the sex rules? These words had a hidden meaning. The 1st elder's faction couldn't help but be moved. Wei Shitong said, "Oh? Then 2nd junior brother, tell us what are the sex rules?" Su Xianwu coldly laughed. The sex rules say that when disciples fight they can't use weapons. They also can't use pills or secret treasures to strengthen themselves. Both sides can only use their own martial arts and their own fists and feet. First brother, this rule I didn't say anything wrong, right? The first elder's face was cold as he nodded. You didn't say anything wrong. Chapter 75. That's right. Su Xianwu sneered. Why was Wei Zhuan wearing a defensive artifact when he was sparring with Sassafras? Isn't this breaking the rules of the sect? How should we deal with this? He didn't say how to deal with Yang Kai, but first tied Wei Zhuan together. This made the first elder's expression blank, not knowing how to answer. If Wei Zhuan really used his own ability to beat Sassafras, then Sassafras can only blame himself for not being skilled enough. Now that Wei Zhuan is using a defensive artifact to humiliate my grandson, brother, do you think I'm made of mud? Su Xianwu shouted angrily and slapped the armrest of his chair into pieces. Wei Shitong had no choice but to lower his stance and say, Second junior brother, please calm down. Wei Zhuan's defensive artifact was indeed bestowed upon him by me. But I only wanted to give him a bit of protection. Who would have thought that this child would be so bad and use a defensive artifact to spar with others? This is Wei Zhuan's fault. After saying this, he shouted angrily, Wei Zhuan, why haven't you apologized to your junior brother yet? Wei Zhuan was obedient and immediately cupped his fists towards Sassafras. Junior brother, this time it was brother Wei's fault. Brother will apologize to you. Junior brother, please be magnanimous. I hope you won't mind. Sassafras turned his head away and ignored him. But what could Su Xuanwu do now that things had come to this? The first elder said again, Wei Zhuan is wrong, but Yang Kai's mistake is even worse. Using a divine weapon, he almost killed Wei Zhuan. If it weren't for the intervention of the disciplinary hall disciples, Wei Zhuan would have already lost his life. This matter has a bad influence and Yang Kai must be severely punished as a warning to others. Fourth elder Zhou Fei and fifth elder Yu Zizai nodded in agreement. Second elder sneered, why is it that Wei Zhuan broke the sect's rules and should apologize, but Yang Kai should be severely punished? Could it be that because Wei Zhuan is brother's grandson, he can enjoy some special privileges? If that's the case, then what prestige does Sky Tower elders have in front of the disciples? Wei Shitong said seriously, Second junior brother's words are wrong. Kai Yang's mistakes and Wei Zhuan's mistakes could not be compared. Wei Zhuan only wore a defensive artifact to protect himself, not to harm others. On the other hand, Kai Yang's artifact was used to kill people. Which one is more important? Second junior brother should be able to clearly distinguish. Su Xianwu asked, Brother, who saw Yang Kai a? Xianwu Wu. Brother, if he really had such a weapon, why didn't the law enforcement hall find it on him? Fourth brother, did the law enforcement hall under your command report on this? The disciplinary hall was under the jurisdiction of the fourth elder, Zhou Fei. Hearing this, he shook his head and said, although he didn't, there were so many people present at that time. They all saw with their own eyes that Kai Yang had a blood-red knife in his hand. If it wasn't for the power of that weapon, Wei Zhuan's embroidered cloud chainmail would not have been destroyed. Su Xianwu snorted. The yuan qi in his body revolved, and a long thin sword suddenly burst out from his fingertips. This long sword was formed by the yuan qi. It flickered. Obviously it was very powerful. If that's the case, does that mean I'm also holding a weapon? Su Xianwu looked coldly at the three people in front of him. This is only the use of yuan qi. How can it be considered a weapon? Fifth elder Yu Zizai slowly shook his head. Second brother, are you saying that Yang Kai, who is only at initial element level 3, can use yuan qi to such an extent? Fourth elder Zhou Fei looked at Su Xianwu with a smile. This was a joke. A cultivator could only use yuan qi when his strength reached the level of yuan qi. Only when the yuan qi in his body transformed into yuan qi could he condense such a substance. As for Kai Yang, he was just a trivial initial element third stage cultivator. The gap between him and the true element boundary was like heaven and earth. How could he have such ability? I didn't say that he could control yuan qi to such an extent. But brothers, did you forget about martial arts? Su Xianwu snorted. Impossible. Even if he used some special martial arts, a mere initial element level 3 cultivator would never be able to break through the defense of the embroidered cloud chainmail. Wei Shitong shook his head repeatedly. There is nothing impossible in this world. I can only say that brothers have been in Sky Tower for a long time and are obsessed with fighting for power. Your thinking is too rigid and can't keep up with the times. These words were a bit unpleasant to hear. Wei Shitong's face suddenly turned cold. Second junior brother, do you have to protect that Yang Kai? So what if I do? Su Xianwu suddenly stood up. This matter, to put it simply, is a competition between the younger generation. Why do you have to make a fuss about it? Fine, I'll satisfy your unreasonable demands. You can either punish both Yang Kai and Wei Zhuang. They both broke the rules of the Sky Tower. Don't let either one of them go, or this matter is over. No. Wei Shitong flatly refused. Even if it is as you said, that Yang Kai used martial arts to break through the defense of the embroidered cloud chainmail, this person is still young and his methods are bloody and cruel. In the future, when his cultivation reaches a certain level, he will definitely fall into the evil path. Our Sky Tower cannot tolerate such a person. He is only at the initial element level. How do you know that he will fall into the evil path in the future? Big brother, do you have the ability to predict the future? Second brother? Fourth elder Zhou Fei was about to speak, but was interrupted by Su Xianwu's angry shout. Su Xianwu pointed at his nose and scolded, "Fourth elder, before the head went into seclusion, he appointed you to be in charge of the law enforcement hall. In these past few years, have you seen what the law enforcement hall has done? Where is fairness and justice? If the law enforcement hall only suppresses dissidents and helps people fight for power, then what is the use of keeping it? Tomorrow, I will report to the head and have him remove the law enforcement hall." Fuck, what is this? The fourth elder was scolded, but he couldn't refute, so his heart was filled with grievances. Second junior brother, what if I insist on expelling Yang Kai from Sky Tower? Wei Shitong asked coldly. You dare. Su Xianwu did not back down. Good, then we will follow the rules set by the head and vote by a show of hands. Once the elder council passes, I think second junior brother won't have any objections, right? Ah, a show of hands? Su Xianwu laughed. Big brother, do you think I, Su Xianwu, am a fool? A show of hands, is there even a need to vote? This won't do, that won't do, what do you want? Do you not even put the rules set by the head in your eyes? Wei Shitong also became angry. The elder hall was filled with smoke, and it looked like a fight was about to break out. Calm down, come drink a cup of water, everyone calm down. The third elder, who had not spoken until now, tried to persuade them. The third elder had a calm temperament, and although he stood on the second elder's side, he generally did not participate in any fights. Moreover, his name was the same as his catchphrase, He Chui Shui, drink a cup of water. Whenever there was any friction between the elders, he would try to persuade them, but the results were very little. We won't drink. The great elder and second elder roared at the same time, glaring at each other, neither willing to accept the other. The third elder was helpless and could only drink by himself. While the elders were arguing, a person's voice suddenly came from outside the door. This disciple has something important to report to the several elders. The fourth elder frowned and quickly said, Come in. When the elder council was discussing something, ordinary disciples did not dare to disturb them. For someone to come in at this time, it meant that something big had happened in the sect. The several elders knew the situation, so naturally they stopped arguing. After the disciple came in, the fourth elder Zhou Fei asked, What happened? Reporting to the elders, someone broke into the law enforcement hall's forest prison and rescued the troublemakers Yang Kai and Li Yin Tian. At the moment, they are confronting brother Xia Hong Chen at the entrance of the prison. What? The fourth elder stood up on the spot, and the other elders were even more shocked. Who is so bold, daring to break into the forest prison to rescue people? The High Heaven Pavilion disciple did not dare answer, only raising his eyes to look at Su Xianwu. Su Xianwu's heart skipped a beat, faintly having a bad premonition. The great elder took in all of this and more or less had a guess, so he calmly ordered, Speak. It's Su Yan's senior sister Su. As soon as these words came out, the smile on the great elder's face suddenly became meaningful, and even the fourth and fifth elders gave Su Xianwu a strange look, while the third elder continued to drink his water. Su Xianwu's expression changed, gnashing his teeth in anger as he shouted, Did you see clearly? Was the person who broke into the forest prison really Su Yan? The disciplinary hall disciple trembled in fear and quickly said, Disciple saw it clearly. I have heard of senior sister Su Yan's name. If second elder does not believe me, you can go and see for yourself. No need. Su Xianwu waved his hand and closed his eyes. A moment later he really did feel a cold chill coming from the forest prison, a chill that no one else in High Heaven Pavilion could feel except for Su Yan. This little girl really doesn't know what's important, she's too bold. Second junior brother, what do you think of this matter? The great elder smiled as he sipped his tea, waiting for Su Xianwu to withdraw his divine sense before calmly asking this question. At this moment, the great elder was confident. If the two sides were unwilling to back down just now, then there was now a breakthrough. What kind of place was the forest prison? It was an important place where High Heaven Pavilion imprisoned disciples who had committed crimes. Whether Yang Kai was in the wrong or not, as long as he was imprisoned, he had to stay there before the matter was settled. But now Su Yan had rushed in and pulled him out. She had shown a moment of bravery, but had violated High Heaven Pavilion's rules. This was a big mistake. If this matter was not handled properly, even Su Yan would be punished. Wei Shitong knew that Su Xianwu would definitely not let Su Yan be implicated, so he had to make a concession. Naturally, the one he had to let go was the disciple named Yang Kai. Speaking of which, none of the 5 elders knew who Kai Yang was. The main reason why they had made such a big fuss about him was because they wanted to seize control of the High Heaven Pavilion. But now the great elder felt that he could win. After this matter spread out, the disciples below would naturally think that the great elder's faction could influence High Heaven Pavilion's decisions and movements, thus achieving their goal. Su Xianwu's face was livid as he struggled for a long time before angrily saying, "Whatever eldest brother wants to do, we'll do as he pleases." Su Yan had become a hindrance, so how could Su Xianwu continue to play with them? In order to protect Su Yan from being punished, Yang Kai could only sacrifice himself. Where there is life there is hope. There will always be a chance to get back at him in the future. Old ghost. When Sassafras heard this, he immediately stared at Su Xianwu in disbelief. "What did you call me?" Su Xianwu was about to go crazy with anger towards this pair of siblings. "Grandfather. You can't do this." Sassafras quickly changed his words. "You have no right to speak in this matter." Su Xianwu glared at him fiercely. "Brother Yang saved my life, you can't just ignore him. If you don't, then you are ungrateful." "You shut up." Su Xianwu's face turned red. Although he was unwilling in his heart, he was now a fish on the chopping block, so what could he do? In order to prevent Sassafras from continuing, Su Xianwu sent out a finger, causing Sassafras to freeze like a statue, unable to speak or move, only able to watch and listen. "I'll deal with you when we get back." Su Xianwu snorted. "Haha." The great elder smiled with satisfaction. Since second junior brother has no objections, then this matter is decided. Saying so, he looked at the disciples below and said, "Pass down the order. Trial disciple Yang Kai has repeatedly violated the sect's rules. His methods are bloody and cruel, so the disciplinary hall will arrest him and bring him back to the forest prison. After the elders have a discussion, we will deal with him. As for Su Yan, since she is young and ignorant and this is her first offense, we will not pursue this matter. Junior brothers, what do you think?" How could the other elders have any objections? "Go." The great elder waved his hand and a token flew out, landing in the disciple's hand. The elder's command, seeing the token, is the same as seeing the person. With this token, Su Yan did not dare to act rashly. "Yes." The disciplinary hall disciple received the order and quickly left. A moment later, a short scream suddenly came from the door, followed by the sound of a body falling to the ground. The elders' expressions changed, and just as they were about to get up to investigate, a voice came from outside. "Elders, you are quite awe-inspiring." The voice sounded, and a white-haired old man slowly walked in. In his hand was the disciplinary hall disciple who had just left, but now he had been knocked unconscious. Even the elder token had been snatched by this old man. The old man walked in front of the kneeling Wei Zhuan and Sassafras, and casually kicked Wei Zhuan to the side. "Go, go, go, don't block the way." Wei Zhuan flew out, screaming miserably. In the elder hall, the 5 elders' expressions were dignified. Wei Shitong narrowed his eyes at the newcomer. "Treasurer Meng?" The newcomer was the contribution hall's Meng Wuya. Speaking of this person, the 5 elders were all confused. More than 10 years ago he suddenly came to High Heaven Pavilion. They did not know what relationship he had with the sect master, but he lived in the pavilion and took charge of the contribution hall. The elders had asked the sect master many times about this person, but every time the sect master did not give them any details, leaving them scratching their heads. However, the 5 elders knew that this person was an expert. Moreover, he was definitely not inferior to them. Fortunately, this person did not have any purpose and only spent his time in the contribution hall, so the elders did not pay any attention to him. But he did not expect that he would come to the elder hall uninvited today. Wei Shitong faintly felt that when facing this treasurer Meng, the pressure was even greater than when facing the sect master. Because of this, Wei Shitong did not dare to slight treasurer Meng. Wei Shitong smiled and said, "I don't know why treasurer Meng has come to my elder hall. What business do you have?" Meng Wuya did not answer and only smiled at Su Xianwu. Su Xianwu did not understand why he was being stared at. He thought to himself, there are no flowers on my face, so why are you looking at me? Do you think your decision is correct? Meng Wuya suddenly asked. What? Su Xianwu was surprised. Chapter 76. That's right. Su Xianwu sneered. Why was Wei Zhuan wearing a defensive artifact when he was sparring with Sassafras? Isn't this breaking the rules of the sect? How should we deal with this? He didn't say how to deal with Yang Kai, but first tied Wei Zhuan together. This made the first elder's expression blank, not knowing how to answer. If Wei Zhuan really used his own ability to beat Sassafras, then Sassafras can only blame himself for not being skilled enough. Now that Wei Zhuan is using a defensive artifact to humiliate my grandson, brother, do you think I'm made of mud? Su Xianwu shouted angrily and slapped the armrest of his chair into pieces. Wei Shitong had no choice but to lower his attitude and say, Second junior brother, please calm down. Wei Zhuan's defensive artifact was indeed bestowed upon him by me. But I only wanted to give him a little more protection. Who would have thought that this child would be so bad and use a defensive artifact to spar with others? This is Wei Zhuan's fault. After saying this, he shouted angrily, Wei Zhuan, why haven't you apologized to your junior brother yet? Wei Zhuan was very obedient and immediately cupped his fists towards Sassafras. Junior brother, this time it was brother Wei's fault. Brother will apologize to you. Junior brother, please be magnanimous and don't take offense. Sassafras turned his head away and ignored him. But what could Su Xianwu do now that things had come to this? The first elder said again, Wei Zhuan is wrong, but Yang Kai's mistake is even worse. Holding a divine weapon, he almost killed Wei Zhuan. If it weren't for the intervention of the disciplinary hall disciples, Wei Zhuan would have already lost his life. This matter has a bad influence and Yang Kai must be severely punished as a warning to others. Fourth elder Zhou Fei and fifth elder Yu Zizai nodded in agreement. Second elder sneered, why is it that Wei Zhuan broke the sect's rules and just apologized, but Yang Kai has to be severely punished? Could it be that because Wei Zhuan is eldest brother's grandson, he can enjoy some privileges? If that's the case, then what prestige does Sky Tower's elder have in front of the disciples? Wei Shitong sternly said, Second martial brother's words are incorrect. Kai Yang's mistakes and Wei Zhuan's mistakes could not be compared. Wei Zhuan was only wearing a defensive artifact to protect himself, he didn't want to harm. He Zhuan's is to protect others while Yang's killing, he's killing people. Who is more important? Second junior brother should be clear. Brother? Xianwu said Wu's right. If he really had such a weapon, why didn't the law enforcement hall find it on him? Fourth brother, did the law enforcement hall under your command report on this? Fourth elder Zhou Fei was in charge of the disciplinary hall. He shook his head and said, although they didn't, there were so many people present at the time. They all saw Yang Kai holding a blood-red knife. This matter can't be faked. If it wasn't for the power of that weapon, Wei Zhuan's embroidered cloud chainmail wouldn't have been destroyed. Su Xianwu snorted. The yuan qi in his body revolved, and a slender long sword suddenly burst out from his fingertips. This long sword was formed by the yuan qi. It flickered and was obviously very powerful. If that's the case, does that mean I'm also holding a weapon? Su Xianwu looked coldly at the three people in front of him. This is only the exquisite use of yuan qi. How can it be considered a weapon? Fifth elder Yu Zizai slowly shook his head. Second brother, do you mean that Yang Kai, who is only at the initial element third level, can already use yuan qi to such an extent? Fourth elder Zhou Fei looked at Su Xianwu with a faint smile. This was a joke. A cultivator could only condense such a substance when his strength reached the yuan qi level and the yuan qi in his body turned into yuan qi. Yang Kai was only at the initial element third level. He was thousands of miles away from the yuan qi level. How could he have such ability? I didn't say that he could control yuan qi to such an extent. But brothers, did you forget about martial arts? Su Xianwu snorted. Impossible. Even if he used some strange martial arts, a mere initial element third level cultivator would never be able to break through the defense of the embroidered cloud chainmail. Wei Shitong shook his head repeatedly. There is nothing impossible in this world. I can only say that brothers have been in Sky Tower for a long time and are obsessed with fighting for power. Your thinking is too rigid and can't keep up with the times. These words were unpleasant to hear. Wei Shitong's face suddenly turned cold. Second junior brother, do you really have to protect that Yang Kai? So what if I do? Su Xianwu suddenly stood up. This matter, to put it simply, is a competition between the younger generation. Why do you have to make a fuss about it? Fine, I'll satisfy your unreasonable demands. Either we punish both Yang Kai and Wei Zhuang. They both broke the rules of the Sky Tower, so we won't let either one of them go. Or this matter will end here. No. Wei Shitong flatly refused. Even if it is as you said, that Yang Kai used martial arts to break through the defense of the embroidered cloud chainmail, this person is still young and his methods are bloody and cruel. In the future, when his cultivation reaches a certain level, he will definitely fall into the evil path. Our Sky Tower cannot tolerate such a person. He is only in the initial element stage. How do you know that he will fall into the evil path in the future? Big brother, do you have the ability to predict the future? Second brother? Fourth elder Zhou Fei was about to speak, but was interrupted by Su Xianwu's angry shout. Su Xianwu pointed at his nose and scolded, "Fourth brother, before the head went into seclusion, he appointed you to be in charge of the Law Enforcement Hall. These past few years, have you seen what the Law Enforcement Hall has done? Where is fairness and justice? If the Law Enforcement Hall only suppresses dissidents and helps people fight for power, then what is the use of keeping it? Tomorrow, I will report to the head and have him remove the Law Enforcement Hall." Fuck, what is this? The fourth elder was scolded, but he couldn't refute, so his heart was filled with grievances. Second junior brother, what if I insist on expelling Yang Kai from Sky Tower? Wei Shitong asked with a cold face. You dare. Su Xianwu did not back down. Good, then we will follow the rules set by the head and vote by a show of hands. Once the elder council passes, I think second junior brother won't have any objections, right? Ah, a show of hands? Su Xianwu laughed. Big brother, do you think I, Su Xianwu, am a fool? A show of hands, is there a need to vote? This won't do, that won't do, what do you want? Are you not even paying attention to the rules set by the head? Wei Shitong also became angry. The elder hall was filled with smoke, and it seemed that a fight was about to break out. Calm down, calm down. Come drink a cup of water, drink a cup of water, everyone calm down. The third elder, who had not spoken until now, tried to persuade them. The third elder had a calm temperament, and although he stood on the second elder's side, he generally did not participate in any fights. Moreover, his name was the same as his catchphrase, he chui shui, drink a cup of water. Whenever there was any friction between the elders, he would try to persuade them, but the results were very little. We won't drink. The great elder and second elder roared at the same time, glaring at each other, neither willing to accept the other. The third elder was helpless and could only drink by himself. While the elders were arguing, a person's voice suddenly came from outside. This disciple has an important matter to report to the several elders. The fourth elder frowned and quickly said, "Come in." When the elder council was discussing something, ordinary disciples did not dare to disturb them. For someone to come at this time, it was certain that something big had happened in the sect. The few elders knew the situation and naturally stopped their quarrel. After the disciple came in, fourth elder Zhou Fei asked, "What is it?" Reporting to the elders, someone broke into the law enforcement hall's forest prison and rescued the troublemakers Yang Kai and Li Yun Tian. At the moment, they are confronting brother Xia Hong Chen at the entrance of the prison. What? The fourth elder stood up on the spot, and the other elders were even more shocked. Who is so bold, daring to break into the forest prison to rescue people? The High Heaven Pavilion disciple didn't dare answer, only raising his eyes to look at Su Xianwu. Su Xianwu's heart skipped a beat, faintly having a bad premonition. The great elder took in all of this and more or less had a guess, so he calmly ordered, "Speak." It's Su Yan's senior sister Su. As soon as these words came out, the smile on the great elder's face suddenly became meaningful, and even the fourth and fifth elders gave Su Xianwu a strange look, while the third elder continued to drink his water. Su Xianwu's expression changed, gnashing his teeth in anger as he shouted, "Did you see clearly? Was the person who broke into the forest prison really Su Yan?" The disciplinary hall disciple trembled in fear and quickly said, "Disciple saw it clearly. I know senior sister Su Yan's name. If second elder doesn't believe me, you can go and see for yourself." No need. Su Xianwu waved his hand, closed his eyes, and a moment later he really did feel a chill coming from the forest prison. This kind of chill in all of High Heaven Pavilion except for Su Yan no one else could have. This little girl really doesn't know what's important, she's too bold. Second junior brother, what do you think of this matter? The great elder smiled as he sipped his tea, waiting for Su Xianwu to withdraw his divine sense before calmly asking. At this moment, the great elder was confident. If the two sides were unwilling to back down just now, then there was now a breakthrough. What kind of place was the forest prison? It was an important place where High Heaven Pavilion imprisoned disciples who had committed crimes. Whether Yang Kai was in the wrong or not, as long as he was imprisoned, he had to stay there before the matter was settled. Now Su Yin had rushed in and pulled him out. She had shown a moment of bravery, but had violated High Heaven Pavilion's rules. This was a big mistake. If it wasn't handled properly, even Su Yin would be punished. Wei Shitong knew that Su Xianwu definitely wouldn't let Su Yin be implicated, so he had to make a concession. Naturally, the one who was willing to let go was that disciple named Yang Kai. Speaking of which, none of the 5 elders knew who Kai Yang was. The main reason why they had made such a big fuss about him was because they wanted to seize control of the High Heaven Pavilion. But now the great elder felt that he could win. After this matter spread, the disciples below would naturally think that the great elder's faction could influence High Heaven Pavilion's decisions and movements. Thus their goal would be achieved. Su Xianwu's face was livid, and after struggling for a long time he angrily said, "Whatever eldest brother wants to do, we'll do it." Su Yin had become a hindrance, so how could Su Xianwu be in the mood to continue arguing with them? In order to protect Su Yin from being punished, Yang Kai could only be sacrificed. Where there is life there is hope. In the future there will always be a chance to get back at him. Old ghost. Sassafras heard this and immediately stared at Su Xianwu in disbelief. "What did you call me?" Su Xianwu was about to go crazy with anger at this pair of siblings. "Grandfather. You can't do this." Sassafras quickly changed his words. "You have no right to speak in this matter." Su Xianwu glared at him fiercely. "Brother Yang saved my life, you can't just ignore him. If you don't, then you're being ungrateful." "You shut up." Su Xianwu's face turned red. Although he was unwilling in his heart, he was currently on the chopping block, so what could he do? In order to prevent Sassafras from continuing, Su Xianwu sent out a finger, causing Sassafras to freeze like a statue, unable to speak or move, only able to watch and listen. "I'll deal with you when we get back." Su Xianwu snorted. "Ah." The great elder smiled with satisfaction. Since second junior brother has no objections, then this matter is decided. Finished speaking, he looked at the disciples below and said, "Pass down the order. Trial disciple Yang Kai has repeatedly violated the sect's rules, his methods are bloody and cruel, so the disciplinary hall will arrest him and bring him back to the forest prison. After the elders discuss, we will deal with him." As for Su Yin, seeing that she is young and ignorant, and that this is her first offense, we will not pursue this matter. Junior brothers, what do you think? How could the other elders have any objections? Go. The great elder waved his hand and a token flew out, landing in the disciple's hand. The elder's order, seeing the token, is the same as seeing the person. With this token, Su Yin did not dare to act rashly. Yes. The disciplinary hall disciple received the order and quickly retreated. A moment later, a short scream suddenly came from the door, followed by the sound of a person falling to the ground. The elders' expressions changed, and just as they were about to get up to investigate, a voice came from outside. "Elders, you are quite awe-inspiring." The voice sounded, and a white-haired old man slowly walked in. In his hand was the disciplinary hall disciple who had just left, but now he had been knocked unconscious. Even the elder's token had been snatched by this old man. This old man walked in front of the kneeling Wei Zhuan and Sassafras, and casually kicked Wei Zhuan to the side. "Go, go, go, don't block the way." Wei Zhuan flew out, screaming miserably. In the elders' hall, the 5 elders' expressions were dignified. Wei Shitong narrowed his eyes at the newcomer. Treasurer Meng? The newcomer was the contribution hall's Meng Wuya. Speaking of this person, the 5 elders were all confused. More than 10 years ago he suddenly came to High Heaven Pavilion. They did not know what relationship he had with the sect master, but he lived in the pavilion and managed the contribution hall. The elders had asked the sect master many times about this person, but every time the sect master did not give them any details, leaving them scratching their heads. However, the 5 elders knew that this person was an expert. Moreover, he was definitely not inferior to them. Fortunately, this person did not have any purpose and only spent his time in the contribution hall, so the elders did not pay attention to him. But he did not expect that he would come to the elder hall uninvited today. Wei Shitong faintly felt that when facing this treasurer Meng, the pressure was even greater than when facing the sect master. Because of this, Wei Shitong did not dare to slight treasurer Meng. Smiling, Wei Shitong opened his mouth. I wonder why Treasurer Meng has come to my elder's hall? Meng Wuya did not answer and only smiled at Su Xianwu. Su Xianwu was puzzled by this stare, but he thought to himself, there are no flowers on my face, so why are you looking at me? Do you think your decision is correct? Meng Wuya suddenly asked. What? Su Xianwu was surprised. Chapter 77. Sacrificing Yang Kai to protect Su Yan. Do you really think you're doing the right thing? Treasurer Meng chuckled. Su Xianwu's expression became awkward. He thought the other party was here to criticize him. Meng Wuya continued, this way you can indeed protect Su Yan, but if Su Yan were to find out afterwards, how would she feel? Su Xianwu's expression froze, sweat dripping down his forehead as he suddenly realized the seriousness of the situation. If you really do this, you will only create a heart demon for Su Yan. She cultivates the ice heart secret art. Once a heart demon is born, you know the consequences better than anyone. Meng Wuya's faint voice sounded in Su Xianwu's ears, causing the latter to feel like he had been struck by lightning and regret. He had only cared about the immediate benefits and hadn't thought about what kind of terrible consequences he would bring to Su Yan in the future. Indeed, sacrificing Yang Kai this time could indeed protect Su Yan, but as long as she lived, she would definitely remember this matter and think that the reason she was safe was all because of Yang Kai's sacrifice. If this continued, her heart would definitely be tormented and her state of mind would become unstable, so how could her strength improve? Many thanks for Treasurer Meng's reminder. Su Xianwu respectfully said. Haha. Meng Wuya chuckled, even if I didn't say anything you would have guessed, it's just a matter of time. Great Elder stood to the side with a gloomy expression. He had finally found an opportunity to defeat his second junior brother, but now that Treasurer Meng had appeared and lectured him, how could his second junior brother be willing to be manipulated by him? For Su Yan's future, he would definitely not compromise this time. Realizing this, Wei Shitong said with a gloomy expression, Treasurer Meng, this is High Heaven Pavilion's Elder Hall. Without the permission of an elder, no one is allowed to set foot here. You should return to where you came from. Meng Wuya glanced at him and threw the elder's token back to him. His figure flashed and he arrived at the highest position in the elder hall. Bold. Wei Shitong flew into a rage, and the other elders also looked at Treasurer Meng with a fierce expression. The reason was none other than that empty seat was reserved for the High Heaven Pavilion's sect master. Besides the sect master, no one else was qualified to set foot there. The few elders had been fighting openly and secretly for so many years. Even the great elder did not dare to covet that position. But now, an unknown contribution hall shopkeeper was actually standing in the main seat. How could the elders not be angry? This was contempt for the entire High Heaven Pavilion. Hehe, please calm down. Meng Wuya smiled faintly and stroked his beard. I'm here on behalf of your sect leader to pass on a message. You're here on behalf of the sect master? The 5 elders were visibly moved. Over the past 10 years, even the 5 great elders had found it extremely difficult to see the sect leader. Who would have thought that Meng Wuya would actually go and see him? And from what he said, it seemed that the sect leader had something to say about what happened today. What was going on here? Normally, even if the pavilion was in chaos, the sect leader would not intervene. So how could today's conflict between a group of juniors have alarmed the sect leader? What is this? Do you recognize it? Meng Wuya held a purple jade pendant in his hand. The sect leader's jade pendant. This jade pendant was the symbol of High Heaven Pavilion's sect leader. It was absolutely impossible to fake. It's good that you know. Meng Wuya smiled. Wei Shitong carefully asked, Dare I ask Treasurer Meng, what instructions does the sect leader have for us? Although the sect leader had not been involved in High Heaven Pavilion's affairs for more than 10 years, his prestige as a pavilion master had never weakened. Meng Wuya said, Your sect leader said that today's matter should be reduced to a small matter, and then reduced to nothing. This is a fight between juniors, so why are you shameless old men interfering? Don't be too shameless. Wei Shitong was stunned and stammered, Sect leader? Sect leader said that? Oh, the last part was my words. Your sect leader only said the first half. Meng Wuya lightly said. The 5 elders almost vomited blood in anger. This scolding was really strong. Unfortunately, they did not know how to respond. Also, since Yang Kai has already reached the initial element stage, then let him be promoted to an ordinary disciple. He can't always carry the status of a trial disciple. These words were also said by you? Wei Shitong asked with some worry. It was your sect leader who said it? Meng Wuya chuckled. The words have been passed on. You can do as you see fit. Finished speaking, he directly walked down from above and strode out of the elder hall. The 5 elders looked at each other and remained silent. Since the sect leader had already passed on the message, what else was there to discuss? It was not a big deal to begin with. Everyone was just using this as a pretext to make a fuss. Wouldn't it be easy to resolve it? Su Xianwu coldly harumphed. He flicked his sleeves and left. With the sect leader's orders, there was no need for him to fight anymore. He walked up to the palace, grabbed Su Mu and disappeared. The 2nd elder left, and the 3rd elder He Bei Shui also left. Only the great elder's faction was left in the hall. The 5th elder Yu Zizai said, "Big brother, something is wrong. Today's matter is not a big deal, but it actually alarmed the sect leader. Is there some mystery behind it?" The 4th elder also nodded. "Could it be that the sect leader wants to take this opportunity to tell us that he is still watching Sky Tower?" This was also the great elder's guess, but he did not dare to admit it. Now that the 4th elder said it out loud, his heart also thumped. "No matter what, this time we will take a step back. In the future we will have to be more careful." The great elder muttered, "However, we can test the sect master's thoughts and see what he is thinking. If he is willing to leave the mountain and take charge of High Heaven Pavilion, then we will support him, but if he is only acting on a whim, High Heaven Pavilion cannot continue like this. We should have someone who can take charge of it." "Yes. But how should we test him?" the 4th elder asked softly. "Didn't the sect leader say that he would promote Yang Kai to an ordinary disciple? We can also do something about it." "So that's how it is." The 4th elder and the 5th elder suddenly realized. In front of the forest prison, Su Yan and Xia Hongchen were confronting each other. No one dared to move. This situation had lasted for half an hour. Su Yan's body was becoming colder and colder. If it were not for Yang Kai's secret art restraining Su Yan's ice heart secret art, he would have already been frozen into an ice sculpture. While they were in a deadlock, a disciple of the law enforcement hall hurried over and shouted, "The Elder Council has ordered, release them." What? Xia Hongchen heard this and was stunned. The law enforcement hall disciple bitterly said, "Brother Xia, the several elders have said that today's matter ends here. No one is to pursue this matter further, otherwise the sect will punish them." Xia Hongchen glared at Yang Kai with resentment. He had been waiting for Su Yan to make a move because as long as Su Yan made a move, he could find an opportunity to kill Yang Kai. But Su Yan did not give him this opportunity. Now that he heard the Elder Council's order, he naturally knew that there was no hope. Gnashing his teeth in grief and indignation, Xia Hongchen roared, "Release them!" Su Yan still supported Yang Kai and led Li Yuntian and the others forward, her expression as calm as an ancient well. Under the complicated gaze of Xia Hongchen, she slowly left. Chapter 78. The lively battle between the younger generation of disciples had come to an end in such a strange manner. Many people felt that it was completely inexplicable. This battle involved a lot of people. The disciplinary hall sent out hundreds of disciples just to stop Su Yan, which also proved her strength. The other main character of this incident, Yang Kai, was also known by many disciples. There were those who disdained him, those who envied him, and all kinds of comments. At this moment, Yang Kai was sleeping. After leaving the forest prison, Yang Kai fell asleep directly. This time he was beaten up by 5 disciplinary hall disciples. Although the injuries he suffered were not fatal, they were quite serious. If not for the anger in his heart, Yang Kai would have collapsed long ago. Once the matter was settled, there was no more worry in his heart. Naturally he could not hold on anymore. When he woke up, Kai Yang was surprised to find himself lying on an unfamiliar bed. His whole body was sore. Looking around, he found that this room was very simple and elegant. There wasn't much furniture in the room, it was very quiet and secluded. It was just like Su Yan's house in Black Wind Trade. He struggled to get up. Maybe the noise he made was heard outside. Not long after, Sassafras opened the door and appeared with a touched face. Li Yuntian and the others were all there. They followed Sassafras in and looked at Yang Kai with relief. "Brother Yang, how do you feel?" Sassafras came forward and helped him up. "I'm fine." Yang Kai slightly operated his Yuan Qi and found that there was no big problem. He just needed to rest for a few days. "Brother saved me again this time." "Sassafras, thank you." Sassafras thanked him clumsily. "Don't worry about it." Yang Kai waved his hand. "Oh right, these are the pills my old man gave you. These are all for healing and cultivation." Sassafras took out a dozen bottles and placed them on the bed. "Second elder?" Yang Kai was stunned. Isn't this too much? Not much, not much. You were seriously injured this time. You should take care of yourself. Junior brother, please thank the second elder on my behalf. There's no need to thank him. Sassafras waved his hand, a hint of anger appearing on his face. Su Xianwu also felt that he owed Yang Kai, so he gave him so many pills. After all, if it wasn't for Treasurer Meng bringing the sect master's orders at the last moment, Yang Kai might have been sacrificed by him. Sassafras was infuriated by the way he had handled the situation. This time he asked for a lot of pills for Yang Kai. Where's senior sister Su Yan? Yang Kai looked around and asked. Sassafras's expression suddenly became strange. He had naturally heard about Yang Kai's feats from Li Yuntian and the others, and for a moment, his heart was filled with both fear and admiration. Ever since he was young, the feeling Su Yan gave him was not that of an older sister, but more like a mother. In front of Su Yan, Sassafras never dared to breathe loudly. But look at this senior brother Yang, how bold he is. He actually held his sister's hand in front of hundreds of people, and even said such bold words. After that, he was not killed by his sister. Not only was he not killed, but his sister even arranged for him to recuperate in her own room. This kind of thing was simply unimaginable. In the 2 days that Yang Kai was unconscious, Sassafras had also been thinking hard for 2 days, but he still couldn't figure out the mystery. Why was this so? Brother Yang. Sassafras sighed heavily and patted Yang Kai's shoulder. After a while he said, My condolences. Since ancient times, falling flowers have always been heartless. Brother, you need to be more open-minded. Yang Kai stared blankly for a moment, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He knew that Sassafras had misunderstood him, but he didn't explain and just asked, Where is she? This time it was all thanks to her rescue at the critical moment, otherwise Yang Kai might have really used his Yang liquid to kill those disciplinary hall disciples. But facing those people, Yang Kai didn't have the confidence to kill them, so he didn't take the risk. But no matter what, once it came to that point there was no turning back. After she settled you here, she went to Black Wind Trade. Sassafras replied. Senior sister didn't say anything when she left? Yang Kai was suspicious. Originally he thought that Su Yan must have something to say to him. After all, his actions at that time were really thoughtless. No. Sassafras slowly shook his head. Yang Kai secretly admired her. This senior sister's personality was really free and easy. When it came to her reputation, she didn't explain the twists and turns to anyone. The truth was clear. After chatting with Sassafras for a while, he left. Lying on the bed, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. Things had already come to this, so there was no point in thinking about it. It just so happened that Sassafras had brought a lot of pills, so it was time to test whether his conjecture was correct or not. Half of these pills were for healing, while the other half were for cultivation. Overall, their value was definitely not cheap. Yang Kai first took a few healing pills, then silently circulated his true Yang secret art, helping the medicinal efficacies dissolve in his body while carefully feeling the changes in his body. Needless to say, the medicinal efficacies of these healing pills were quite remarkable. The medicinal efficacies flowed through his meridians, and in a short time began to nourish and repair his wounds, reducing the pain in his wounds. However, Yang Kai was keenly aware that a part of the medicinal efficacies of these pills was actually circulating in his meridians and pouring into his bones. Perceiving this point, Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, becoming more and more certain of his conjecture. In order to verify whether this conjecture was correct, Yang Kai continued to eat all kinds of pills throughout the day. The final result showed that his unyielding golden skeleton could indeed absorb other types of energy that was not of the Yang attribute. As early as a few days ago when he broke through to the initial element realm, Yang Kai had this conjecture, but at that time there was no way to verify it. The true Yang secret art was undoubtedly a special and powerful secret art. It allowed him to condense Yang liquid without limit, and Yang liquid was also very lethal in battle. However, this powerful secret technique had an obvious limitation, and that was that the cultivation environment was too harsh. It was necessary to cultivate in Yang Qi's environment. Originally, Yang Kai was worried that his cultivation would be affected by the environment, but now the unyielding golden skeleton's tolerance allowed him to eliminate this worry. When there was Yang Qi, he could cultivate the true Yang secret art, but when there was no Yang Qi, there was no harm. The unyielding golden skeleton was not picky about its food, and would accept any kind of energy. Under this two-pronged approach, his strength would not stop because of a lack of Yang attribute energy. This non-yang attribute energy would be absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton, and when it was time to fight, it would be fed back to him, increasing his fighting strength. Yang Kai faintly felt that there was an unclear relationship between his unyielding golden skeleton and the true Yang secret art, but as for what kind of relationship it was, he couldn't figure it out. When Yang Kai came back to his senses, he couldn't help but be shocked. He had unknowingly consumed a total of 5 bottles of pills, and each bottle contained 10 pills. In other words, he had eaten 50 pills. Even if these pills were only ordinary level pills and their quality was not high, but if an ordinary person ate so many, their body would definitely not be able to withstand it. But right now he was completely fine and his injuries were much better. In the darkness, Yang Kai's 2 eyes flashed with a terrifying light, staring at the remaining 7 or 8 bottles of various pills, his heart surging with a crazy idea. Once this idea came out, he couldn't suppress it. After a long silence, Yang Kai finally decided to take a gamble. Reaching out, he picked up a bottle of pills, opened the lid and poured it all into his mouth, regardless of whether it was a healing pill or a cultivation pill. Picking up another bottle, he poured it into his mouth. After swallowing all of the remaining pills, Yang Kai licked his lips in satisfaction. If others were to see this scene, they would be scared to the point of peeing their pants. Indeed, none of these pills were poisonous, but they couldn't be swallowed as if they were peas. It must be known that every medicine was 30% poisonous, and any kind of pill had a bottom line. Going too far was as bad as going too far. Not only would it not be good for the body, it would also endanger one's health, and even affect one's cultivation base and foundation. But in that short period of time, Kai Yang had swallowed 70 to 80 different pills in one go. Smacking his lips, Yang Kai felt his stomach bulging. Countless weak and gentle medicinal powers mixed in his stomach, and not long after, they converged into a frightening energy. Yang Kai was already prepared, and hurriedly circulated the true Yang secret art. The energy was like a dragon that had broken out of its cage, churning in his stomach. Yang Kai groaned, feeling as if his entire abdomen was being torn apart. The speed of the true Yang secret art circulation suddenly increased a lot, as if it had an endless attractive force. The energy condensed from the 70 to 80 pills was pulled by this attractive force, slowly merging into his meridians. Yang Kai didn't dare to relax in the slightest, and used his heart to feel. This dragon-like energy was moving in his meridians, but it was incompatible with the true Yang Yuan Qi. Although the two were mixed with each other, they simply wouldn't merge. Not only that, but the direction in which these two kinds of energy flowed in his meridians was also completely different. The true Yang Yuan Qi circulated clockwise, while this huge medicinal effect circulated counterclockwise, colliding with each other endlessly. Every time they collided, the true Yang Yuan Qi would burn away the harmful substances in the medicinal effect, leaving behind the pure energy. Yang Kai's body flickered, and his skin turned red in an instant. Under his skin, every meridian seemed to be crawling with insects, swelling endlessly, looking very frightening. With the passage of time, the impurities in this huge amount of energy were removed, and little by little it entered his bones. At this moment, the unyielding golden skeleton seemed to have turned into a hungry fountain, swallowing large mouthfuls of energy. Under the severe pain, Yang Kai's senses were clearer than ever. It was as if his body had a pair of eyes. He could see how the true Yang Yuan Qi refined this energy, and he could also see how the unyielding golden skeleton received this refined energy, not missing a single trace. Faintly, Yang Kai recalled the several battles he had experienced after obtaining the unyielding golden skeleton. Blood splattered everywhere and his body was in pain, but he was excited and bloodthirsty. Every time, accompanied by pain and an unyielding will, his strength would rapidly increase, and he would be able to defeat and behead opponents who were stronger than him. Especially the battle 2 days ago in the forest prison, where he was beaten up by 5 opponents who were far more powerful than him. Every scene was clearly presented in his mind. His blood began to boil once again, and his bones began to produce a familiar warmth. The energy that had been swallowed up by the unyielding golden skeleton was now being fed back to him, temporarily increasing his strength. Still not enough. Yang Kai felt that he was still missing something before he could truly comprehend the mysteries of the unyielding golden skeleton. I'm still missing a real battle? Thinking of this, Yang Kai suddenly jumped out of bed, gasping for breath as he pushed open the door. Looking left and right, he walked straight to the opposite room and kicked it open. Yang Kai estimated that Sassafras should be sleeping in the opposite room because he had heard some movement not long ago. If he wanted to find someone to fight, Sassafras would be a good candidate. Opening the door, Yang Kai immediately saw a smooth back. Just as he was about to blurt out a challenge, he swallowed it back down. Under the moonlight, by the windowsill, a graceful and delicate figure tugged at his heartstrings. White and smooth skin. Looking back, he could see thousands of people shaking. This scene was truly thrilling, and Yang Kai's 3 souls and 7 spirits almost flew out of his body. There was indeed someone in this room, but it wasn't Sassafras as Yang Kai had imagined, but it was Su Yan. Chapter 79. At this moment, Su Yan was only wearing a corset and panties. Her back was as white as jade, her buttocks were round, and her long and slender legs were exposed to the air. Large patches of snow-white skin were unreservedly imprinted in Yang Kai's eyes. Even though it was night time, Kai Yang could still see it clearly. The curve of her back was so perfect. Her slender shoulders exuded an alluring luster, and her slender waist was exquisite and graceful. It set off her moderately sized buttocks, and her sparkling and translucent skin made people's blood boil. The tight little panties around her buttocks were even more enticing. Because her skin was very white, and because her corset and panties were white at first glance, one would think that she was completely naked. Perhaps because she heard the movement behind her, she crossed one hand in front of her chest, half of her body looking towards the door, while the other hand was holding a white nightgown. It seemed that she was in the middle of changing her clothes. The two people's eyes met in midair. Yang Kai's expression was stunned, and his gaze lingered on her full breasts. Su Yan's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of murderous intent, and her shoulders trembled slightly, because she saw 2 bloodshot eyes. These eyeballs were like a vicious wolf searching for food in the snow, or like a hungry ghost wandering around her pure and clean body without the slightest scruple. Not only that, but the man opposite her was also panting heavily as if he was restless. Gotcha. With Su Yan as the center, a layer of frost quickly spread around her. Her dark red lips pursed and her eyes were cold. Yang Kai finally realized that the situation was bad. His body turned and his speed increased to the limit, quickly escaping the scene. His speed was very fast, and in less than 3 breaths of time he had rushed out of the house. But before he could distinguish between north and south, a loud noise suddenly came from behind him. A large hole was broken open in the house, and a pure white figure flew out from inside, landing on Yang Kai's face. Her expression was cold, but there was also a trace of shame and anger. Yang Kai vigilantly retreated a few steps, and put on a defensive posture. His mind raced thinking about how to explain. But when he thought about it carefully, he knew that there was nothing he could say to defend himself. No matter what he said, it would be useless. No matter which girl had her body seen like this, she would not let it go easily. At this moment, Su Yan had already put on her clothes. She coldly stared at Yang Kai. Although she was so angry that she wanted to kill him, she knew that Yang Kai didn't do it on purpose. He probably didn't expect that she would return from Black Wind Trade and live in the room opposite his. This could only be said to be a misunderstanding. But even if it was a misunderstanding, Su Yan couldn't let it go so easily. She was waiting for an explanation that would calm her anger. However, the man who had seen her body didn't say a word. His eyes were still red, and a strong fighting spirit was emitted from his body. He didn't have the slightest bit of timidity or shame in front of her. Very well, I don't need your explanation. I just want to beat you up to vent my anger. An ice flower quietly appeared on Su Yan's fingertips, and with a flick of her finger the ice flower spun and flew towards Yang Kai. As it flew, the ice flower began to grow. By the time it reached Yang Kai, the ice flower had already grown to the size of a wash basin, and its speed was extremely fast. Yang Kai didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. His true Yang Yuan Qi burst out and punched the ice flower. His fist hurt. The ice flower's ice attribute and the Yang attribute's true Yang Yuan Qi just so happened to counter each other. With this punch, the wash basin-sized ice flower was directly shattered. So. The shattered ice flower turned into countless icicles, and shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't have time to react. In an instant, more than a dozen wounds appeared on his body, dripping with blood. His body that had not yet fully healed looked even more shaky. Yang Kai roared in a low voice, and his unyielding golden skeleton once again played its role. A warm feeling spread throughout his body, and his strength slowly increased. Su Yan's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. She had thought that she would be able to knock Yang Kai unconscious with this move, but she had not expected that he would actually be able to resolve it. Her figure flickered, and like a fairy descending from the heavens, Su Yan approached Yang Kai and pointed a finger at Yang Kai's shoulder. A cold feeling spread across his shoulder, causing Yang Kai to stagger back. Turning his head, he couldn't help but squint as he saw a snowy white frost appear on his shoulder. Moreover, this frost seemed to be condensing into an ice flower. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Kai tore open his clothes and condensed a drop of yang liquid at his fingertips, directly sprinkling it on his shoulder. With a sizzling sound, Yang Kai's shoulder seemed to have been branded red by a hot iron. In an instant, it became extremely red, but the spreading frost was also quickly reduced by the drop of yang liquid, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Su Yan was even more surprised. She had never thought that Yang Kai would be able to use such an incredible method to resolve her cold ice strength. Her beautiful eyes filled with frost, Su Yan directly rolled up 1,000 layers of snow, her graceful body hidden in this wave of snow, directly rolling towards Yang Kai. Like the power of an avalanche, the momentum was tremendous, and Yang Kai was instantly wrapped in the wave of snow. A piercing chill rose from the bottom of his heart. Even though he cultivated the true Yang secret art, at this moment, Yang Kai had the illusion that he was about to be frozen into an ice sculpture. He knew that senior sister Su Yan was angry. Although there was no murderous intent in her moves, it was clear that she wanted to teach him a lesson. This situation was exactly what Yang Kai had intended. Although his opponent was unreachable and he was unable to resist, he could use her to comprehend what he had just learned. This opponent was 1,000 times better than Sassafras. Inside the wave of snow, Su Yan repeatedly attacked Yang Kai, but he was unable to resolve it. A series of muffled groans rang out as blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. His body trembled as he struggled to resist the invasion of the cold. In this adversity, Yang Kai's feelings became clearer and clearer, and he suddenly gave up resisting, allowing Su Yan to attack him. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" The commotion had finally disturbed those who were sleeping soundly. Second Elder Su Xianwu was the first to rush to the scene, followed by Sassafras, Li Yuntian and the others. When they saw the situation, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. In the midst of the snowstorm, Yang Kai's upper body was bare, his eyes closed as he withstood Su Yan's fierce attacks. His seemingly thin body was like a ragged sack, being hit here and there by Su Yan, flying through the air but unable to land. "See." Sassafras sucked in a breath of cold air. "How did Brother Yang provoke elder sister? Is senior sister taking revenge for what happened a few days ago?" Li Yuntian was horrified. That must be it, otherwise with senior sister's temperament, how could she beat Brother Yang like this? Poor Brother Yang, his injuries haven't even healed yet he's met with such a disaster. Senior sister is too ruthless. The whispers of this group of people entered Su Yan's ears, which made her even angrier. Today it was because Kai Yang had seen her body that she had decided to teach him a lesson. But from these people's mouths, it was as if she was the one with a small heart and a chicken's intestines. Su Yan's attacks became even more ruthless. Chapter 80. Su Xianwu squinted his eyes as he stared at the beaten Yang Kai, asking curiously, "He seems to be comprehending something." "What do you mean?" Sassafras couldn't understand. Su Xianwu slowly shook his head and didn't explain. In his eyes, although Yang Kai's current situation was tragic, it was obvious that he was using this battle to comprehend something. Perhaps it was a kind of state of mind, or perhaps it was a martial skill. Wrapped in the cold air, Yang Kai's shivering body seemed to emit a blazing flame. Once this flame ignited, he would be reborn and enter a new level. If he could succeed, his future achievements would be extraordinary. Su Xianwu had never seen a cultivator who could enter such a deep level of comprehension when their strength was so low. It was simply a miracle. "Grandfather, if elder sister continues to beat him like this, I'm afraid Brother Yang will die," Sassafras said anxiously. Su Xianwu shook his head. "Yener knows how to control her strength, there is no killing intent in her moves. She is not trying to take Yang Kai's life." Saying so, he muttered to himself, "Strange, why would Yener hit him?" Even with Su Xianwu's age, he couldn't imagine what had happened just now to make Su Yan so angry. The snowstorm receded as Su Yan's body floated in the air while Yang Kai was thrown directly to the ground. His clothes were tattered, and his exposed skin was blue and purple from frostbite. As he neared the ground, Kai Yang suddenly rolled over and landed firmly on the ground. Opening his eyes, he looked up. Under the star field, Su Yan's white robes fluttered in the wind, like a fairy descending to the world. Behind her, a full moon hung, her robes fluttering in the night wind. His otherworldly and noble temperament gave birth to a sense of humility for no reason. Kacha. With a series of cracking sounds, Yang Kai's entire body was quickly covered in a layer of frost before a huge block of ice wrapped around him. The block of ice had sharp edges and was crystal clear. Through the layer of ice, every strand of Yang Kai's hair could be seen clearly. Even his expression was stiff on his face. Su Yan didn't say anything, only giving Yang Kai a deep look before turning around and returning to the room. The beautiful scene from just now was left in Yang Kai's eyes. Guard him. When the ice breaks, he will succeed. Su Xianwu solemnly instructed Sassafras. Sassafras nervously sweating, "Grandfather, won't Brother Yang freeze to death?" Xianwu laughed. "He won't, this is his good fortune." Saying so, he turned around and left. Only then did Su Mu and a group of people quietly walk forward, surrounding the huge ice block one by one and beating it incessantly. However, this was condensed by Su Yan's ice force, so how could they destroy it? This is bad, Brother Yang has not recovered from his injuries, and now he is frozen inside. I'm afraid his little brother will freeze to death. What should we do? As soon as he finished speaking, he was glared at by Sassafras. "Didn't you hear what my grandfather said? This is Brother Yang's good fortune. Don't move. If you break this ice, you may hurt Brother Yang. Let's just stay here and guard." The group nodded in response. After guarding until 5 o'clock, the block of ice was still motionless. Yang Kai, who was frozen inside, was like a living corpse. His breathing was weak, but his eyes were fixed on the spot where Su Yan disappeared. Sassafras and the others thought about it and decided to leave 2 people here to guard while the others did what they were supposed to do. This situation lasted for 3 full days. In front of a small building, there was a living person sealed inside an ice sculpture. The scene was as strange as it could be. Sassafras and the others did not know how many shifts they had taken, but every time they left 2 people here to guard, there was still no sign of the ice breaking, causing them to be so anxious that the corners of their mouths started to blister. During these 3 days, Yang Kai did not feel the passage of time at all. Although his eyes were always open, he could not see anything. His mind was completely immersed in enlightenment. Feeling the movement of the bones in his body, feeling the warmth brought about by his unyielding willpower, feeling how his strength grew bit by bit after this warmth spread throughout his body. The ice left behind by Su Yan provided him with a very good space to comprehend. The ice force contained in the ice was constantly eroding his body, penetrating his meridians. This kind of ice force was not something that the current Yang Kai could resist, but he was able to resist every time, relying on the wonders of the unyielding golden skeleton. After resisting hundreds and thousands of times, Yang Kai understood the mysteries of the unyielding golden skeleton and understood why it could increase his strength. The small burning fire seed in his body expanded little by little until today. After understanding the mysteries of the unyielding golden skeleton, the fire seed instantly ignited, emitting a monstrous heat wave from his body. Suddenly, a cracking sound rang out. Sassafras and Li Yuntian, who were standing guard at the side, were alarmed by this movement and quickly turned their heads to look. What they saw was that the huge ice cube had actually cracked open one after another, densely packed like a spider's web. "Brother Yang is coming out," Sassafras declared in surprise. Sure enough, as soon as his voice fell, the ice cube exploded, turning into specks of light that disappeared into the air. Yang Kai stood in place, covered in blood. His upper body was still somewhat thin, but his brows were furrowed as if he was deep in thought. Sassafras and Li Yuntian didn't dare to disturb him, so they quietly waited. After a long while, the worry on Yang Kai's face suddenly disappeared. He smiled and said, "If that's the case, then I'll call you Unyielding Will." Unyielding Will was something that Yang Kai had comprehended in these 3 days. It was a mysterious martial skill that couldn't be used to attack, but could be used to strengthen one's body. This was a martial skill that he had comprehended from the unyielding golden skeleton, and was closely related to the unyielding golden skeleton. Only when he was in adversity and had an unyielding will, could he activate this mysterious martial skill. Once he used it, the unyielding golden skeleton would provide him with energy, temporarily increasing his strength. Although he had unintentionally activated the unyielding will before, but for a martial skill, knowing its principles and not knowing its principles made a huge difference. It could be said that until now Yang Kai had truly mastered this mysterious martial skill, a martial skill that belonged only to him. It wouldn't be like before, where once he was injured or stimulated, he would involuntarily activate the unyielding will. Although the harvest was huge, Yang Kai was still somewhat unsatisfied. This was because he could feel that the unyielding golden skeleton still hid some other mysteries that he hadn't seen through yet. He had to say that it was a pity. Yang Kai comforted himself. There's still a long way to go, there's no need to rush. Only when Yang Kai started to move did Sassafras and Li Yuntian dare to step forward and ask with concern, "Brother Yang, are you okay?" "Meh. Very good." Yang Kai moved his arms and legs, and suddenly found that the injuries he had suffered a few days ago were all healed. "You better put on your clothes, otherwise when sister comes back and sees you, she'll beat you up again." Sassafras was worried. Chapter 81. In the courtyard of Sky Tower's second elder, Yang Kai was wolfing down food while Sassafras and the others sat beside him and chatted with him. Of course, they were also inquiring about why Su Yen had dealt such a heavy blow to Yang Kai that night, but Yang Kai didn't dare to say anything. "That's right, Wei Zhuan didn't bother you again, right?" Yang Kai changed the topic. Ever since he left the forest prison that day, he had been unconscious and frozen in ice. Yang Kai really didn't know how the sect dealt with this matter. That matter is already in the past. In the pavilion, from the elders to us younger disciples, no one will bother with that matter anymore. Sassafras replied, then suddenly looked at Yang Kai with a puzzled expression. "Actually, the reason why we are safe and sound this time is not because of my grandfather." "Chem?" Yang Kai raised his head. "Isn't it because of the second elder's actions?" "No." Sassafras slowly shook his head and somewhat embarrassedly told Yang Kai about what happened that day in the elder hall, then said, "Guess who came when I was stopped by my grandfather?" "Oh." You would never have guessed that it was actually Treasurer Meng from the Contribution Hall. He brought the sect leader's jade pendant and also the sect leader's instructions. That's how he managed to turn the matter into a small one. "Old Man Meng?" Yang Kai was stunned. "If it wasn't for him, Brother Yang, I'm afraid you would have been severely punished by the first elder," Sassafras said with a face full of guilt. Yang Kai smiled freely. "Junior brother, don't take it to heart." Sassafras repeatedly bowed. "Brother, I know that the master is magnanimous. I'll apologize to you on behalf of my grandfather. Old Man Meng really didn't do the right thing this time." Yang Kai didn't take it to heart. When the upper echelons fought, they would always use their disciples as chess pieces. This was human nature. Sassafras continued, "Treasurer Meng's origin is mysterious. Old Man Meng also said that his strength is unfathomable. I just don't know why he got involved in this matter, and why he even has a relationship with the sect leader." Yang Kai pondered. Old Man Meng is the kind of person who doesn't take advantage of opportunities. If there is no benefit, he wouldn't do such a thing. He must have a motive. But no matter what, it is a fact that he helped us. "Senior brother, you're right. We're waiting for you to join us," Sumu said. "Let's go now." There was no time to lose. A group of people majestically charged towards the Contribution Hall. Inside the Contribution Hall, Treasurer Meng was not sleeping, but instead was sitting behind the counter, smiling at Yang Kai's group as they entered, as if he had been waiting for them. "Grandpa." In the past, this second generation had always called Treasurer Meng Old Man Meng. But today, Sassafras didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of him. Treasurer Meng smiled. "You're a good boy." Sassafras was embarrassed. "You're here to thank me?" Treasurer Meng looked at everyone. The group nodded. "That's enough. Little Yang Kai stays. The rest of you can leave." "Yes." Su Mu and the others didn't dare to hesitate. Before the soles of their feet had even warmed, they hurriedly bowed and retreated. After leaving the Contribution Hall, everyone understood that the reason Treasurer Meng had helped them was all because of Kai Yang. Otherwise, why would he leave senior brother Yang behind? But why did he help brother Yang? Inside the Contribution Hall, Yang Kai was also puzzled. "Treasurer Meng, what do you want from me?" He didn't beat around the bush. Instead, he directly asked the question in his heart. Meng Wuya laughed and walked out from behind the counter. With his hands behind his back, he walked in circles around Yang Kai. After walking a few circles, he raised his head and asked, "What do you think I want from you?" "I don't know." Yang Kai rolled his eyes. "If I knew, why would I ask you?" Meng Wuya continued, "Since you're so honest, I won't play dumb with you. You should be a person who knows how to repay kindness. This time, I'm helping you out because I want you to do me a favor." Yang Kai frowned. "How can I help you?" Treasurer Meng's strength was profound. If he couldn't do it, how could he? As if he saw through Yang Kai's worries, Treasurer Meng smiled. Don't worry, there's no danger. As long as you meet the conditions, not only will there be no danger, there will also be great benefits waiting for you. Yang Kai was keenly aware that when Treasurer Meng said that last sentence, there was a hidden pain on his face. You want me to meet the conditions to help you? Yang Kai was even more puzzled. He had never seen such a person who was so picky when asking for help. Treasurer Meng said, not only do you have to meet my conditions, you also have to satisfy the other person. That's too troublesome, I won't do it. Yang Kai was about to leave. Don't. Treasurer Meng was anxious. It wasn't easy to find someone who met his conditions. How could he let him go like this? Little Yang Kai, you can't be like this. You should know that a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. No matter what, this old man is your savior. How can you let me down? Then you don't have to beat around the bush. Tell me what you want. If I can help, I will. If I can't, then you can find someone else. Give me your hand. I want to check the yuan qi in your body. Treasurer Meng didn't dare to keep him in suspense. Yang Kai suspiciously looked at him and stretched out his hand. He believed that Treasurer Meng wouldn't do anything to harm him. Meng Wuya stretched out 2 fingers and placed them on Yang Kai's wrist. His face was serious as he examined it. His expression kept changing. At first it was indifferent, but then it changed to a serious expression. His expression changed so quickly that it made people dumbfounded. Good. What a pure yang qi. Meng Wuya retracted his hand. He was overjoyed. Does this have something to do with the yuan qi I've cultivated? Yang Kai guessed. Of course it has something to do with it. Meng Wuya nodded. Why else would I look for you? Little Yang Kai, I want to ask you a question. You must answer me honestly. What question? Meng Wuya's expression suddenly became awkward. His eyes drifted around as he carefully considered his words. After a long time, he nervously and expectantly asked, You're still a virgin, right? Because he was too nervous, Meng Wuya stretched his neck and put his face in front of Yang Kai. His 2 eyes stared straight at him. Yang Kai quickly retreated 2 steps. Then 3 steps. Goosebumps appeared all over his body. He couldn't help but shiver. He vigilantly asked, What are you doing? This old man, did he have some kind of special fetish? This question was too nonsensical. Why did you run so far? This old man won't eat you. Meng Wuya chased Yang Kai until he was forced into a corner. He mysteriously asked in a low voice, Are you still a virgin or not? What do you want? Yang Kai put on a, if you dare to mess around, I'll take you down with me posture. What do you think this old man is? Meng Wuya saw Yang Kai's appearance and finally woke up. He couldn't help but blush. He quickly retreated a few steps. It's not what you think. You brat, how can you be so dirty? Chapter 82. I don't know who's the dirty one staring at other girls' buttocks and thighs all day long. Yang Kai mercilessly retorted. You're talking about this again. Meng Wuya was scared and looked around. Not knowing who heard him, he cupped his hands and said, Young Master Yang, Uncle Yang, let's not talk about this again, okay? This old man just wants to see how they're developing, not do anything to them. Seeing him admit defeat, Yang Kai didn't continue to pursue the matter and said seriously, What you want me to help you with, is it related to this? Yes. Speaking of business, Meng Wuya's expression became serious. So little Yang Kai, you have to tell me the truth. Have you ever had sex with a girl? Cough cough, huh? This is a serious matter. Yang Kai's face was embarrassed. He sniffed and said, I haven't. Good. Meng Wuya's heart finally dropped. Very good. Little Yang Kai, you're a good man. In this era, many men at the age of 14 or 15 had intimate contact with women. The children of poor families didn't need to be mentioned. They started their families early in order to continue the family line. The children of rich families didn't need to be mentioned. They didn't even need to be mentioned. They already had several maids. Only a cultivator, as long as they weren't too lustful, would lose their virginity very late. Some cultivators would never have intimate contact with the opposite sex. In the eyes of a cultivator who pursued cultivation and strength, the prosperity of the world was just a dream. After 100 years, a beautiful woman would be nothing more than a skeleton. Only the peak of the martial path was their goal. Once they were strong, would they be afraid of not being able to find a woman? Among the male disciples of Sky Tower, there were many 15 to 16 years old who wandered around the brothels. Although Meng Wuya believed that Yang Kai wasn't that kind of person, he still had to be cautious and ask clearly. In other words, I can help you? Yang Kai looked at Meng Wuya. If you can't, then no one in the world can. You've passed my test. Meng Wuya was in a good mood and couldn't help but laugh. Then you just said that you want another person to be satisfied? Yang Kai asked doubtfully. Meng Wuya's smile disappeared and his expression became strange. He nodded and said, yes, we have to satisfy her. If she isn't satisfied, then this matter can't be done. To tell you the truth, a few months ago I found someone who fit the criteria, but she wasn't willing, so I could only drop the matter. Forget it, I'll take you to see her. If it works, it works. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. After talking for a long time, Meng Wuya didn't know how to continue. He could only sigh faintly and lead Yang Kai outside. Yang Kai hurriedly said, let me say this first. I'm only here to help you, to thank you for your kindness. If that person wants me to do something too excessive, I won't agree. Smelly brat. Meng Wuya was in a gloomy mood, so when he heard Yang Kai's excuses, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. He thought that if this brat knew how to help, then he would definitely agree. But now he's acting like a good boy in front of me. As he followed Meng Wuya, Yang Kai discovered that the two of them were actually heading towards the coiling dragon stream. Moreover, this direction was where he usually cultivated. Why would he want to go there? When he usually cultivated, he didn't see anyone there. The coiling dragon stream was a dangerous place, so very few people would go there. When they were about 100 feet away from his usual cultivation spot, Meng Wuya suddenly stopped and pointed in front of them. Look there. Yang Kai looked up and couldn't help but be startled. At the place where he usually cultivated, there was actually a woman standing in front of the 3 sunfruit trees that he planted. She was wearing a light green dress. He didn't know what she was thinking about, but she was actually in a trance. Her body didn't move at all, and she allowed the wind to blow as her clothes fluttered. She was wearing a veil, so people couldn't see her face clearly. Her forehead was adorned with a blue gem, which made her look so elegant and refined. She had a slender figure that seemed to be too weak to stand up to a gust of wind, but her figure was graceful. Her watery eyes were full of innocence, making her look like a child who hadn't grown up yet. Seeing her, Yang Kai remembered that night, under the moonlight, the sleeping beauty on his bed. It's her. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly softened. You know her? Meng Wuya suddenly became alert. His precious disciple had told him that she had never spoken to Yang Kai before. How was it that when it came to Yang Kai, the two of them already knew each other? The one who wants my help is her? Yang Kai looked at Meng Wuya and asked. Yes. Meng Wuya nodded. I'll help. Contrary to Treasurer Meng's expectations, Yang Kai didn't hesitate and directly agreed. Meng Wuya had asked him to prepare a speech, such as using reason to persuade with emotion, enticing with benefits, threatening with force. All of it was useless. Meng Wuya's heart suddenly had a bad feeling, and he suddenly regretted looking for Yang Kai. Why did you agree so quickly? Old man Meng was vigilant. Wasn't it you who wanted my help? Yang Kai frowned and looked at Meng Wuya with a puzzled expression. This old man's attitude had changed too quickly. I did want your help, but you agreed too quickly. Meng Wuya waved his hand. You have to give me an explanation. Then do you want my help or not? Yang Kai was impatient. Of course I want it. Then why are you still asking? Isn't it a good thing that I agreed? That's right, wasn't it a good thing that he agreed so quickly? Why did he feel that something was wrong? Meng Wuya was stunned. Yang Kai walked over step by step. The sound of his footsteps startled Xiaoning Chang, who was deep in thought. When she came back to her senses, Yang Kai had already arrived by her side. Xiaoning Chang was clearly shocked and looked at Yang Kai helplessly. She couldn't help but panic. She had met with him twice at night, and both times something embarrassing had happened, so how could Xiaoning Chang remain calm? Senior Sister Xia. Yang Kai looked at her. Why are you here? I came to help you look after the fruits. You haven't been here for a few days, so I was afraid that these fruits had been picked by someone else. Xiaoning Chang quickly explained. Yang Kai turned his head to look and found that the fruits on the 3 trees he had planted before were all gone, leaving only the last tree with 3 fruits that were about to ripen. These are your fruits, I refined them into pills. As Xiaoning Chang spoke, she took out a small bottle and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and found that there were 9 red pills rolling around in the bottle, emitting a strong yang energy. They were very pure, without any other ingredients mixed in. But how could a single 3 sun fruit be used to refine pills? Senior sister knew that I was cultivating here? Yang Kai looked up and asked. If not, why would she help him look after the three sons fruit tree? Xiaoning Chang avoided his gaze. I saw it by accident. So the person that night was you. Yang Kai smiled and his heart warmed. Chapter 83. That night, when Yang Kai was breaking through to the initial element realm, a masked woman had ambushed him. At first he thought that she was trying to kill him, but in the end he realized that wasn't the case. She only wanted to help him. Otherwise, with her strength he wouldn't have been able to resist. At that time Yang Kai had some doubts. Now he had finally confirmed the masked woman's identity. At this moment Yang Kai's heart was filled with gratitude towards this senior sister Xia. Old man Meng stepped out at the wrong time and stood between Kai Yang and Xiaoning Chang. Like a mother hen protecting her chicks, he protected his precious disciple behind him. Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. You know each other? Meng Wuya snorted, his face full of pride and satisfaction. This is my disciple. Your disciple? Yang Kai's jaw almost hit the ground. His eyes kept moving between Xiaoning Chang and Meng Wuya, full of disbelief. Who would have thought that such an unreliable person like Treasurer Meng would actually accept a disciple? Wasn't this leading to the wrong disciple? You two know each other? Meng Wuya looked at Yang Kai. No. Xiaoning Chang's answer was very simple and decisive. While speaking she hid behind Meng Wuya and waved her small hands. Understanding her intentions, Kai Yang chuckled. We don't really know each other, it's just that senior sister helped me out a little that night. Meng Wuya nodded slightly. Xiaoning Chang had also told him about this matter. It was because of that night that Xiaoning Chang felt that Yang Kai's yang qi was very pure. Treasurer Meng, what does senior sister Xia want me to help with? Can you tell me? Yang Kai's expression became serious. Since it was Xiaoning Chang's matter, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't refuse. Meng Wuya didn't answer. He just looked at his precious disciple and asked, can he do it? Xiaoning Chang's delicate earlobes suddenly turned red. She lowered her eyes and her long eyelashes trembled. After a long while she nodded imperceptibly. Seeing her like this, Meng Wuya couldn't help but sigh. Fine. We don't have much time left. He's the one. Kai Yang stood to the side and watched but didn't ask anything. After a while Meng Wuya suddenly asked seriously, Yang Kai, do you know that there are some people in this world who are born different from the rest? These people are born with abilities that ordinary people can't see through. Yang Kai's expression turned serious as he whispered, Treasurer Meng, are you talking about those with special constitutions? That's right. Meng Wuya nodded. These people are blessed by the heavens and are also favored by the heavens. Some people's constitutions are suitable for cultivation. Some people's constitutions are easy to heal after being injured. Some people's constitutions are suitable for battle. There are all kinds of strange constitutions, but no matter which one it is, as long as they have a special constitution, they can reach heights that no one else could ever hope to reach in their territory. Ordinary people like us are very envious of people with special constitutions. However, people with special constitutions are very rare. In a million people there might not even be one. Little Yang Kai, you're lucky. Today I'll let you see someone with special constitutions. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. He looked at Xiaoning Chang who was standing behind Meng Wuya with surprise. Could it be that senior sister Xia? Huh? Meng Wuya's face was filled with pride as he smiled happily. He nodded slightly. That's right. Ning Chang's constitution is different from ordinary people. Yang Kai's emotions fluctuated. He never thought that this easily shy and timid senior sister would be such a lucky person. What kind of constitution does senior sister have? Yang Kai couldn't help but be curious. Meng Wuya didn't answer. Instead, he muttered to himself for a moment before opening his mouth. The fruits on this tree have just ripened. Disciple, go and pick them. Ning Chang followed his instructions and walked to the last three sons fruit tree. Then she gently plucked the three fruits from the tree. Yang Kai didn't interrupt. He felt that his doubts would be answered soon. Disciple, let him see your abilities. Meng Wuya chuckled. Xiaoning Chang nodded slightly. She walked in front of Yang Kai and stretched out her delicate hand. That hand was white and slender. In her delicate palm were the three sons fruits that had just been plucked. Junior brother, please take a look. Xiaoning Chang said softly. She slightly circulated the yuan qi in her body. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became shocked. This was because he discovered that as Xia Ningqiang circulated her energy, the 3 suns fruits in her small hand actually overflowed with red energy. That was the yuan qi contained within the fruits. Yang Kai practiced the true yang tactics, so he was very sensitive to the yuan qi. Naturally, he could feel that the energy within the 3 suns fruits was being crazily extracted. But how did this happen? The energy that leaked out from the 3 suns fruit gathered in front of Xia Ningqiang. No matter how strong the wind blew, it did not disperse. In less than 10 breaths of time, the 3 suns fruits had lost their original color and luster. Not only that, the 3 suns fruits quickly dried up. When the wind blew, they turned into fine powder and dissipated into the air. Xia Ningqiang moved again. She held the condensed yang yuan qi in one hand while her other hand danced in the air. Following her movements, the yang qi under the coiling dragon stream rose into the air like pillars of water. They all rushed towards Xia Ningqiang. She casually grabbed a strand of energy and threw it into the red mass of energy in front of her. Her hands moved faster and faster. Each grab was able to grab the yang qi that rushed out of the coiling dragon stream and merge it into the red mass of energy in front of her. As time passed, the red mass of energy in front of her didn't become much bigger. Instead, it became smaller and smaller. However, the amount of yang yuan qi it contained was increasing. After a while, Xia Ningqiang finally stopped grabbing the yang yuan qi from the coiling dragon stream. Her 2 hands pressed the red mass of energy towards the center. Her 2 palms quickly closed together. When she opened her palms again, there were 3 bright red pills in her hands. The pills were round and attractive. The pill halo and pill veins were clearly visible. Kai Yang was already dumbstruck. The scene in front of him could only be described as godly. There was no other way to describe it. At this moment, Yang Kai finally understood how senior sister Xia had given him the bottle of pills. All of them were refined this way. However, wasn't this a bit too simple and easy? Alchemists were rare to begin with. When refining pills, there was also a risk of failure. Furthermore, when alchemists were refining pills, they also needed special tools, such as a medicinal furnace and furnace fire. However, this senior sister Xia in front of him had only used her hands. Other than the 3 suns fruit, she didn't use any other materials. Yet she was able to easily refine 3 pills. For you. Xia Ningqiang extended her hand in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai took a deep breath and calmed the shock in his heart. He picked up the 3 pills and carefully sensed them. He found that each of these pills contained more yang yuan qi than a single 3 suns fruit. After all, when refining these 3 pills, Xia Ningqiang had borrowed the yang qi from the coiling dragon stream. Senior sister, if you were to refine pills, I'm afraid that the people from Medicine King Valley wouldn't have any business. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. He had never seen anyone who could simplify refining pills to such an extent. Chapter 84. Even those in Medicine King's Valley who claim to be alchemists for a living may not have the same level of attainments as Xia Ningqiang. What kind of physique does senior sister have? Yang Kai turned his head and asked. Meng Wuya replied in a deep voice, Sacred Spirit Medicine Body. It's related to alchemy? Correct. Meng Wuya nodded. This physique is very special and may not appear even once in 1,000 years. Those who possess the Sacred Spirit Medicine Body will not suffer from any side effects when taking pills. You should also know that every medicine has a side effect. Although there are many pills that can assist in cultivation and even increase a person's strength, there is still a limit. However, there was a limit to how many dawn a person could take. The Sacred Spirit Medicine Body was different. It could be said that the Sacred Spirit Medicine Body was the best medicine furnace in the world. Once the dawn entered the stomach, anything harmful could be refined. This senior sister of yours has only cultivated for 5 years and has already reached the peak of separation and reunion boundary. If I had not deliberately suppressed her cultivation, she would have already broken through to Yuan Qi boundary. Yang Kai was shocked. 5 years to reach the peak of separation and reunion boundary? Even Xia Hongchen was only at this level. How long had he cultivated? More than 10 years? Moreover, this was after suppressing her cultivation. If she had not suppressed it, wouldn't it mean that she was even more powerful than Su Yin? Yang Kai blushed with shame. Compared to this senior sister, the difference was like heaven and earth. The one in front of him was the greatest genius of High Heaven Pavilion. However, senior sister Xia being able to grow so quickly was inseparable from the large number of pills she took. Meng Wuya continued, the Sacred Spirit Medicine Body does not only have these benefits. If one cultivates a divine skill that is compatible with it, then as long as there is energy in the world, they can be refined into pills. Even the world's world energy, as long as disciple is willing, can be refined into pills. Anything in the world, as long as there is energy, can be refined into pills. If the world's world energy could be refined, then the three suns fruit would naturally not be a problem. Yang Kai could almost foresee that this senior sister Xia would definitely be the best alchemist in the world in the future. Just based on her unique physique, no one could compare to her. This time, Ning Chang wants to break through to the Yuan Qi stage, but before that, she needs to refine something into her body. She can't do it alone. Meng Wuya looked at Yang Kai seriously. Is that why you need my help? Yang Kai asked. Meng Wuya nodded. What kind of thing? The 9th Yin Yuan condensing dew. This thing is extremely beneficial to condensing Yuan Qi. If not for the fact that I wanted Ning Chang to refine this thing, I wouldn't have suppressed her cultivation. When one advanced from separation and reunion level to Yuan Qi level, the Yuan Qi in one's body would be transformed into Yuan Qi, and its quality would be improved by countless levels. This was a process that every cultivator would have to go through. However, during this process, if one supplemented it with a few heavenly treasures, then the quality of the transformed Yuan Qi would be better. The 9th Yin Yuan condensing dew was clearly such a heavenly treasure, and it was definitely the best heavenly treasure. The 9th Yin Yuan condensing dew has its own spirituality, so it's very difficult to obtain it. If someone who doesn't meet the requirements touches it, it will immediately turn into spirit qi and disappear. Only those who cultivate the yang attribute Yuan Qi have the ability to control it. Moreover, the yang attribute Yuan Qi in one's body must be pure to a certain degree. This is the reason why I'm looking for you. What exactly do I need to do? Yang Kai asked. Meng Wuya immediately became impatient. Why are you asking so much? When the time comes, I'll naturally tell you. Yang Kai pinched his nose, not knowing why old man Meng was so angry. Where is this thing? When are we leaving? In Black Wind Mountain, there is a 9th Yin congregation ground there. On the 7th day of the 7th month, Yin Qi gathers. Only then will the 9th Yin Yuan condensing dew appear and absorb the Yin Qi of heaven and earth. Then there aren't many days left. Yang Kai calculated a little and found that there were only a few days left until the 7th day of the 7th month. If they wanted to go deep into Black Wind Mountain, then the journey would take a lot of time. So if you don't have anything to do, I want to go there as soon as possible. If we miss this opportunity, we'll have to wait another year. Meng Wuya said seriously. I'm available at any time. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Then come to the contribution hall in 2 days to find me. I still need to prepare some materials. Meng Wuya said. Okay, then it's settled. Both sides agreed to meet at the contribution hall in 2 days, then Yang Kai left. Looking at his back, Meng Wuya sighed slightly. His expression was strange and it was unknown what he was thinking. After a while, he said, Disciple, are you sure you want to do this? Xianing Chang's dress fluttered and she nodded lightly, yes. Meng Wuya said, actually you don't need to refine the 9th Yin Yuan condensing dew to reach Yuan Qi. It's just that your strength will be slightly lower in the future. Xianing Chang laughed lightly, but I want to help Master. Isn't it better to have pure Yuan Qi? Master saved me and raised me and I want to help Master. But, hey, why don't you think about it again? The reason why Meng Wuya left 2 days was to let Xianing Chang think about it more. Xianing Chang blushed. It's nothing, I don't hate him. Meng Wuya sighed, that brat got lucky. Thinking of Yang Kai's indifferent expression, Meng Wuya gnashed his teeth in anger. You're only here to help, but you don't think about how much of an advantage you'll get. Please don't cause any sparks. In the end, this small place was not a suitable place for his disciple. Meng Wuya was full of worry. Yang Kai didn't go to Su Yan's small loft again, and instead returned to the small wooden house he had been away from for a few days. Although he hadn't been back for a few days, the small wooden house was still as clean as new. Not even a speck of dust was left behind. He didn't know who had helped him clean. Although Treasurer Meng's explanation was vague, Kai Yang basically knew where he was going and what he had to do. Since it was the 9th Yin congregation ground, the Yin Qi there was definitely heavy. His true Yang Yuan Qi was the nemesis of Yin Qi, so he wasn't afraid. It was just that his current strength was too low. If he didn't store some Yang liquid, he wouldn't be able to last long. It just so happened that senior sister Xia helped him refine the 3 suns fruit into pills, which was a good way to replenish his Yang liquid. There were 4 3 sun fruit trees, and each tree had 3 fruits, which were refined into 12 bright red pills. If each pill could be refined into 3 drops of yang liquid, then he would have a total of 36 drops of yang liquid. Whether it was used in battle or to resist yin qi, this yang liquid was very useful. It was something he could rely on to survive. It took Kai Yang an entire day to completely absorb the medicinal efficacies of the 12 pills. He didn't just obtain 36 drops of yang liquid, but a total of 40 drops. Including the few drops he had in the Dantian, the Dantian's reserves were quite abundant. This time he finally had some capital to rely on. Not only did he obtain so much yang liquid, but when the last fruit was refined, Yang Kai found that he had broken through to the initial element boundary 4th stage. This breakthrough came without any warning, so he wasn't mentally prepared at all. The breakthrough was also quite natural, and he didn't even feel anything before it was completed. Thinking about it, Yang Kai felt that it was related to the pills he had eaten these past few days. First, he ate a dozen bottles of pills from Su Yen, then he ate 12 Three Suns pills. With such a large amount of energy gathered, it wasn't strange for him to break through. Chapter 85. The next morning, in front of the contribution hall, Yang Kai gently knocked on the door. A moment later, the door opened and Xianing Chang came out with a small package on her shoulder. The package was filled with many things. "Junior brother, you've come?" Xianing Chang softly greeted. "And?" Yang Kai nodded. "Where's Treasurer Meng?" "He suddenly had a relapse yesterday and had to stay behind to treat his wounds. He can't go." While Xianing Chang was speaking, her eyes were flashing non-stop. Her 2 rows of dense eyelashes were also trembling like a fan. Yang Kai suspiciously looked at her, while Xianing Chang's eyes flashed with a trace of panic. "Then should we wait for him?" Yang Kai guessed but didn't point it out. "No need, I know where that place is. Moreover, there's not much time left. Master said that we don't need to wait for him." Seeing that Yang Kai didn't want to get to the bottom of the matter, Xianing Chang couldn't help but feel relieved. "All right." Yang Kai hesitated for a moment but still agreed. "We'll have to trouble junior brother this time." Xianing Chang let out a long sigh. "Senior sister is too polite." Yang Kai smiled faintly. The 2 of them then left High Heaven Pavilion. In a side room of the contribution hall, Meng Wuya was currently sleeping on the table. There were several exquisite dishes on the table as well as several pots of wine. It was obvious that Treasurer Meng was tasting the wine and delicacies before he fell asleep. These delicacies were all made by Xianing Chang, but there was a special seasoning added to them. Using Xianing Chang's sacred spirit medicine body as the base, even an expert like Meng Wuya couldn't resist the special seasoning. Meng Wuya estimated that he would sleep for several days at the very least. Meng Wuya had been shrewd all his life, but he never thought that there would be a day when his old horse would stumble and fall at the hands of his treasured disciple. It could be said that one false step could lead to everlasting regret. By the time Meng Wuya woke up, everything would be a foregone conclusion. When Yang Kai and Xianing Chang arrived at Black Plum Town, they bought 2 horses and some daily necessities before setting off. While shopping, Yang Kai also inquired about the location of the place they were going to. According to Xianing Chang, it was about a 10-day journey from Black Plum Town to Black Wind Mountain. Although it was a long journey, they still had plenty of time. Not long after the 2 left High Heaven Pavilion, this news reached Xia Hongchen's ears. Since that day when he saw Su Yen and Yang Kai acting so intimately in the forest prison, Xia Hongchen had been drowning his sorrows in alcohol for several days. Yesterday he had finally calmed down, and after thinking about it for a while, he felt that what had happened that day was not what he had seen. What kind of temperament Su Yen had, Xia Hongchen couldn't be any clearer. With her arrogance and strength, how could she be interested in Yang Kai, who was only at the 3rd level of the initial element realm? What's more, the 2 of them didn't seem to have any contact at all. They were basically strangers. Xia Hongchen finally understood that Su Yen and Yang Kai were only acting that day. At that time, jealousy had turned into hatred, and Xia Hongchen didn't have time to think about whether it was real or not. But after thinking about it, Xia Hongchen's spirit was greatly lifted. Yesterday he went to find Su Yen to express his feelings. He was elegant and graceful, not at all crazy and out of control like that day. Although in the end he was still kicked out by Su Yen, the knot in Xia Hongchen's heart was lifted. As long as Su Yen wasn't taken by another man, she would be his one day. Xia Hongchen was very confident. After all, he was the most outstanding male disciple of High Heaven Pavilion, and Su Yen was the most outstanding female disciple. The combination of the two was naturally something the elders wanted to see. Early in the morning, Xia Hongchen carefully prepared to go to Black Wind Trade to visit Su Yan. But just as he was about to leave, a disciple of the law enforcement hall suddenly rushed in with a surprised expression. "Brother Xia Yangkai just left High Heaven Pavilion." Hearing this, Xia Hongchen's eyes lit up. "He left alone?" "No, he left with a disciple of the Dark Hall called Xianing Chang." The disciple replied. "Xianing Chang." Xia Hongchen narrowed his eyes. "I know her. Her strength is comparable to mine, but she isn't a core disciple. That woman is very strange. Where did they go?" Xia Hongchen thought for a moment, a trace of madness suddenly surging in his eyes. "That waste actually left High Heaven Pavilion at this time. If I can kill him outside, wouldn't I be able to resolve the hatred in my heart? I don't know their destination, but it looks like they're going somewhere because they bought 2 horses in Black Plum Town." "Going somewhere?" Xia Hongchen raised his brow. Good, very good." After saying good a few times, Xia Hongchen suddenly turned his head and said with a ferocious expression, "Go find a few trustworthy senior martial brothers who are at least at the separation and reunion boundary to accompany me on this trip." "Brother, what do you want to do?" Haha, isn't it obvious what I want to do? Why are you still asking?" Xia Hongchen's face contorted. He wanted to chase after Kai Yang and get rid of his love rival. He also couldn't let go of Xianing Chang. After all, if the news were to leak out, it wouldn't be a joke. "Brother, this isn't right." The disciplinary hall disciple's face was a bit panicked. He didn't care about Yang Kai. He was just a trial disciple at the initial element boundary, so even if he died outside, no one would care. However, that Xianing Chang from the Dark Hall was different. No one was clear about her background, but since she had the strength of a peak separation and reunion boundary cultivator, she was definitely not a nobody. If she died and the pavilion investigated, none of the senior brothers and junior brothers who were involved would be able to escape. "I told you to do it, so just do it. What are you being so long-winded for?" Xia Hongchen was full of impatience. "Do you want me to go find her myself?" Crazy jealousy had already made Xia Hongchen unable to maintain his composure. There was only one thought in his mind, to kill Yang Kai. "Brother, after what happened last time, the Great Elder gave a strict order that no one is to have any ideas about Yang Kai. Did you forget?" With this reminder, Xia Hongchen suddenly came to his senses. That's right, the Great Elder suddenly gave an order that no one was to find trouble with Yang Kai for a short period of time. However, this order was inexplicable, so Xia Hongchen didn't take it to heart. However, this was such a great opportunity, so how could he let it go? If he didn't kill Yang Kai this time, how long would he have to wait? What if he always hid in the sect and didn't go out? Just as he was unwilling to give up, the disciplinary hall disciple seemed to have thought of something and smiled slyly. "Brother Xia, we can't do it, but others can. There are many people who want Yang Kai's life." "What do you mean?" Xia Hongchen narrowed his eyes and asked. That person said, "It is said that the blood group's deputy chief Long Zitian's grandson, Long Hui, has been inquiring about Yang Kai for the past month." Long Zitian, Xia Hongchen naturally knew about him. He was a well-known figure in the blood group, and his strength was also at the immortal ascension boundary. His grandson didn't have any outstanding points, and this year he was only at the Qi transformation stage. Xia Hongchen was confused. Why is Long Hui inquiring about him? That person's expression couldn't help but become ambiguous. It seems to be related to that dragon lady Hu Mei Air. Long Hui has been pursuing Hu Mei Air, regarding her as his exclusive property. However, the relationship between Yang Kai and Hu Mei Air is unclear. Long Hui said that one day he will kill Yang Kai and let him know the consequences of having ideas about his woman. Hu Mei Air. In front of Xia Hongchen's eyes appeared a charming young girl with ample breasts and perky buttocks. For a moment, his breathing became heavy. This dragon lady was good at seducing people's hearts. Almost all the young disciples of the 3 sects had heard of her, and Xia Hongchen had also seen her once. That waste really isn't a good thing, unexpectedly having a relationship with this dragon lady. Xia Hongchen was jealous to death, but his mouth was full of righteousness and anger. After thinking for a moment, he suspiciously asked, "That's not right, where did you get such detailed information?" Even if Long Hui wanted to take Yang Kai's life, he couldn't have done so with such great fanfare. Wasn't this beating the grass to scare the snake? If Yang Kai heard about it, how could he have the guts to leave High Heaven Pavilion? As long as Long Hui's brain wasn't damaged, he wouldn't have done such a thing. That person's face became awkward and he didn't know how to answer. Xia Hongchen's face sank. Yes. This person had no choice but to confess. A few days ago, I was at Black Plum Village's Spring Breeze Drizzle building. When I was drinking, Long Hui happened to live next door, and I heard him talking to the girl in the room. Spring Breeze Drizzle building. Xia Hongchen unhappily looked at this junior brother. That was a brothel in Black Plum Village. What did he go there for? There was no need to ask, it couldn't be just for drinking. That person continued, Brother Xie, if Long Hui knew about this, he definitely wouldn't let Yang Kai off so easily. We don't need to do it ourselves. What's more, Long Hui is a lecher by nature. If we tell him that Yang Kai has a beautiful girl by his side, what do you think he will do? Xia Hongchen's eyes lit up and he coldly laughed. Brilliant plan. This move of using a borrowed knife to kill someone was really not bad. After pondering for a moment, Xia Hongchen decided, since Long Hui wants to find him, then we'll send him a message. However, this matter must be done in secret and must not be exposed. We must not let him know that we were the ones who sent the message. In addition, we must tell Long Hui that the girl by Yang Kai's side has the strength of a peak separation and reunion boundary cultivator. Don't let him go for wool and come home shorn. Yes. That person hurriedly left after receiving the order. Yang Kai, let's see if you can survive this time. Only, it was a pity that Xianing Chang. That girl always wore a veil. Although he had never seen her face, Xia Hongchen was almost certain that she was a stunning beauty. If such a girl fell into Long Hui's hands, there was no need to think about what would happen. For a moment, Xia Hongchen was somewhat envious of Long Hui. The High Heaven Pavilion's law enforcement hall was ready to make a move. Somewhere in Black Plum Town, there were also people who were ready to make a move. Not long after Yang Kai and Xianing Chang rode away, a group of people suddenly emerged from the dark. The leader with a cold face stared at Yang Kai's back and asked, Did you see that guy clearly? Is he Yang Kai? Absolutely. Senior brother Nu Lang, he is Yang Kai without a doubt. Last time we were beaten up by him. After that, senior brother Cheng Xiaofeng went to look for senior brother Nu Tao and said that he would find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. However, ever since that time they went to Black Wind Trade City, the two of them never returned. Nu Lang's face was gloomy. He waved his hand and said, Go buy some horses. I want to know whether my brother is dead or alive and where he is. Nu Tao had been missing for more than a month. Nu Lang couldn't find him. After inquiring left and right, he finally found Yang Kai. To find out the truth, he had to catch up with that Yang Kai. If it was related to him, then as the older brother, he naturally had to avenge his younger brother. Chapter 86. In Nu Lang's group, he was the strongest. He had just broken through to the Qi transformation stage, so the Yuan Qi in his body was restless. At this stage, the cultivator was easily angered and controlled by all kinds of emotions. The other 7 or 8 people were mostly in the tempered body stage. There were also a few cultivators in the initial element stage, but their strength wasn't very high. It was just that they had a large number of people. Nu Lang had naturally heard of Yang Kai's strength, so he didn't take Yang Kai seriously. However, the girl following Yang Kai didn't seem to be easy to deal with. But after thinking about it carefully, this girl wasn't that great. After all, she didn't look very old. She didn't seem to be among the famous disciples of the High Heaven Pavilion. Moreover, if she was really strong, why would she need to buy a horse? When one's strength reached a certain level, one's leg strength was much faster than a horse's. Thinking of this, Nu Lang was relieved. He didn't know that the reason why Xianing Chang wanted to buy a horse was to take care of Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai was only at the initial element stage 4, so how fast could his leg strength be? The group of Stormhouse disciples quickly prepared and followed the tracks of the horses. Yang Kai and Xianing Chang were also galloping, but they didn't know that there were 2 groups of people following them. Moreover, each group didn't have good intentions. Although Xianing Chang's strength wasn't bad, after all, she hadn't condensed her divine sense, so it was impossible for her to investigate the surroundings. The 2 people galloped without saying a word. Xianing Chang led the way in the front and Yang Kai followed closely behind her. The 2 horses galloped, one in front and one behind. Until night, the 2 people found a place with a water source to rest. After taking out the food they bought from Black Plum Town, the 2 people ate a little and then sat around the campfire to rest. After a day of getting along with each other, Yang Kai had figured out this little senior sister's temperament. Timid, shy, after a few words her ears would turn red, and when she spoke her voice was soft and gentle as if she didn't have a temper. With her personality, Yang Kai didn't want to take the initiative to talk to her. He didn't want to scare her. Ever since the day he comprehended the mysteries of the unyielding golden skeleton and comprehended the mysterious martial skill unyielding will, Yang Kai discovered that his true Yang tactics had changed. Running the true Yang secret art in an environment with Yang Qi, he could absorb Yang Qi and condense Yang liquid. In an environment where there was no Yang Qi, he could still circulate his true Yang secret art and absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. After the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body was refined, it would be absorbed by his unyielding golden skeleton. The restriction of the cultivation environment disappeared in an instant. For Yang Kai, this was simply great news. After traveling for 3 days, the two people finally arrived at a small town 1,000 miles away from High Heaven Pavilion. They parked their horses in the town and found an inn to stay for the time being. According to Xianing Chang, they wouldn't need horses for the rest of the journey. Because they were going into the mountains, horses naturally couldn't be brought in. Late at night, the inn was quiet. Yang Kai and Xianing Chang stayed next door. The room was brightly lit. Yang Kai was meditating and cultivating, while Xianing Chang was thinking about random things. In these 3 days of traveling together, the two didn't exchange more than 10 words. Xianing Chang felt very awkward. After all, he came to ask for help, so it was somewhat unreasonable to neglect him like this. But every time he wanted to talk to him, Xianing Chang couldn't muster up the courage. He was used to secretly observing him, so now that he suddenly had to meet him face to face, Xianing Chang really didn't know what to do. Moreover, this junior brother seemed to be a taciturn person. If he went to talk to him, wouldn't he be annoyed? Just as Xianing Chang was frowning, the other two groups of people in the inn were quietly paying attention to what was happening here. In a guest room, Long Hui and a group of blood group's elites were sitting inside. The dim candlelight flickered, illuminating Long Hui's somewhat distorted face. After the blood group's people got the news, they chased after them. But after all, they started a little late, so it wasn't until today that they finally caught up. After a moment of silence, Long Hui suddenly said, "Hall Master Wen, when do we start?" That Yang Kai is staying in this inn. With Hall Master Wen's skill, it shouldn't be difficult to capture him, right? When Fei Chen was a middle-aged man. His strength was at Yuan Qi boundary level 5, and he was one of the blood group's hall masters. Because the information Long Hui obtained was accurate, he found an expert to accompany him. His purpose was to capture Xianing Chang alive. In addition to Wen Fei Chen, this group of people had many separation and reunion boundary experts. The number of people was about 6 or 7. It could be seen that Long Hui was making a big fuss in order to ensure that nothing would go wrong. Hearing this, Wen Fei Chen smiled, "Young Master Long, if you want this one to start now, it's not impossible. Although this is a small town, with this one's strength, if I want to deal with them, it will be easy. I won't disturb the bystanders and I won't leave behind any clues." "Then what are we waiting for?" Long Hui's expression shook. "Yang Kai must die and that woman must be captured alive. It is said that she is a peerless beauty. Since he dares to set his sights on my woman, then I'll give him a taste of his own medicine. I'll let him have a taste of his woman being targeted by others." When Fei Chen knew Long Hui's nature, so he didn't have much of a reaction. He only said, "But young Master Long, have you ever thought about why they came all the way to this place?" "What?" Long Hui asked in a deep voice. When Fei Chen pondered for a moment, then said, "This one believes that they must have their own purpose. Perhaps, they want to enter Black Wind Mountain to find some kind of treasure." Long Hui frowned. "What does this have to do with us? There are many treasures in Black Wind Mountain, but not everyone can find them." When Fei Chen shook his head, "Young Master Long's words are wrong. You can enter Black Wind Mountain from High Heaven Pavilion, but they rode their horses for thousands of miles and stopped here. If I didn't guess wrong, tomorrow they will enter the mountain from here. Their purpose is so clear, then one thing can be certain. They know where the treasure is and will definitely find it. If we quietly follow them from behind and wait for them to find the treasure." It has to be said that when Fei Chen's observation was very meticulous, and his analysis was also quite accurate. He was worthy of being called an experienced person. Long Hui's eyes lit up. "We can take action and steal it." When Fei Chen smiled, "Young Master Long is right. But if young Master Long can't wait to have a beauty, then this one can take action tonight. I won't let you down." Long Hui hesitated, his expression somewhat uncertain. When Fei Chen said, "But if we wait a few more days, not only can we have a beauty, but we can also have the treasure. Think about it, if they spend so much effort to find the treasure, but it is snatched by us, then Yang Kai will be so angry that he will vomit blood, right? Hearing this, Long Hui's hesitant expression immediately became firm. Good, in any case they can run away, but they can't run away from the temple. Then we will let Yang Kai live for a few more days and we will just sit back and reap the benefits. When Fei Chen lightly smiled and said, to be able to endure what normal people cannot, young Master Long is destined to be a person who does great things. This Long is impressed. Ah, Hall Master Wen is overpraising me. This flattery made Long Hui extremely comfortable. Chapter 87. When Fei Chen was trying to please Long Hui. Naturally there was a reason for this. Although the leader of the blood group, was an ambitious and ruthless person, but the heavens didn't favor him. In this life he only had 2 beautiful daughters. In Wen Fei Chen's opinion, in the future, the blood group would sooner or later fall into the hands of the Long family. Naturally he had to get along well with this young master. When the Long family took control of the blood group in the future, how could he not benefit? The group of people in the room finished their discussion and were about to rest. Suddenly there was a soft knock on the door. Come in. Wen Fei Chen shouted. The door opened and a disciple of the blood group who was on guard came in. He saluted Long Hui and then whispered a few words in Wen Fei Chen's ear. Wen Fei Chen's expression suddenly became strange. He couldn't help but whisper, so that's how it is. Then he winked at several people in the room and ordered, go capture those people. We can't let them ruin Master Long's plans. Yes. Several people responded and quickly went out of the room. What happened? Long Hui asked. Wen Fei Chen chuckled, young Master Long, this is really interesting. Do you remember that on our way here there were many hoof prints along the way? But according to the information we received, Yang Kai's group was only 2 people. At that time I guessed that those hoof prints were just people passing by. But I didn't expect that, besides us, there were other people following Yang Kai. Long Hui was surprised. Who is it? A few small characters from Storm House. At this moment they seem to be preparing to deal with Yang Kai. It seems that they don't know that the strength of the woman who is with Yang Kai is not something they can deal with. This is the same as courting death. Long Hui sneered, Hall Master Wen, have you arranged it properly? Of course we can't let them ruin young Master Long's great plan. Wen Fei Chen nodded slightly. While the 2 of them were talking, a large number of people suddenly rushed in from outside the door. The disciples of the blood group who had just left had all returned. Accompanying them were Nu Lang and the others who were panic-stricken. Nu Lang's group was scared out of their wits. It wasn't easy for them to come here today. They were planning to capture Yang Kai and ask for the missing Nu Tao and Qing Xiaofeng. Who would have thought that before they could take action, they would be captured by this group of fiendish experts whose strength far surpassed theirs? Nu Lang was scared out of his wits. After he was thrown in, he hurried to kneel and kowtow to beg for mercy. Masters, we haven't offended you, have we? Please be magnanimous. Shut up. A disciple of the blood group slapped him, causing his mouth to be filled with blood, but he didn't dare to say anything, he could only obediently obey. The people of the Storm House trembled in fear as they looked around. Although their strength wasn't high, they could see that any one of these people could kill them, not to mention that there were 6 or 7 experts surrounding them. Who did they offend? The group of people racked their brains but still couldn't figure it out. During this time they hadn't done anything outrageous. At most they had plotted to capture Yang Kai in the room just now, but they hadn't done anything yet, right? Why did they have to make such a big scene? Nu Lang looked around and suddenly found a familiar young man in front of him. At this moment the young man was looking at him with a smile. After thinking carefully, Nu Lang's face changed greatly. He probed, "Are you Long Hui of the blood group?" Long Hui chuckled, "Do you know me?" Nu Lang smiled embarrassedly, "Descendant of Senior Long, I have heard a lot about you. Of course I know you. Since you know me, this matter is easy to handle." Long Hui nodded slightly. Nu Lang was full of doubts. He couldn't understand why they had met the people of the blood group thousands of miles away. Although it was a good thing to meet an old friend in a foreign land, but in this situation, people under the eaves had no choice but to lower their heads. "I ask you, why are you chasing after Yang Kai?" Long Hui narrowed his eyes and asked. Nu Lang's heart skipped a beat. He thought that Long Hui was blaming him. Although he was scared, he didn't dare to hide the truth. After he finished, he said with a sad face, "Master Long, I only suspected that Yang Kai had something to do with my brother's disappearance. I didn't want to do anything to him. If you think there is a problem, I will immediately take people back to the storm house. I will never have any ideas about Yang Kai again. Long Hui smiled. Do you think that Yang Kai and I are friends? Are you not? Nu Lang looked timid. What a joke. Long Hui coldly snorted. What is this young master's identity? What is his identity? Are we friends? Your dog eyes are blind. Nu Lang didn't dare to answer. In his heart, he was cursing incessantly. He thought that since they weren't friends, why did you interfere in our grudges? Wasn't this like a dog trying to catch a mouse? You have no eyesight. Master Long has saved your lives this time, and you don't even know how to thank him. A disciple of the blood group reprimanded. Nu Lang and the others were confused. That disciple of the blood group sneered, you only know that Yang Kai's strength is low, but do you know that the woman beside him is a master of separation and reunion boundary? With this sentence, Nu Lang and the others were sweating profusely. Separation and reunion boundary, compared to Nu Lang's Qi transforming stage first level, it was 2 realms higher. If they were to really fight, that woman alone would be able to annihilate Nu Tao's entire army. At this moment, Nu Lang realized what kind of mistake he had made. For a moment he was scared and rejoiced. He repeatedly kowtowed, thank you Master Long for saving us. We can't thank you enough. A group of people from the storm house also quickly thanked him. Well, it's good that you know. Long Hui seemed to enjoy the support of others. I'm not afraid to tell you that this time, I came to take Yang Kai's life. But you have to wait for a few more days. Because of your rash actions, I almost beat the grass to scare the snake, which ruined my plan. We didn't know, please forgive us, Master Long. Nu Lang's face was full of fear and trepidation. Forget it, I won't argue with you. Everyone's target is Yang Kai, so you can follow me. After I capture Yang Kai, you can inquire about your brother's whereabouts. Although Nu Lang felt that something was wrong, his group's strength was low, so how could they resist? He immediately nodded and said, we will follow Master Long's order, even if we have to go through water and tread on fire, we won't refuse. Go back, I will find you tomorrow. Long Hui waved his hand. Yes. Nu Lang and the others got up from the ground and slowly retreated. When they got out of the house, they realized that their clothes were soaked. After they left, Long Hui looked at Wen Feichen with a puzzled expression. Hall Master Wen, why did you take them with you? Their strength is too low, so it's easy for them to be exposed. Can't we kill Yang Kai and capture that woman? What Long Hui had just said was what Wen Feichen had told him. Although he had followed the instructions, Long Hui didn't understand the reason behind it. Chapter 88. Hearing the disdain in Long Hui's words, Wen Feichen smiled and said, killing Yang Kai and capturing that woman naturally doesn't require them to intervene. But young Master Long, since Yang Kai and that woman want to enter the Black Wind Mountains, they must have prepared beforehand and are not afraid of the dangers. But we are different. Although our strength is not weak, the Black Wind Mountains are full of dangers. Not to mention the powerful monster beast, there are some natural poisonous traps which could cause us to lose people. But if someone is in front of us, we don't need to worry about these things. After Long Hui finished listening, he finally understood what Wen Feichen was planning. He wanted to use Storm House's group as a stepping stone to avoid any possible dangers. Well, Hall Master Wen's consideration is very thorough, I was negligent. Long Hui nodded slightly. Young Master Long is talented and intelligent, but after all, you are not experienced enough and have a simple heart, so you didn't think of this layer. Wen Feichen chuckled. As for how to deal with the Storm House people, both of them had a tacit understanding, so there was no need to say more. That woman called Xianing Chang had the strength of peak separation and reunion boundary at such a young age, so there must be a master behind her. To deal with this kind of person, one must either not offend them, or cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. The Storm House people must not be left alive. After the arrangements were made, the blood group people went to sleep. The next day, Yang Kai and Xianing Chang, as Wen Feichen expected, changed direction from the small town and went directly into the Black Wind Mountains. After they left for half a day, the blood group and Storm House people dared to follow them. Xianing Chang's strength was not weak. If they were too close, they might be discovered, but if they were too far away, they might lose them, so half a day's time was the best. Wen Feichen had been in Jianghu for many years, so he naturally had some experience in tracking. He was certain that he would not lose track of these two juniors in the mountains. After entering the Black Wind Mountains, Yang Kai and Xianing Chang's speed naturally slowed down. Without the whistling of the wind and the distance between them, the two people talked a lot, and after a day they felt closer to each other. At night, Yang Kai and Xiaoning Chang found a towering tree and went to rest on the trunk. The trunk was very spacious, so the two people were almost sitting side by side, leaving a small gap between them. Yang Kai could almost smell Ning Chang's body fragrance. Little senior sister. After becoming familiar with each other, Kai Yang and her no longer had that feeling of estrangement. Even the way they addressed each other had changed. This was because Kai Yang felt that Xiaoning Chang was like a child that hadn't grown up yet. Especially those pair of eyes, they gave off a feeling of innocence and innocence. Senior sister is senior sister. Why did you add the word little? Xiaoning Chang was a little unhappy. What's in that bag of yours? Ignoring her question, Kai Yang pointed to the bag she had put aside and asked. Yang Kai had been holding back this question for 4 or 5 days, so he had to get it out of his mouth. This? Xiaoning Chang was easily changed the topic. She held the bag in her arms like it was a treasure. This is the material that master has prepared over the years. When the time comes, if you can take the 9 yuan condensing dew, I will have to refine it on the spot. The 9 yuan condensing dew is a very special thing. Even if you take it, if you don't refine it within 2 hours, it will slowly dissipate. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded. Junior brother. Xiaoning Chang suddenly called out kindly. What's wrong? I have a question for you. Good, I also have a question for you. Yang Kai smiled. Then we have to answer honestly, okay? Okay. I'll ask first. Xiaoning Chang said impatiently. Go ahead. Yang Kai chuckled. I promise I won't lie to you. Xiaoning Chang pursed her lips and turned to look at Yang Kai. She hesitated for a moment before saying, I heard Master say that when he asked for your help, you would make all sorts of excuses. But when you knew it was me who needed your help, you immediately agreed. What do you think? Yang Kai also turned to look at her. When their eyes met, Xiaoning Chang blushed a little. They were too close, so she quickly turned her head and said, I don't know, but Master said that you don't have good intentions and told me to be wary of you. Old man Meng said that? Yang Kai was furious. Yes. Xiaoning Chang sold out her master without any guilt. That old man. Yang Kai was furious. What kind of person did he think he was? Then why did you agree to it? Yang Kai glanced at her and laughed. Your master is right. I don't have good intentions towards you, that's why I agreed so quickly. While grinning, he slowly approached Xiaoning Chang. Xiaoning Chang was startled and instinctively shrank back. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and said with a serious expression, Junior brother, you can't beat me. This was the truth. Yang Kai estimated that if he continued to act presumptuously, he would immediately be sent flying. Xiaoning Chang was indeed delicate, but that didn't mean she was easy to deal with. Yang Kai put away the smile on his face and his expression became serious. He slowly took out a bottle from his chest and carefully rubbed it. Because of this, Xiaoning Chang was puzzled. Looking down, she saw that it was a bottle of High Heaven Pavilion's external injury medicine, blood coagulation cream. The scene from 2 months ago flashed through her mind. Xiaoning Chang immediately covered her mouth and looked at Yang Kai in a daze. She didn't expect that he would still keep this bottle of blood coagulation cream. Yang Kai laughed. Yang Kai can see who is good to me. After entering the sect for 3 years, this bottle of blood coagulation cream is the first warmth and care I've felt. How did you know? Xiaoning Chang looked at him in disbelief. She really did leave this bottle of cream for Yang Kai, but wasn't he unconscious at the time? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. There's a saying that one can recognize a woman by smelling her fragrance. Xiaoning Chang's face turned red. These words made her feel like a lecher. But her heart relaxed. It turned out that he didn't hesitate to help her just because of this blood coagulation cream that was worth 10 sect contribution points. Master was wrong. It's your turn to ask. Since she had figured out her doubts, Xiaoning Chang didn't want to get to the bottom of it, so she quickly changed the topic. Yang Kai carefully put away the bottle of blood coagulation cream and said, Treasurer Meng couldn't have come because of an old illness, right? Xiaoning Chang suddenly became bashful. After a long time, she shyly said, I used medicine to knock him out. Yang Kai was stunned. Then he suddenly burst into laughter and couldn't stop. What are you laughing at? Xiaoning Chang was embarrassed and angry. That night, he suddenly told me not to come. I had no choice but to knock him out. Yang Kai was still laughing. Xiaoning Chang couldn't help but lightly hit him a few times. After hitting him, she realized that this action was a bit too intimate. For a moment, she was embarrassed and didn't know what to do. I'm going to rest. You can laugh by yourself. Xianing Chang was too embarrassed to stay here any longer. Leaping up, she jumped onto another tree and refused to pay any more attention to Kai Yang. Chapter 89. After walking for several days in the Black Wind Mountains, Yang Kai was surprised to find that they had not encountered any dangerous monster beast. Originally, he was full of worries. After all, there were many powerful monster beasts in the Black Wind Mountains. With his current strength, if he really encountered one, he would only become a burden to Xianing Chang. However, Xianing Chang obviously came prepared. He did not know what method he used to take Yang Kai to avoid these overlords of the jungle. The two people's walking route was also erratic. Sometimes they would go east, sometimes they would go west, often they would go in a big circle, but it was actually very safe. Occasionally they would encounter a few level 2 or 3 monster beast, but in front of Xianing Chang, they would be defeated in a few moves. After carefully observing for a long time, Yang Kai figured out that Xianing Chang was using the dark green bracelet on her wrist to find the location of the powerful monster beast. Every time there was a demonic beast that this little senior sister found difficult to deal with blocking her path, her bracelet would emit a burst of dark green light. She had never worn this bracelet before. The only accessory she had was the sapphire on her forehead. Therefore, this bracelet should have been specially prepared for this trip. This was definitely an artifact. Yang Kai in any case had a little bit of eyesight, and this artifact was probably given to her by Treasurer Meng. In the end, where did Old Man Meng come from? The more Kai Yang thought about it, the more confused he became. He was just an insignificant shopkeeper of the contribution hall. How could he accept such a monstrous disciple like Xianing Chang? Furthermore, he even bestowed her with an artifact. This bracelet was not something an ordinary person would be able to take out. Although he didn't know what grade it was, Kai Yang estimated that it was at least an Earth-grade artifact. This kind of artifact was very rare in Sky Tower. Compared to Yang Kai and Xianing Chang's easy journey, the bloody battle gang following behind them were in deep water and scorching fire. In the past few days, large and small battles had been fought more than a dozen times. If it wasn't for the fact that this group of people from the blood group was not weak, perhaps they would have already become food for the monster beast. Although when Fei Chen was an expert at the 5th level of Yuan-Chi realm, he wasn't in a very good state at the moment. Just now, the group of people actually encountered a monster beast that was at the peak of the 5th level. The peak of the 5th order was equivalent to the peak of the human Yuan-Chi realm, which was several levels higher than his strength. An extremely difficult battle ensued. Although they relied on their advantage in numbers to drive the monster beast away, the blood group unexpectedly lost the separation and reunion boundary expert. When Fei Chen flew into a rage. This time the bloody group sent a total of 8 people. Among them, when Fei Chen was the only one in the Yuan-Chi realm. There were 4 separation and reunion boundary experts, and the rest were all in the Qi transformation realm. Among them, Long Hui's strength was the lowest, only at the 1st level of the Qi transformation realm. Originally, they thought that as long as they followed behind Yang Kai and Xianing Chang from a distance, they wouldn't encounter too much danger. However, only God knows what method these two people used to avoid the monster beast. Instead, they were the ones chasing after them. Now, they even lost the separation and reunion boundary expert. How could Wen Fei Chen not be angry? But now, it was impossible to back down. They had already lost a person, so could it be that they could still give up halfway? After resting for a moment, Wen Fei Chen bluntly said to Nu Lang, "Go in front, we have to set off." Nu Lang looked at the severed limbs on the ground and his mind was in a trance. Just now, the blood group had lost a person. How could the Stormhouse's small characters be safe and sound? The 2 Stormhouse disciples were swallowed by the 5th level monster beast, leaving only half of their arms on the ground. He finally understood why he felt something was wrong that night. How could the blood group be kind enough to bring him to Yang Kai? Clearly, they wanted to use the Stormhouse's disciples as a pathfinder. But even if he understood, he didn't dare to complain, let alone resist. Being the pathfinder in front, he might be lucky enough to survive, but at this time if he resisted, only death awaited him. With a pale face, Nu Lang led the group of Stormhouse disciples in front. Behind him, Wen Fei Chen gave instructions, sometimes to the east, sometimes to the west. They didn't lose sight of Yang Kai and Xianing Chang. At this moment, Yang Kai, who was following Xianing Chang, suddenly stopped. He turned his head and looked in a certain direction. his eyes flashing with joy. What's wrong? Xiaoning Chang turned his head and asked, also stopping. Is there any danger over there? Yang Kai pointed to the side and asked. No danger, I don't feel any trace of the monster beast. Xiaoning Chang lowered her head and looked at her bracelet. Then let's go there. Yang Kai didn't say anything and rushed out. Although Xiaoning Chang didn't know why he was so happy, she could only follow him. After walking a distance of less than 100 feet, Xiaoning Chang suddenly felt a burst of hot air blowing towards her, burning her face red. Looking around, she saw a patch of bright red flowers the size of a palm growing on the sunny ground in front of her. There were a lot of flowers, at least a dozen of them. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was mercilessly plucking the flowers one by one without any trace of politeness. After a while, Yang Kai came back with a big harvest and said, Do you know what this is? Blue blood mystic sunflower, a low-level earth-grade material. So that's why you came here. Xiaoning Chang couldn't help but come to a realization. Low-level earth-grade. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. That's not bad. He could feel that the yang attribute energy contained in each jasper blood mystic sunflower was no less than that of a 3-sun fruit. Just now, it was because of the reaction of the origin of yang on his chest that Yang Kai came here to take a look. Sure enough, he had a big harvest. Speaking of which, this place was considered the inner part of Black Wind Mountain, so there was no lack of natural treasures. However, the purpose of this trip was to help Xiaoning Chang, so even if Yang Kai wanted to, he couldn't look around. That would waste too much time and also be accompanied by a lot of risks. However, since he sensed it nearby, he naturally couldn't let it go. Do you want me to help you refine the pill? Xiaoning Chang asked. No need, I'll refine it at night when we rest. This little senior sister's alchemy skills were superb, but alchemy always consumed yuan qi. Walking in the dense forest, Yang Kai still felt that it was best to be careful. It was best not to waste yuan qi if he could. That's fine. Xiaoning Chang nodded. We're not far from that place. We'll reach it in about 2 to 3 days. There's plenty of time. It was unknown if it was because of luck, but Yang Kai's origin of yang only reacted after walking for a few days. However, after finding a dozen blue blood mystic sunflowers, Yang Kai actually found a few more yang attribute natural treasures just 1 day later. But this time, his luck was not as good as last time. These few stalks of yang attribute herbs were actually guarded by a third-order monster beast. He had no choice but to ask Xiaoning Chang to take action and drive the monster beast away so that Yang Kai could take it. On this day, the two passed through the forest and suddenly arrived at the edge of an incomparably huge valley. Xiaoning Chang let out a long breath. Junior brother, we're here. Chapter 90. The valley in front of them was very large, covering an area of about a few dozen square kilometers. Furthermore, it was a very standard circular valley. Standing at the edge of the valley, Kai Yang looked down and discovered that the bottom of the valley was about 300 feet from his current position. The bottom of the valley was verdant and lush, not much different from the forest outside. Moreover, the valley was filled with mountains and clear waters. The scenery was not bad. Xiaoning Chang looked down at her bracelet, and after a while she said excitedly, My luck is pretty good, there isn't a monster beast that is too strong here. While speaking, she couldn't help but sigh in relief. Along the way she could avoid the monster beast blocking the way, but if there was a monster beast that was too strong in this valley, she could only fight. After all, this was the place she was looking for. This place seems very ordinary. Yang Kai frowned. It's just not the right time. Xiaoning Chang smiled. If it wasn't for the 7th day of the 7th month, when Master and I happened to pass by here, I'm afraid we wouldn't have discovered the mystery of this place. It was also at that time that Master decided to let me refine the 19 yuan condensing dew. But why did he change his mind at the crucial moment? Also, you didn't tell me how I was going to help you collect that thing. A few days ago they had been on the road, so Yang Kai didn't ask much, but now that they had arrived at their destination, he couldn't keep it in the dark. If the 19 yuan condensing dew appeared and he didn't know how to deal with it, wouldn't it ruin his plan? Therefore he had to ask clearly and make some preparations. I'll tell you when the time comes. Xiaoning Chang didn't answer. Yang Kai was puzzled, but he didn't ask. This matter was so mysterious, and Yang Kai was also puzzled by Treasurer Meng's attitude. But since he agreed to help, he would do his best when the time came. Come here. Xiaoning Chang waved at Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked at her strangely. What? I'll take you down. Xiaoning Chang blinked her big eyes and replied, It's so high up here. I can do it myself. Yang Kai immediately refused. What a joke, he was a man. How could he let a woman carry him down? What would that look like? After he finished speaking, he immediately leapt forward. While Xiaoning Chang cried out in alarm, Kai Yang was like a meteorite falling from the sky, rapidly falling towards the ground. Xiaoning Chang was scared out of his wits. Yang Kai's strength was not high. How could he survive if he was carried down like this? At that moment she followed his footsteps closely. Her figure gracefully descended, ready to lend him a hand at the critical moment. The speed of their descent became faster and faster. When they were about a dozen feet from the ground, Yang Kai suddenly kicked to the side. With a loud bang, Yang Kai kicked the rock wall beside him. Using the rebound force, Yang Kai flipped a few times, offloading a lot of the force. His movements were wild as he shot out diagonally. Boom! Yang Kai landed on the ground. His legs bent slightly, smashing a hole in the ground. Dust flew everywhere. Xiaoning Chang then landed lightly beside him. One was like a fairy descending to earth, while the other was like a rock falling to the ground. The visual impression was completely different. But no matter what, he still jumped down safely. Yang Kai's face secretly twitched. His two legs showed signs of trembling. Xiaoning Chang pursed her lips, holding back her laughter. With her eyesight, how could she not see that her prideful junior brother had suffered a loss just now? A height of 300 feet. With his strength at the 4th level of the initial element realm, it was already a miracle that he could safely land on the ground. Xiaoning Chang pretended to look around and said, "Today is the 5th day of the new year. In 2 days it will be the 7th. I need to make some arrangements in this valley. Junior brother, wait for me here. There's no danger here anyway." Yang Kai's face was cold. He nodded silently. Xiaoning Chang then rushed out. Before she left, she turned back and said worriedly, "I need to make arrangements for a long time. Don't run around. Otherwise, I won't be able to find you." Yang Kai nodded slightly again. His expression was cold. He looked extremely handsome. When Xiaoning Chang's figure disappeared from sight, Yang Kai sat down on the ground. His hands kept rubbing his legs and he grimaced. Although he had cushioned a lot of the impact when he fell to the ground, it was still quite painful. After a long while, the numbness in his legs subsided. Yang Kai didn't stay idle. He had nothing to do, so he checked the terrain nearby. Although Xiaoning Chang said there was no danger here, it couldn't be wrong to be careful. After some investigation, there was indeed nothing unusual in this valley. Xiaoning Chang didn't return to Yang Kai until the afternoon of the next day. Although he didn't know what she had arranged, looking at her pale face, he knew that this arrangement must have consumed a lot of energy and yuan qi. "I'll recover first. Tonight at midnight, the 9th Yin congregation ground will gather all the yin qi. From that time until sunrise, we must find the 9th Yin yuan condensing dew and then collect it. If we miss the time, it will hide again," Xiaoning Chang anxiously said. Then she took out a few pills and stuffed them into her mouth. She closed her eyes and meditated. Yang Kai stood on the side to protect her. He was motionless like a statue. At the edge of the valley, a few miles away, the people of Bloody Group and Stormhouse were all resting. This time, following Yang Kai and Xiaoning Chang deep into the Black Wind Mountain range was really a big loss. There were originally 17 to 18 people, but now there were only 13 left. The others had all lost their lives under the attack of the monster beast. The Blood Group still had 7 people left. Among them, one of the separation and reunion boundary experts had died. The remaining 3 separation and reunion boundary experts were all injured. Even when Fei Chen had a long bloody scar on his chest. The remaining 2 Qi-transforming boundary disciples were also exhausted. Stormhouse only had 6 small characters left. Apart from Nu Lang, who was at Qi-transforming 1st level, there were 4 initial element realm disciples. There was also a tempered body disciple who was very lucky. He was just a little scared and now his mind was not clear. Among all the people present, the only one who was still in good condition was Long Hui. His identity was special. Every time there was a battle, he would be protected inside, so naturally he wouldn't be injured. After chasing for several days, they finally arrived here. Long Hui had already lost his patience. With a gloomy face he said, "Hall leader, when do we still want to chase? If we continue to chase, I'm afraid our losses will be even greater. When grandfather investigates, who will be able to bear the blame?" When Fei Chen was annoyed. He knew that Long Hui wanted him to bear the blame for this mistake. He thought to himself, "I made this decision because I wanted to please you. If I had known that this trip would be so dangerous, why would I waste so much effort? I would have already killed Yang Kai in that small town. Although he thought like this, when Fei Qin still explained in a gentle voice, no need to chase. It seems that they have already arrived at their destination. The valley ahead is their destination. Chapter 91. Hearing this, Long Hui's expression brightened. You're saying that the thing they're looking for is right in front of them? That's right, they should have arrived here yesterday but they haven't moved. It's clear that they've arrived at their destination. When Fei Qin replied with a smile. Then what are we waiting for? Didn't we chase all the way here just for this moment? Long Hui's heart was pounding. Heavenly treasures were secondary, he just wanted to see Xia Ningchang's face. After holding back for so many days, how could he hold back? When Fei Qin smiled, although they've arrived at their destination, it seems that they haven't found what they're looking for. Young Master Long, please bear with it for a while longer. I promise that I won't let that woman fly away. Long Hui was a bit impatient. Last time in the small town, when Fei Qin had said the same thing. In the end, they had suffered heavy losses along the way. Now that he said the same thing again, Long Hui was a bit unhappy. But he couldn't appear too impatient, so after thinking about it, Long Hui could only say, then we'll wait at most for 2 more days. If they still haven't moved in 2 days, we'll take action. When Fei Qin nodded helplessly and sighed in his heart. Long Hui was a useless person who only had women in his heart. This kind of person definitely wouldn't have high achievements in the future. The night was dark and the wind was strong. Xia Ningchang, who was recovering in the valley, finally opened his eyes. His tiredness was gone, and he had clearly completely recovered. After thanking him, he and Yang Kai took out some food to eat and drink. It'll be midnight soon. At that time, this valley will be filled with yin qi. Junior brother, don't go too far away from me. Your cultivation isn't high, so the yuan qi in your body is limited. You can't afford to use it. Xia Ningchang sternly warned. Kai Yang nodded his head. Although he had a few dozen drops of yang liquid stored in his dantian, so he didn't need to worry about the problem of consumption, but Kai Yang wouldn't tell anyone. The two talked for a while longer when suddenly there was a change in the valley. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any wind in a valley that was hundreds of feet below the ground and surrounded by rock walls. However, at this moment, the sound of a chilly wind whistling suddenly rang out in the valley. The sound was like a woman crying at night, causing one's hair to stand on end and their hearts to tremble in fear. Along with the sudden rise of the cold wind, a chill rose from the ground, stimulating Yang Kai's true yang secret art to involuntarily circulate. This kind of chill didn't seem like the chill brought about by the whistling winter wind. Instead, it had a kind of eerie ghostly chill that seeped into one's bones. Circulating the true yang secret art once again, Yang Kai finally dispelled the chill in his heart. Junior brother. Xia Ningchang suddenly pulled Yang Kai to his side, then took out a purple jade pendant and pinched it in his hand. As soon as he got close to Xia Ningchang, Yang Kai felt the surrounding chill suddenly disappear without a trace, and instead a warm feeling flowed around him. Stay close to me, don't go too far, this jade pendant can resist the invasion of yin qi. Xia Ningchang explained softly. Astonished, Kai Yang looked at the purple jade pendant and discovered that it was another artifact. Pinching it in the palm of Xia Ningchang's hand, she poured her world qi into it, causing the jade pendant to emit a faint light, dispelling the surrounding yin qi. Yang Kai was shocked. The bracelet on this senior sister's wrist was an artifact, and now the jade pendant she took out was also an artifact. Just how many did she have? Why are you staring at me? Xia Ningchang's face flushed red, her voice as soft as a mosquito's. Yang Kai stared blankly, only then did he realize that something was wrong. Because the jade pendant's range of effect was not very large, when the two stood together, their bodies were almost touching. Their arms and shoulders could clearly feel each other's body temperature, softness, and fragrance. Xia Ningchang must have felt the same. Such an intimate situation made it difficult for her. A layer of shyness slowly appeared in her eyes, and her earlobes and neck were flushed red. Your yuan qi is very precious, you can't waste it here, you can only use it to subdue the 9 yin yuan condensing dew. Xia Ningchang tried to find something to say, trying to divert his attention from Yang Kai's body temperature, but the more he thought about it, the more clearly he felt it. This is only the beginning, wait until midnight, this entire valley will be filled with yin qi, junior brother, you must not leave me, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. Yang Kai nodded slightly. The two of them didn't speak, just stood close to each other, quietly waiting for the arrival of midnight. A few heartbeats. He was in a state of panic. Xiaoning Chang's body was getting hotter and hotter. For the first time in his life, he felt a prickling sensation. His whole body was itchy and unbearable. He wanted to move, but he didn't dare to move. In the end, his body was slightly trembling. Yang Kai noticed her embarrassment, looked at her blood-like skin, frowned and said, "How about I go out?" He was still very confident that he could resist the invasion of Yin Qi. After all, his true Yang Yuan Qi was the nemesis of Yin Qi. Even if it was consumed, it wouldn't consume much. This little senior sister's face was too thin. Yang Kai saw her so uncomfortable, he also felt very uncomfortable. "Oh." Xiaoning Chang quickly shook his head. "You just stand by my side. Don't go out." She insisted. Yang Kai was helpless. On the other side, the people of the blood group had already noticed the movement here, and all of them rushed over. Looking at the churning Yin Qi below, Wen Fei Chen looked pensive. Long Hui said excitedly, "Hall Master Wen, have they succeeded?" As long as Yang Kai and Xiaoning Chang succeeded, then they could act without any scruples. When Fei Chen didn't immediately answer, he still carefully looked below. There was definitely something strange about the valley below, but with Wen Fei Chen's knowledge and experience, he still couldn't see it. Seeing Long Hui so anxious, Wen Fei Chen helplessly said, "Whether they succeeded or not, I don't know, but this is a sign that a treasure is about to appear. Why don't we?" Before Wen Fei Chen could finish his words, Long Hui impatiently interrupted, "No, wait, since the treasure is about to appear, it doesn't matter whether they want it or not. Hall Master Wen, let's deal with them now, it won't be too late to take the treasure later." When Fei Chen sighed, he could only nod, "Okay, let's do it." In the darkness of the night, Long Hui's eyes flashed with a sinister light. Thinking about how that masked beauty was about to be stripped of all her defenses, revealing her beautiful face in front of him, and then having pleasure under his crotch, Long Hui couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. "Yang Kai, oh Yang Kai, you dare to have ideas about my woman? I'll let you know the taste of regret. Later, I won't kill you, I'll let you see with your own eyes how I humiliate your woman, let her scream miserably, then I'll enjoy your anger and helplessness." The group of 13 people didn't care about hiding their whereabouts anymore. Under Wen Fei Chen's command, they uniformly jumped down the valley. The Storm House's tempered body disciple was the most pitiful. He didn't dare to jump down dozens of feet, but the impatient Long Hui kicked him down. He fell to his death on the spot. Nu Lang and the others were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. They felt extremely humiliated. Chapter 92. The bloody battle gang and Stormhouse people were making too much noise. The tempered body cultivator's scream before he died was incomparably mournful, and it spread far and wide in the night. Yang Kai and Xiaoning Chang heard it clearly. Their expressions changed and they turned to look in that direction. They really didn't know that there were so many enemies tailing them these days. When Fei Chen's tracking method was quite good, and the distance between them was also very safe, so they didn't have to worry about being discovered. Although Xiaoning Chang was at the peak of separation and reunion boundary, she couldn't detect movement too far away. When Fei Chen's plan naturally went smoothly. Why would other people come here? Xiaoning Chang frowned, she didn't quite understand. Yang Kai's expression also became cold. According to this little senior sister, this place was just an ordinary valley. Every year on the 7th day of the 7th month, there would be a change in heaven and earth, so it wouldn't attract anyone's attention. In other words, those people who were not far away either happened to be nearby at this time and noticed the change here, or they were premeditated and followed the two of them all the way here. The possibility of the latter was very high. Because there were so many people coming, some people actually fell to their deaths when they jumped down. This was the interior of Black Wind Mountain. If these people really only came to the mountain to find medicine and hunt monster beast, they wouldn't bring people with low strength, and it was also impossible for so many people to move together. There may be trouble. Yang Kai's thoughts turned quickly and he realized something was wrong. Let's hide first. Okay. Xiaoning Chang nodded obediently. "Want to leave?" A cold shout suddenly came from behind, and then a figure suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. A palm strike struck, stopping Yang Kai and Xiaoning Chang's steps. Yang Kai and Xiaoning Chang were shocked by the strength of the person who came, and they both jumped back to dodge, circulating the Yuan Qi in their bodies and secretly became vigilant. Yang Kai didn't intend to shed all pretense of cordiality before he figured out the true intentions of this person. When Fei Chen was the first to come here and stop Yang Kai and Xianing Chang. Seeing that they were behaving themselves, he did not attack again and just watched quietly. Yang Kai didn't catch when Fei Chen's eye, but the masked Xianing Chang made his eyes light up. He thought to himself, what a delicate and pure little girl. Although he couldn't see her face clearly, her eyes were as clear as stars, which was definitely not something an ordinary girl could have. What's more, this little girl's figure was also outstanding. Looking at those eyes, even when Fei Chen, who wasn't too fond of women, couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. If it was Long Hui who knew what kind of ugly expression he would have revealed. The three of them were deadlocked for a long time. Yang Kai kept looking for a way out, but found that the middle-aged man in front of him was very strong. He just stood there, but it seemed that he was blocking all his escape routes. This person is a Yuanqi expert, junior brother, don't act rashly. Xianing Chang saw through his thoughts and whispered to Yang Kai. Yuanqi expert. Yang Kai slowly took a breath and suppressed the restlessness in his heart. After a while, the group of people from Bloody Group and Stormhouse finally arrived. They scattered around when Fei Chen and looked at Yang Kai and Xianing Chang with unkind eyes. Who are you people? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked around, but found that he didn't recognize any of the people who came. His heart was full of doubts and couldn't help but ask. What he didn't know was that there were actually a few people in this group that he knew. However, their strength was too low and they were all eaten by demonic beasts on the way here. The only one left had fallen to his death when he jumped down just now. The person who wants your life. Long Hui flashed out from behind when Fei Chen and unceremoniously gave a cold smile. When he saw Xianing Chang, his pair of eyes immediately emitted a lush green light. Without the slightest scruple, he swept his gaze over Xianing Chang's body and praised, "Wonderful, wonderful. What a pure and lovely girl. This young master really didn't come here in vain." Xianing Chang's eyebrows furrowed, her face filled with disgust. Quietly she hid behind Kai Yang. Although her strength was much higher than Kai Yang's, she was still a girl who didn't know much about the world. Hiding like this didn't cause her any psychological burden. Instead, she felt it was natural. The two of them were very close to each other, so when they stood like this, Yang Kai suddenly felt two soft lumps pressing against his back. He couldn't help but quietly take a deep breath and straighten his back. In this kind of crisis, Yang Kai's mood was calm and didn't have any ripples. He pondered for a moment and said, "Do you have enmity with us?" Now Yang Kai was sure that the other side didn't come here by chance. They were definitely premeditated. Otherwise they wouldn't be full of hostility as soon as they met. Were these people provoked by Treasurer Meng and his disciple, or did he provoke them himself? Yang Kai had to investigate clearly. After all, even if he died, he should at least die knowing the truth, right? Of course there is enmity. Long Hui felt that victory was in his hands, so he didn't want to hide his identity. "Little brat, let me tell you. I am Long Hui, the grandson of Long Zai-Tian of Blood Group. You dared to have ideas about who may heir, but did you ever think that you would end up like this?" Yang Kai was stunned. He didn't expect that the one who came to find trouble with him would be such a person. The reason for this enmity was too groundless. He and Hu Mei had only met 3 times, so they didn't have much friendship. Unexpectedly, this person saw him as a rival in love. Besides lamenting about the fickleness of a villain, what else could Yang Kai say? However, when he mentioned Long Zai-Tian, Yang Kai remembered the old man he had met in the Blood Group's mining area. At that time, Long Zai-Tian had humiliated him. Yang Kai hadn't forgotten about it. After Long Hui finished speaking, Nu Lang also said gloomily, "Nu Tao is my younger brother." He and Qing Xiaofeng disappeared together. "Little brat, let me ask you, do you have anything to do with their disappearance?" Unexpectedly, 2 groups of people came to find trouble with him. Yang Kai immediately understood the whole story. He secretly sighed that he had a lot of face. The first time he left the sect, he was unexpectedly targeted by 2 groups of people. Moreover, they even sent such a big force. This time he had implicated Xianing Chang. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai's face didn't show any fear. Even his expression was very calm. He reached out his hand and gently pinched Xianing Chang's fingers. He said in a low voice, "You don't have to worry about me. Find a chance to leave by yourself." Since he had caused this trouble himself, he couldn't let Xianing Chang suffer with him. If she left by herself, she might have a chance. Bringing him along would only be a burden. Although Yang Kai's voice was soft, the people opposite him still heard it clearly. Long Hui laughed loudly. "Want to leave? How could it be that easy? This young master has accompanied you in the mountains for so many days. How could there be no reward? Yang Kai, today you will die without a doubt. As for that little girl behind you, she will only become this young master's plaything. Don't worry, I won't kill her now. I won't let her die until I'm tired of playing with her. Yang Kai's face was cold. He shouted angrily, "Go!" At the same time he turned around and grabbed Xia Ningchang's arm. Under her shocked gaze, he used all his strength to throw her away. Wishful thinking. When Fei Chen smiled coldly. His figure flashed and suddenly appeared behind Xia Ningchang. He hit her back with his palm. Chapter 93. When Fei Chen's attack wasn't meant to kill, but rather to block Xia Ningchang's path of retreat. Xia Ningchang's reaction wasn't slow either. Although he was caught off guard by Yang Kai's attack, he had already turned around before when Fei Chen's attack could reach him. He met when Fei Chen's attack head-on and used the latter's momentum to lightly float back to Yang Kai's side. Sigh. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. With an Yuan Qi realm expert guarding this place and the opponent's well-trained troops, it was likely that this was a premeditated plan. This time it would be difficult for them to escape. Hall Master Wen, capture this girl for me. If she dares to resist. Long Hui smiled sinisterly. It's fine to break her arms and legs as long as you don't damage her face. I want to see what kind of peerless beauty is hidden under this veil. When Fei Chen chuckled, Young Master Long, please rest assured. I won't let you down. Originally he was a little worried that Long Hui would blame him for injuring Xia Ningchang in battle, but since he said that it was fine to break her arms and legs, what else did Wen Fei Chen have to worry about? This young master of the Long family was quite excited. At least he had some self-awareness and knew that he wasn't a match for this girl. If he could break her arms and legs, then he could do whatever he wanted. The conversation between the two was overheard by Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang, and their eyes flashed with anger. When Fei Chen laughed loudly, "Little girl, you also heard young Master Long's words. If you know what's good for you, then obediently allow yourself to be captured. I promise I won't hurt you. If you insist on resisting, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Xia Ningchang spat, "Don't even think about it." Good. When Fei Chen smiled coldly. "You asked for it." As soon as he finished speaking, his body soared into the air like a swallow, and both of his palms struck out. The strength of an Yuan Qi realm expert erupted fiercely, and only the sound of a tiger's roar could be heard. The palm wind that was pushed out suddenly transformed into tiger heads, baring their fangs as they pounced towards Xia Ningchang. Feeling the power contained in these palms, Xia Ningchang's expression also became serious. Her two slender hands danced and quickly pointed a few finger winds to meet the palms. Then she made a strange hand seal and pointed at the sapphire on her forehead. Her Yuan Qi violently surged. Although the power of those finger winds wasn't small, they couldn't stop Wen Fei Chen's attack. They only managed to slightly slow down the speed of those tiger heads before they were completely swallowed up. The next moment the attack arrived in front of Xia Ningchang. This unforeseen event happened so quickly that by the time Yang Kai reacted, it was already too late. Those tiger heads bit towards Xia Ningchang one after another. Just as they were about to seriously injure her, the sapphire on her forehead suddenly fluctuated with a mysterious ripple. Along with this ripple, a semicircular light curtain suddenly appeared, like a large inverted bowl, completely covering her and Yang Kai. When Fei Chen's attack finally arrived, but as soon as those majestic tiger heads touched the light curtain, they whimpered and disappeared without a trace. Xia Ningchang's body did not move, her face was as calm as the wind. When Fei Chen landed on the ground, his pair of eyes staring at the light curtain in shock, and cried out involuntarily, "A heaven-grade artifact." As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes burned, including Long Hui, who had a lustful look in his eyes. What? Long Hui finally turned his attention away from Xia Ningchang and turned his head to look at Wen Fei Chen, his voice slightly trembling. "Hall Master Wen, what did you just say?" When Fei Chen's face trembled, his eyes bursting with traces of greed, he swallowed his saliva and said, "A heaven-grade artifact. To be able to easily block my attack, this is without a doubt a heaven-grade artifact." Really? Long Hui couldn't help but become excited. He didn't expect that this time, he just wanted to get rid of Yang Kai, this small character, but unexpectedly he unintentionally inserted a willow tree into a shade. Not only would he obtain a beauty, but he would also obtain a heaven-grade artifact. Moreover, it was a defensive-type artifact which was more valuable than an offensive-type artifact. A heaven-grade artifact was priceless, the blood group only had one, and it was still in the hands of Hu Man. If he gave this artifact to his grandfather, then his grandfather's strength would rise to a whole new level, and perhaps even Hu Man wouldn't be his opponent. Snatch it, he must snatch it. Long Hui excitedly shouted, Hall Master Wen, if you can snatch this artifact in the future, the position of Blood Group's deputy leader will be yours. When Fei Chen's expression brightened, many thanks for Master Long's favor. Although he said so, when Fei Chen knew that to break the defense of this heaven-grade artifact, it would not be so easy. Looking at how his attack was completely ineffective, when Fei Chen knew that this was a difficult bone to chew. Fortunately, this little girl's strength was not high, so she definitely wouldn't be able to maintain this barrier for a long time. As long as he continued to attack, there would be an opportunity to break this barrier. Begin. Thinking of this, when Fei Chen lightly shouted and took the initiative to attack the light barrier. At the same time, the other experts of the blood group also fiercely displayed their skills. In a flash, layers of ripples appeared on the light barrier, but Xia Ning Chang and Yang Kai, who were protected by the light barrier, were completely unharmed. All the attacks were blocked by the light barrier. This sudden change of events gave Yang Kai a little hope of escaping. His eyes flashed with a shrewd light, and his mind was rapidly turning, trying to find a way out before the light barrier was broken. Junior brother, are you afraid? Xia Ning Chang suddenly asked. Yang Kai turned to look at her. We may die, are you afraid? What am I afraid of? You don't need to be afraid. Yang Kai responded and looked at Long Hui coldly from more than 10 feet away. If they could capture this person, then they would have a bargaining chip. However, to break through the blockade of so many experts of the blood group and capture Long Hui, this was not an easy task. Even if Xia Ning Chang took action, she would not be able to do it. I'm not afraid. Xia Ning Chang gently smiled. They still don't know what they are going to face. Yang Kai was stunned by her words, but before he could understand the meaning of her words, the whole valley suddenly changed. It was midnight. July 7th Inchi Gathering. This was the place where the 9 Ens converged. Suddenly, waves of cold Yin Qi emerged from the ground one after another. This Yin Qi surged as if strange giant hands were reaching out from the ground one after another. They kept climbing upwards, causing people to feel terrified just by looking at them. In the blink of an eye, the temperature of the whole valley dropped, and the bone-chilling cold made everyone unable to help but shiver. The experts of the blood group who were besieging the light barrier felt something was wrong, and hurriedly circulated their Yuan Qi to resist the erosion of the Yin Qi. Fortunately, although the Yin Qi made people feel uncomfortable, it was not lethal. As long as they circulated their Yuan Qi to resist it, there would not be any major hindrance. Even the small characters of the storm house could resist it, not to mention the people of the blood group. However, if they stayed here for a long time, perhaps their Yuan Qi would be exhausted, and at that time they would be frozen to death. After a while, the whole valley was covered by the Yin Qi. Xia Ning Chang suddenly moved, her figure was graceful, as if she was dancing, accompanied by a strange hand sign. The Yuan Qi in her body was divided into countless and scattered in all directions. Chapter 94. Along with Xia Ning Chang's actions, the dense Yin Qi in the entire mountain valley reacted. Looking down from above, it looked like a pot of boiling water. The Yin Qi seemed to have a life of its own as it kept rolling and squirming in the mountain valley. The scene was extremely terrifying. Not good. When Fei Chen screamed. Although he didn't know what Xia Ning Chang was doing as a Yuan Qi 5th stage expert, he still had some insight. This woman had probably arranged some kind of spirit array in this mountain valley and was now activating it. If he really asked her to activate this unknown formation, he was afraid that there would be a change in the situation this time. Come on. Quickly break this light curtain for me. When Fei Chen roared. He wanted to capture Xia Ning Chang before the spirit array was activated. Otherwise everything would be over. You guys come here too or I will kill you right now. When Fei Chen and the rest of the Stormhouse people shouted. Nu Lang and the others didn't dare to hesitate. Originally, in this kind of fierce battle they were completely useless. They also knew their own strength, so they just stood aside and watched the show. However, with Wen Fei Chen's order, they couldn't help but participate. These people's attacks were very weak, but they could more or less consume the defense of the light curtain. The group of 12 people had already used all of their strength to attack the semicircular light screen without any regard for their lives. Ripples appeared on the light curtain one after another. It seemed to be on the verge of collapsing, but it was still as firm as before. Inside the light curtain, Yang Kai was burning with anxiety. He wanted to help, but his strength was too low, so he couldn't do anything. He could only protect Xianing Chang. In case the light curtain was broken, he could do his part. Xianing Chang's movements were getting faster and faster. Her two hands had already turned into afterimages. The cold wind in the mountain valley was getting fiercer and fiercer. It sounded like the cries of ghosts and the howls of wolves, which made people feel terrified. When Fei Chen's dignified expression contained a trace of greed, he found that he had still underestimated the grade of this defensive artifact. This was at least a heaven-grade high-rank defensive artifact, otherwise it would have been impossible for it to last so long without breaking. Heaven-grade high-rank, it was enough to withstand the full blow of an immortal ascension boundary master. Having this thing was equivalent to having an extra life. After a full incense stick worth of time, a small crack suddenly appeared on the light screen. Following the appearance of the crack, Xianing Chang's face turned pale. In order to activate this defensive secret treasure, she had consumed a lot of yuan qi, and now she had to multitask to activate the previous arrangement. The yuan qi in her body was like a flood that had broken through the dam, fiercely flowing out. Seeing a glimmer of hope, when Fei Chen urged everyone to attack while he also used his ultimate move, the yuan qi on his body began to surge, and he pushed his palm forward in a seemingly calm and slow manner. As his palm struck the light screen, the entire light screen shook violently. Xianing Chang's delicate body trembled, and her face turned even paler. Gotcha. The light screen finally cracked like a spider's web. Ha ha ha. When Fei Chen laughed loudly. He was confident that as long as he struck out with his palm again, this light screen would be completely broken. But before he could strike out with his next palm, the churning yin qi in the mountain valley suddenly calmed down, and the ghostly cries and howls also disappeared without a trace in an instant. Xianing Chang's clear eyes flashed like stars as she shouted, "Seal!" At this moment, Xianing Chang's preparations were finally complete. Wah! In the sky, the sound of chains being swung suddenly rang out, like a soul-stirring melody. Everyone raised their heads in shock and saw several thick and black chains that were several meters long hovering in the air. These chains were completely formed from dense yin qi and emitted a ghastly coldness that caused one's heart to palpitate. These yin qi chains flew above the heads of the Blood Group and Storm Hall members, and in the next moment, as if they had a mind of their own, they rushed down. When Fei Chen's complexion changed greatly, knowing that he was still a step too late, and hurriedly struck out with his palm towards the light screen. At the same time, Xianing Chang's body shook, and she no longer had the strength to stimulate her heaven-grade artifact. This palm strike went straight towards Xianing Chang without any hindrance. At this critical moment, Yang Kai, who had been vigilant to the side, finally found an opportunity to act. Before the palm strike hit Xianing Chang, he hurriedly pulled her back, but she was still swept by the edge of the palm strike, her delicate body trembling, and her face suddenly turned pale. Yang Kai picked her up by the waist and ran away without looking back. The number of enemies was too high and their strength was too strong. He was not stupid enough to face them head-on. Just as Yang Kai was carrying Xianing Chang to escape, the yin qi chains finally entangled the experts of the Blood Group. There were a total of 8 chains, when Fei Chen was the focus of Xianing Chang's attention, and was targeted by 3 of the chains. The remaining 5 chains were also targeted by the separation and reunion boundary and qi transformation boundary experts of the Blood Group. The people who were entangled by the chains were horrified, thinking that their lives were over. Who would have thought that after entangling them, the chains would directly enter their bodies, and the 8 chains would disappear? When Fei Chen suddenly felt that his yuan qi boundary strength was suppressed by an invisible force, and could not help but groan, opening his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The 3 separation and reunion boundary experts and the Qi transformation disciple were also the same. Their complexions instantly became extremely pale, and they all vomited blood. The remaining Qi transformation disciple unexpectedly lost his breath in an instant, and fell to the ground dead. What happened? Long Hui was furious. He just saw that the situation was good, and was about to destroy the opponent's heaven-grade secret treasure. In his heart, he was thinking about how to humiliate Xianing Chang, but in the blink of an eye, one of his own side died, 5 were seriously injured, and even when Fei Chen was dispirited. How could Long Hui not be angry? The duck that was in his mouth flew away like that. Master Long, please calm down. When Fei Chen resisted the piercing pain, circulating his yuan qi to expel the cold, and weakly explained, I'm afraid that woman had set up a trap here, and this time she used the power of the array to deal with us. We were not paying attention and let her succeed. Trash, a bunch of trash. Long Hui flew into a rage, cursing loudly, so many people to deal with one person, and yet we were all defeated. When Fei Chen's face flashed with a trace of anger, but he suppressed it and said, although we were tricked, that woman is definitely not in a good condition. I'm afraid that she doesn't have the slightest bit of yuan qi. If we can catch up with them at this time, they are just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Long Hui impatiently said, then what are we waiting for? Quickly chase after them. When Fei Chen's eyes turned to the group of small fries from Stormhouse and said with a gloomy face, I'll give you a chance to live, if you can capture that woman. When Fei Chen, will be responsible for safely leaving this place. Just now, Xianing Chang's 8 chains were all aimed at the experts of Blood Group, but the group of people from Stormhouse were not injured. There were 5 people who entered the valley alive, and now there were still 5. Compared to the Blood Group, their condition was much better. Chapter 95. How could Nu Lang dare to disobey when Fei Chen's order? No matter how weak the other party looked, they were not someone they could deal with. They looked at each other and Nu Lang asked, Senior One, are you sure that the girl has no strength to fight back? Absolutely sure. When Fei Chen answered patiently, if you chase after her now, any one of you will be able to capture her and bring her back to Master Long. There will be many benefits for you. Good. Then we will chase after her. Nu Lang's eyes flashed with madness and hatred. These days he had suffered a lot from the Blood Group. Many of his brothers from Stormhouse had died, and none of the body-tempering realm had survived. His anger could not be vented on Wen Fei Chen, so he could only shift it to Yang Kai and Xianing Chang. Xianing Chang had no strength to fight back, so how could they put Yang Kai in their eyes? After the people from Stormhouse disappeared into the gloomy mountain valley, Wen Fei Chen looked at the disciples of the Blood Group and said, You guys go too. Don't let that girl escape. She definitely has a strong backer behind her. Once this news is leaked out, our Blood Group will be in big trouble. Yes. Although these people were also very weak, this was an important matter, so they could only force themselves to go out and chase. At this time, only Long Hui and Wen Fei Chen were left in the valley. Long Hui's tone was slightly gentler as he asked, Hall Master Wen, what is going on? Wen Fei Chen smiled bitterly, I don't know what method that girl used, but my strength has been suppressed to Qi Transformation Level 3. The 3 chains that entered my body locked my yuan qi and dantian. There is such a method? Long Hui's face was aghast. When Fei Chen nodded, if I am like this, then the other disciples are even worse. They can only use less than 30% of their strength. Then what should we do? Long Hui's face showed uneasiness. Don't worry. When Fei Chen shook his head. I didn't lie to those small fries from Stormhouse. That woman used such a powerful method and maintained her defensive secret treasure for a long time. Her yuan qi has already been depleted. Plus she was hit by my palm. She has no choice but to surrender. As long as we find them, what belongs to you, young Master Long, will still be yours. Hearing this, Long Hui finally let out a sigh of relief. Rolling his eyes, he said, just now, Long Hui was too angry and his tone was a bit harsh. I hope Hall Master Wen won't take it to heart. After this matter is settled, I will definitely tell grandfather about Hall Master Wen's hard work. Young Master Long, you're too serious. We're family. Wen Fei Chen smiled with satisfaction. But now, I would like to ask young Master Long to protect me. I will see if I can remove the yin qi chains in my body. Alright. While they were talking, they didn't mention Yang Kai at all. In their eyes, Xianing Chang was the troublesome one. Yang Kai was nothing. Now that Xianing Chang had lost all her yuan qi, she was like a hedgehog that had been stripped of all its thorns. Anyone could easily take her down. At this moment, Yang Kai had already brought Xianing Chang to the edge of the valley. There was a crack that only one person could enter at a time. Xianing Chang was placed inside while Yang Kai blocked the entrance. In front of the crack there was a bush that blocked the entrance. The two of them were squeezed together, almost merging into one. Don't talk. Someone is coming. Yang Kai held Xianing Chang with one hand and whispered. Xianing Chang's face was pale. She slightly nodded and held her breath. After a short while, Nu Lang and his people flashed in front of them. The sound of their footsteps gradually faded away. The two sides were only a dozen or so feet apart. However, the night was dark and the wind was strong. The yin qi in the valley was thick, which allowed Yang Kai and Xianing Chang to hide perfectly. After Nu Lang and his people were far away, Xianing Chang couldn't hold it in anymore. She spat out a mouthful of blood, which stained the scarf covering her face red. When Fei Chen's palm had hurt her after all. "Are you okay?" Yang Kai nervously asked. "Help me get the pellet." Xianing Chang's voice was weak. Her body softened and collapsed on the ground. She didn't even have the strength to move a finger. "Where is it?" "In my arms." Yang Kai quickly put his hand into her arms. However, he quickly retracted his hand and looked at his little senior sister in front of him. Xianing Chang was also looking at him. Her pale face blushed. Her body was slightly trembling. When Yang Kai had gently touched her chest, she had felt a lightning-like numbness from her chest to the bottom of her heart. She had almost fainted on the spot. "Bear with it." Yang Kai knew that this was a critical moment. He didn't hesitate anymore. He whispered to Xianing Chang. Then he put his hand into Xianing Chang's clothes again. It was summer. Xianing Chang didn't wear much. Except for the outer skirt, she only wore underwear. When Yang Kai put his hand into her clothes, he felt like he had entered a paradise that made people forget to return. She was plump and soft, full of amazing elasticity. It wasn't small, but it wasn't too big either. He couldn't cover it with his palm. From time to time, his 5 fingers would come into contact with those small protrusions. Every time they touched, Xianing Chang's body would tremble slightly. Feeling each other's burning body temperature in just a few breaths of time, whether it was Kai Yang or Xianing Chang, both of them were short of breath and their blood was rapidly flowing through their bodies. Yang Kai was fine. Although he was a bit embarrassed, he was still a man. He thickened his skin and pretended that nothing had happened. On the other hand, Xianing Chang's clear eyes seemed to contain a pool of spring water. Her expression was shy and angry. The breath she exhaled was fragrant and indescribably attractive. "Don't think too much." Yang Kai comforted her as he carefully searched. Xianing Chang finally couldn't help it. She held her breath and said weakly, "It's on the other side." Yang Kai suddenly came back to his senses. He was wondering why he couldn't find it after searching for so long. It turned out that it wasn't on this side. What a mess. He reached into the other side and searched deeply. In the end he found several small bottles. During this time he didn't know how many times Xianing Chang shook them. "Which one?" Yang Kai asked. "The one in the middle." Xianing Chang's voice was very weak. She signaled with her eyes. Yang Kai quickly picked up the bottle in the middle and poured out some pills. He lifted the cloth covering his face and stuffed all of them into Xianing Chang's mouth. This little senior sister had a special constitution. The sacred spirit medicine body was the best human body cauldron in the world. No matter how many pills she ate, there would be no side effects. After several pills entered her stomach, Xianing Chang closed her eyes and meditated. Yang Kai turned around and vigilantly watched for any movements outside. After waiting for about an hour, Xianing Chang gradually recovered. She opened her eyes and shyly looked at Yang Kai's back. Thinking back to what had just happened, Xianing Chang's cheeks burned. Although she knew she had no choice, she still wanted to find a hole to hide in. It was too embarrassing. As if sensing Xianing Chang's gaze, the vigilant Yang Kai suddenly turned around. When he saw that Xianing Chang had finished cultivating, he couldn't help but sigh. "Are you okay?" Xianing Chang's eyes flashed with panic. She quickly looked away. "Although my life isn't in danger, I can't fight for a while." "It's good that you're okay." Yang Kai finally relaxed. Chapter 96. Not daring to think about those shameful things, Xianing Chang turned to Advisor 4 and asked, "How did you find this hiding place?" This place could be said to be extremely hidden. It was simply a great place to hide. In the dark night, how did this junior brother find this place so accurately? Yang Kai grinned. "When you left earlier, I was wandering around and accidentally found this place. I didn't expect it to become a life-saving place." "This is our luck." Xianing Chang sighed. "You rest well. When things calm down, I'll find a way to take you out of here." Xianing Chang's expression darkened, and he slowly shook his head. "We can't leave. Where there's a will, there's a way. Why can't we leave?" Yang Kai chuckled. Because I activated the 9-8 locks array. Now this valley has been sealed off by the array. Before dawn no one can leave here. Yang Kai suddenly realized, so you left before to set up the array? Xiaoning Chang nodded slightly. It was originally used to deal with the 9-yin yuan condensing dew, but I had no choice but to activate it ahead of time. Those eerie chains are the result of the array? Yang Kai recalled the scene just now. Yes. Could they have been killed already? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. If those experts were all dead, then they could definitely escape this time. Xiaoning Chang shook his head. No, this array is not focused on killing. Those people are not weak, they definitely can't be killed. At most, it can only kill one or two of the weaker ones. That's not bad. Yang Kai sighed in pity. But, even though it can't kill them, their bodies have been invaded by the yin qi chains. I'm afraid most of their strength will be sealed. They won't be able to recover before dawn. I'll see if I can recover some strength before dawn, then we can escape from here together. Yang Kai suddenly stared at Xiaoning Chang with a pair of aggressive eyes, his voice somewhat agitated as he asked, "You said that their strength will be sealed? How many are sealed?" Xiaoning Chang pondered for a moment. At least 60% to 70%. About 80% of that Yuan Qi Realm Master should have been sealed. In other words, they can't use their full strength right now. Yang Kai looked excited and eager to try. Xiaoning Chang looked at him nervously. What do you want to do? Even if their strength is sealed, they are not people you can deal with. Junior brother, don't be reckless. She knew what Yang Kai was thinking. Yang Kai chuckled, his eyes filled with eagerness. How would we know if we don't try? Don't forget, this is the 9th Yin congregation ground. Their strength is now sealed, and they still have to resist the invasion of Yin energy. They are probably weaker than you expected. But there are so many of them. Xiaoning Chang grabbed Yang Kai's arm and shook his head. Don't be impulsive. Yang Kai gently patted her hand. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. If we keep hiding here, we will be discovered sooner or later. Once we become a turtle in a jar, we can only sit and wait for death. If I take the initiative to attack, I'm afraid there is still a little hope. No. Xiaoning Chang shook her head like a rattledrum. I am senior sister, you have to listen to me. If you go out now, you won't be able to resist those people, and the Yin energy in this valley will consume all of your Yuan Qi. Little senior sister, if you want to live, don't stop me. You saw that Long Hui's face. You should know what will happen to you if you fall into his hands. Xiaoning Chang's body suddenly trembled. That's it, don't stop me. Yang Kai broke free from Xiaoning Chang's grasp. If you insist on going out, take this with you. Xiaoning Chang was powerless to stop him. If Yang Kai really wanted to go out, she couldn't stop him in her current state. She could only hand the jade pendant to him. You need this more than I do. Yang Kai refused. Don't worry. Although I am only at the 4th level of the initial element realm, I have a way to recover my Yuan Qi. The Yin energy in this valley won't affect me. You, on the other hand, if someone finds this place, can you stop them? I have already recovered some of my Yuan Qi. I can activate the defensive secret treasure. Those people's strength has been greatly reduced, so they won't be a threat to me. Xiaoning Chang nodded. Then there is nothing to worry about. Yang Kai slowly got up and walked outside. After being powerless for so long, it was finally time to move his fists and feet. Yang Kai's expression was somewhat ferocious. After taking a few steps, Yang Kai stopped and said softly, "Little senior sister, if I don't come back at dawn, you have to quickly leave by yourself." Xiaoning Chang's heart clenched as an inexplicable pain spread. Yang Kai turned his head and smiled. "If I can come back, can you promise me one thing?" "What is it?" Xiaoning Chang held back the sadness in her heart and asked. "Let's talk about it when I come back." Yang Kai laughed and walked out of the crack in the mountain. He went outside and made some arrangements to cover the crack. Then he looked around and plunged into the darkness. Only Xiaoning Chang was left behind, lonely and desolate. There were still 3 to 4 hours until dawn, but there were more than a dozen enemies. This was definitely going to be a tough battle. In the dark forest, someone was running quickly. The footsteps were made by 2 people. Yang Kai hid behind a big tree, quietly waiting for the people to come. He didn't know which side these 2 people were from, and he didn't know what kind of strength they had. He could only make some inquiries first before making any plans. If these 2 people were too strong, Yang Kai could only avoid them and find a soft persimmon to pinch. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and someone's voice could be heard. "Brother Xiong, where are they hiding? How come we haven't found them after searching for so long?" The other person said, Junior brother, don't worry. Brother knew and those bastards from the blood group are also looking for them. Yang Kai won't be able to hide for long. Let's just pretend. Maybe they have already captured Yang Kai and that girl. The junior brother nodded. That's true. It's a pity for that girl. She seems to be very beautiful. If she falls into Long Hui's hands, I don't know how she will be ruined. Brother Xiong sneered. Long Hui is a lecherous person. He is destined to have no great achievements. In the future, when we grow up, there will be a time when we can get back our face. As they were talking, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. The two Stormhouse disciples suddenly stopped. Brother Xiong angrily shouted, "Who is it?" A light laugh came from the other side. "Aren't you looking for me?" Yang Kai. Brother Xiong was overjoyed. He didn't expect to meet Yang Kai, but he didn't expect him to throw himself into a trap. This was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. Brother Xiong was excited and so was Yang Kai. Yang Kai already knew their identity from their conversation. Of the 5 people from Stormhouse, except for Nu Lang who was at Qi Transforming Stage 1, the rest were all at Initial Element Stage. Yang Kai wasn't afraid of a cultivator at this stage. Chapter 97. These two Stormhouse disciples originally had no enmity with Yang Kai, but along the way several of their junior brothers had died. They couldn't find Wen Fei Qin for revenge, so they could only blame it on Yang Kai. Now that they had met their enemy, it was natural that their eyes would turn red. Brother Xiong looked at Yang Kai with a mocking smile and said coldly, "You have guts, you actually dared to throw yourself into the trap. Where is the girl you saved? Beat me and I'll tell you." Yang Kai cracked his knuckles, shook his neck and slowly walked towards the two people. Brother Xiong sneered, "Junior brother, you don't know what's good for you. I'll go teach him a lesson." As he spoke, he unsheathed the long sword at his waist and charged towards Kai Yang to attack. Brother Xiong had the strength of Initial Element Realm Level 6, while Yang Kai was only at Initial Element Realm Level 4. There was already a gap of 2 levels between them, not to mention that Brother Xiong was holding a sharp weapon, so he felt that he had the upper hand. This sword was just a test, and Brother Xiong didn't expect to kill Yang Kai in one move. In the darkness, the sword flashed and Yang Kai dodged sideways. He raised his palms and began to fight with Brother Xiong of Stormhouse. Using his palms against the sword, Yang Kai was restrained in every way. He kept retreating, and by the time Brother Xiong stabbed out for the 9th time, he had already retreated more than 10 steps. Brother Xiong laughed loudly. "A grain of rice dares to show off its brilliance. Yang Kai, give me your life." The previous test had allowed him to understand Yang Kai's details, so it was naturally time to kill him. The Yuan Qi in his body began to circulate, and Brother Xiong's long sword faintly emitted the sound of wind and thunder. Thunder wind chant. Brother Xiong majestically shouted out his sword move. Suddenly an arc of light appeared on his long sword, and with unparalleled sharpness, it stabbed towards Yang Kai's chest at a speed that he couldn't dodge. As expected, Yang Kai couldn't dodge, but there was no trace of fear on his face. Instead, he raised his palm and slapped the sword. Brother Xiong sneered. He thought to himself, "My sword is now filled with thunder power. If a mere Initial Element 4th level cultivator like you really touches it, I'm afraid you'll be electrocuted and paralyzed. At that time you'll be at my mercy." Thinking of this, Brother Xiong did not withdraw his move at all. Instead, his sword moves became faster and faster. Yang Kai shouted. His palms suddenly became extremely red as if there was a burning flame. A wave of hot air rushed towards Brother Xiong. Not only did it dispel the cold around him, it also made him feel as if he had fallen into a sea of fire. Clang! The sword rang. Yang Kai's palm hit the sword, and the arc of light on the sword suddenly disappeared. With this slap, the long sword also deviated from its direction, and pierced past Yang Kai's shoulder without hurting him at all. Brother Xiong was shocked. In this confrontation, his Yuan Qi was actually not a match for the opponent. He thought to himself, isn't he only at the Initial Element 4th level? Why is the Yuan Qi in his body more vigorous than mine? Moreover, the burning Yuan Qi in his palm just now was too pure. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to extinguish my thunder power. Panicking, Brother Xiong hurriedly withdrew his sword and retreated. He was preparing to adjust his breathing and slowly attack again, but how could Yang Kai give him this opportunity? Taking advantage of the time when Brother withdrew his sword, Yang Kai took a step forward, and under Brother Xiong's shocked and frightened gaze, Yang Kai pointed a finger at his heart. Knowing that the number of enemies he had to deal with was not small, Yang Kai was quite decisive. He did not hesitate to use a drop of yang liquid to kill his opponent in one strike. Brother Xiong's body suddenly stopped moving, leaving only the whistling of the cold wind in the valley, as if crying and complaining. The Stormhouse junior brother who was on the side did not understand for a moment, and could not help but softly call out, "Brother Xiong, Brother Xiong." Before his voice fell, Brother Xiong's body suddenly fell straight down. Yang Kai laughed nastily, "Your Xiong brother is waiting for you on the road to the underworld." The junior brother was stunned and immediately let out a strange cry and ran away. His strength was slightly inferior to Brother Xiong's, he was only at the initial element boundary 5th level. Yang Kai had killed Brother Xiong effortlessly, so wouldn't it be easy to deal with him? "You think you can escape?" Yang Kai sneered, holding Brother Xiong's sword in his hand and chased after him. It had to be said that the dense yin qi in the valley was a great help to Yang Kai. Under the corrosion of the yin qi, everyone's strength would be reduced. Only Yang Kai practiced the true yang secret art. The yuan qi in his body was the nemesis of the yin qi, so he did not need to worry about being affected. He just needed to consume a bit of true yang yuan qi to dispel the chill. Although the Stormhouse junior brother was at the initial element boundary 5th level, the strength he could display in this valley was lower than Yang Kai's. After chasing for a short time, Yang Kai closed the distance between the two of them to about 10 meters, which was more than enough distance for him. Yang Kai suddenly threw the sword in his hand as he ran. Hearing the sound of wind behind him, the Stormhouse junior brother nimbly made a dodging action, narrowly avoiding the sword. But with this delay, the distance of 10 feet was suddenly reduced to 0. Unable to escape, the Stormhouse junior brother decisively turned around and pulled out his weapon to fight Yang Kai. But a red light flashed in front of him, and he instinctively blocked it with his weapon. With a catching sound, the steel weapon in his hand was cut in half by the red light, as fragile as tofu. The next moment he felt a heat on his neck as if something had cut through it. Yang Kai stopped, a thin blood-red blade as thin as a cicada's wing flashing on his fingertips. A drop of blood rolled down the blade. The Stormhouse junior brother gulped and stared blankly at Yang Kai. He pointed at him but couldn't say anything. After a few breaths, his head suddenly flew up into the sky, and a bloody mist burst out from his neck. Kill 2 people first. This battle was effortless, so easy that Yang Kai didn't even use unyielding will. In the past battles, Yang Kai always had to use this mysterious martial skill to defeat his enemies. But this time he discovered that even if he didn't use this martial skill, he still had the strength to kill people above his level. Yang Kai felt the need to re-examine himself. Just as Yang Kai was about to quickly leave the scene, he heard the sound of clothes flapping in the wind from both sides. There were 2 people quickly approaching from the left and 1 from the right. It should be the strange cry of the junior brother that had attracted them. They were about 100 feet away from him. Yang Kai originally wanted to hide, but after thinking carefully, he suddenly quickly approached from the left. If he wasn't wrong, the people coming should be the remaining 3 people from Stormhouse. They might have separated to make it easier to find him and Xianing Chang, but they weren't too far away from each other. Now that the remaining 3 people were all here, Yang Kai naturally couldn't ask for more. The strength of the Stormhouse people was much lower than that of the Blood Group people, so he could use them to test his own strength. Chapter 98. However, among these 3 people, Nu Lang was the cultivator at Qi transforming stage 1st level, so it would be a bit troublesome to deal with him. Therefore, Yang Kai had to first deal with the other 2 initial element stage Stormhouse disciples before he could have a good fight with Nu Lang. He wanted to see if he, as an initial element stage 4th level, had the ability to defeat a Qi transforming stage opponent. Yang Kai's fighting spirit was high, and his blood and Qi were rolling. Yang Kai's prediction was correct. The 2 people on the left were indeed Stormhouse disciples. Their strength was about the same as the 2 people from before, so even if they were stronger, they wouldn't be that much stronger. Hearing their junior brothers shout, the 2 people hadn't yet arrived at the scene of the accident when they saw a person dashing towards them. Who is it? The 2 Stormhouse disciples stopped and vigilantly looked at the person. Yang Kai didn't answer. His speed suddenly increased and he fiercely rushed towards them. Feeling Yang Kai's killing intent and hostility, How could the two people not react? They cried out in alarm, "It's Yang Kai." As soon as they finished speaking, their weapons were already in their hands, and they fiercely attacked Yang Kai from the left and right. Yang Kai's fighting spirit was very strong. Facing the two people's attacks, he didn't retreat at all. His body was like lightning, and the blood-red blade on his fingertips flew out, fiercely shooting towards one of the two people. That person raised his weapon to block, but how could an ordinary weapon block this blade made from a drop of yang liquid? As soon as they came into contact, the Stormhouse disciple's weapon was directly cut off. Fortunately, this person's reaction wasn't slow. In a panic, he suddenly dodged, barely avoiding the fatal blow, and let the blade fly past his waist. With a piercing sound, this person screamed. He felt as if his waist was branded by a soldering iron, and the air was suddenly filled with the smell of burnt flesh. "Brother?" The other person's expression changed, and the attack he was about to attack suddenly shrank back a bit. In a life-and-death battle, his retreat was equal to exposing himself to Yang Kai's attack. How could Yang Kai be polite to him? Casually blocking the sharp edge of the opponent's weapon, he pressed his palm on the opponent's chest. Vigorous and scorching hot true Yang Yuan Qi poured into the opponent's heart meridian. The opponent's eyes bulged and he flew out in response. He fell to the ground, spasming for a moment and then stopped moving. He was actually killed in a single exchange, even faster than that senior brother Xiong from before. Yang Kai's attack was successful, but before he could pull back, the Stormhouse disciple who was still alive actually swung his sword at him. Unable to dodge, Yang Kai could only instinctively tighten his muscles. Swoosh! The sword flashed and a bloody wound appeared on his abdomen. Pain spread from the wound and blood seeped out. Yang Kai was unmoved, and only a crazy and bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. He turned his head and looked at the opponent. That person saw his own junior brother die in front of him, and in his anger, how could he care about anything else? There was only one thought in his mind, to kill Yang Kai and avenge his junior brother. After his attack succeeded, he stabbed again, aiming for Yang Kai's throat. Yang Kai raised his arm to block, and the sword stabbed about an inch into his arm. It was pressed against the bone, but there was no way for it to go any further. Letting the blood drip down, Yang Kai grinned maliciously at him. In the darkness, 2 rows of snow-white fangs were exposed, like a fierce beast that was choosing its prey. At this moment, Yang Kai's entire body was filled with an evil aura. Crazy, excited, and bloodthirsty evil aura. That smile was even more chilling. You. This Stormhouse disciple who was still alive had never seen such a person. After being stabbed twice by him, he was still able to laugh. Was this person crazy? He was frightened and wanted to jump back. In a battle of life and death, being frightened by the enemy's aura, how could he survive? Yang Kai raised his leg and kicked him in the crotch. The sound of something being kicked was heard. The man immediately bent his waist and knelt on the ground, his face pale. Pulling out the long sword that was stuck in his arm, Kai Yang threw it down, impaling him on the spot. 2 more killed. Swoosh. At this moment, a person finally appeared from the right. It was Nu Lang. These 5 people of Stormhouse were divided into 3 groups, searching for Yang Kai and Xiaoning Chang, but they didn't expect that Yang Kai would defeat them one by one. At first glance, Nu Lang saw his 2 dead junior brothers on the ground. In a blink of an eye, he glared at Yang Kai and asked, "Did you kill them?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at him. His face was crazy but calm. "Seems like everybody underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have this ability." Nu Lang's face was extremely gloomy. He pressed down the anger in his heart, took a deep breath and said, "I have something to ask you." "No need to ask. I killed Nu Lang and Qing Xiaofeng. You didn't guess wrong. It was you." Nu Lang's body shook. He had always hoped that his brother had just gone out to play. Although the possibility was low, it was still a hope. But now this hope was broken by Yang Kai. He admitted that his brother's disappearance was related to him, and he killed him. "They wanted to kill me. Of course I can kill them." Yang Kai was a little impatient. "Don't talk nonsense. Let's fight." Good. Nu Lang's murderous intent soared as he glared at Yang Kai with resentment. "Since you dare to take responsibility for your actions, I won't say anything more. Today I will use your life to pay tribute to his soul in heaven." While talking, Nu Lang launched his movement skill. His body flashed and arrived in front of Yang Kai in a blink of an eye. His hand swept horizontally towards Yang Kai's throat like an eagle's claw. Yang Kai's face was cold. The strength of a cultivator at the chi-transforming realm was really different from that of a cultivator at the initial element realm. The power of this attack was incomparable. In a hurry, Yang Kai leaned back and put his hand on his throat to protect his vital parts. Nu Lang beamed a faint smile. His 5 fingers changed direction midway, trying to grab something. Swish! Yang Kai stumbled back a few steps. Looking down, he saw that his clothes had been torn apart, and there were 5 blood-red claw marks on his chest. Furthermore, there was a strange aura that had invaded his body. He activated the True Yang secret art and dissolved the chi in a blink of an eye. You're just a level 4 initial element realm warrior. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? I won't kill you quickly. I will torture you until you wish you were dead. Nu Lang's face became more ferocious as his attack succeeded. Fancy but impractical moves. You fight like a woman and scratch people. Don't you feel ashamed? Yang Kai tore off his tattered clothes, revealing his skinny but strong body. He sneered with a cold face. Nu Lang's face reddened, but he couldn't refute. Who asked him to cultivate claw martial arts? This was indeed a little inelegant. You have a sharp tongue. Don't beg for mercy later. Nu Lang didn't want to show off his courage. His hands were like eagle claws, attacking again. You want to taste the power of my fists? Yang Kai laughed and punched towards the 2 crazy claws. You're overestimating yourself. Nu Lang sneered. With his chi transforming realm level 1 cultivation, even if it was a hard rock, he could scratch a few holes in it. Not to mention the fist of a cultivator at the initial element realm level 4. Chapter 99. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them started to fight. Yang Kai's fist fiercely hit Nu Lang's palm, but Nu Lang's 5 fingers grabbed it tightly. The yuan chi in their bodies burst out at the same time, colliding with each other. What? Nu Lang was surprised. He found that the yuan chi in Yang Kai's body was so overbearing that even he couldn't resist it for a long time. How could it be? There was a big gap between their strengths. No matter what, he couldn't be a threat to him. However, the fact was in front of him, so Nu Lang had to be cautious. If this stalemate continued, he was afraid that his 5 fingers would really be burned. Thinking of this, Nu Lang retracted his hand and jumped back a few steps. He wanted to take advantage of this short time to dissolve the yuan chi in his body. Looking at Yang Kai with a gloomy face, Nu Lang was even more surprised. Because when they had fought a moment ago, he hadn't been able to crush Yang Kai's fist. Although he had left 5 finger holes on his fist, it wasn't the result he had expected. In his estimation, that grab just now should have been able to crush his entire fist. This kid, he did have some skills. No wonder why his junior brothers were killed by him. It seemed he didn't win by luck. Nu Lang's face became solemn. Yang Kai shook his fist, bowed his head and looked at it. When he raised his eyes again, the craziness in his eyes was thicker. Yang Kai had been hiding, letting the blood in his body boil, feeling the pain from his wounds, and feeling the pressure from the enemy. He had been trying to raise his unyielding will. Only with an unyielding will and determination to win would the mysterious martial skill that belonged solely to him be able to display its greatest effect. And now this moment had come. Yang Kai didn't need to be suppressed anymore. A flow of boiling hot energy came out from his bones. Along with this flow of hot energy, Yang Kai felt that his entire body had changed. Before, when he had accidentally triggered the unyielding will, Yang Kai didn't know why. Even if he defeated the enemy, he was still confused. But this time it was different. He could clearly feel a huge amount of energy being generated from his bones, pouring into his meridians, nourishing his flesh and blood, and crazily increasing his strength. Again? Yang Kai was like a wolf hunting for prey in the jungle. His eyes gazed at Nu Lang, roaring and launching a strike. It was the same punch as before without any fancy moves. You want to die? Nu Lang sneered. Although he was surprised by Yang Kai's yuan chi, it didn't mean that Yang Kai could hurt him. As long as he stopped in time, even if the yuan chi was strange, he couldn't hurt him. On the other hand, he could hurt Yang Kai again and again, and there would always be a moment when he would be able to crush his entire fist. It could be said that the reckless way Yang Kai had chosen to fight was in line with Nu Lang's taste. While sneering, Nu Lang's big hand grabbed Yang Kai one more time. In the second head-on collision, Nu Lang felt something was wrong because the power in Yang Kai's punch was much stronger than before. The yuan chi was also more ferocious. It was almost the same as the full power of the initial element realm level 5. But so what? Initial Element Realm Level 4 and Initial Element Realm Level 5 were the same in his eyes. They weren't a threat at all. Only death awaited them. After this exchange, the injury on Kai Yang's fist became more and more serious. Blood dripped from his fist and his body was forced to retreat. He cut an extremely sorry figure. Nu Lang had already started, but in for a penny, in for a pound. Taking advantage of the situation, he continued to attack Kai Yang. His claws whistled through the air, leaving a trail of claw marks in the darkness. Yang Kai didn't say anything. He just stubbornly fought back. When Nu Lang's attack arrived, he threw out a punch. Left punch, right punch. His rhythm was clear. Although the wound on his hand wasn't light, he had blocked all of Nu Lang's attacks, making him unable to take his life. In the dark night, muffled thuds echoed one after another. Along with each thud, Yang Kai's body retreated a few steps. The wound on his hand was getting more and more serious. However, his eyes didn't show any sign of panic. Instead, he was resolute. A thought of winning was brewing in his heart, waiting for the last moment to burst out. How could it be? Nu Lang was extremely shocked. On the surface, it seemed that he had the absolute advantage. After all, his realm was much higher than Yang Kai's. If he couldn't gain the upper hand, then all his years of cultivation would have been in vain. However, Nu Lang couldn't say anything. His 10 fingers had been burned by Yang Kai's Yuan Qi. Each of his fingers had a circle of blisters as if they were burned by fire. The 10 fingers were connected to the heart. The heart-piercing pain came from his fingertips, making him gasp for air. If it was only like this, Nu Lang wouldn't be so shocked. What he was really shocked about was Yang Kai's strength. In the first battle, Yang Kai's strength was as he had observed. A mere 4th level of the initial element realm was nothing to be afraid of. The second battle, his strength had risen to 5th level of the initial element realm. The 4th battle, this kid's punch and the Yuan Qi fluctuation had reached 6th level of the initial element realm. The 7th battle, 7th level of the initial element realm. The 12th battle, 8th level of the initial element realm. It seemed that as the battle continued, this person's strength was rising like a sesame seed. This was extremely strange and unimaginable. Moreover, this rising didn't show any sign of stopping. Nu Lang's face was aghast. He didn't know to what extent Kai Yang's strength had risen. If he had directly reached the Qi transforming stage, then he would have no hope of victory, because his opponent's world Qi was too overbearing. After half an hour, Nu Lang couldn't fight with Yang Kai face to face anymore because he couldn't gain any advantage. Every time they fought, Yang Kai's body was like a rock, motionless at the same place. On the contrary, Nu Lang was the one who was forced to retreat. Nu Lang could only use his agility to deal with Yang Kai. He tried to find an opportunity to give Yang Kai a fatal blow. However, although Yang Kai's defense was simple, it was airtight. Nu Lang couldn't find an opportunity to kill. 9th level of the initial element realm. Nu Lang's eyes trembled. He found that after this battle, Yang Kai's strength had risen to the peak of the initial element realm. However, his Yuan Qi fluctuation finally stabilized and didn't continue to rise. This discovery made Nu Lang heave a sigh of relief. Although he was only at the 1st level of the Qi transformation realm, which was only 1 level higher than the 9th level of the initial element realm, this 1 level difference was also a big gap. Therefore, Nu Lang was still confident that he could kill Yang Kai. He must have eaten some kind of pellet to increase his strength. However, no matter what kind of pellet it was, there would be some side effects. His essence was still at the 4th level of the initial element realm. Regarding the Yuan Qi storage in his body, he couldn't be compared with Nu Lang's. Nu Lang was waiting for Yang Kai to be exhausted. Then he would take his life. Chapter 100. While Nu Lang had made up his mind, Yang Kai suddenly stopped his attack. He frowned as if he was thinking about something. In the next moment, a loud noise was heard. A fiery red light burst out in the dark night, frightening Nu Lang to the point that his soul almost left his body. At this moment, Yang Kai's body was burning with a layer of flame. It wasn't a real flame. It was the effect of the Yuan Qi in his body when it reached a certain level. The fiery red Yuan Qi wrapped him up. For a moment, the heat wave hit his face. The Yin Qi in the valley seemed to have met its nemesis and couldn't gather around him anymore. Kai Yang's face was illuminated by the fiery red light of the world Qi. On his upper body, his refined muscles tightened, making him look wild and uninhibited, moving unhindered and unhindered. His fists were badly mutilated, and there was a sword wound about half a foot long on his abdomen. Blood was still flowing out of the wound and his flesh was overturned. It was extremely terrifying. His eyes were scarlet, and like a trapped beast, they emitted endless madness and bloodthirsty aura. The evil aura was awe-inspiring. Nu Lang was frightened. He hurriedly retreated a few steps and screamed, "Mad demon?" He thought that Yang Kai couldn't control the Yuan Qi in his body during the battle and let the Yuan Qi go crazy and swallow his mind. However, shouldn't this kind of thing only happen in the Qi transformation realm and above? He was just a cultivator in the initial element realm. How could this happen? Mad demon? Yang Kai turned his head to look at him. Although his eyes were frightening, his face was calm. He didn't have the expression that a person who had become the demon race should have. He said disdainfully, "Short-sighted." While talking, the burning Yuan Qi on his body was retracted. The flames in the sky disappeared, leaving only two fists covered with a layer of true Yang Yuan Qi. It looked like these two fists were holding two burning flames. The flames were swaying with the wind, but they didn't stop. "Do you still have consciousness?" Nu Lang looked at Yang Kai in surprise. He wanted to find a trace of humanity in his eyes. However, he was disappointed. He couldn't see any humanity in those scarlet eyes. Only the crazy fighting spirit and the aura of slaughter were left. It shouldn't be. This was the state of the mad demon. His eyes didn't have any humanity. How could he still think? "You tell me, do I?" Yang Kai took a step forward. With this step, the distance between him and Nu Lang was shortened to the limit. Nu Lang was shocked. He never thought that Yang Kai's current speed would be so fast. Hurriedly retreating, it swept out its claws in an attempt to block Yang Kai's path. Kai Yang's burning right fist met that hand, and with a whistling sound, smashed into Nu Lang's 5 fingers. Crack. A crisp sound echoed, followed by Nu Lang's terrified scream. His body flew up like a kite. After he landed on the ground, he felt a heart-piercing pain from his 5 fingers. He looked around and found that his 5 fingers were twisted, and he couldn't straighten them anymore. His fingers were full of burns and his bones were broken. Not only that, there was also a flow of fierce and overbearing Yuan Qi invading his body, burning his meridians and flesh. Nu Lang didn't dare to be careless. He quickly extended his other hand and hit his arm a few times to stop the Yuan Qi from invading his body. As soon as he finished this action, a light flashed in front of him. He raised his head and found that Yang Kai was approaching him. The flames on his fists were getting brighter. How could Nu Lang dare to fight? At this moment he knew that he who had just reached the first level of the Qi transformation realm, couldn't beat Yang Kai, the cultivator of the initial element realm. Using all of his strength, Nu Lang moved his feet and moved backward. At the same time he let out a long shout. His shout was mixed with panic and fear, spreading far and wide. Flames suddenly appeared under Kai Yang's feet, and his speed suddenly increased to a level that even surprised him. Like a shadow he chased after Nu Lang and fiercely punched him again and again. Bam bam bam, Nu Lang took several punches in a row. He couldn't resist at all. His head was dizzy and his consciousness was blurred. After 50 steps, Nu Lang finally understood that he couldn't get rid of Yang Kai's pursuit. At this moment the young man's blood was stimulated. He suddenly stopped and shouted with a ferocious face, "Yang Kai, don't push me too far. Eagle soars the sky, die for me." This was Nu Lang's most powerful claw attack. He poured all of his Yuan Qi into his hands, crossing them in front of his body to protect himself. Then he aimed at Yang Kai's chest and fiercely tore it to both sides. The full power of a first level of the Qi transformation realm cultivator was something that even Yang Kai didn't dare to underestimate. Feeling the enormous killing power hidden in the two hands, Yang Kai's face became serious. If he were to be caught by him, Kai Yang reckoned that his chest would be torn apart. In that split second, Kai Yang instinctively leaned his body to the side. His fiery fists continued to smash towards Nu Lang's face without losing any momentum. Both of them were risking their lives. This was destined to be the last attack that would give them a chance to live. Either you die or I die. Bang. When Kai Yang's fist landed on Nu Lang's face, his delicate facial features immediately distorted. Nu Lang's entire body was thrown backwards by the force of Kai Yang's punch. After flipping a few times in the air, he finally landed on the ground with a thud. Swoosh. Nu Lang's 2 claws didn't disappoint as they swept towards Yang Kai's chest. However, the expected scene of Yang Kai being cut open didn't happen. Only 10 bloody scars were left on his chest, 5 shallow and 5 deep. At the crucial moment, Yang Kai's side move played a crucial role. One of Nu Lang's finger bones had been broken just now. When the eagle soars the sky was used, the strength of the two hands was definitely different. Yang Kai's side move was to control the difference between the light and heavy forces, so that Nu Lang's two hands couldn't exert force at the same time, which was equivalent to breaking his attack. This kind of response was the result of his mind and was also an instinctive reaction. During the battle, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. However, it had to be said that this kind of counterattack was indeed ingenious. The scene suddenly quieted down. The result of this desperate battle had been decided. Yang Kai was gasping for breath, but his body was still full of evil aura. Nu Lang was sprawled on the ground like a dead dog. His face was badly mutilated. He resentfully stared at Yang Kai, who was walking towards him step by step. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Nu Lang swallowed the blood in his mouth and said ferociously. Yang Kai looked down at him, lifted one of his big feet and stomped down. Haha, the blood group's people will hear my message. They will come to kill. Nu Lang hadn't finished his sentence when his neck was crushed by Yang Kai and he died. The 5 people of Storm House were completely annihilated. Calmly standing at the same place, feeling the boiling blood and fighting spirit in his body. Yang Kai's face was grave and stern as he pondered for a moment. A crazy idea emerged in his mind. Chapter 101. A long roar rang out as Yang Kai's figure became wild, like a bloodthirsty beast, his roar piercing through the sky and echoing endlessly throughout the mountain valley. Come and fight. Bloody battle gangs trash. This was an invitation to fight, a blatant provocation. I'm here waiting for you. He knew that if he stayed there would be trouble. After all, Nu Lang had used his roar to signal them. Although this valley covered an area of dozens of miles, it was late at night, so those people must have heard his roar and were rushing here. At this time the safest way was to leave. After 3 battles and killing 5 people, Yang Kai's mental and physical strength had been greatly consumed. His body had also suffered a lot of injuries. How could he confront the bloody battle gangs group again? Leaving this place, waiting for an opportunity to recover, was undoubtedly the right way to go. But Yang Kai couldn't leave and he wouldn't leave, because now his mental strength had reached its peak. Once he left this place there would be a feeling of fear in his heart. Once he had this feeling, how could the unyielding will be useful? Without the support of the unyielding will, he was just an initial element 4th level cultivator. It was time to chase after the enemy. Yang Kai wanted to use his peak power to give the bloody battle gang's disciples a big surprise. Of course, all of this was based on the fact that Xia Ning Chang's deduction was correct. The bloody battle gang's group wasn't comparable to the Storm House's group. Most of them were separation and reunion level experts. Normally this level of cultivator could easily kill Yang Kai. But now they were sealed by the 9 innate locks formation, so it was hard to say how much strength they had left. After hearing Kai Yang's roar, Xia Ning Chang suddenly opened her eyes. Her heart that had been filled with nervousness and regret was finally able to relax. He didn't die. He didn't die. Xia Ning Chang almost cried. She had been worried about Yang Kai's safety. She was afraid that he wouldn't come back and leave her here alone. His strength was so low and the other side had so many people, how could he resist? Ever since Yang Kai left, Xia Ning Chang had been blaming himself and regretting that he should have risked his life to keep him here. He should not have let him go. However, not to mention that time, even now her condition was not very good. If Yang Kai was determined to leave, she could not stop him at all. Because he wanted to come to this place, he had to involve him in this huge danger. Xia Ning Chang felt extremely guilty. The naive girl only took the blame for herself. She didn't think that whether it was Storm House or Blood Group, it was all because of Yang Kai that they chased after her. As for the culprit, it was still Kai Yang. However, Xia Ning Chang was relieved that his junior brother was safe and sound. Moreover, his voice was mixed with a kind of fearless fighting spirit, a kind of inspiring signal. Although he didn't know what he was facing now, Xia Ning Chang felt that the only thing he could do was to quickly recover and then go out to help him and save him. On the other side of the valley, when Fei Qin, who was dissolving the Yin Qi chains in his body, and Long Hui, who was guarding beside him, also heard Yang Kai's roar clearly. When this roar came, when Fei Qin could not help but frown. His mind was interrupted and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. This beast. When Fei Qin was furious. He was at a critical moment, but was disturbed by his roar and actually suffered a little internal injury because of it. Hall Master Wen, how is the dissolving? Long Hui seemed to ask with concern. When Fei Chen slowly shook his head, not good, this thing is beyond my knowledge. I don't know whose disciple that girl is, to be able to set up such a marvelous array. The 3 yin qi chains not only sealed the flow of yuan qi in his meridians, but also sealed his dantian, causing his strength to only reach the qi transformation stage 3rd level. Just now he had used up a lot of energy, so his strength had decreased by a lot. When Fei Chen was so angry that he couldn't wait to capture Yang Kai and that girl and kill them 100 times over. A dignified yuan qi stage 5th level expert was actually played by 2 juniors to such an extent. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Hall Master Wen, don't worry. That brat dared to expose his whereabouts. I think he should be dead by now. Long Hui's expression was firm and a cold smile appeared on his face. When Fei Chen didn't answer because he understood the meaning behind Yang Kai's roar. It wasn't the roar of a dead end, but an unstoppable roar filled with battle intent. However, a mere initial element stage 4th level cultivator, what are you so arrogant for? Therefore, although when Fei Chen felt that something was wrong, he didn't take it to heart. He also thought that Yang Kai was a cornered beast that would fight and die without a doubt. Everyone in the valley had different thoughts. Outside the valley, a white-haired old man suddenly flew in. This old man's breath was long, and his yuan qi waves were hidden, making people unable to see through his depth. However, his speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye he had already flown over 100 feet. The old man's face was full of worry and anxiety. He looked up at the sky and was extremely regretful. Oh no, I can't make it in time. My little grandaunt, please don't open the array too early. The old man muttered to himself as he ran. This old man was the shopkeeper of the contribution hall, Meng Wuya. Meng Wuya felt that he had really lost face. That night, he had tried his best to persuade his disciple not to come to the 9th Yin congregation ground. After all, it wasn't necessary to refine the 9th Yin yuan condensing due to advance to the yuan qi realm. Xianing Chang was obedient and agreed. Meng Wuya was in a good mood. Xianing Chang had prepared a few dishes and a few pots of wine. Meng Wuya drank and ate while talking about Yang Kai's faults, trying to make his disciple stay away from him. This was because Meng Wuya could see that his disciple still cared about Yang Kai. It wasn't love between a man and a woman, but a kind of protection. However, this wasn't a good sign, and Meng Wuya wanted to nip it in the bud. All these years, his disciple had been very well behaved and obedient. Meng Wuya treated her like a treasure. He kept her in his mouth but was afraid she would melt. He held her in his hand but was afraid she would fall. This caused her to be too naive and didn't understand the sinister nature of people's hearts. Meng Wuya was worried. What if Yang Kai had bad intentions and seduced his disciple? This was the time when one was young and ignorant of love. Once his disciple fell in love, things would become difficult. Therefore Meng Wuya had ulterior motives. Although he felt ashamed, his mouth was full of scolding Yang Kai. He said that he was lecherous and heartless, and that he blamed all the bad things on Yang Kai. He did everything he could to smear his reputation. At the end, Meng Wuya sternly warned Xianing Chang, "Disciple, you must stay away from this kind of person." Chapter 102. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Wuya's vision blurred and he fell head first onto the plate of food in front of him. By the time he woke up, a long time had passed. Xianing Chang had used a lot of medicine. Meng Wuya wanted to cry but had no tears to shed after being plotted against by his own disciple. After realizing the seriousness of the matter, Meng Wuya didn't even bother to wash his face and directly left High Heaven Pavilion to rush here. He was extremely regretful. If he had known that his disciple was so determined, he wouldn't have been so cheap as to provoke her impression of Yang Kai. Wasn't that just looking for trouble? Although his disciple had countless treasures that could help her avoid many dangers, this was still inside Black Wind Mountain. What if she encountered one or two powerful monster beasts that didn't know what to do and ate her? If he had followed along, he wouldn't have to worry about this at all. Meng Wuya really wanted to slap himself a few times. Who asked you to be so cheap? He was still 10 li away from the 9 Yin congregation ground, but Meng Wuya could already feel the cold Yin Qi coming from there. While in midair, he anxiously raised his head to look. He saw that the yin qi in the valley was surging, but it seemed to be bound by an invisible energy and couldn't escape. Seeing this, Meng Wuya's heart finally calmed down. The 9 yin 8 locks formation had been activated, which meant that his disciple had safely arrived here. Phew, at least there weren't any big mistakes. Meng Wuya breathed heavily. Only the heavens knew how much he had been on the road these past few days. His heart had almost broken down. Not long after, Meng Wuya arrived outside the valley, but he didn't go in. He looked into the valley with rapt attention, but the yin qi inside was too heavy. He couldn't see or hear anything, and even his divine sense couldn't probe inside. Since the 9 yin 8 locks formation had been activated, it meant that his disciple had already started. He just had to wait for her good news. Being bound by the formation, the people inside couldn't come out, and the people outside couldn't go in. Although Meng Wuya could break the formation, if he did, his disciple's efforts would be in vain. And I just have to wait. Meng Wuya consoled himself. This time he was wrong. The reason why Xianing Chang wanted to open the array ahead of time was not to deal with the 9th yin yuan condensing dew, but to deal with the bloody group situation. Meng Wuya didn't know that Xianing Chang was extremely weak right now, and Yang Kai was covered in blood. Both of them were in great danger. If he knew, he would definitely break the formation at all costs and slaughter Wen Fei Chen and the others inside 1,000 times over. You dare to even have ideas about this old man's disciple? Fuck your 18 generations of ancestors. Sometimes things were just so miraculous. It was so close yet so far away. In the valley, Yang Kai was still standing quietly in the same place, his back as straight as a javelin, waiting for the arrival of the powerful enemy. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of clothes flapping could be heard all around them. He's finally here. Yang Kai's face gradually became dignified. He turned his head and looked at the place where Xianing Chang was hiding. He didn't know if he could survive this battle. But he had done his best, so he had no regrets. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 figures almost simultaneously arrived at Yang Kai's side. Then another person arrived. The first 3 were separation and reunion boundary experts of the bloody group. The last one was only at the Qi transforming 9th level, so his speed was naturally slower. After the 4 arrived, they didn't say anything. Instead, they stared at Yang Kai in shock. Because they found that in just an hour, this youth who was only at the initial element boundary 4th level actually had the strength of a peak initial element boundary expert. What was going on? Nu Lang's body was under his feet. His neck was broken and his death was miserable. His eyes were bulging. Apparently, he didn't expect that he would die in this place. He died with his eyes wide open. In this valley where the cold wind blew, it made people feel creepy. Did you kill this person? A separation and reunion boundary expert of the bloody group asked. What about the most powerful person and your young master Long? Yang Kai didn't answer his question. Instead, he turned his head and looked around. He found that there was something wrong with the number of people. Originally, the bloody group had 7 people. In addition to Wen Fei Chen and Long Hui, the other Qi transforming boundary disciple had been killed by Xianing Chang's Yin Qi shackles. Therefore, there were only 4 people left. Humph, to deal with you, Hall Master Wen and young Master Long don't need to act. The person who spoke before coldly snorted. This person wasn't very old. He was about 25 to 26 years old and was in the prime of youth. Bloody group. Aha, you only know how to bully others. Yang Kai ridiculed. The youth's face was ruthless. To deal with you, I alone am enough. Although more than half of his strength had been sealed by the Yin Qi shackles, he still had the foundation of a separation and reunion boundary expert. If he really wanted to fight, he would definitely be more powerful than a Qi transforming boundary expert. How could he not deal with Yang Kai? It's useless to talk big. Why don't you try? Yang Kai looked at him contemptuously. He also felt that these people's strength had been greatly reduced. They couldn't compare to the pressure they gave him before. Moreover, the Yuan Qi fluctuations on their bodies were quite unstable. The 3 people who came first were estimated to have the same strength as Nu Lang. Even if they were strong, they wouldn't be much stronger. The one who came later was slightly weaker than Nu Lang. If it was one-on-one, Yang Kai was sure that he could win. As long as he killed one of them, then the rest would be much easier. Little brat, you are so arrogant. Let your grandfather teach you a lesson. The youth was really smart. Before he finished speaking, he was about to come forward. Seeing that the plan was about to succeed, as long as the youth came within 10 steps of him, Yang Kai would kill him even if he was injured. But at this moment, another separation and reunion boundary expert's voice sounded. Junior brother Yuan Lang, don't fall into his trap. The youth immediately stopped and looked at Yang Kai coldly. Then he said, yes, brother Kai. He's the only one here. We don't know where the girl is. She has many tricks, so we have to be careful. Moreover, this brat has the strength to kill Nu Lang. I'm afraid he has been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Quickly capture him and force him to tell us where the girl is, Brother Kai said with a vigilant look. He waved his hand and said, let's go together. 4 against 1, and the opponent was a cultivator at the initial element realm. Even if he had some tricks, he wouldn't be able to use them. He would definitely be captured. For shadows moved almost at the same time. They surrounded Yang Kai in the north, south, east, and west. Their ferocious killing moves covered his head. Facing such a dangerous situation, Yang Kai wasn't afraid. He laughed and said, I told you that the blood group only knows how to bully people with numbers. You still don't admit it? Yuan Lang, the youth who had almost fallen into the trap, blushed. While releasing his killing moves, he angrily shouted, Stinky brat, you have a sharp tongue. Wait until I capture you. I will show you. Chapter 103. You don't have the qualifications. Yang Kai roared, his yuan qi burst out from his body, his whole body was like a burning fireball, emitting a threatening heat. While speaking, Yang Kai and Yuan Lang's palms collided. With a muffled sound, Yang Kai staggered back, while Yuan Lang let out a strange cry and flew back. Retreating 3 steps, Yang Kai instantly fell into the encirclement of the other 3 people. Seeing that the 3 attacks were about to hit him, Yang Kai hurriedly lowered his body, avoiding the attack of another separation and reunion boundary expert. At the same time, he exposed his back to the weakest blood group disciple. With an earth-shattering momentum, both of his palms were aimed at the chest of the most vigilant brother Kai. It was this person who had just warned Yuan Lang, so he did not fall into Yang Kai's trap. Among the 4 people, he was the leader, so his strength was naturally the strongest. Even if his cultivation was sealed, he still had the strength of Qi transforming 2nd level. Therefore, Yang Kai made up his mind to kill him first. As long as he died, the remaining 3 people were nothing to be afraid of. In the time it took to take a breath, Kai Yang had already engaged in a confrontation with the 4 of them. Brother Kai saw that Yang Kai did not care about his own safety, and could not help but frown. Although he did not know what Yang Kai wanted to do, he had a bad premonition in his heart. This pair of palms, there must be a hidden secret. Retreat. This person was also quite decisive. Although he didn't believe that Kai Yang could cause him any harm, for the sake of caution, he immediately retreated. At the same time, he raised his hand and sent out a palm strike towards Kai Yang, wanting to test his opponent's strength. His palms had not yet been pushed out, but he found that Yang Kai's mouth was showing a trace of a cold smile. Not good, I fell into his trap. In the next moment he saw that Yang Kai's palms were fluttering left and right, unexpectedly avoiding his block. With a fearless attitude, they were still aiming at his chest. His 2 palms would certainly hit him, but his own attack would also hit him. Was this an injury for an injury? Before he could finish his thoughts, Yang Kai's palms changed again. The 2 burning palms suddenly became blood red, as if there was some kind of liquid covering them. The temperature of the palms increased by another level. There was no way to dodge. Brother Kai's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness, his yuan qi fiercely revolved. Let's see who will die after this palm. In any case, I am a separation and reunion boundary expert. Although most of my strength has been sealed, and I feel like a tiger that has fallen to the plains, how could the quality and density of my yuan qi be inferior to yours? Bang 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 sound. Senior brother Kai's palm landed on Kai Yang's chest. At the same time, Kai Yang's 2 palms also landed on his own chest. In an instant, the yuan qi's guarding chest violently churned as if his chests feel, this kid's yuan qi is so pure. This person was shocked. He thought that if it weren't for the fact that his cultivation level was higher than his, he might have been injured by this palm. But before he could recover from his shock, he felt Yang Kai's palm once again emit a scorching heat. As the heat spread out, Brother Kai felt a sharp pain in his chest. He vaguely felt as if his body had been penetrated. His internal organs also started to churn. Get out of my way. Brother Kai flew into a rage. The power of his palm burst forth, and Yang Kai was no longer able to withstand it. He flew backwards like a rag sack. Yang Kai's body had not yet landed on the ground, but the weakest blood group disciple had already stabbed him with his sword. At the critical moment, Yang Kai twisted his body, and the sword directly pierced his shoulder, opening a bloody hole in his shoulder. This was not the end. Taking advantage of the fact that Yang Kai was injured, another separation and reunion boundary expert finally found the opportunity to kick Yang Kai's ribs, directly sending him flying. A moment ago, Yang Kai had dodged his attack, which made him feel somewhat ashamed. At this moment, he naturally did not show any mercy. At the same time Yang Kai was sent flying, a bottle suddenly slipped from his chest and fell to the ground. In the air, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered to the ground. He looked at the bottle that fell from his chest, but he did not dare to go forward and pick it up. A flame suddenly appeared under his feet, and as fast as lightning, he disappeared into the jungle. Yuan Lang saw all of this and quickly rushed forward to pick up the bottle. Yang Kai's laughter came from afar. Ha ha ha, blood group, separation and reunion boundary, nothing more than this. Why did he run away? Several people from the blood group looked at each other in dismay. Yang Kai had let out a roar to attract them, and had been waiting here with an awe-inspiring and insufferably arrogant attitude. Originally they thought that Yang Kai had something to rely on, but now he unexpectedly ran away. Wasn't this thunder big but the rain small? Several people really thought that he had some extraordinary means. Now, looking at the direction he ran, they could not help but snort. Chase, he is seriously injured, he absolutely won't be able to hold on for long. Yuan Lang bitterly swung his palm and fiercely said. He had suffered a small loss when he fought with Yang Kai. He did not expect that Yang Kai's palm would be so difficult to resolve. After he had resolved it, the battle was actually over. From the beginning to the end, only 3 breaths of time had passed, and the speed was so fast that it made people stunned. After saying this, Yuan Lang immediately chased in the direction of Yang Kai, and the others also hurriedly followed. But before they could run a few steps, the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground suddenly came from behind them. They turned their heads in surprise and saw that the strongest of them all, senior brother Kai, was actually lying on the ground, motionless, facing the yellow earth with his back to heaven and earth. Brother, what happened to you? Yuan Lang was surprised and asked, but did not get any response. What's going on? The one with the lowest strength was also confused. Just a moment ago, brother Kai exchanged a blow with Yang Kai, but he should not have been seriously injured, right? The situation is not right. The third person frowned and hurriedly walked back. He turned the body of this senior martial brother over and suddenly exclaimed, Ah! How is brother Kai? Yuan Lang came back and asked. He was stunned for a moment. Because at this moment, his brother's skin was red, and the blood under his skin seemed to be boiling. His eyes were bulging and he looked almost the same as New Lang's. At this moment, brother Kai was not breathing. There was a finger-sized hole in his chest and blood was gurgling out of it. It's hot. The bloody group disciple who was holding brother Kai quickly put down the body. Once the body hit the ground, it unexpectedly burst open, and hot blood sputtered out, sprinkling on the ground and steaming into a blood mist. The 3 people who were still alive were drenched from head to toe. Their blood was mixed with scorching primordial chi. The 3 people's expressions were extremely horrified. They did not expect that the strongest person in the group, brother Kai, would die in such an inexplicable way. How did he die? When did Yang Kai kill him? The 3 people foolishly stood in the same place, blankly looking at their dead brother on the ground. Their expressions were very interesting. The 4 experts of the bloody group had attacked together to deal with Yang Kai, but unexpectedly one of them was killed by him in a flash. And he was only hit by a sword, a kick and a palm. Although he was seriously injured, he still managed to escape. Chapter 104. The 3 of them couldn't accept this fact no matter how hard they tried. The person lying on the ground was a separation and reunion boundary expert. This was a motherfucker separation and reunion boundary expert. How could he be killed by an initial element boundary cultivator? There was a gap of 2 realms between the 2 of them. This was simply a huge joke. Although brother Kai's cultivation was sealed by that woman and he had to use his Yuan Qi and mind to resist the invasion of the Yin Qi in the valley, he should still be able to display the strength of a Qi transformation boundary expert, right? How could he be killed? The 3 people's faces turned green and red, and they were still a little frightened. Each of them was thinking, what if Yang Kai's target wasn't this brother, but them? What would the result be? Without a doubt they would also die here. At this moment, Yuan Lang finally understood Brother Kai's wisdom and vigilance. If it wasn't for Brother Kai's warning, he was afraid that he would be the first to die at Yang Kai's hands. Brother, how did you die? The weakest cultivator finally opened his mouth and asked, breaking the awkward silence. After this question was asked, the three people suddenly looked at each other in dismay. The scene of the fight just now replayed in their minds, and they finally found traces of Yang Kai's attack. It was that palm strike that traded injury for injury. This was Kai Yang's only offensive move in this battle. He's that strong? One of them asked in horror. This isn't his ability. He must have hidden some powerful secret treasure, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to break through Brother's Yuan Qi defense and kill him in one blow. Yuan Lang looked at him and gradually calmed down as he analyzed. The other person also nodded in agreement. If he didn't rely on the power of the secret treasure, how could Yang Kai do this with his own strength? Even if Yang Kai stood up and admitted it, they wouldn't believe it. The amount of Yuan Qi needed to activate this secret treasure must be enormous, and his strength is only in the initial element realm, so he only has one chance to attack. After the attack, no matter whether it succeeds or not, he has to escape immediately. Yuan Lang's face was gloomy. The more he thought about it, the clearer his thoughts became. His thinking gradually became more agile, and he actually felt like he had the pearl of wisdom in his hands. His speculation was also quite consistent with Yang Kai's suspicious actions. Yuan Lang's tone was firm. So, the current him, even if he still has some strength, he is just an arrow at the end of its flight. He definitely won't be able to use that artifact again. Adding on the fact that he has suffered such a serious injury, he is no longer a threat. The other two also felt that his analysis was very reasonable, and they couldn't help but feel relieved. It turned out that he was only relying on an artifact to achieve this level. How frightening. If his strength was so monstrous that even Brother Kai could easily kill him, then they should just wash their necks clean and stretch out their necks. Why should they linger on while at death's door? The blood group disciple with the lowest strength said, Brother has been killed, should we go back and report it? Yuan Lang turned his head to look at him and lightly reprimanded, Why go back? If we don't report it, I'm afraid it's not appropriate. This person hesitated. The other person thoughtfully looked at the youth and suddenly laughed. He said to the lowest strength disciple, Junior Brother Wu, you don't understand Brother Yuan's intention. Junior Brother Wu's face was full of confusion. He turned his head to look at this person and then turned his head to look at Yuan Lang, puzzled. Yuan Lang chuckled, Junior Brother Ye's mind is so meticulous, I can't hide anything from you. Junior Brother Yi also laughed heartily, great minds think alike, that's all. Junior Brother Wu looked at the two of them speaking in riddles, but he couldn't understand the key point. He couldn't help but helplessly say, Two brothers, can't you explain things in simple terms? Yuan Lang looked at him and then said, Junior Brother Wu, what do you think about the level of the artifact that Yang Kai relied on? Junior Brother Wu listened for a moment and then slowly replied, Surrounded by the four of us, he was able to kill Brother Kai in one blow. The level of the artifact is certainly not low. At the very least, it is an Earth-grade mid-level artifact. It is very likely to be an Earth-grade high-level artifact. They had all seen Xiaoning Chang use a Heaven-grade defensive artifact. At this moment, Yang Kai had an Earth-grade defensive artifact. What was the big deal? Earth-grade defensive artifact was Junior Brother Wu's lowest evaluation, so this speculation was reasonable. Yuan Lang nodded slightly. If we report this matter to Hall Master Wen, what do you think the final result will be? Junior Brother Wu almost instinctively said, Yang Kai will die and the artifact will be taken by Hall Master Wen. Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly understood everything. If Hall Master Wen knew that Yang Kai had an Earth-grade artifact, would they still have a share? That woman's Heaven-grade artifact had already been reserved by young Master Long Hui. Even if Hall Master Wen couldn't eat the meat, he still had to drink the soup, right? As for these brothers, they probably wouldn't even be able to lick the bottom of the soup. At most, when they returned, Hall Master Wen would reward them with some gold and silver. This time, after experiencing such danger, several of their brothers had died. Could it be that this was the only benefit they could get? Even if they worked hard for others, they still had to get something in return. Just now they had been on the brink of death. Even now, their hearts were still beating wildly. How could this be made up for by some gold and silver? Moreover, Hall Master Wen had always been stingy. Even if he rewarded them, he wouldn't give them much. Brothers, what do you mean? Junior brother Wu tentatively asked. Yuan Lang and junior brother Yi looked at each other. Junior brother Yi nodded slightly. Whatever brother Yuan says, we will do. Yuan Lang laughed. Good, since the two junior brothers don't have any objections, then we won't report it. Good. The two nodded. As for the artifact in Yang Kai's hands, Yuan Lang smiled and turned to look at the two junior brothers. Whoever can kill him and avenge brother Kai can have that artifact. What do you think? Junior brother Yi nodded. Then we will do as brother Yuan says. Are we going to split up? Junior brother Wu was the weakest. Just now, when he saw brother Kai die on the spot, he naturally panicked. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to deal with Yang Kai one-on-one. Junior brother Yi said, What are you afraid of? Yang Kai has activated the artifact once. How could he have any Yuan Qi left? Moreover, he had a fierce battle with the Storm House's people and was wounded badly by us. Anyone who meets him can kill him easily. Junior brother Wu agreed with him. Before they came here, Yang Kai had a fierce battle with Nu Lang. He must have consumed a lot of his Yuan Qi and they had seen his wounds. In this harsh environment, he still had to use his Yuan Qi and mind to resist the Yin Qi invasion. He was afraid that his strength had been reduced by 70 to 80%. If they met him, they could kill him easily. Now, instead of saying that they wanted to kill Yang Kai to avenge brother Kai, it was better to say that they wanted to find the Earth-grade artifact in his hands. Whoever found him first would get the artifact. How could they move together? Thinking about this, junior brother Wu's breath became hot. Chapter 105. After they finished their discussion and were about to take action, junior brother Yi suddenly looked at Yuan Lang and said, Brother Yuan, when Yang Kai was escaping just now, something seemed to have fallen out. What is it? Yuan Lang was stunned for a moment, then chuckled. Junior brother Yi is quite observant. As he spoke, he opened his palm and revealed the bottle. He said, This should be a bottle of pills. Can I take a look? Junior brother Yi smiled slightly. Yang Kai and that woman both had high-grade secret treasures on them, so their value was not low. When this bottle fell out, Yang Kai was obviously reluctant to part with it. A pill that could make him reluctant to part with it was definitely valuable. Because of this, junior brother Yi didn't want this thing to be monopolized by Yuan Lang. Everyone participated in the battle, so naturally, everyone who saw it should have a share. Sure. Yuan Lang also knew what junior brother Yi was thinking, so naturally he wouldn't monopolize the spoil of war. As he spoke, he opened the bottle and looked inside. He was immediately surprised. It seems to be a Yang attribute pill. Yuan Lang's face showed some joy. Junior brother Yi and junior brother Wu also became excited. Really? You'll know when you see it, Yuan Lang said as he poured out some pills from the bottle and then flicked them to the two junior brothers. It really is a Yang attribute pill. Junior brother Wu was very happy. As soon as the pills entered his hand, he felt the chill in his body disperse a lot. He didn't even need to use his Yuan Qi to resist the invasion of the Yin Qi. This pill was simply the nemesis of the Yin Qi in the valley. No wonder Yang Kai was reluctant to part with it. In this kind of harsh environment, the most important thing was this kind of Yang attribute pill. If he lost this thing, it would only make things worse. Yuan Lang shook the bottle and said, We've already divided the pills, but junior brothers, these pills may have hidden secrets. Don't eat them, just carry them with you to ward off the cold. Brother will take his leave first. After all, this was a pill left behind by Yang Kai. What if there was poison in it? Although they weren't as meticulous as brother Kai, they weren't stupid enough to eat the enemy's food. After that, Yuan Lang used his movement technique and disappeared without a trace. Immediately after, the other two also put the pills into their pockets and each of them chased after the direction in which Yang Kai disappeared. Yang Kai was like a ferocious beast licking its wounds. He quietly hid in the crown of a tree and tried his best to restrain his aura. His eyes vigilantly scanned the surroundings. His condition was very bad. After the battle with the 5 disciples of Stormhouse, his body had suffered some injuries. Just now, under the siege of the 4 people from Blood Group, his injuries were much more serious. Especially when the sword pierced through his shoulder, it must have injured his muscles and bones. Because of this, Yang Kai's left hand was somewhat unable to exert any strength. In order to prevent those people from following the trail of blood, Kai Yang had already used his Yang liquid to cauterize all of his wounds, sealing the flow of blood. Although the unyielding will allowed him to maintain his strength at the peak, in the end he was still an initial element boundary 4th stage cultivator. After the continuous battle, his physical strength and spirit consumption were enormous. If not for his unyielding will, he would have already collapsed. Recalling the dangerous battle a moment ago, Yang Kai couldn't help but secretly sneer. That brother Kai was worthy of being a separation and reunion boundary expert. Although more than half of his cultivation was sealed, Yang Kai still used a full 10 drops of Yang liquid to penetrate the Yuan Qi seal in his body and give him a fatal blow. But it was worth it. Although it was difficult to condense 10 drops of Yang liquid, it was not a waste to exchange the life of a separation and reunion boundary expert. In this adversity, Yang Kai's mind was clearer than ever. He understood that if he failed, not only would he lose his life, even Xiaoning Chang would be implicated. This was a matter of great importance. How could Yang Kai dare to relax? In addition to Long Hui and the strongest person in the blood group, there were still 3 people left. These 3 people's strength was not as good as brother Kai's. If it was one-on-one, Yang Kai was not afraid. But if they joined forces, this matter would be very difficult. Know yourself and know your enemy, then you will be victorious in 100 battles. Yang Kai had to figure out the movement route of the 3 people from the blood group and the direction of their attack. Only then could he come up with a corresponding plan to kill them. Therefore, before he left, he purposely left behind a bottle of medicinal pills. It could be said that the main purpose of the battle just now was to hide the traces of the pill he had left behind. Secondly, it was to kill that senior brother Kai. Fortunately, both of these goals were successfully accomplished. What he left behind was a bottle of mysterious Yang pills. A few days ago he found more than 10 mysterious Yang blood flowers, and Xiaoning Chang helped him refine them. Because the Dantian Yang liquid was abundant, and because they were in a hurry, Yang Kai did not take them. He did not think that they would come in handy now. Sometimes, it wasn't necessary to eat a medicinal pill in order for something to happen. Yang Kai wanted to tell them that even if they carried the Dan in their arms, there was still a problem. He believed that his plan would succeed. After all, this was the 9th Yin congregation ground, where the Yin Qi was very strong. Suddenly there was a bottle of Yang attribute Dan, so he did not need to think about what those people would do. As long as they carried the mysterious Yang pills, he could rely on the origin of Yang seal to detect their location. In this way the initiative was in his hands. After concealing himself for a moment, the Yang origin seal on his chest reacted. Yang Kai's expression turned cold as he hurriedly held his breath and suppressed his heartbeat. Not long after, a person flashed from below. Yang Kai looked at him and frowned. Why was there only one person? After waiting for a moment, not far away, another person hurriedly passed by. After a short while, a third person suddenly came to the tree where Yang Kai was hiding. Yang Kai quietly looked down and found that this person was actually the weakest blood group disciple. This person looked around for a moment and quickly disappeared. Strange, how could these 3 people be separated? Yang Kai frowned and thought hard, but he could not understand. How could he have known that these 3 people only thought he was an arrow at the end of its flight and that he had a powerful Earth-grade artifact in his possession? They simply wanted to see who would be lucky enough to find him. It was no wonder that these 3 people thought this way. If it was an ordinary initial element cultivator, the amount of Yuan Qi stored in their body would not be much. If they really went through a few life and death battles, the Yuan Qi would naturally not be much left. But Yang Kai was different. The amount of Yuan Qi stored in his meridians was not much compared to other initial element cultivators. But he had a lot of Yang liquid in his Dantian. Before he left, Yang Kai stored more than 40 drops of Yang liquid in his Dantian. It did not matter if the Yuan Qi in his meridians was depleted. A drop of Yang liquid could completely replenish it, making him full of energy again. It could be said that as long as the Dantian had reserves and his physical and mental strength could keep up, Yang Kai was a tireless fighting machine. If Brother Kai was still alive with his cautiousness and caution, he would definitely not let his people act separately and give Yang Kai the opportunity to kill them one by one. But Yang Kai had just killed him, and now it was Yuan Lang's turn to make the decision. Naturally, he did not think too much about it. Yang Kai did not understand the deep meaning of this, but now things were going more smoothly than he expected. How could he not grasp the opportunity in front of him? Chapter 106. After confirming that the other 2 were not nearby, Yang Kai jumped down from the treetop and followed junior brother Wu, who had the lowest strength. Junior brother Wu was at the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm and could be considered a good expert. But now that his strength was sealed, he could only display less than 40% of his strength. At this moment, he was vigilantly searching for traces of Yang Kai in the jungle. Unfortunately, although he had followed his blood all the way here, it had already disappeared a few minutes ago. This mountain valley was densely covered with trees, so it was difficult to find a person. Junior brother Wu did not let go of any suspicious place. From time to time he would look up at the treetops, but the light here was too dim, so it increased the difficulty of searching. He could not let his two brothers beat him to it. If Yang Kai was found by them first, then he would not have a share of the Earth-grade secret treasure. Earth-grade secret treasure. Junior apprentice brother Wu's heart began to burn with excitement. If he could possess such an artifact, then his status in the gang would definitely rise. By relying on this artifact, defeating a separation and reunion boundary martial artist would not be a difficult matter. While he was searching, he suddenly heard a rustling sound behind him. Junior brother Wu turned around in horror and shouted, "Who is it?" At the same time, he looked around and clenched the long sword in his hand. He was secretly vigilant, but he did not find anything. From time to time he heard a rustling sound, but it was actually the sound of a cold wind blowing the surrounding trees. He was being paranoid. Junior brother Wu secretly laughed at himself. In this mountain valley, apart from the people of the blood group, there was only Yang Kai and that woman. These two people were currently powerless to protect themselves, so why would they run to their deaths? Chuckling, junior brother Wu turned around and prepared to continue forward. Who would have thought that just as he relaxed his mind, he would suddenly feel a burning sensation from the top of his head. At the same time, his whole body tightened as an aura of death rushed towards him. Looking up in surprise, junior brother Wu's eyes suddenly widened as he exclaimed, "Yang Kai!" As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai had already landed on top of him. His head was down and his feet were like a goshawk hunting for its prey. With the momentum of a pouncing attack, one of his palms ignited with a layer of bright red light as he slapped down towards the top of his head. This unforeseen event happened too quickly. Junior brother Wu only had time to draw out a sword flower before Yang Kai's attack arrived. In his panic, junior brother Wu tilted his head to the side, avoiding the vital part of his head. With a boom, Yang Kai's palm landed on junior brother Wu's shoulder. With a crisp crack, junior brother Wu's entire arm sank down and broke. The burning yuan qi entered junior brother Wu's body, causing him to scream out in pain. He shook his long sword again and slashed towards Yang Kai's neck. Yang Kai flipped backwards in the air, the soles of his feet brushing against the sword, narrowly avoiding this attack. After landing on the ground, he bounced off the ground like an agile snake and quickly approached junior brother Wu's arms. His two hands were like butterflies as they wrapped around his right hand that was holding the sword. Then, with a push and a pull, he broke his balance and directly flipped him to the ground. This series of movements was incomparably fast, dazzling to the eyes, but the connection was natural and smooth. Falling to the ground, junior brother Wu spat out a mouthful of blood. Yang Kai's knee pressed against his shoulder and his two hands suddenly exerted force. Crack. Junior brother Wu's right arm was also broken. With a miserable howl, junior brother Wu's hands were broken and his whole body was trampled under Yang Kai's feet. Looking at him coldly, Kai Yang didn't have the slightest trace of emotion on his face. With a kick of his foot, he picked up junior brother Wu's sword which had fallen to the ground. Then aiming at junior brother Wu's chest, he pierced down. "How could you?" Junior brother Wu looked at Yang Kai in disbelief with blood foam in his mouth. "How could you still have the strength to fight? You're just an initial element cultivator, you should be exhausted. Brother Yuan, fuck you, junior brother Wu is dead because of you." This was the last thought in junior brother Wu's mind, and his eyes gradually lost their luster. After killing junior brother Wu, Yang Kai was slightly out of breath. The wounds on his body showed signs of splitting open, and blood once again gushed out. Not daring to delay, Yang Kai bent down and carefully searched junior brother Wu's body. Not long after, he found his mysterious Yang pills. Not only that, this junior brother Wu also had some other valuables on him. Yang Kai pocketed half a bottle of Qi recovery pills and some banknotes. Carrying junior brother Wu's body, Yang Kai jumped onto a tree and hid the body in the canopy. Then he jumped down and ran in another direction. Time was of the essence. There were less than 4 hours before dawn, and he still had to kill at least 4 enemies. One of them was even an expert of the Yuan Qi realm. he still had a long way to go. With the improvement of his strength, the sensing range of the origin of yang on his chest had also increased a lot. It was estimated that within 200 feet, Yang Kai could sense Yang Qi's reaction. 200 feet was already very far. Normally, those experts of the separation and reunion realm would have a keen perception. Naturally, no movement within 200 feet could escape their eyes and ears. But now Yang Kai was the master of this 200 feet. After running for less than the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Yang Kai suddenly stopped. He felt the presence of another person. However, this person actually stayed in the same place and didn't move. He didn't know what he was doing. Yang Kai waited for a moment and found that he still didn't move. Moreover, Yang Kai also felt that the place where the person stopped was a bit strange. It was as if the yin qi in the valley was converging towards that place. Frowning, Yang Kai quietly crept up. After a short while, Yang Kai finally approached within 300 feet of the other person. Hiding behind a large tree, he quietly looked over. 300 feet away, a vague figure stopped there, and not far in front of him, there was a bright white thing blooming with light. This thing was like a small sun, illuminating everything in its vicinity. It wasn't large, only about the size of a pigeon's egg, but from inside it, there was a burst of bone-chilling coldness, a coldness that could even freeze one's soul. At this moment, this thing was spinning endlessly. As it spun, the yin qi in the valley seemed to be attracted by some kind of force and was rapidly rushing towards it. The 9th yin yuan condensing dew. Yang Kai almost instantly understood what this thing was. Although he had never seen it before, Yang Kai still recognized it at a glance. Xiaoning Chang had brought him to the 9th yin congregation ground with the purpose of refining it. So this is what the 9th yin yuan condensing dew looks like. Yang Kai originally thought that it was a drop of dew. But now it seemed that this thing was quite intelligent and was indeed absorbing the yin qi of heaven and earth. Just as Yang Kai was secretly observing, the figure 300 feet away finally moved. This person was Junior Brother Yi. He tracked Yang Kai to no avail, but he didn't expect to find the 9th yin yuan condensing dew here. With his knowledge, he naturally didn't know the wonders of this thing, but he knew that this thing was a treasure. After quietly observing for a long time, he finally couldn't help but want to make a move. Chapter 107. As soon as he moved, Yang Kai naturally moved as well. At this moment, Junior Brother Ye's attention was completely attracted by the 9th yin yuan condensing dew, so it was a good time to launch a sneak attack. He never dreamed that Yang Kai could determine his position and was bold enough to launch a sneak attack on him. A greedy look appeared on Junior Brother Ye's face. His body was as nimble as a cat, and his movements were silent. He approached the 9th yin yuan condensing dew little by little. The distance was getting closer and closer. 20 feet, 10 feet, 9 feet. The 9th yin yuan condensing dew was still in the same place, constantly absorbing the heaven and earth yin qi in the valley, stirring up the surrounding yin qi. When the distance between Junior Brother Yi and the 9th yin yuan condensing dew was only 5 feet, his yuan qi suddenly became violent. His hidden body rushed out like a cheetah pouncing on its prey. His eyes were full of fire, and he stretched out his hand to grab the 9th yin yuan condensing dew. Yang Kai also moved. His eyes were locked on Junior Brother Ye's body. His feet were like the wind, and he was holding the long sword that he had just robbed. Taking advantage of the opponent's unguarded state, he was ready to kill him from the side. Just when Junior Brother Yi thought that he was about to succeed, the 9th yin yuan condensing dew suddenly stopped absorbing yin qi. An extremely strong yin qi burst out from inside and rushed toward Junior Brother Yi. This change was so fast that Junior Brother Yi couldn't stop his footsteps. Junior Brother Yi was shocked. He had just observed it for a long time. Although he was sure that this was a heaven and earth treasure, he didn't know that this thing had spirituality and could counterattack in the face of a crisis. Junior Brother Yi was scared out of his wits for a moment. Feeling the oncoming cold air, he panicked. His yuan qi was activated, trying to resist the oncoming crisis. Just when he was ready to withstand the impact, the 9th yin yuan condensing dew suddenly shook and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The moment it disappeared, the surrounding light suddenly fell into darkness. As the light changed, Junior Brother Ye's vision was greatly affected. He couldn't see what was happening around him at all. It was at this moment that Yang Kai made his move. Although Yang Kai's vision was also affected, he could still roughly determine the enemy's position. Even if this stab didn't take his life, it definitely wouldn't let him have an easy time. Junior brother Ye's mind was completely focused on the cold air that was rushing towards him. How could he feel the killing intent coming from the side? The next moment, junior brother Ye's body swayed as the cold air hit him head-on. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and his yuan qi was not running smoothly. He couldn't help but shiver. Before he could catch his breath, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist, as if he had been pierced by a sharp weapon. Junior brother Yi had a lot of experience in dealing with enemies. After all, he was a master of separation and reunion. Although his vision was blocked, he instinctively flew up and swept his leg in the direction of Yang Kai. With a muffled groan, Yang Kai was swept in the shoulder and flew out. The two people's heavy breathing sounded at the same time. At this moment, Yang Kai didn't need to hide his figure anymore. Gradually recovering his vision, junior brother Yi looked in the direction of Yang Kai with resentment. His body couldn't help but shiver. His hand covered his waist and ribs and his figure staggered. At his waist, a long sword came out of his body. Yang Kai had used almost all of his strength just now. Junior brother Yi also had to use his yuan qi to resist the cold air. How could he guard against it? It's you. After seeing Yang Kai's face clearly, junior brother Ye's expression suddenly became interesting. He had just thought of several possibilities. One possibility was that Yuan Lang or junior brother Wu had sneak attacked him. In the face of benefits, it wasn't strange for fellow disciples to kill each other. Another possibility was that the woman wanted to kill him. Another possibility was that there was another group of people in this valley. But he never thought that the one who attacked him was actually Yang Kai, who they thought was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Haha. Yang Kai slowly got up and looked at him with a grim smile. He shook the shoulder that was hit and found that it wasn't serious. Then he walked over step by step without fear. Junior brother Yi was now an arrow at the end of its flight. How is this possible? Junior brother Ye's face gradually turned pale. Although I don't know what you're surprised about, it seems that all of this is very different from what you expected. Yang Kai said coldly. Junior brother Yi looked down and said with a surprised expression, "This is junior brother Wu's sword." Yes, he's already dead. Now it's your turn. So we were all fooled by you. At this moment, junior brother Ye's heart was filled with a strong sense of unwillingness and humiliation. When brother Kai died at the hands of Yang Kai, it could be explained as the power of the secret treasure. But now he was going to die at the hands of Yang Kai. He was at the separation and reunion level. Now he was going to be killed by a cultivator at the initial element level. What kind of world was this? Sullen, very sullen. With a cry, junior brother Yi opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression became more and more dispirited. The injuries on his body and the humiliation on his mind made him feel haggard and powerless, but he couldn't resist. I have no enmity with you, but since you came to me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yang Kai's expression was cold. He walked in front of junior brother Yi and raised his palm to attack him. Junior brother Ye's eyes suddenly brightened as if he had a final burst of strength. He pulled out the long sword at his waist, held it in his hand and slashed at Yang Kai. Yang Kai lowered his body and hit junior brother Ye's chin with an uppercut. Junior brother Ye's entire chin was immediately shattered. His body flew high into the air and then fell heavily to the ground. Without waiting for him to resist, Yang Kai rushed up and punched him twice. The yuan qi burst out and junior brother Yi was immediately killed. Standing up, Yang Kai sneered, "Playing tricks, I'm your grandfather." Obviously, junior brother Yi just pretended to be weak. He wanted to let Yang Kai get close to him so that he could kill him in one blow. But Yang Kai was already prepared. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered, not to mention he was a cultivator. Before the enemy was killed, any carelessness could cost him his life. After killing this person, Yang Kai searched his body as usual. He didn't find much, just 1 or 2 bottles of elixirs and some banknotes. After all, these people went out so they couldn't bring too many things with them. He could use the elixirs himself, but there were several banknotes. Yang Kai didn't look at them carefully and directly stuffed them into his trouser pocket. Like before, he threw the person's body into a nearby tree. Yang Kai looked around and found that the 9 yin yuan condensing dew had long disappeared. Yang Kai also felt the cold yin energy that burst out of the 9 yin yuan condensing dew. It was an extremely overbearing yin energy. No wonder he was needed to help collect it. This thing was very intelligent and would escape when it felt something was wrong. Except for the yang attribute yuan qi, which was its nemesis, there was probably no good way to collect it. There were still more than 2 hours before dawn. He had to hurry, but before that, Yang Kai had to go back and ask Xianing Chang how to collect the 9 yuan condensing dew. Chapter 108. The 9th yuan condensing dew was a drifting thing, and the mountain valley was not small. If he was lucky enough to find it, he would be able to collect it. However, before coming here, Yang Kai had asked several times. Whether it was Xianing Chang or Old Man Meng, they did not answer. They only said that they would tell him when the time came. This made Yang Kai somewhat suspicious and puzzled. Now it was time to find out more. The location of Xianing Chang's hiding place, Kai Yang still remembered it clearly. He cautiously ran towards that direction while paying attention to the reaction of the origin of Yang on his chest. He wanted to see if he could find Yuan Lang. However, along the way the origin of Yang did not react at all. He did not know where Yuan Lang had run off to, but he was helpless. After all, his sensing range was only 2,000 feet. If Yuan Lang went beyond this range, Yang Kai would not be able to find him. After rushing for a stick of incense, just as he was about to reach Xianing Chang's hiding place, the origin of Yang on his chest reacted at this moment. Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. He was surprised because Yuan Lang's current location was very close to Xianing Chang. He was happy because he had finally found this blood group disciple. Had he found Xianing Chang? Thinking of this, Yang Kai hurriedly approached that direction. At the same time, he held his breath and paid attention to that direction. After a moment, Yang Kai sighed in relief. There was no movement from that direction. Yuan Lang should not have found Xianing Chang's hiding place. Otherwise, they would definitely have started fighting. Yang Kai was not worried about Xianing Chang's safety. After all, she could still use her heaven-grade defensive artifact. However, her hiding place was very awkward. It was a crack in the mountain that only allowed one person to enter at a time. If Yuan Lang blocked her inside and let out a whistle to inform Long Hui and that expert, things would become very troublesome. Thinking of this, Yang Kai became even more cautious. Xianing Chang was also very nervous at this moment. Since Yang Kai left, she had been recovering here. After taking a palm strike from Wen Fei Qin, activating a heaven-grade artifact, and opening the 9-8 locks array, her consumption was greater than anyone else's. After recovering for such a long time and using all the pills he had with him, he had only recovered 20% of his strength. At best, he was only equivalent to the 7th or 8th level of the initial element realm. Just a moment ago there was a sudden commotion outside. Xianing Chang was so shocked that her heart jumped. She hid in the crevice of the mountain and didn't dare to move. Her pair of bright eyes quietly narrowed as she looked outside, wanting to see who was approaching. She was expecting Yang Kai, but if it was really Yang Kai, there was no reason for him not to come in immediately. That person had been loitering outside for a long time, but had not been able to enter. Naturally, it was not the person she was waiting for. It was the enemy. She just didn't know how strong this person was. The other party had been searching nearby for a full 30 minutes, very carefully, but found nothing. Seeing that the footsteps were about to leave in a hurry, Xianing Chang couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, there was a rustling sound from the bushes at the entrance of the mountain crevice. Xianing Chang's heart, which had just calmed down, suddenly jumped up again. Immediately after, a small black shadow suddenly rushed out of the bushes and jumped directly in front of Xianing Chang. She was so scared that she almost cried out in alarm, but when she looked closely she couldn't help but not know whether to laugh or cry. This was actually a squirrel that lived in the valley. It was probably frozen by the yin qi, so it had found this mountain crevice to take shelter from the wind. Xianing Chang cautiously reached out, wanting to grab it. Unexpectedly, the squirrel was very vigilant. When it sensed that there was someone here, it immediately jumped out. In mid-air, a large hand suddenly appeared and firmly grabbed the squirrel. Then, with a strong squeeze, blood splattered. Hee. A burst of sinister laughter rang out as Yuan Lang's sturdy figure blocked the only entrance to the mountain. His face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression as he looked at Xianing Chang, who was sitting inside, and said, "So you were hiding here?" Xianing Chang's face suddenly became cold. Her beautiful eyes angrily looked at Yuan Lang. Women generally loved small animals very much, especially small animals that looked cute. Although the squirrel just now exposed her whereabouts, Yuan Lang's cruel methods still angered her. "You made me look for you for a long time." Yuan Lang blocked the mountain crevice and calmly looked at Xianing Chang. What is lost at the swings, what is gained at the swings? I couldn't find Yang Kai, but I found you. It's a great achievement. With this sentence, Xianing Chang immediately calmed down. It turned out that junior brother was safe and sound. If you dare come over, I'll let you die without a burial place. Xianing Chang coldly threatened. However, her natural disposition was pure and innocent. Even when she lied, her face would turn red. If these words had come from someone else's mouth, it would have been somewhat threatening. However, Yuan Lang could hear the lack of confidence in her words. He couldn't help but laugh and say, "Do you still have the strength to fight? You're lucky that you didn't faint after taking that palm strike from Hall Master Wen. Right now you're just hanging on by a thread." Although Yuan Lang's strength was sealed, Xianing Chang wasn't much better off. If they really fought, Yuan Lang wasn't afraid of her at all. After all, both of them were at the separation and reunion boundary. It was just that one of them was higher than the other. Now that the only exit was blocked by her, Yuan Lang had the upper hand and victory was in his hands. Be obedient and I promise I won't let you suffer. If you dare to resist, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yuan Lang fiercely threatened. Xianing Chang didn't answer. She secretly gathered her Yuan Qi and prepared to give him a fierce blow when he got close. However, Yuan Lang obviously knew what she was planning to do. He didn't get close and just blocked the way. This made Xianing Chang secretly complain. I know you have a heaven-grade defensive artifact. In my current state, I'm afraid I can't do anything to you. But what if I send a message to ask others to come over? Do you still have any hope of escaping? Yuan Lang wasn't in a hurry. He had the mentality of a cat toying with a mouse, using words to destroy Xianing Chang's psychological defenses. What do you want to do? Xianing Chang coldly asked. What do I want to do? I should be the one asking you that. If you want to live, you have to obediently agree to a few of my conditions. If you don't, I'll call people over right now. Realizing that the time had come, Yuan Lang finally revealed his fox tail. What conditions? Xianing Chang was also happy to waste time with this person. Right now, the more time she had, the more her Yuan Qi would recover. First, you have to seal your Yuan Qi and obediently wait to be captured. Second, you have to give me that defensive artifact. Third, Yuan Lang revealed a trace of a perverted smile. Take off your mask and let me see your true appearance. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. If you really are a beauty, I'll let you go and definitely won't make things difficult for you. Even a child wouldn't believe this. If Xianing Chang really sealed her Yuan Qi, then wouldn't Yuan Lang be able to do whatever he wanted? In this dark and windy night, where a man and a woman were alone, how could a man resist the temptation of beauty? Xianing Chang was simple, but she wasn't someone who could be easily deceived. She immediately scolded, wishful thinking. Chapter 109. You're forcing my hand. Yuan Lang's face turned cold. You're going too far. Xianing Chang did not back down. Yuan Lang's expression was cold and stern. He wanted to send a message, but after thinking about it, he restrained himself and chuckled. Then let's see if this girl's defensive artifact can block my attack. He really couldn't bear to give up such a delicious meal that was already in his mouth. If he could really subdue Xianing Chang with his own strength, it would be equivalent to obtaining at least a heaven-grade artifact. With such a treasure, where could he not go in this big world? There was no need to stay in the blood group and risk his life, right? What's more, this girl's origin was mysterious and her value was not low. He estimated that she had more than one artifact. So he wanted to try. If it really didn't work, then it wouldn't be too late to send a message. In any case, with him here, she couldn't escape even if she had wings. Thinking of this, Yuan Lang smirked and walked towards Xianing Chang. Xianing Chang complained in her heart. Although she had recovered 20% of her Yuan Qi and could activate her defensive artifact, it consumed too much Yuan Qi. Once she used it, she would fall into a state of weakness again. She was still counting on using this little bit of Yuan Qi to find Yang Kai. How could she bear to use it all up? But if she didn't use it, she didn't have the confidence to defeat Yuan Lang. The terrain here was really bad, she couldn't display her strength. She could only block for a while and see if she could find an opportunity to kill him. Xianing Chang also didn't intend to be lenient. The other party had already bullied her, how could she compromise? The distance between the two was getting closer and closer. Xiaoning Chang also slowly stood up, secretly raising her Yuan Qi and vigilantly staring at Yuan Lang who was coming over. This was a true encounter on a narrow path. In this narrow mountain gap, no matter who it was, there was no way to easily avoid each other's attacks. When they were still 10 meters away, Yuan Lang's smile gradually disappeared. His expression turned serious. Xiaoning Chang suddenly made her move. Without any warning, she made the first move, much to Yuan Lang's surprise. Her slender jade-like hands formed an orchid shape, and she flicked her finger forward. An ice-cold wind shot towards Yuan Lang like an arrow. Yuan Lang's expression changed. He didn't expect this woman to still have the strength to fight with him. After all, how long had it been since she was injured? Even if he took a pill, it was impossible for him to recover so quickly, right? How could he know that Xiaoning Chang had a special physique? As soon as the pills entered her body, she could directly absorb and refine them. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't have enough pills with her, how could she only recover 20% of her strength? This finger wind was cold to the bone, like a sharp icicle. It was the result of Xiaoning Chang using the yin qi in the valley and her own special characteristics to instantly refine it. The killing power wasn't too strong, but the advantage was that it didn't consume much energy and it was fast enough. With a whizzing sound, Yuan Lang used his palm to move his saber. Yuan Qi burst forth and he slashed forward with his palm, shouting, "Flying Cloud Chop." Flying Cloud Chop wasn't a palm technique, but a saber technique. It was an earth-level low-grade martial art, and its power wasn't weak. However, Yuan Lang didn't have a saber, so he could only use his palm as a substitute. Naturally, the power of the attack was reduced. But even so, Xiaoning Chang's attack was cut in half by him, and it didn't have any effect. Feeling that this attack didn't have any killing power, Yuan Lang wanted to laugh at it, but he didn't expect that he would be met with another wave of so-so sounds. It was Xiaoning Chang who had sent out another attack. Yuan Lang was annoyed. He formed a fist with one hand and punched out, shouting, "Azure Dragon's Roar." Sure enough, there was a faint sound of a dragon's roar. This move was even more powerful than the previous Flying Cloud Chop. Without giving him time to breathe, the whizzing sound came again. Xiaoning Chang actually started to move left and right. Her two small hands moved endlessly, and one wind after another fiercely shot out. Yuan Lang didn't retreat an inch and hurriedly used his martial arts to neutralize it. Thousand Execution Flash, Flying Phoenix Ghost Kill, Heavenly Mandate Thunder, Transforming Iron Palm, Steel Beheading Hand, Spirit Dragon Fist. As expected of a separation and reunion boundary expert, the variety of martial arts he practiced was very varied. He changed his methods to compete with Xiaoning Chang's attacks, and for a moment, they were in deep water. On the other hand, Xiaoning Chang was the type to deal with all kinds of changes. No matter what kind of martial skill he used, all she had was a cold finger wind. The two of them were separated by 10 meters, but they were evenly matched. Sparks flew from the cliff walls of the mountain crack, all of which were swept out by the aftershocks of the two people's martial arts. After fighting for a long time, Yuan Lang finally realized that something was wrong. His strength was sealed, and he had to work hard to resist the invasion of the cold qi. After continuously using so many martial arts that consumed Yuan Qi, he actually felt a little weak. On the other hand, the woman opposite him was still the same as before. Her face didn't turn red and her heart didn't beat fast. It was as if the wind she sent out didn't cost money, and didn't consume Yuan Qi at all. How could he know that Xiaoning Chang's wind was mostly the cold wind gathered from the cold qi in the valley? She only needed to use a little bit of her Yuan Qi to create a strong killing force. After fighting for a while, Yuan Lang finally understood that in his current state, he couldn't eat Xiaoning Chang at all. He immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation and said fiercely, "Stinking woman, if you still don't surrender, I'll call young Master Long Hui over. If he comes over, he'll definitely ruthlessly ravage you and make you wish you were dead." Despicable. Xiaoning Chang was angry. Hee, any woman who falls into Long Hui's hands doesn't have a good life. You might as well obediently submit to me. I promise I'll treat you well. Shameless. Xiaoning Chang continued to be angry. I'll count to 3. If you don't surrender, then don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Yuan Lang's expression turned cold as he made his final ultimatum. Then he slowly shouted, 1. While the two were talking, their hands didn't rest at all. They were still fighting fiercely. 2. Yuan Lang deliberately dragged out the word. Xiaoning Chang's eyes suddenly curved into crescents. Although her face was covered by a veil, Yuan Lang was sure that this woman was smiling just now. She looks so good when she smiles. Yuan Lang thought to himself. For a moment he couldn't bear to say 3 out loud. Have you thought it through? Yuan Lang thought that she had changed her mind. Xiaoning Chang's eyes were still curved like crescents. She shouted, do you think you're the only one who knows how to call people? What? Yuan Lang didn't understand. I know how to call people too. Xiaoning Chang looked behind him and stamped her feet with a sobbing tone. Junior brother, you're finally here. Yuan Lang didn't even turn his head. He sneered, you want to use this kind of trick to trick me? Miss, do you think I'm an idiot? You really are an idiot. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind. Yuan Lang's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly tried to turn around, but Xiaoning Chang didn't give him the chance. She attacked him fiercely, causing him to be flustered. In addition, the mountain was narrow, so he couldn't turn around. Half of his body was stuck, unable to advance or retreat. It was very awkward. With a puff, Yuan Lang felt a pain in his back. He vaguely felt a sharp weapon pierce through his body. He looked down and saw the tip of a sword piercing through his heart. Chapter 110. The sword pierced through his chest. This was a fatal wound. Yuan Lang could feel his heart suddenly contracting. All the blood in his body burst out, and his life was quickly fading away. He turned his head with difficulty and finally saw Yang Kai behind him. Bastard! Yuan Lang's face showed a strange expression. He looked at Yang Kai with unwillingness and anger. Yang Kai was silent. He pulled the sword out of Yuan Lang's chest, bringing out a burst of warm blood, and then suddenly stabbed it in again. After taking 2 blows, Yuan Lang finally couldn't take it anymore. His body softened and he fell down. His consciousness gradually blurred. Before he died, Yuan Lang's mouth slowly showed a trace of a bitter smile. His luck was really bad. God made fools of people. He originally thought that he had the upper hand by blocking this woman in the mountain crack, but he didn't expect that he would be blocked by someone else. If it weren't for this special terrain, how could he be killed without being able to fight back? Even if he couldn't beat them in a 1 versus 2 situation, he should have had a chance to escape, right? But now, everything was in vain. The hunter who knew that there would be a day when he would become the prey. Are you okay? Yang Kai looked up at Xiaoning Chang. In fact, when Yuan Lang discovered this little senior sister, Yang Kai was already nearby. However, he didn't immediately make a move. Instead, he waited until Yuan Lang entered the mountain crack and fought with Xiaoning Chang before he made a sneak attack. This method was a bit despicable. After all, Xiaoning Chang didn't know the situation and was frightened for a while. However, it was the most time-saving and effortless way to kill the enemy. I'm fine, you. Xiaoning Chang was stunned before she finished speaking. She saw the half-foot-long wound on Yang Kai's abdomen and the bloody hole on his shoulder. At this moment, the blood-soaked Kai Yang's face was calm and filled with concern. His expression was firm and resolute, giving off a kind of steadiness and reliability that only men could possess. He was completely different from his usual weak and fragile self. His upper body blocked the entrance of the mountain. His thin body was as immovable as a mountain, blocking all the wind, rain, and tribulation, making this narrow mountain crack as warm as a tranquil harbor. Slowly walking forward, Xiaoning Chang stretched out her trembling hand towards the wound. However, she didn't dare to touch it for fear of hurting Yang Kai. Her eyes instantly turned red. It had only been 4 hours. What kind of arduous battle had he gone through outside for him to become like this? How much blood did he have to bleed to make his blood chi soar to the sky? In this mountain valley that was practically cut off from the rest of the world, facing more than 10 enemies who were eyeing them covetously, Xiaoning Chang felt as if she and Yang Kai were mutually dependent. Now that she saw his miserable state, how could she not feel distressed? Every girl had the dream of a hero saving the damsel in distress. Although the person who saved her this time wasn't a great hero, nor was he a great hero, but was just an ordinary junior brother in the initial element realm. Compared to her own strength, he was worlds apart. But the girl's heart couldn't help but ripple. It's just a small wound, Yang Kai said indifferently. Oh right, I found the 19 yuan condensing dew. Xiaoning Chang rubbed her eyes. She wasn't as happy as she expected. How do we collect that thing? You should tell me now, right? Yang Kai asked. Otherwise, if we find it later, it might run away again. We don't want that. Xiaoning Chang pulled on Yang Kai's hand and gestured for him to sit down. Why not? Yang Kai frowned. Didn't they come all the way here just for the 19 yuan condensing dew? Xiaoning Chang ignored him and said softly, "Sit down first and we'll talk." Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously and then slowly sat down. Xiaoning Chang lowered her head, bit her lips and half knelt in front of Yang Kai. She tore a long piece of cloth from her dress and then took out a bottle and poured some ointment on the cloth. She reached over to Yang Kai's body and wrapped the wound on his abdomen. Yang Kai let her do whatever she wanted. "We'll wait here until dawn," Xiaoning Chang said softly as she wrapped Yang Kai's wound. "After dawn, the 9-in-8 locks formation will break and we'll leave this place." "But we came here, don't?" Xiaoning Chang interrupted Yang Kai with an unquestionable firmness. "For that thing it's not worth it." Yang Kai looked at her thoughtfully and frowned. "I know what you're worried about, but I've already killed 9 of them. They only have 2 people left." "What?" Xiaoning Chang looked up, her beautiful eyes full of disbelief. "They still have 2 people, we also have 2 people. Why should we be afraid of them?" Yang Kai's eyes flashed with madness. "Since they're not kind, we don't need to be polite to them. Also, the 19 yuan condensing dew, we can't let go of this thing. We can't give up halfway." "You're lying to me, right?" Xiaoning Chang looked at Yang Kai innocently. "Are you so gullible?" Yang Kai chuckled. He accidentally pulled on his wound and sucked in a cold breath. "Are they really only left with 2 people?" "Yes, there's only Long Hui and the person who injured you left." Yang Kai nodded. Xiaoning Chang was stunned. She had thought that Yang Kai had returned in such a distressed state because he was being chased by so many people outside. Being able to escape with his life was already a stroke of luck, but she had never expected that he would actually tell her that in just 2 hours he had killed 9 enemies. There were several separation and reunion boundary cultivators among those people. How did he do it? "If they only have 2 people left, then we really don't need to be afraid of them." Xiaoning Chang frowned. "The only thing I'm worried about now is that after dawn, that Yuan Qi boundary cultivator will recover his strength. If he continues to chase after us, I'm afraid we won't be able to run far." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "After the formation is broken, his strength can also recover?" "Yes. Then we don't have a choice." Yang Kai's expression turned cold. If they didn't kill that Yuan Qi boundary cultivator before dawn, then the 2 of them would definitely be captured alive. "But I've only recovered 20% of my strength. If we really meet that Yuan Qi boundary cultivator, I'm afraid it'll be a bit troublesome." Xiaoning Chang sighed. "I've collected a lot of pills here. See if there's anything you can use." Yang Kai took out the loot from the dead person and then ran to Yuan Lang's body to search. He immediately took out several bottles of pills. Yuan Lang seemed to be much wealthier than the others. He carried more pills and banknotes with him than the others. "With these Qi recovery pills, I should be able to recover 40% of my strength. That should be enough." Xiaoning Chang's face showed a bit of excitement. "You recover first. I'll keep an eye on you." Yang Kai also wanted to take advantage of this time to recover. Although the Yuan Qi in his body was endless, his physical strength and spirit still needed to be nurtured. Chapter 111. There was less than an hour left before dawn. Yang Kai and Xiaoning Chang walked out of the hidden crevice and followed the direction of the flow of yin qi in the valley. Now the direction of the flow of yin qi in the valley was very easy to identify because the 9th yin yuan condensing dew was absorbing the ling qi in the valley at a very fast speed, causing the entire valley's yin qi to fiercely converge towards a certain place. This kind of strange phenomenon could be detected by anyone who was in the valley. Yang Kai estimated that the 2 people from the Bloody Battle gang would certainly go to investigate, and when the time came, they would naturally meet. After killing several Qi transforming stage and separation and reunion stage experts, Yang Kai's fighting spirit still had not subsided because there was still a Yuan Qi stage expert in the valley. As long as there was pressure, Yang Kai's unyielding will would always play its role, and his mind and body would always be tense. He just didn't know how much strength this Yuan Qi stage expert had left. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, the 2 gradually approached the source of the yin qi. There was a bright light suspended in the air, and when the yin qi entered it, it disappeared as if it was swallowed. This was the 9th yin yuan condensing dew that Yang Kai had seen before. However, compared to before, it was very different now. The 9 Indu crystals from before were just a ball of light, without any special shape. Now it was like a flower bud that was about to bloom, and the tender petals were clearly visible. The two people hid their figures and were about 50 feet away from the 9th Yin Yuan condensing dew. Xiaoning Chang whispered, "The 9th Yin Yuan condensing dew is inside the flower bud, and when the flower bud blooms it will appear. At that time it can be collected. Originally, I arranged the 9 Yin 8 locks formation to deal with it, but those people forced me to activate it ahead of time. As long as those people don't die, the 8 Yin Qi chains will not return. This time we can only rely on Junior Brother's means. Your true Yang Yuan Qi is its nemesis. If I don't have the formation I can't help you." "Doesn't it know how to escape?" Yang Kai frowned. "Yes, so, there is not much hope." Xiaoning Chang was about to retreat. "Then if we kill all those people you can use the formation again, right?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. "Although you say that, what if they don't come here?" "They're already here." Yang Kai's eyes flashed a cold light as he suddenly turned his head to the side. When Fei Chen's hearty laughter rang out, "Ha, smart brat." Yang Kai's expression was calm as he stood shoulder to shoulder with Xiaoning Chang. When Fei Chen calmly arrived 20 meters away from the two and said with a smile, "You are actually still alive. It seems that those pieces of trash won't be able to accomplish anything great." When Fei Chen had been trying his best to dissolve the Yin Qi chains that had invaded his body, but no matter what he did, he was unable to do so. None of his subordinates had returned to report the situation. He and Long Hui had been waiting anxiously when they suddenly felt a change in the Yin Qi in the mountain valley, so they followed the traces and came here. As soon as they arrived, they saw Yang Kai and Xiaoning Chang. When Fei Chen and Long Hui were both overjoyed at the unexpected good news, they didn't bother to hide their figures and walked over openly. Since things had escalated to this point, when Fei Chen naturally would not be kind to Yang Kai, he immediately let out a long whistle wanting to call back his subordinates. But after he shouted, he discovered that the youth opposite him was looking at him with ridicule, without the slightest trace of fear. When Fei Chen did not understand why the other party was so fearless, Yang Kai took a step forward and said with a cold expression, "Even if you shout until you lose your voice, no one will come to help you." When Fei Chen's expression changed, "What happened to them?" "They're all dead. Dead people naturally have no way to help you." Yang Kai laughed. When Fei Chen's expression suddenly became gloomy as he looked at Xiaoning Chang in surprise. In his opinion, only Xiaoning Chang could kill those separation and reunion boundary masters. A trivial Yang Kai did not have that kind of ability. What a miscalculation. He did not expect that this woman would still have the strength to fight. When he hit her a few hours ago, he clearly felt that she did not have the strength to resist. How could she recover so quickly? "Even if they are all dead, don't think that you can escape from my hands." When Fei Chen coldly snorted, clearly not caring about the deaths of those people, Yang Kai took a step forward, the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body surging, his blood boiling and his fighting spirit endless. Just as he was about to attack Wen Fei Chen, a beautiful figure flew out from behind him, heading straight for Wen Fei Chen. Xiaoning Chang was the first to make a move. Moreover, it was a move that enveloped Wen Fei Chen. She clearly wanted to take care of the injured Yang Kai, so she wanted to fight 1 against 2. Her figure swayed and 10 cold qi flew out, 7 attacking Wen Fei Chen and 3 attacking Long Hui. Her speed was as fast as lightning and her momentum was astonishing. Wen Fei Chen laughed loudly, "This little girl's killing intent is not light, this is not good." As he spoke, his palms met Xiaoning Chang's attack, and he easily neutralized it. He said, "Young Master Long, I'll leave that brat to you, I'll deal with this little girl." Long Hui nodded and did not forget to remind him, "Don't hurt her face." "I know." Wen Fei Chen smiled meaningfully, and immediately joined forces with Xiaoning Chang. Although Xiaoning Chang had recovered 40% of his strength, he was still injured, and could only display the strength of the Qi transformation stage level 6 or 7. Wen Fei Chen was even worse and could only display the strength of the Qi transformation stage level 2 or 3. But after all, the two of them had different realms. Xiaoning Chang was at the peak of the separation and reunion stage, and had Yuan Qi in his body. Wen Fei Chen was at the Yuan Qi stage and had Yuan Qi in his body. There was a fundamental difference between Yuan Qi and Yuan Qi. The former could display more destructive power than the latter. In addition, Wen Fei Chen's battle experience was much richer than Xiaoning Chang's. In this exchange, Xiaoning Chang felt that it was a little strenuous to deal with him. Although she wouldn't lose quickly, it was impossible for her to defeat Wen Fei Chen with her own strength. At most it would be a draw. Both of them were experts, so the battle was also extremely intense. Their figures had already flashed 1,000 feet away in a flash. Yang Kai did not pay too much attention to Xia Ningchang's battle, because he also had his own opponent. Glancing at Long Hui, who was standing 100 feet away from him, Yang Kai suddenly chuckled, "Young Master Long, right?" Long Hui coldly said, "You want to beg for mercy? It's too late. I have a few questions to ask you." Long Hui looked at Yang Kai with a playful expression and said casually, "If this is your last wish before you die, I can fulfill it." Chapter 112. You can take it that way. Yang Kai couldn't deny it and smiled. Looking at him, he said, "You really want to kill me because of who may err?" Long Hui's expression was frivolous as he disdainfully said, "Otherwise, why do you think this young master has nothing better to do than follow you all the way here?" Yang Kai frowned, "But I don't have a deep friendship with who may err. We've only met a few times." "Humph, maybe you don't have any feelings for her, but that slut doesn't have feelings for you." Long Hui's face showed a touch of anger. "For you, she even dared to disobey my grandfather. She has never done such a thing, nor has she ever done such a thing for a man. Who do you think you are, daring to have ideas about my woman?" "Your grandfather?" Yang Kai's eyes flashed a cold light as he remembered Long Zitian's unreasonable attack. At that time, if it wasn't for the unyielding golden skeleton playing a role in breaking free from Long Zitian's shackles, Yang Kai feared he would have already died. "There's one more question." Yang Kai's face was cold. "How did you know I left High Heaven Pavilion?" Since they could chase him all the way here, they must have left not long after he left High Heaven Pavilion. Otherwise they would have lost track of him. In other words, when he left High Heaven Pavilion, he was already being watched. Long Hui chuckled, "Naturally, someone tipped me off." "Sure enough. As for who tipped me off, this young master doesn't know. But I think you should know who you've offended." Long Hui looked at Kai Yang with disdain as if he was looking at a dead man. He didn't intend to hide anything from Kai Yang and told him everything he knew and didn't know. "As for Nu Lang, I didn't expect him to be here. I only found his tracks at the foot of the mountain." Yang Kai nodded slightly. Long Hui didn't need to lie to him. Since he said so, then it must be true. Nu Lang probably just chased after him by chance. There's no need to investigate further. In any case, he's already dead. This young master has already fulfilled your wish. Now die. Long Hui laughed sinisterly. His body flickered and he quickly closed the distance between him and Yang Kai. His eyes were filled with excitement. His chi transforming stage first level Yuan Chi began to circulate and his fists fiercely punched out. With every swing of his fist, a feather-like attack shot out from the tip of his fist. Flying feather burst. A mid-grade earth-grade martial skill. As Long Zitian's grandson, Long Hui's status was not low, so the martial skills he cultivated were naturally not ordinary. It could be said that although he was also at the first level of the chi transforming realm, his true strength was much higher than Nu Lang's. Long Hui wasn't just a lustful hedonistic young master. To the current Yang Kai he was also a difficult enemy to deal with. As the feathers flew towards him, Kai Yang hastily dodged, causing Long Hui's attack to hit nothing but air. A trace of surprise flashed across Long Hui's eyes. In his opinion, Yang Kai, who was at the fourth level of the initial element realm, shouldn't be able to dodge his killing move. In the next moment, a fierce and brutal Yuan Chi fluctuation suddenly burst out from Yang Kai's body. Feeling the intensity of this Yuan Chi fluctuation, Long Hui's face changed. How was this the fourth level of the initial element realm? It was obvious that he had already reached the peak of the initial element realm. Based on the intensity of the fluctuation, he wasn't inferior to Long Hui's. Long Hui was surprised for only a moment. He had already rushed to Yang Kai's side. Yuan Chi surged on his fist as he ruthlessly punched towards Yang Kai from above. Yang Kai dodged again. This punch directly hit the ground, accompanied by a loud bang and a cloud of dust. Suddenly, a big hole appeared on the ground. Not waiting for Long Hui to get up, Yang Kai's dodging body suddenly came back. Raising his knee high, he fiercely aimed at Long Hui's chin. Long Hui's reaction wasn't slow. One of his hands formed a palm, blocking his chin and pressing it down. The knee hit the palm. Both of their yuan qi burst out. Yang Kai's body staggered. Long Hui was also sent flying backwards. Borrowing this force, he dissolved Yang Kai's attack. Both of them hurriedly stood still after exchanging one move. Sizing up Yang Kai, Long Hui narrowed his eyes. So you've been hiding your strength all this time. But even so, you're still not my opponent. Before he finished speaking, Long Hui's figure suddenly blurred. A golden light flashed under his feet. In a flash, he appeared behind Yang Kai. Golden rainbow steps. It was another mid-grade Earth-level martial art. Borrowing the speed of this miraculous footwork, Long Hui finally arrived at Yang Kai's blind spot. The yuan qi on his finger surged, and he stabbed towards the back of Yang Kai's head. Clearly, he wanted to kill Yang Kai in one strike. In this life-and-death situation, Kai Yang felt a gust of wind behind his head. Hurriedly, he tilted his head to the side. This finger grazed past Kai Yang's cheek. The sharp world qi left a bloody scar on his face. Yang Kai turned around. A drop of yang liquid had already appeared on his fingertip. In the next moment, it turned into a blood-red blade as thin as a cicada's wing. He fiercely swung it at Long Hui, who was close at hand. This was a strong opponent. Yang Kai didn't dare to hide his strength anymore. Any carelessness could cost him his life. The blade directly cut through Long Hui's body, splitting him in two. But Yang Kai didn't have the slightest bit of happiness. This was because he could feel that he hadn't hit anything. What he had just cut was only Long Hui's afterimage. His opponent's footwork was quite profound. Good reaction. Long Hui's voice came from more than 10 feet away. He calmly looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai fiercely shook his hand, and the blood-red blade flew out with a schwa sound. Long Hui didn't dare to stop. He used the golden rainbow steps again to dodge. He looked at Yang Kai like a cat playing with a mouse. His face carried a trace of contempt and disdain. Without making a sound, Yang Kai's eyes were filled with unyielding determination and dense fighting spirit. He rushed in front of Long Hui and punched out. Nothing happened. Long Hui's figure had already appeared on the other side. You want to defeat me with your snail speed? You overestimate yourself. Long Hui's mouth didn't rest for a moment. He was using all his ability to ridicule. He felt that by relying on the golden rainbow steps, he was already in an invincible position. If his opponent couldn't hit him, how could he win? His ferocious attacks would only waste his yuan qi. When his yuan qi was almost exhausted, it would be the time for him to kill him. So Long Hui decided to continue fighting with Yang Kai. When the time came, he would use the smallest price to win. Slow, too slow. If you can't kill me, then this young master will kindly accept your female companion. What does she look like? I'm really looking forward to seeing her scream when she's being ravaged. Haha, this young master loves to hear a woman's unwilling scream the most. Just thinking about that scene, does it make your heart ache? Chapter 113. It has to be said that even though Long Hui was a hedonistic young master, he knew how to infuriate the enemy and create an opportunity for himself to win. Every time he dodged Yang Kai's attack, he would mock him. If it was someone else, they would have been provoked to the point of insanity. Yang Kai looked the same. His eyes were scarlet red and his yuan qi was restless. It was obvious that he was very agitated. However, if one looked closely, they would discover that Yang Kai's eyes were very firm. Even if he was being ridiculed, his determination to win did not change one bit. After fighting for an incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai did not know how many attacks he had made, but he did not even touch the corner of Long Hui's clothes. Long Hui's mouth was dry from all the ridicule, but he was also very surprised. Logically speaking, after fighting for so long, this guy should have lost some of his yuan qi, but why did his attacks not weaken at all? The amount of yuan qi in his body was not enough to support such a fierce attack. Long Hui was not wrong. A normal initial element cultivator would not be able to last this long without showing signs of weakening. However, Yang Kai was obviously not a normal initial element cultivator. Fighting a protracted battle with him was undoubtedly the wrong idea for Long Hui. While he was pondering, Kai Yang sent out another attack. Hurriedly, Long Hui dodged, but just as he was about to stabilize himself, he suddenly heard a piercing sound. A scorching hot attack had brushed past his waist and flew out. He lowered his head and saw that his clothes had been cut open. That attack just now had almost hurt him. What a pity. Yang Kai took a deep breath. The light in his eyes became more and more excited, but mixed with a trace of calmness. This was a rather contradictory look, but it was perfectly combined. How is this possible? Long Hui's expression changed. That attack just now was obviously an attack that the enemy had predicted where he would land and launched in advance. If it was not for his good luck, he would have been injured. But how did he predict where he would land? Could it be that in just an incense stick's worth of time, this Yang Kai had already seen through his golden rainbow steps? Impossible. He was only at the initial element state, so how could he have such a good eye? Next time, even if you don't die, you'll be heavily injured. Yang Kai looked at Long Hui coldly. Bullshit. Long Hui raged, you want to scare this young master? You're still too inexperienced. Yang Kai didn't say anything and just kept attacking. Long Hui was enraged. This time he didn't use the golden rainbow steps to dodge. Instead he met Yang Kai's attack with a punch. With a loud bang, Yang Kai's body remained motionless, as steady as a mountain. Long Hui, on the other hand, felt a surge of yuan qi invade his fist and staggered backwards. Long Hui no longer dared to clash head-on with Yang Kai. He hurriedly used the golden rainbow steps in an attempt to increase the distance between him and Yang Kai. Whoosh! A crimson water droplet suddenly flew out. The moment Long Hui stopped, it directly hit his right chest. Long Hui's face turned pale with fright as he clutched his right chest and gasped for breath. Blood immediately flowed out from the corner of his mouth as he cried out involuntarily, "Impossible, impossible, this is impossible." His golden rainbow steps had actually been seen through. Yang Kai's attack had hit his landing spot in advance, making it impossible for him to dodge. Moreover, this attack was so overbearing that it made people's hearts palpitate. Not only did it penetrate his common-grade high-grade defensive artifact, but it also entered his body. If not for his yuan qi blocking it, this attack would definitely have pierced through his body. Nothing is impossible. Yang Kai's expression was grave and stern as he quickly stepped forward. Long Hui didn't dare to stay any longer. He used his footwork and was about to run towards Wen Fei Chen while shouting, "Hall Master Wen, save me." The current Long Hui was panicking like a stray dog. His previous arrogance and calmness were completely gone. Just as he was about to land, a burst of pain came from his back. Long Hui directly fell flat on his face. Not waiting for him to get up, a big foot stepped on his neck. The strength of the foot was like a mountain pressing down on him. Long Hui kept struggling on the ground, but he couldn't turn around. "I am the grandson of Blood Group's deputy chief Long Zai Tian. If you let me go, I will give you money and women. Whatever you want, I will give you. If you kill me, it won't do you any good. It will only make you an enemy of my Long family." Long Hui couldn't resist. His mouth repeatedly begged for mercy. His back was facing Yang Kai, but his eyes were filled with incomparable resentment. "Young Master Long." Yang Kai took a deep breath. "Your screams are not pleasant to hear." Yes. Brother Yang is right. If you don't like it, I won't scream." Under the eaves, Long Hui didn't dare to not lower his head. "Then keep your mouth shut forever." Finished speaking, Yang Kai stepped on Long Hui's head. His entire face was on the ground. Crouching down, he punched Long Hui's neck. With a cracking sound, Long Hui's neck was broken. His eyes were wide open, filled with fear and remorse. With one hand holding Long Hui's corpse, Yang Kai stood up and quickly approached the other side of the battlefield. A moment later, when Fei Chen and Xia Ning Chang's figures entered Yang Kai's sight. At this moment, the two were evenly matched. Neither was inferior to the other. One's strength was sealed, the other was injured. Yuan Qi hadn't recovered yet, so there was no way for them to display their full strength. The methods they could use were also reduced. But even so, this level of battle was much more intense than Yang Kai's experience. Their figures moved and flashed as if they were invisible. Yuan Qi burst forth. The battle was very tense. Yang Kai watched from the side for a moment. He knew that if he faced Wen Fei Chen one-on-one, he wouldn't have much of a chance of winning. But now with Xia Ning Chang, it was a 2-versus-1 battle, so it was hard to say. After watching for a while, Yang Kai already had a plan. He quickly approached Wen Fei Chen while holding Long Hui's corpse and shouting, "Hall Master Wen, look at who this is." Wen Fei Chen had already noticed Yang Kai's figure, but didn't dare to divert his attention to investigate. Naturally, he didn't know the details. Now that he heard this, he hurriedly turned his head to look and was shocked. "Young Master Long." At this moment, there was a big hole in Long Hui's chest. Blood flowed out. His neck was soft as if his bones were crushed. His head hung in front of his chest, lifeless. Long Hui was dead. When Fei Chen couldn't believe his eyes. This debauchee young master was at least a chi-transforming first-level cultivator. Moreover, he practiced many martial skills that made him drool. His fighting strength couldn't be underestimated. It was because when Fei Chen believed in his strength that he let him fight one-on-one with Yang Kai. But now he was dead? Bad. When Fei Chen secretly complained in his heart. It didn't matter if the other members of the blood group died. But Long Hui couldn't die. If he died, wouldn't Long Zai Tian be very angry? If this immortal ascension boundary expert blamed him, he wouldn't be able to bear it. Chapter 114. In a battle between experts, victory or defeat could be decided in a single thought. Long Hui's death had obviously disturbed Wen Fei Chen's state of mind. His hasty move had actually revealed many flaws. How could Xiaoning Chang miss this rare opportunity? Her beautiful eyes were cold as she crossed her palms and attacked with a killing move. Sensing that something was wrong, Wen Fei Chen tried his best to resist, but in the end he couldn't completely block it. The burst of qi exploded on his chest, immediately injuring him. Not waiting for him to have any more time to deal with Xiaoning Chang, Kai Yang had already lifted Long Hui's corpse in front of him. Charging into the battle between the two, a layer of flames ignited on his fist. Stealthily he punched Long Hui's armpit. Xiaoning Chang timely created pressure on Wen Fei Chen. Being attacked from both sides, Wen Fei Chen was actually flustered for a moment and his expression became awkward. With his current strength he couldn't do anything to Xiaoning Chang, but if he attacked fiercely he could seriously injure Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai shamelessly put Long Hui's corpse in front of him as a shield. Even if Wen Fei Chen had thousands of methods, he couldn't use them. If he wanted to hurt Yang Kai, he had to destroy Long Hui's corpse first. He had some misgivings. Shameless brat. Wen Fei Chen was furious. While struggling to resist the attacks of the two, he cursed, "The dead should be respected. You dare to treat young Master Long's corpse like this? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens?" Yang Kai coldly snorted, "The ones who should be punished by the heavens are you. If you didn't force me, how could things have gotten to this point?" Wen Fei Chen was speechless. Speaking of which, these two people had only come to this mountain valley to search for natural treasures, and they hadn't offended anyone or offended anyone. Their group had chased after them from over 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers away with the intention of killing them, and they'd even used numbers to bully the weak. How could they have the qualifications to criticize them now? Amidst the commotion, Yang Kai finally found an opportunity to land a punch. While Wen Fei Chen was struggling to block Xiaoning Chang's attack, he hit him in the waist. In the blink of an eye, a total of 10 drops of yang liquid shot out like sharp blades. Wen Fei Chen let out a muffled groan and hurriedly stepped back. He looked in the direction of Yang Kai in horror and shock. He discovered that this young man's attack this time was actually several times more ferocious than that woman's. The hot yang qi poured into Wen Fei Chen's body, and a bloody hole appeared on his abdomen. Although he was not seriously injured, the injury was not light. Yang Kai's expression was dignified. He discovered that he had still underestimated this Yuan Qi realm expert. The power of 10 drops of yang liquid had actually failed to penetrate his body. Yuan Qi realm expert's Yuan Qi defensive power was indeed stronger than Yuan Qi. "Junior brother, be careful," Xiaoning Chang suddenly shouted. At the same time, Yang Kai discovered that Wen Fei Chen's eyes were flashing with a crazy murderous intent as he pounced towards him. He was finally completely enraged and wanted to attack him regardless of the consequences. The corners of Kai Yang's mouth slowly curled into a cold smile. He knew that once he used the yang liquid, he would definitely become Wen Fei Chen's first target. This was because his realm was lower than Xiaoning Chang's, but the killing power he displayed was stronger than his. If he was Wen Fei Chen, he would also make the same choice. Everything was within his expectations. Facing Wen Fei Chen's attack, Yang Kai didn't retreat. Instead he quickly approached him. "Don't!" Xiaoning Chang anxiously shouted, but the two were approaching each other at an extremely fast speed. How could she stop them? "Stinking brat, you're courting death." Wen Fei Chen's tone was cold. He didn't hide his intentions at all. He raised his palm and directly blasted it towards Yang Kai. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai's muscles suddenly tightened. His true Yang Yuan Qi was pushed to the limit this time. The bones in his body creaked, his hair flew in anger and his skin turned blood red. It was as if he had gone mad. Boom! When Fei Chen's palm hit Long Hui's corpse. Like a watermelon being smashed open, Long Hui instantly turned into a pile of minced meat and directly exploded. Yang Kai, who was hiding behind him, was completely exposed. When Fei Chen once again struck out with his palm. This time the target was Yang Kai, who had no protection. At this moment, a meaningful smile appeared on the faces of the two men. Under Xia Ning Chang's horrified gaze, this palm blasted Yang Kai's chest without any fancy moves. It was very obvious that Yang Kai's chest suddenly caved in. Accompanied by a few crisp sounds of bones breaking, a mouthful of blood involuntarily spurted out. It turned into a blood mist and intentionally or unintentionally sprayed towards Wen Fei Chen, who was close by. How could Wen Fei Chen allow dirty blood to spray on his face? His figure flashed as he hurriedly tried to dodge. But before he could retract his palm from Yang Kai's chest, he shockingly discovered that the corner of Yang Kai's mouth once again appeared a miserable yet proud smile. With a bang, Yang Kai's hands tightly grasped Wen Fei Chen's wrist. Panting heavily, he stared at him with scarlet eyes. "You're dead." Wen Fei Chen's complexion greatly changed. He didn't expect this kid's vitality to be so tenacious. In other words, the Yuan Qi in his body had such a strong protective effect. Although his palm had seriously injured him, it didn't take his life as expected. But even so, an ordinary person shouldn't be able to resist after being hit by this palm. Why did he still have so much strength? Why did he not let go of him? How strong did his willpower have to be to do this? "Let go of me." When Fei Chen raised his other palm and was about to hit Yang Kai. But how could Xia Ning Chang give him the chance to attack? In her anger, her beautiful hair fluttered, and the yin energy within a radius of several hundred feet was mobilized. Suddenly, a crystal-clear icicle appeared in front of Xia Ning Chang, whistling through the air towards Wen Fei Chen. Before Wen Fei Chen's palm could land, it was directly penetrated by the sharp icicle. Accompanied by a scream, blood splattered everywhere. Roar! Yang Kai suddenly let out an extremely excited and loud roar. The Yuan Qi that was originally somewhat restless and violent surged even more fiercely. The Yuan Qi fluctuations that had been stable at the peak of the initial element realm were suddenly broken through by the determination to win and the frenzied desire to fight. At this moment it actually had a breakthrough. The Qi transformation realm. This wasn't the true Qi transformation realm. It was only the fluctuations of the Qi transformation realm emitted by the Yuan Qi. But at this moment, Yang Kai, in terms of combat power, was not inferior to anyone present. Sensing Yang Kai's sudden change, Wen Fei Chen felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He used all his strength to try and pull back his hand, but he was unable to do so. His other hand was penetrated by Xia Ning Chang's attack, and the heart-wrenching pain made his mood even more uneasy. With a kacha sound, Kai Yang had used all his strength to break one of Wen Fei Chen's fingers. 10 fingers are connected to the heart. How could this kind of pain be endured? In any case, Wen Fei Chen couldn't hold it in and immediately let out a miserable howl. Another kacha sound rang out, and Wen Fei Chen's blood-curdling screams rang out. Yang Kai laughed sinisterly, and broke Wen Fei Chen's 5 fingers one by one. Then he suddenly pulled him down and with a knee strike broke his arm. Xia Ning Chang didn't stay idle. He was worried about Yang Kai's injuries, and ferociously attacked Wen Fei Chen from time to time. Chapter 115. From the moment Wen Fei Chen hit Yang Kai with his palm, he was doomed to lose. Yang Kai clearly knew that if he wanted to kill such a master he would have to restrict his freedom. Otherwise, with his and Xia Ning Chang's current strength, there was not much hope. Long Hui had such exquisite footwork, so how could Wen Fei Chen, a master of Yuan Qi, not have it? Once he noticed something was wrong and escaped, he and Xia Ning Chang would be finished when the sun came up. But how difficult would it be to restrict such a master? Even if more than half of his strength was sealed, it was not something he could easily do. Therefore Yang Kai could only take the risk. He used his own body to take a hit from him, and seized the fleeting opportunity to restrain him. This was a very big game of chess. Yang Kai had included himself, so how could Wen Fei Chen not fall into his trap? With both his hands destroyed, Wen Fei Chen was like a hedgehog without its spikes. He had a lot of strength but he could not use it at all. Accompanied by rhythmic screams and the sound of bones breaking, Wen Fei Chen was almost experiencing the coldest torture in the world in Yang Kai's hands. In just a few seconds, Wen Fei Chen's screams gradually weakened and could not be heard. His breathing was also not coming out. His whole body was like a pool of mud, limp on the ground. Xiaoning Chang watched from the side with fear, as if it was the first time he had seen his junior brother. After observing him for more than 2 years, Xiaoning Chang had never seen him so crazy, bloodthirsty and violent. 3 black yin qi chains suddenly flew out of Wen Fei Chen's body. At the same time, the other 5 chains scattered in the valley also flew out and disappeared into the void. Junior brother, he's already dead. Xiaoning Chang gently pulled Yang Kai. When the yin qi chains flew out, it meant that Wen Fei Chen's life was gone. Is he dead? Yang Kai gasped for breath, then slowly straightened his back. Junior brother, are you okay? Xiaoning Chang's voice sounded like she was about to cry. She found that her junior brother's current state was a bit strange. His whole body was full of evil qi as if he was about to become the demon race. Yang Kai knew what she was worried about. He grinned miserably. Don't worry, this is one of my martial arts techniques, but it looks a bit scary. Xiaoning Chang's eyes were red as she looked at him. She found that although his eyes were terrifying, there was a calmness within them. She couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Now that everyone is dead, let's go find that 9 yin du crystal. Kai Yang still hadn't forgotten about this matter. Can you still support it? You're so heavily injured. I'm okay, but I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for much longer. Yang Kai grabbed Xiaoning Chang's hand and hurriedly rushed to the source of the yin qi. Night was about to fall, and there was not much yin qi left in the valley. It was probably absorbed by the 9th yin yuan condensing dew. When they arrived, the treasure was still there. It was not scared away by the 2 battles that happened a few hundred feet away. At this moment, the flower bud was about to fully bloom. There seemed to be a drop of sparkling liquid in the bud, emitting a faint light. How do I do it? Yang Kai asked. Xiaoning Chang said softly, use your Yang Yuan Qi to bind it, then put it in your mouth. I'll do the rest. Remember, don't touch it with any other part of your body. Put it in my mouth? Yang Kai listened in a daze. Just as he was about to ask for more details, Xiaoning Chang's face lit up. It's coming out. As he spoke, the huge flower bud slowly bloomed. It was the darkest time before dawn, but as the flower bud bloomed, the entire valley suddenly became as bright as day. A drop of sparkling, translucent, dew-like liquid slowly rose from the flower bud and spun around. The petals supporting it turned into dense yin qi at this moment and merged with the liquid. Like a gem. It was beautiful. But it emitted a cold yin energy that would make anyone's heart palpitate. The 9th yin yuan condensing dew. Xiaoning Chang's hands quickly danced, and the 9 yin 8 locks formation once again played its role. The moment the 9th yin yuan condensing dew appeared, the sound of chains rattling could be heard in the air. Immediately 8 yin qi chains appeared out of thin air, driven by an invisible force. Under Xiaoning Chang's light shout, they fell around the 9th yin yuan condensing dew, sealing off the small space and completely imprisoning it. The 9th yin yuan condensing dew tried to escape, but it couldn't escape the 5 feet radius. Junior brother, it's up to you now. Xiaoning Chang looked at Yang Kai nervously. Although after this ordeal she didn't care too much about this thing, but the treasure was in front of her, so she naturally had to take it. Yang Kai nodded slightly and walked over with steady steps. The space sealed by the 8 yin qi chains was useless against Yang Kai. Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi was the nemesis of all yin qi. Walking into this small space, the 9th yin yuan condensing dew seemed to have noticed Yang Kai's intentions and floated in the air as far away as possible from him. Observing it closely, Yang Kai found that this thing really did look like a gem, but it was in the shape of a dewdrop and was only about the size of a thumbnail. Bind it with true Yang Yuan Qi. How do I do it? Yang Kai frowned, thought for a moment, and then directly used a drop of yang liquid. When the yang liquid appeared, Yang Kai's mind moved, and a big red sheet appeared in his hand. He spread it out and covered the 9th yin yuan condensing dew. The 9th yin yuan condensing dew still wanted to resist stubbornly, drifting left and right and dodging Yang Kai's blow. Interesting. Yang Kai grinned. Although he knew that many precious treasures had their own spirituality, this was the first time he had seen one. Treasures with spirituality were incomparably precious. Not wanting to waste any more time, Yang Kai's other hand appeared again with a drop of yang liquid, and it turned into a big ball. Let's see how you run this time. Attacking left and right, sure enough it worked. The fiery red ball wrapped around the 9th yin yuan condensing dew like a fish. With a flick of his finger, the yang liquid turned into a ball of feces and wrapped around the 9th yin yuan condensing dew, completely calming it down. Yang Kai didn't dare to touch it with his hand, but directly stuffed the yang liquid and the 9th yin yuan condensing dew into his mouth. The moment it entered his mouth, a bone-chilling cold spread through his mouth. Even though Yang Kai cultivated the true yang secret art, he couldn't help but shiver at this moment. But in the next moment, there seemed to be an energy that he couldn't see clearly emerging in his body. This energy was more effective than the true yang yuan qi, and it immediately suppressed the chill. At the same time, a crazy attractive force came from his bones, and the true yang secret art involuntarily circulated, drawing the energy from the 9th yin yuan condensing dew into his bones. Aware of this, Yang Kai's expression changed and he hurriedly stopped the true yang secret art, but in this short moment of delay, Yang Kai felt that the 9th yin yuan condensing dew in his mouth had shrunk by half. Instead, a chill grew in his bones and immediately disappeared. Chapter 116. Yang Kai's expression changed. He didn't expect such an unforeseen event to occur. Although he had experimented, he knew that he could absorb other types of energy besides the yang attribute and store them in his bones. But now, how did he absorb half of the 9 yin yuan condensing dew? And at such a ferocious speed. After all, this was something that Xiaoning Chang needed. What should he do? Turning his head, Yang Kai's expression was a bit awkward. Just as he didn't know how to explain it to her, Xiaoning Chang had already come in front of him with a fragrant wind. At this moment, this little senior sister's face was flushed red, her breathing was slightly hurried, and her clear and pure eyes were flustered with shyness. Junior brother. Bear with it. Xiaoning Chang suddenly spoke, slowly reached out a hand, wrapped it around Yang Kai's neck, and gently pulled his head down. Her hand was a bit cold but soft as if boneless, like the first snowflake in early winter, bringing a refreshing coolness to Yang Kai. Standing on tiptoe, Xiaoning Chang closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling uneasily. Then she lifted her veil, slightly tilted her head, and pressed her ruby-red lips on Yang Kai's mouth. 2 soft lips and an exciting girl's fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. Yang Kai was stunned. At this moment he finally understood why when he asked how to collect the 9 yin yuan condensing dew, Treasurer Meng and Xiaoning Chang had been so vague and unwilling to tell him. Originally, Yang Kai wasn't too clear about the reason, but at this moment he suddenly realized. There were all kinds of strange ways to collect heaven and earth spiritual treasures. Every kind of spiritual treasure required a different method to collect. But the way to collect the 9 yin yuan condensing dew was so beautiful and sweet. As their lips met, Yang Kai's breathing quickened and his throat burned. Even though he had the 9 yin yuan condensing dew in his mouth, he couldn't suppress the boiling of his blood. Xiaoning Chang was even more unbearable. After pressing his lips against hers, he remained motionless like a statue. His face was as red as blood, and his heartbeat was as powerful and rapid as a war drum. He was at a loss for what to do and was clearly flustered. Although Yang Kai didn't quite understand the principle and specific method of subduing the 9 yin yuan condensing dew, he knew that he couldn't always maintain this state. Without hesitation he grabbed Xiaoning Chang's willowy waist and pulled her into his embrace. Then he used the tip of his tongue to wrap the 9 yin yuan condensing dew in his mouth. He pried open her pearly white teeth and sent the natural treasure into her mouth. Stimulated by the cold the 9 yin yuan condensing dew, Xiaoning Chang finally regained some of her senses. She accepted the 9 yin yuan condensing dew and swallowed it into her stomach. A sweet and fragrant sensation rippled endlessly from the tip of his tongue. The two people's bodies were tightly pressed together. Kai Yang's upper body was bare, so his senses were even more sensitive. How could a young and vigorous youth like him resist this kind of temptation? Almost instinctively, Yang Kai held Xiaoning Chang tightly with one hand and used the other hand to climb up her round and perky buttocks and knead them. Feeling the 2 lumps of fullness in his chest and feeling the other's body heat, Yang Kai's breathing became more and more rapid. After carefully playing with them for a while, his big hand went around to the front and climbed up, wantonly rubbing the 2 lumps of jade peaks that were full of amazing elasticity. A moan came out of Xia Ningchang's mouth. Yang Kai saw her large eyes slowly open a slit. Her eyelashes trembled, but when she realized that he had been staring at her, she quickly closed her eyes in fear. The heavy breathing, the exchange of their bodies, the touch of their tongues, and the mingling of their souls, the young man and woman had almost forgotten everything around them. They hugged each other tightly as if they couldn't wait to merge into each other's bodies. Suddenly Yang Kai felt pain on his tongue and couldn't help but scream. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xia Ningchang placed both hands on Yang Kai's chest. Biting her pearly white teeth, she pushed with force and quickly escaped from Yang Kai's embrace. "Why did you bite me?" Yang Kai felt that his tongue had been bitten, and there was a taste of blood in his mouth. Xia Ningchang covered her chest with one hand. Her breasts rose and fell as she gasped for breath, trying to calm her rapid heartbeat. After a long time she said, "I'm sorry, to refine the 9 yin yuan condensing dew, I need your innate pure yang qi and a drop of blood from your tongue." To refine the 9 yin yuan condensing dew, one needed pure yang qi. The purer the yang qi, the better. Yang Kai cultivated the true yang tactics, so he undoubtedly met the requirements. But to refine it, one needed innate pure yang qi and a drop of blood from his tongue. The innate pure yang qi was not something that could be obtained through cultivation. Instead, it was a mysterious energy that existed in every man's body from birth. It would disappear after he had intimate relations with a woman. This energy was of no use during normal times. Even if it was lost, it would not have any effect on the body. But it was necessary in certain situations, such as the current situation. Previously, when Yang Kai felt the cold energy that surged out of his body and wrapped around the 9 yin yuan condensing dew, it was innate pure yang qi. That was why Treasurer Meng asked Yang Kai if he was a virgin. Only a virgin would have innate pure yang qi, and only a virgin's blood from his tongue could be used to refine the 9 yin yuan condensing dew. Hearing Xia Ningchang's words, Yang Kai touched his mouth and said seriously, "So that's how it is. Is it enough? If not, I still have more." Wasn't it just a few drops of blood from his tongue? Xia Ningchang was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. She nodded repeatedly, "It's enough. 1 drop is enough." Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Thinking back to the feeling of his tongue, he couldn't help but reminisce about it. It was his first time being so intimate with a woman. "Little senior sister." Yang Kai called out to her hesitantly, a fiery light flashing across his eyes. Xia Ningchang suddenly panicked. How could she not understand the hidden meaning in Yang Kai's words? She quickly said, "You're injured, so you should heal first. I also need to hurry and refine the 9 yin yuan condensing dew." Yang Kai remembered that she once said that if the 9 yin yuan condensing dew was not refined within 2 hours after obtaining it, it would completely disappear. "Write this thing." Yang Kai was just about to tell her that he had accidentally sucked in half of the 9 yin yuan condensing dew, but before he could finish, his vision turned black and the whole world started spinning. Then he fell to the ground and his consciousness quickly faded. "Junior brother." Xia Ningchang turned pale with fright. She quickly went forward to help him up. After a little examination, her face suddenly turned pale. She found that Yang Kai's pulse was extremely weak, and his vitality was faintly discernible. The yuan qi in his body was extremely bleak and chaotic, as if he was a lamp that had run out of oil. This was no small matter. Xia Ningchang's heart almost shrank. How could this be? Just now he was fine. Just now he was with her. How could he suddenly fall unconscious without any warning? But this examination allowed Xia Ningchang to know how serious Yang Kai's injuries were. Needless to say, the wounds on his abdomen and shoulders were already bandaged. But after a fierce battle, the wounds split open again and blood flowed out. The most serious injury was the one on his chest. 5 of his sternum were broken and sunken inwards, almost injuring his heart and lungs. When Fei Chen's palm strike was filled with anger. How could it be so easy to block it? Chapter 117. After a night of fierce fighting, who knew how much blood he had lost? Only now did Xia Ningchang realize that his junior brother's calmness from beginning to end was due to his strong willpower. With this kind of injury, if it were someone else, they would have died countless times already, but he had gritted his teeth and bitterly endured, fighting side by side with him to kill the last enemy and obtain the 19 yuan condensing dew. After completing all this, his mind relaxed and naturally couldn't hold on any longer. Enduring the grief in his heart, Xiaoning Chang hurriedly took out the remaining pills on Yang Kai's body, then searched Wen Fei Chen's body for a while, forcing himself to calm down, then took out some healing pills and fed them to Yang Kai. But Yang Kai was currently unconscious, so how could he eat the pills? Without any other choice, Xiaoning Chang personally chewed the pills and fed them to him. While he was busy, the 98 locks formation that sealed off the entire valley suddenly shook and collapsed. It was dawn. The sun rose from the east, and the 98 locks formation broke by itself. Xiaoning Chang didn't notice the changes in the valley at all, still doing his best to save Yang Kai. A tyrannical and gentle divine sense swept over, causing Xiaoning Chang's body to tremble. She suddenly looked up at the sky, and in the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Master. As if seeing a savior, Xiaoning Chang finally found an outlet to vent the emotions she had been suppressing, tears streaming down her face. Meng Wuya's old face was stiff, and he was about to scold Xiaoning Chang, when he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He couldn't help but be shocked. What's going on? Old man Meng had been waiting outside the 98 locks formation for most of the night, not daring to break it. He originally thought that subduing the 9th Yin Yuan condensing dew this time wouldn't be a surprise. After all, he had been preparing for Xiaoning Chang for so many years. Everything was ready, and as long as Yang Kai cooperated well with the 9th Yin Yuan condensing dew, it would be a piece of cake. It was just that his precious disciple had to make some sacrifices. After staying outside for most of the night, Meng Wuya was also sulking. Which master would be drugged by his own disciple? He was afraid that he was the only one in the world. He wasn't angry that he had been drugged and lost, but that Xiaoning Chang had recklessly entered Black Wind Mountain. What if she encountered danger? Therefore, Meng Wuya had originally planned to wait until the array was broken before reprimanding Xiaoning Chang. Of course, he couldn't reprimand her too much. Towards this disciple of his, Meng Wuya treated her like a treasure. But the scene in front of him caused him to swallow the words that were at the tip of his tongue. Falling to the ground in shock, he looked at the unconscious Kai Yang and asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" Meng Wuya didn't hesitate. He immediately bent down and placed 2 fingers on Yang Kai's wrist. He used his divine sense to sweep through his body. He frowned and said in shock, "How is his injury so serious?" In Meng Wuya's opinion, Yang Kai's injury was more than serious. It was as if he had 1 foot in the grave. He didn't know what had happened, but the internal injury on his chest and the external injuries on his body were secondary. The most important thing was that his yuan qi was in chaos. His meridians and flesh were severely damaged. This kind of injury couldn't be treated without a peerless spirit pill. Not only did it require a spirit pill, but it also required a skilled doctor. Meng Wuya had nothing. Master, will he die? Xiaoning Chang was grief-stricken. She asked worriedly. Meng Wuya saw his disciple's expression and knew that something bad had happened. He sighed in his heart. He had been on guard, but in the end he hadn't been on guard. Not wanting Xiaoning Chang to feel sad, Meng Wuya comforted her. "Don't worry with me here, he won't die." While saying this, he took out a bottle from his bosom and poured out a single pill. This pill was about the size of a longan fruit and was completely golden in color. It was clearly not an ordinary pill. Seeing Meng Wuya take out this pill, Xiaoning Chang's panicked expression calmed down. She knew the effects of this pill. With a trace of strong reluctance, Meng Wuya hesitated for a moment. Then, under Xiaoning Chang's gaze, he opened Yang Kai's mouth and was about to throw the pill in. "I'll do it." Xiaoning Chang suddenly snatched the pill from Yang Kai's hands and popped it into her mouth a few times. Then she bent down, wrapped the pill with her tongue and sent it into Yang Kai's mouth, which was filled with blood. Hey, this old man is still here." Meng Wuya screamed in his heart and quickly looked away. Seeing his disciple so close to a man without hesitation, Meng Wuya felt very uncomfortable. It was as if the daughter he had painstakingly raised was about to leave him. After the pill entered his stomach, Yang Kai's complexion seemed to improve. However, the effect was not as good as expected. Meng Wuya took the opportunity to look around. His originally turbid eyes suddenly emitted strands of cold light. He saw Wen Fei Chen's corpse and Long Hui's broken limbs. His doubts disappeared. The reason why Yang Kai was so heavily injured and why his disciple was in such a sorry state was as if they had gone through a fierce battle. Now he finally found the reason. A wave of anger surged in Meng Wuye's chest and a trace of hostility appeared on Old Man Meng's face. He did not immediately ask. Now was not the time to ask. There was still a long way to go and there would be a chance to clarify what happened last night. Meng Wuye only regretted that he did not immediately break the 9 innate locks when he came here last night. If he had broken the formation at that time, his disciple and Yang Kai would not have suffered such a fate. Vexation and regret grew in his heart and gradually turned into anger. Monstrous anger. Taking a deep breath, Meng Wuye suppressed the anger in his heart and gently said, "Disciple, have you absorbed the 9 yin yuan condensing dew?" "Yes." Xia Ning Chang foolishly looked at the unconscious Yang Kai and unconsciously nodded. "Then first refine it. Yang Kai, don't worry. With this old man here, he won't die even if he wants to." Meng Wuye comforted. Xia Ning Chang hesitated for a moment before nodding and repeatedly exhorting, "Master, you must not let anything happen to him. It is all thanks to him that this disciple is still alive. If not for his protection, this disciple would have already." At the end he began to cry again. "Don't worry." Meng Wuye squeezed out a smile and slightly nodded. Only then did Xia Ning Chang calm down. He wiped the corners of his eyes and took out the bag he always carried with him. While paying attention to Yang Kai's situation, he also began to refine the 9 yin yuan condensing dew. Half an hour later, the 9 yin yuan condensing dew was completely refined. However, Xia Ning Chang suppressed the effect of the heaven and earth spirit dew in his dantian and did not absorb it. This was because absorbing it was very time-consuming. Once he finished absorbing it, he would advance to the Yuan Qi stage, which would take a few more days. Yang Kai did not wake up, but Xia Ning Chang was not in the mood. "Come, let's leave here first. He needs to be nursed back to health in his current state." Meng Wuye bent down, picked up Yang Kai, and then quickly rushed out of Black Wind Mountain with Xia Ning Chang. The two of them did not immediately rush to High Heaven Pavilion. After all, this place was not close to High Heaven Pavilion. Instead, they went to the town where Yang Kai and Xia Ning Chang stayed last time. In the town, they found an inn and temporarily stayed. Xia Ning Chang did not complain about the hardships, serving Yang Kai by his bedside every day, doing his best. Meng Wuye also poured Yuan Qi into Yang Kai every day, trying to heal his injuries. After falling into a coma, Yang Kai found that his consciousness had entered a world of nothingness. In this world, there was nothing but the unyielding golden skeleton that he had obtained from the wordless black book. The golden skeleton sat cross-legged, its whole body shining with a golden light. Yang Kai also sat cross-legged in front of it, motionless. There was no sound, no light. Yang Kai kept looking at the golden skeleton. Although the golden skeleton did not have eyes, Yang Kai felt that it was also looking at him. Time passed, and after an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai and the golden skeleton remained in this silent state. Yang Kai was comprehending the mysteries of the golden skeleton. Last time, when he comprehended the unyielding will, Yang Kai felt that there were some hidden mysteries in the golden skeleton waiting for him to understand, but at that time he was powerless. This time, after experiencing an entire night of life and death battle, Yang Kai suddenly felt that the distance between him and the golden skeleton had been shortened a lot. If there was still some barrier between him and the golden body before, then this barrier had disappeared now. His unyielding will had conquered the golden skeleton's arrogance, and it felt gratified that it had found a suitable master. Suddenly Yang Kai smiled. The golden skeleton also changed, turning into specks of golden light that merged into his body, just like when he first saw it. However, Yang Kai knew that it was not until this moment that he truly possessed the unyielding golden skeleton. Although it had merged into his body before, it had not truly submitted to him. It had been observing and testing him all this time, and his performance had finally obtained its approval and dispelled its doubts. Only then did it willingly become a part of him. The world of nothingness suddenly collapsed, and Yang Kai's consciousness returned to his body once again. Not in a hurry to open his eyes, Yang Kai slightly checked his current physical condition. The injuries on his body were not serious, but his chest still hurt slightly, and the sword wounds on his abdomen and shoulder were healing very well. In the dantian there were originally more than 40 drops of yang liquid, but now there were only 7 or 8 drops left. The battle that night had consumed too much yang liquid. Just the amount of yang liquid he used on Brother Kai and Wen Fei Chen was no less than 20 drops. Not only that, but he also had to resist the invasion of cold qi and fight for so long. However, although he had lost a lot of yang liquid, it was not as if he had gained nothing. This battle had actually allowed him to jump from the initial element boundary 4th stage to the initial element boundary 7th stage. Directly advancing 3 stages, Yang Kai could not help but be surprised. Thinking carefully, when he was fighting Wen Fei Qin, he had suddenly obtained the strength of the Qi transformation stage while using the unyielding will. It was probably at that time that he had broken through. This time, even Yang Kai himself did not notice the breakthrough. If he had not investigated it now, he would have been kept in the dark. Chapter 118. This wasn't the only benefit. He had unintentionally absorbed half of the 9 yin yuan condensing dew. Originally, Yang Kai didn't understand why, but now he could clearly feel that half of the 9 yin yuan condensing dew was stored in the most hidden part of his golden body. When he broke through to the yuan qi stage, he could use the 9 yin yuan condensing dew to refine his yuan qi and raise his yuan qi to a higher level. This benefit wasn't visible now, but it would become apparent in the future. In addition, he could now clearly understand many of the aspects of his golden body that he didn't understand before. His golden body could absorb energy of any attribute other than the yang attribute and then store it. When he needed it, it would give back to him. The more energy the golden body absorbed, the stronger his unyielding will would be, and the more help it could give him. However, the energy the golden body gave back was extremely evil, so when he used the unyielding will, his eyes would be filled with a bloodthirsty light and his body would be surrounded by evil energy. However, because his body had the true Yang Yuan Qi, which was the nemesis of evil, he wouldn't lose his mind. The two types of energy restrained each other, but they also complemented each other. This allowed him to increase his battle strength without being affected by the bloodthirsty and crazy energy. Thinking of this, Yang Kai finally understood why the wordless black book gave him the true Yang tactics. It was to prevent him from getting lost in the surge of energy and falling into the path of mad demon. Everything was clear now. Yang Kai was just about to open his eyes when he heard a faint sigh in his ear. Immediately, he heard the conversation between Xianing Chang and Meng Wuya. Disciple. Master has done his best. Meng Wuya's tone was full of guilt, but also a trace of unwillingness and regret. These days, Meng Wuya had been using the Yuan Qi to treat Yang Kai's injuries. It could be said that he had spent a lot of effort, but Yang Kai's injuries didn't improve at all. In addition, Yang Kai had taken a golden pill before. In Meng Wuya's opinion, Yang Kai should have recovered a lot. Even if he couldn't fully recover, he should at least wake up, right? But now, not only was Yang Kai not awake, but he was also unconscious. He didn't know what kind of mysteries Kai Yang's body possessed. That golden pill didn't have the ability to bring him back from the brink of death. All it did was heal his external wounds a little before losing its effect. Even the Yuan Qi that he had infused into Yang Kai's body was nowhere to be found. It was as if there was a bottomless pit in Yang Kai's body, and the Yuan Qi was absorbed as soon as it was infused. How could Meng Wuya know the wonders of the unyielding golden skeleton? The unyielding golden skeleton absorbed all the energy except for the Yang attribute. The golden pill and Yuan Qi had been absorbed by the golden skeleton by 90%, so how could they display their full potential? Master. Xianing Chang had been crying all these days, and his eyes were red and swollen. Originally, he still had some hope in his heart, but now that he heard Meng Wuya's words, he was so shocked that his face turned pale. Is there no way at all? Xianing Chang looked at his master expectantly. Meng Wuya's background was extraordinary, and his divine technique was vast. If he said that there was no way, then in this world there really was no one who could save Yang Kai. His soul seems to have been scattered. Meng Wuya's face was heavy. These days I can't feel the existence of his soul. Xianing Chang was stunned, and his face became even paler. But don't worry, he won't die. Meng Wuya quickly comforted him. It's just that he will be in a state of suspended animation. From now on he won't be able to speak, hear, or feel anything. Unless what? Unless we can find the soul-returning elixir and reform his scattered soul. Meng Wuya sighed, but the soul-returning elixir, this kind of small place doesn't have it. Where is it? Xianing Chang's voice suddenly calmed down, and there was a kind of determination in his voice. Meng Wuya looked at him and then pointed his finger up. Xianing Chang was silent, but his eyes were filled with determination. No matter what, he had to find the soul-returning elixir and help junior brother reform his scattered soul. What are you talking about? Just as the two were feeling sad, a hoarse and weak voice came from behind them. Meng Wuya instinctively replied, "We're talking about your injuries." Just as he finished speaking, the expression on old man Meng's face drastically changed. Stiffly and mechanically, he slowly turned his head. His pupils contracted as he saw Yang Kai, who was lying on the bed, staring at him with wide eyes. Junior brother. Xianing Chang couldn't contain her joy and rushed over. Her long eyelashes were trembling, and her eyes were filled with unconcealable joy. She looked at Yang Kai with worry. Looking at her red and swollen eyes, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel touched. He thought that he had been unconscious for a long time, and during that time he must have worried her a lot. "I'm fine," Yang Kai said indifferently, "I'm just a bit weak." "Master, quickly come and take a look." Xianing Chang rubbed her eyes while pulling at Meng Wuya. It was as if she was trying to drag her teacher over to Kai Yang's side. Old man Meng almost fell over from the pull. He thought to himself, girls are always extroverted, girls are always extroverted. If it wasn't for the fact that this old man's bones could still withstand the torment, he would have been torn apart by you. However, Meng Wuya finally came back to his senses. He sat beside the bed with a dignified expression and carefully examined him. After a while, Meng Wuya's eyebrows didn't relax. He kept muttering to himself, "Impossible, this doesn't make sense. How could this be?" With every sentence he said, Xianing Chang's expression changed. She thought that Yang Kai's injuries had worsened. "Master, junior brother, he..." Xianing Chang bit her lips and asked softly. Her heart was in her throat. "Oh, since he's already awake, there shouldn't be any major problems." Meng Wuya's expression was a bit conflicted. He looked at Yang Kai with confusion. "No major problems?" When Xianing Chang heard this, she couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. Just now, when she saw her master's expression, it seemed that junior brother's injuries were very serious. How could there suddenly be no major problems? But that's not possible. Meng Wuya was puzzled. "Yang Kai, is this the final radiance of the setting sun?" Yang Kai bitterly smiled. "Treasurer Meng, is there anyone who curses people like you?" Meng Wuya's expression became awkward, but before, your soul had already dissipated. How could it come back now? When Yang Kai heard this, his heart trembled. Thinking back to when he was unconscious, he guessed that it had something to do with his consciousness sinking into the golden body. "Master, you're a big quack." Xianing Chang angrily stomped her feet. Meng Wuya was embarrassed to death. He had just said that Yang Kai was in a state of suspended animation and that he needed to find the soul-returning elixir to reform his soul. He didn't expect that in the next moment he would wake up. Wasn't that the same as slapping himself in the face? Losing face was a small matter, but losing prestige in front of his disciple was a big matter. Meng Wuya felt that his prestige had reached rock bottom. But no matter what, it was a good thing that Yang Kai could wake up. Although Meng Wuya was worried that he would seduce his disciple, he had risked his life to protect her that night. It was only because of him that his disciple survived and obtained the 9 yuan condensing dew. He had to remember this kindness in his heart. Meng Wuya sighed. Since ancient times, good people don't live long, but disasters live for 1,000 years. Yang Kai had just finished harming his precious disciple, so how could he die so easily? He had worried for nothing. But what should he do in the future? Meng Wuya's intestines were in knots. He wanted to cut the Gordian knot, but he was afraid that his disciple would be angry with him, so he hesitated. When Yang Kai woke up, Xianing Chang finally relaxed. These days, she hadn't rested much because she was afraid that Yang Kai wouldn't wake up. Now that she had confirmed that Yang Kai was fine, she naturally didn't have to worry. For the next 2 days, Yang Kai was recuperating, Xianing Chang was attending to him, and old man Meng was sighing at the side. On the 3rd day, Xianing Chang was finally given a strict order by Meng Wuya. He told her that she must first absorb the 9 yuan condensing dew, transform her yuan qi into yuan qi, and advance to the yuan qi stage. After all, although this thing had already been refined, it wasn't a good idea to leave it in the dantian. Xianing Chang didn't refuse and obediently did as she was told. Normally she was a very well-behaved girl. Last time she had no choice but to drug her master, but that was only a small accident. Although the 3 of them were staying in an inn, Meng Wuya's strength was profound, so he wasn't worried that someone would disturb Xianing Chang, so he let her go into seclusion. Yang Kai's side was basically fine, but the wounds on his body and the bones in his chest would naturally take a few days to heal. Every day he would meditate and cultivate. Once Xia Ning Chang finished advancing, the three of them would set off to return to High Heaven Pavilion. One day while Yang Kai was cultivating, Meng Wuya came in with a bowl of steaming hot soup in his hand. Yang Kai sniffed and smelled the aroma, quickly opening his eyes. Meng Wuya handed the big bowl to Yang Kai, and with a pained expression, he gritted his teeth and said, "Drink it." Yang Kai didn't hesitate, taking the bowl and drinking it in one gulp. He smacked his lips and burped excitedly, saying, "What is this? The medicinal effect is so strong." He could feel his entire body heating up as he swallowed this bowl of food. Furthermore, it contained a huge amount of energy. A part of it seeped into his flesh and meridians to repair his injuries, while the other part was being absorbed by the golden body at this moment. Meng Wuya's mouth twitched and he said in grief, "This is the ginseng soup that I brewed with 1,000-year-old blood spirit ginseng and various heavenly treasures. Do you think the medicinal effect is strong? Fuck. This thing is priceless, but you drank it all in one gulp. You should at least taste it. It tastes good." Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Meng Wuya took a deep breath and calmed the rolling blood in his chest. He thought to himself, "If it wasn't for my precious disciple wanting me to use this thing to nourish your body before you went into seclusion, how could I bear to take it out? This thing can save your life at a critical moment, and you can't find a single stock in the entire Darkhan dynasty. What a waste. What a waste. Do you have more?" Yang Kai licked the corner of his mouth, still wanting more. Meng Wuya said in annoyance, "No more. Even if I had more, I wouldn't give it to you. If you eat more, you won't die." Eeh. Yang Kai smiled. He thought to himself, "I have the support of the golden body. No matter how much energy and heavenly treasures I have, I can store them so I won't die." "Tell me what happened that night." Meng Wuya's face suddenly became serious, and his eyes flashed with the anger and killing intent that he had been hiding for a long time. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him. "Didn't little senior sister tell you? She was only concerned about your injuries a few days ago, so I didn't ask," Meng Wuya said in a deep voice. Meng Wuya asked in a deep voice, his eyes burning as he looked at Yang Kai, "Who died in the mountain valley? And who is it that attacked you?" Chapter 119. They were from the blood group in the storm house. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he roughly recounted what had happened that night. Of course, as for how he had single-handedly killed 9 people, he naturally skipped over the important details and dwelled on the trivial. This matter was too mysterious. Even if he told old man Meng, he would not necessarily believe him. Meng Wuya was furious after hearing this. After a long time, Yang Kai finally finished speaking. Meng Wuya nodded slightly. "So, the main culprit is you, but the mastermind is Long Hui?" "Yes. This time, it is I who have implicated little senior sister." Yang Kai nodded in acknowledgement. "Although you are the main culprit, it is not your fault. Ning Chang is not injured, you do not need to worry about it." Meng Wuya comforted him, then sneered, "Blood group Long Zai Tian? This old man will remember this." Seeing the dangerous light in Meng Wuya's eyes, Yang Kai knew that Long Zai Tian was in big trouble. Yang Kai could not understand old man Meng's origin and strength, but he always felt that he was not an ordinary person. If he really went to find trouble with Long Zai Tian, Yang Kai would be happy to see it, but it was not very satisfying. Yang Kai always believed that revenge must be done personally. If Long Zai Tian died at the hands of Meng Wuya, then he would not be able to avenge that day's hatred. However, Yang Kai would not dissuade him. This time Meng Wuya was really angry. The fire in his heart must be vented. After staying in the inn for 2 days, Xianing Chang finally came out. As expected, her strength had reached the Yuan-Chi stage. Yang Kai asked around and found out that the 9 yuan condensing dew did not need to be completely refined for it to have an effect. In theory, 1 drop of the 9 yuan condensing dew could be used by 3 or 4 people. After all, it was only a primer that transformed the cultivator's Yuan-Chi into Yuan-Chi. However, this item was rather special. If one did not refine it within 2 hours after receiving it, it would disappear without a trace. Thus, even if someone obtained it, it would only be used by 1 person. Knowing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but relax. It seemed that he had accidentally absorbed half of the 9 yuan condensing dew, but it didn't affect Xia Ning Chang at all. Furthermore, up until now, that half a drop of heaven and earth spirit essence had been stored within his golden avatar, and had not disappeared as she had said. With Yang Kai's injuries fully healed and Xia Ningqiang's breakthrough, the three of them naturally wouldn't stay any longer and immediately set off for High Heaven Pavilion. Yang Kai was carried back by Treasurer Meng. Along the way he ate a lot of wind and felt dizzy. After returning to High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai bid farewell to the master and disciple pair and returned to his small wooden house. Although he hadn't returned for nearly 20 days, the small wooden house was still as clean as new. It seemed that during his absence, Li Yuntian and the others had helped him take care of it. In the following days, Yang Kai once again returned to his previous peaceful life, cultivating every day and stabilizing his current realm. However, when he was idle, the figure of that cute little senior sister would occasionally appear in front of him. After all, this was the first woman Yang Kai had kissed. That sweet and soft feeling was still lingering in his mind. However, after returning, Xia Ningqiang had not appeared. It was as if she had forgotten the agreement between the two of them. That night, in the mountain crack before Yang Kai left, he had said that if he could return alive, Xia Ningqiang would agree to one of his requests. At that time, Yang Kai had only wanted to find something for himself to remember and had no deeper meaning. Although he felt a little disappointed, Yang Kai didn't care too much about it. I quietly floated past, waving my sleeves without taking away a cloud. Drifting past that kiss, it was only because he wanted to subdue the 19 yuan condensing dew. Although at that time both of them were a little emotional, it didn't mean anything. They were both young and full of vigor, so in that kind of situation, it was inevitable that they would be emotional. Yang Kai didn't feel inferior because of the difference in strength between them. When it came to strength, as long as he diligently cultivated, he would naturally become stronger. He believed that one day he would be able to surpass this little senior sister and surpass any other person of the same age. Because the unyielding golden skeleton had infinite possibilities. Feelings weren't what Yang Kai needed to consider right now. If it was his, it would eventually be his. If it wasn't his, even if he forced it, there wouldn't be any results. If Xia Ningqiang was interested in him, then what did it matter if his strength was low? If she really alienated him because of his low strength, Yang Kai had nothing to say. If others didn't like him, could he blame them for having high standards? However, with her delicate and pure personality, she shouldn't be so snobbish. On this point Yang Kai was right. After Xia Ningqiang returned to High Heaven Pavilion, she was really embarrassed to see Yang Kai. Thinking back to that night's passion, she felt a little ashamed. Even if she wore a veil, she still didn't have the face to appear in front of Yang Kai. Moreover, as soon as she returned to High Heaven Pavilion, Meng Wuya made her go into seclusion again. On the surface, it was to consolidate her newly promoted cultivation, but in reality, it was because he was afraid that she and Yang Kai would still be together. Otherwise, with her personality, she would have come to ask Yang Kai how his body was recovering. After cultivating for 2 days, Yang Kai was quite dissatisfied with his results. Absorbing Yang Qi by the coiling dragon stream was too slow. It was far inferior to directly eating spirit fruits and absorbing Yang inflammation stones. The amount of Yang liquid in the dantian was very small, so he had to quickly replenish it. Otherwise, if he encountered a battle like that night again, he was afraid that he would fall into an awkward situation where he couldn't cook without rice. Thinking about it, Yang Kai decided to go to Black Wind Trade again. First, he wanted to buy something that could condense Yang liquid. Second, he wanted to buy the 3-leaved Chaos Spirit Flower and Dead Jedi Tree Grass. The incense burner hadn't been used for a long time. As for money, Yang Kai had a lot of it. He was no longer the poor ghost he was before. These silvers were all plundered from the people of Blood Group. At that time it was too dark, so Yang Kai didn't carefully count them. When he came back he found that this group of people was really rich. Just by plundering a few people, he actually obtained nearly 20,000 taels of silver. With this much money he could buy 40 pieces of Yang inflammation stones. It was enough to make up for the loss of that night and more than double. A few hours after Yang Kai left for Black Wind Trade, Meng Wuya also left with a murderous aura. His goal was the Blood Group. Although the Blood Group was one of the 3 major forces in the vicinity, how could Meng Wuya be afraid of them? His own disciple almost suffered a fatal disaster, and almost lost her innocence. This account must be settled. Long Hui's death didn't matter. Didn't he have a grandfather? If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. If there was no one protecting him, how could a trivial Long Hui be so arrogant? So in Meng Wuye's view, Long Zai-Tian was even more hateful than Long Hui. He deserved to be killed. High Heaven Pavilion was not far from the blood group. Meng Wuye's speed was extremely fast, so in the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he arrived at the blood group's headquarters. At this moment, the blood group's upper echelons were discussing important matters. In the main hall, the leader of the blood group, Hu Man, was sitting upright. This person was like his name, born with a bare waist and a tiger back. His face was fierce and fierce. At first glance, one could see that he was not a good person. In front of Hu Man, the blood group's hall masters, branch leaders and others were sitting upright. These people were reporting to Hu Man about the recent events of the past month, including the income and expenditure of the blood group. Hu Man was very impatient, so he waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about these trivial matters. How is the mining area's seal being broken?" A young man of about 27 years old stood up and respectfully said to Hu Man, reporting to the leader, "Grandfather has made some progress, but the number of experts in the gang is too small. Although the Flowing Time Great Emperor has been around for a long time, it is not easy to break. Grandfather had sent a letter to Long Jun a few days ago, asking me to pass on the message. He will do his best to break the seal as soon as possible." This young man was Long Zai-Tian's eldest grandson, Long Hui's elder brother, Long Jun. He was already at the second level of Yuanqi realm. Although his aptitude was not as good as the other geniuses, it was not too bad. Because the Long family's position in the blood group was not low, even though Long Jun was only at the second level of Yuanqi realm, he still held an important position and was one of the blood group's hall masters. Hu Man nodded slightly, "And that's good. Long Jun, if you have free time, go to the mining area and say hello to your grandfather. Tell him you have worked hard." "Yes. I don't know what kind of mysteries are hidden in the seal. It is actually buried several tens of feet underground." One of the blood group's hall masters suddenly wondered. "This is all thanks to our Miss Mayer's insight. If she did not say that there was something strange under the mine, I am afraid we would not have known about it." Yes, although Miss Mayer is young, her eyesight is extraordinary. I really don't know how she saw through it." Hearing a group of people praising Hu Mei, although it was suspected that they were flattering, Hu Man still felt very comfortable. But when he remembered that Hu Mei was a girl and would eventually be married off, Hu Man could not help but sigh. "Fuck his grandmother, I, your father, am so wise and powerful. I have countless concubines and work hard every night. How can I only give birth to 2 daughters? This was a sore point for Hu Man. He had no sons in his family, so he could not continue his career. The group of people were still praising Hu Meier's unique eyesight. Even Hu Jiao was praised to the heavens. Hu Man was only unhappy. Speaking of this matter, it was really strange. The mining area had been discovered a few years ago. The blood group used the mining area to mine Yang inflammation stones and Yin Yuan stones to earn a lot of money. In the past few years, the blood group had developed rapidly. A large part of the reason was because they relied on the mining area. But no one knew that several tens of feet below the mining area, there were many mysterious and profound seals. Close to 2 months ago, Hu Man's youngest daughter, Hu Mei, suddenly came back and told him about this matter. He laughed it off and did not take it seriously. Until Hu Mei kept pestering him and insisted that Hu Man send people to investigate. He had no choice but to unwillingly send people to dig in that direction. Although Hu Mei had clearly told Hu Man that this matter must not be known by the Long family. However, Hu Man himself didn't care about this matter. He thought it was just a girl's prank, using this method to attract his attention. In addition, the matter of the mine was originally managed by Long Zai-Tian, so this matter couldn't be hidden. The mining area was originally excavated underground. The location that Hu Mei mentioned was not very far. After 10 or so blood group disciples painstakingly excavated for 10 days, they discovered that the location was indeed unusual. Chapter 120. That area was actually covered with restrictions. The disciples quickly reported this discovery. After Hu Man received the news, he personally went down to investigate, but he couldn't understand these restrictions and couldn't see through them. In the blood group, Long Zai-Tian was the oldest and had the most experience. Moreover, he already knew about this place, so Human let him take charge of breaking these restrictions and see what was hidden inside. Human had a feeling that there was a great secret hidden within the restriction. If the blood group could obtain this secret, then their strength would definitely leap to another level. Not to mention that they would be able to compete with the 8 great families, but at least they would be able to stand on equal footing with the first-class forces. Human was also somewhat vexed. At that time, Humayr had repeatedly warned him that this matter must be kept a secret, but he didn't take it to heart. Now, the entire upper echelon of the group knew about it. That day, after returning from the mining area, Human hurriedly went to find Humayr. He wanted to inquire about how she knew that there was a secret hidden under the mining area. What he didn't expect was that Humayr would actually quarrel with him because of this matter. During the quarrel, Human found out that his daughter had received guidance from an expert. It was that expert who told Humayr that there was a secret under the mining area. But because he didn't care, it caused his daughter to fail to live up to that expert's trust. That expert didn't want the Long family to know about this secret. Daughter, what kind of expert is he? Human was in awe of that mysterious expert. To be able to see the secret buried under the ground, this expert's strength was definitely not small. In Human's imagination, this person definitely had a strength that could shock the heavens and make ghosts and gods weep. What kind of expert? At that time, Humayr's mind appeared with Yang Kai's appearance. Her face slightly reddened and she rolled her eyes at her father. I won't tell you. Looking at her appearance, Human was immediately shocked. Could it be that his daughter was interested in this expert? After asking around in a roundabout manner, Human was shocked at that time. This expert was actually a young man. Such a person, how bad could his background be? Daughter, have you fallen in love with him? Human excitedly inquired. In his opinion, his daughter would always be married off. But the most important issue was who she would marry. If she could marry into one of the 8 great families, then that would be the best-case scenario. The blood group would also be able to fly into the sky and become a phoenix. But this young man with good eyesight was definitely not bad. So what if I do? Humayr sighed faintly. If you like her, then try to get close to her. My daughter is so beautiful. Could it be that he doesn't like her? Barbarian who urged. That's right, could it be that he already has a wife? It's normal for a man to have multiple wives and concubines. Humayr turned around and glared at him. It's because of you that I've failed to live up to someone's trust. How can I still have the face to see them? When Human heard this, he could only laugh in embarrassment. How could he know that his daughter was telling the truth? If he knew, he wouldn't have shared this secret with her. It had to be said that Human had completely misunderstood Yang Kai. If he knew that the expert in his heart was only a high heaven pavilion trial disciple, he feared that Humayr wouldn't have enough time to avoid him. How could he let her get close to him? Retracting his train of thought, Human let out a long sigh, thinking to himself that this matter was really worrying. His daughter had been in seclusion these past few days and didn't like to run around like before. Her strength had improved a lot, but if she didn't get in touch with that young man, how could she have the opportunity to marry him? The group of hall leaders and helm leaders were still flattering Human, but to Human, it was like chewing wax. Just as he was about to get up and leave, Human's movements suddenly stopped. He immediately raised his head and looked towards the door. His face couldn't help but reveal a dignified expression. In the next moment, all the hall leaders and helm leaders quickly shut their mouths and turned their heads. An invisible pressure, as if the heavens were pressing down on them, made everyone's heart tremble. An expert had arrived at the blood group. Everyone in the main hall felt the aura of the person who had arrived. Immediately after, an old voice sounded in everyone's ears. Where is Long Zai Tian? This voice was very calm and no emotions could be heard from it. However, everyone present couldn't help but shiver. They faintly felt that this expert who had suddenly appeared had some ill intentions. Looking for Vice Leader Long? The group of people looked at each other and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Follow me outside to take a look. Human stood up and walked out in large strides. Behind him, the hall leaders and helm leaders followed closely behind. Outside the room, everyone saw an old man standing motionlessly in midair. This person's hair and beard were all white, and his face was as calm as water. A pair of sharp eyes swept over, like an eagle overlooking the earth, carrying a disdainful arrogance and unruliness. Being swept by this pair of eyes, everyone involuntarily felt a sense of insignificance. Peak of Immortal Ascension Boundary. Human exclaimed, his rough face slightly twitching. Peak of Immortal Ascension Boundary? Some people were shocked. Is he the sect master of High Heaven Pavilion? Within this 1,000-mile radius, there were a few Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, but when it came to the peak of Immortal Ascension Boundary, only the sect master of High Heaven Pavilion could appear and disappear like a ghost. This person's age was similar to the rumored sect master of High Heaven Pavilion. No wonder people would mistakenly recognize him. It's not him. Human slowly shook his head. When he was young, he had seen the sect master of High Heaven Pavilion, so he naturally remembered his appearance. He was completely different from this old man in front of him. Moreover, although this person was at the peak of Immortal Ascension Boundary, the pressure he brought to Human was far greater than the Immortal Ascension Boundary. Human himself was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th-stage master, so even if the sect master of High Heaven Pavilion personally came, he wouldn't feel too much pressure. The old man in front of him was different. When Human looked at him, it was like looking at a mountain that could never be climbed, a river that couldn't be crossed. Even if he spent a lifetime of energy, he could only look up at his back. This feeling was very strange, but Human always believed in his intuition. This old man, he couldn't be an enemy, he couldn't be an enemy. Where did this master come from? Human's face was heavy. He stepped forward, cupped his fist and respectfully asked, "May I ask Senior's name?" The person who came was naturally Meng Wuya. Meng Wuya had been suppressing his anger for a long time. Originally, when he returned to High Heaven Pavilion, he wanted to find trouble with Long Zai Tian, but he was afraid that his disciple would secretly find Yang Kai, so he waited for her for 2 days. After confirming that she was really in retreat, he leisurely came. "You are Long Zai Tian?" Meng Wuya narrowed his eyes fixed on Human like a hawk. Human's yuan qi involuntarily circulated, as if he was in a life or death crisis, but he didn't show it. After all, he was the leader of a gang, his mind was firm. If he was scared by a few words from the opposite party, what kind of scandal would that be? "This one is the leader of blood group, Human. I don't know, Senior." Before Human could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Meng Wuya, his tone full of impatience. "If you are not Long Zai Tian, then why are you interrupting?" Human felt a burst of bitterness, but it was not good for him to vent his anger. When he was about to open his mouth to explain one or two things, Meng Wuya had already flipped out. "Damn Long Zai Tian, fuck your 18 generations of ancestors, get the hell out of here for this old man." This roar could really be said to be earth-shattering, shaking the earth and shaking the earth. The whole blood group, even the people of Stormhouse and High Heaven Pavilion, all heard it clearly. After the roar, the whole place was silent. A group of Immortal Ascension Boundary and Yuan Qi Boundary experts all looked at Meng Wuya stupidly, dumbfounded and flabbergasted. They never thought that such an awe-inspiring expert would actually open his mouth and curse people, and moreover, curse in such a vicious and vulgar way. Where is your demeanor? Where is your identity? Any expert with a little bit of strength and prestige would not do such a thing, right? In the end, what kind of hatred did he have to throw away his own self-cultivation and demeanor? Long Zai Tian stole his family's chicken and snatched his family's dog, unexpectedly making him so angry. However, Meng Wuya's roar made the people of Blood Group clearly understand that the newcomer was not good. Human said with a calm face, "Senior, can we talk things over?" Although the newcomer's strength was tyrannical, Human did not want to be his enemy, but Long Zai Tian was still the deputy leader of Blood Group. If Meng Wuya slapped him, Human would have to suffer half of it. "I said you are numb. Tell Long Zai Tian to get the hell out of here. If he does not come out today, then cut off his head and give it to this old man as a urinal. This old man will slaughter your blood group." Meng Wuya aggressively came to find trouble, but unexpectedly did not see the person in question. His anger could be imagined. Blood group, he really did not put them in his eyes. Human's face showed a murderous look. Even a person of clay had 3 points of anger, not to mention Human, who had a violent temper. If he did not have scruples about Meng Wuya's strength, how could he be so kind? But Meng Wuya did not give him any face. Human was really angry. "Hey, Long Zai Tian is a coward, not daring to come out and see this old man?" Meng Wuya looked down and said contemptuously. This time it was a young man who replied with a cold face, "Old mister, can you watch your words? What kind of enmity do you have with my grandfather that you dare to insult him like this?" The person who spoke was Long Jun. Meng Wuya scolded Long Zai Tian. His filthy words were extremely unpleasant to hear. As a member of the Long family, how could Long Jun endure? Relying on the fact that this was the headquarters of Blood Group, there were many experts, he immediately retorted. So what if he was at the peak of Immortal Ascension boundary? Blood Group also has Immortal Ascension boundary experts. If you really dare to fight here, then you will not be able to return. Your grandfather? Meng Wuya narrowed his eyes, staring at Long Jun. The person old man is looking for is my grandfather. Long Jun replied in a deep voice. Good, good, good. Meng Wuya laughed. Dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, mice give birth to babies. That Long Hui is not a good person, you are his elder brother, you are also not a good person. How did he bring up Long Hui's head? Everyone suddenly felt that this old man's mind was not clear. He was rambling, they did not know what he wanted to say. Long Jun angrily said, Old man, don't be so savage, this is Blood Group, it is not your turn to behave atrociously. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.